My name's Jenna, I'm 27, and until a few months ago, I would have told you I had my life in a decent place. I wasn't rich, but I was finally living on my own in a small but cozy apartment, working a stable job, and driving a car I'd worked 3 jobs to buy. I had a few good friends, a close relationship with my younger brother, and one childhood friend who I'd always thought of as a sister, Ava. Ava and I met when we were 7. Our moms were friends, so we practically grew up in each other's homes. We had sleepovers almost every weekend, passed notes in class, and even got matching keychains in high school that said, "Ride or die." I really believed we'd grow old laughing about boys and bad decisions. But I never imagined she'd be the bad decision. The beginning of the mess started when Ava showed up at my apartment in early January, looking a little too much like someone who hadn't slept in a few days. She had that sheepish look, biting her lip, fidgeting with her hoodie strings, and I already knew she was about to ask for something. "Jen," she said, flopping onto my couch like she owned it, "I need a huge favor. Just for a couple weeks, I promise." I was suspicious, but Ava was good at that kind of tone. That tone that said, "I hate asking you this, but I'm desperate," and it pulled at the part of me that still thought of us as the inseparable duo from our childhood. Her car, she explained, had finally broke down. The engine gave out, and repairs would cost more than the thing was worth. She was saving for a down payment on a new one, but in the meantime, she needed something to get to work. She worked as a freelance makeup artist, and she had a few gigs scheduled across town. She only needed my car during the day, she said. I could still use it at night or on weekends. She even offered to fill the tank regularly and clean it once a week. I hesitated. I used my car daily too, but my job had just gone remote 2 months earlier, so I wasn't commuting anymore. It was mostly trips to the grocery store or visiting my brother. So, yeah, it seemed doable. And this was Ava. I trusted her. So I said yes. The first week went fine. She texted before taking the car, always said thank you, and even left a vanilla-scented air freshener dangling from the mirror. It was sweet, thoughtful, almost made me feel bad for being suspicious in the first place. But then small things started bothering me. She started leaving random stuff in the car, lip glosses, receipts from fast food places she never mentioned eating at, even a bracelet I swear I'd seen on someone else before. The tank was rarely full, even though she promised she'd keep it topped off. Once, I found an empty coffee cup in the back with 2 lipstick marks on the rim. I shrugged most of it off. I didn't want to be that friend, the overly suspicious, paranoid one. Besides, if she was seeing someone new, that was her business. But the real crack started 2 weeks in, during a random dinner at my parents' house. My younger brother, Max, was scrolling on his phone at the table, as usual. He suddenly looked up at me and asked, "Hey, didn't Ava used to date Tyler?" My stomach dropped. Tyler. My Tyler. Well, *x** Tyler, technically, but it was still raw. Tyler and I had dated for 2 years. It was one of those relationships that starts off like fireworks but fizzles out with quiet bitterness. We broke up 8 months ago after I caught him messaging his ex behind my back. It had been messy, humiliating, and painful. Ava had been the one who brought me tissues the night I kicked him out. She was the one who said, "You deserve better," over and over until I believed her. So yeah, I felt cold all over when Max brought up his name. "No, she never dated him," I said, trying to sound casual. "Why?" Max flipped his phone around and showed me a blurry photo from someone's Instagram story. It was Ava, standing next to Tyler, at a gas station. "She was tagged," Max said. "That's why it showed up. I didn't even know they knew each other." Neither did I. I didn't say anything to Ava at first. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe she bumped into him once. Maybe she was doing someone else's makeup and he just happened to be there. But the thing is, once you see the cracks, you can't unsee them. I started paying closer attention to the timing. I'd text her around noon asking if she still needed the car, and she'd say she was on a job. But the makeup kit she used to lug around had disappeared from my back seat. She was gone for hours, and when I asked how the gig went, her answers were always vague. It was chill or same old, same old. One evening, I checked the mileage on the dashboard before she left. When she came back later that night, I checked again. She'd driven over 70 miles. There was no makeup job across town. She was driving to him. My hands shook as I held the keys. I didn't know if I was angrier at her or at myself for trusting her. I wanted to confront her right then. I even texted her, "We need to talk. Come over tomorrow." She replied with a thumbs up emoji. But the thing is, I didn't know what I wanted from her. An apology? An explanation? How could you explain that? So I waited. And while I waited, I did what any reasonable person would do. I started watching her. Not in a creepy way, but in a "you broke my trust, and now I need answers" way. I installed a simple tracking app on my phone and linked it to the GPS system in my car. She wasn't tech-savvy, and I knew she never messed with the dashboard settings. And over the next week, everything clicked into place. Every single day. She'd drive to the same address, stay there for 2 to 3 hours, then drive back like nothing happened. Sometimes she'd stop to get takeout on the way back and act like it was for her client. It was Tyler's address. No doubt about it. And the worst part? She didn't even try to hide it. She used my car to see my ex while lying straight to my face with a smile. The betrayal sank deeper than I expected. I started replaying old conversations in my head. Was she always this selfish? Did she always look down on me behind that sweet girl act? And Tyler, was he just using her to get under my skin? Did they laugh about me behind closed doors? The anger turned into something sharper. Not just betrayal, resolve. I wasn't going to just confront her and cry and let her walk away with some half-hearted excuse. No. She wanted to use my car? She was going to get one final ride she'd never forget. After I confirmed Ava had been visiting Tyler every day, something in me just shut off. It wasn't just the betrayal, it was the audacity, the casual lies, the fact that she smiled in my face and then used something I worked hard for to crawl back to the person who wrecked me. I didn't say anything for 3 days. I let her keep borrowing the car, let her text me her little fake updates. Just finished a wedding gig. Super long appointment today. While I tracked her every move from my phone. She had no idea I knew. That gave me power. It let me observe her, really observe her, and realize something I hadn't wanted to admit. Ava had always taken more than she gave. When we were younger, it was my clothes she borrowed, my snacks she ate, my room she crashed in after fights with her mom. I never minded. I thought that's what friends were for. But now, looking back, I saw the pattern. I made excuses for her because I loved her like family. And like family, she thought I'd never walk away. Until one night, everything snapped. It was a Friday. She showed up at my place around 10 a.m., breezing in like usual with a coffee in one hand and a grin that used to seem charming. Not anymore. Hey, I might need the car a little longer today, she said, barely looking at me. Client in Glenridge. Might grab lunch after. Glenridge. Right near where Tyler lived. I just nodded. Sure. Take your time. She tossed me the coffee like it was a peace offering and skipped out the door. I didn't drink it. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up the GPS tracker again. She drove straight to Tyler's place, parked outside like she lived there, and stayed for over 4 hours. I just sat there, staring at the little dot on the screen. I don't know what I was expecting to feel. Maybe anger, maybe grief. But mostly, I just felt done. That night, I called her. I wanted to give her one chance. Not to come clean. I knew she wouldn't. But to step away. To stop taking advantage of me before I did something I couldn't undo. Hey, I said when she picked up. I think I'm going to need the car back for a while. Like, permanently. There was a pause. Oh, are you sure? I've still got some stuff booked this month. I know, I said. Calm. Careful. But I'm not comfortable loaning it out anymore. You've had it almost a month now. She laughed like I was joking. Come on, Jenna. You're barely even driving. What's the real reason? I didn't answer that. I just repeated, I'll need the keys tomorrow. Please don't take the car again. She sighed loudly, like I was being dramatic. Okay, fine. I didn't believe her for a second. Sure enough, the next morning, I woke up and the car was gone. She hadn't texted, hadn't called. She'd just taken it like it still belonged to her. And that was it. That was the moment I stopped feeling guilty. I called the non-emergency police line first, explained the situation, told them I had proof I'd asked her not to take the car, that she wasn't on the insurance, that she'd taken it without permission. They asked if I'd be willing to press charges if it came to that. I said yes. I was tired of letting people walk over me just because they used to love me. I wasn't the same Jenna who cried over Tyler for weeks. I wasn't even the Jenna who said yes out of habit. This Jenna had been planning for days. I knew she'd head to Tyler's house. Same route, same time, like clockwork. So I gave the officer the address she always went to and waited. The tracking dot stopped moving right where I expected it to, Tyler's driveway. I can't lie, I was shaking. Not because I was scared of what would happen to her, but because I didn't know how she would react. Ava wasn't the type to take consequences quietly. I imagined the meltdown, the yelling, the betrayal in her voice that I had turned on her. But none of that mattered now. She made her choice. The next update I got was from Max. He sent me a screenshot from someone's story. Ava, standing outside a house. My car in the background. 2 police cars parked behind it. She was arguing with an officer, her hands flying in the air. Tyler stood awkwardly on the porch, arms crossed, watching it all unfold. I don't think I've ever felt anything like that moment. It wasn't relief. It wasn't satisfaction. It was clarity. Everything she took from me, my trust, my friendship, my car, my peace of mind, was crashing down in real time. And this time, I wasn't the one cleaning up the mess. I didn't answer her calls that night. Or the texts. The "please call me. I didn't think you'd actually do that." And my personal favorite. "This is so unfair." I saved every message. Because what comes next? Well, let's just say this wasn't the end of Ava's games. She wasn't done trying to twist the story, and soon, the drama would pull in people I never expected, including my family. And that's when things really got ugly. The silence didn't last long. By the next morning, Ava had pivoted from guilt to fury. My phone lit up with a long wall of text that started with, "I can't believe you'd do that to me," and spiraled into accusations of betrayal, abandonment, and, my favorite, ruining her reputation. I didn't respond. But she didn't need me to. She went to someone who always answered, my mother. I don't know exactly what Ava said to her, but whatever it was, it worked. Around noon, I got a call from Mom. And the moment I picked up, I knew where this was headed. "Jenna," she said, her voice sharp. "What is going on?" "How do you too? Don't play coy. Ava just left our house in tears. She told me you had her arrested." I closed my eyes and leaned back on the couch. She wasn't arrested. She was questioned. Because she took my car after I told her not to. She said you offered it to her. For a few weeks. That was over a month ago. I told her I needed it back. She took it anyway. There was a pause. Then, Mom's voice dropped into that tone that always made me feel like I was 8 years old again. "I don't know what's gotten into you lately. First Tyler, now Ava. It's like you want to push people away." And that was it. The old ache. The invisible one I thought I'd buried. Growing up, I always had to be the good daughter. The easy one. Mom didn't yell much, but her disappointment felt like a punishment anyway. Ava, with her chaotic energy and constant drama, was always treated like a stray cat we'd adopted. "She's had it rough," Mom would say. "Be patient with her." I'd been patient for 20 years. "Mom," I said quietly, "she was using me. She lied to me for weeks. She was seeing Tyler. Behind my back. Using my car. You're mad at me for setting a boundary. She said you're exaggerating. That she just happened to run into him." I actually laughed. For 3 weeks straight? At his house. Mom didn't answer. And I realized then she already knew the truth. She just didn't want to choose sides. And when people don't want to choose, they always default to the person who makes the least noise. That night, I didn't sleep much. Not because I regretted what I did, but because I knew this wasn't over. Ava wasn't going to slink away in shame. She was the kind of person who couldn't stand to lose control. And right now, I'd ripped it from her hands. I was right. The next day, she showed up at my apartment. No warning. No text. Just a knock on the door, loud and steady. I opened it a crack and didn't move. She looked different. Not exactly sad. Not angry either. She wore this tight-lipped smile like she was trying to seem in control, but her eyes gave her away. Wide, darting, full of something between desperation and fury. "I just want to talk," she said. I didn't open the door any wider. "Talk here." She glanced over her shoulder, then back at me. "I think this has all been blown way out of proportion. You stole my car. You loaned me your car," she snapped. "And then when you got all weird and possessive about it," I blinked. "Possessive? Are you hearing yourself?" She raised both hands, like let's not fight, but her voice was tight. "Look, I know I should have told you about Tyler. I didn't know how. I thought you'd freak out. I would have freaked out. Because that's what normal people do when their best friend hooks up with their ex behind their back. Don't be dramatic." And there it was. The real Ava, slipping through the cracks. I started to close the door. "We're done here." "Wait." Her voice changed. "You really called the cops on me. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble that could have caused?" "You caused it," I said. "You lied. You used me. You didn't care what that did to me or to our friendship." She stepped forward like she might push the door. I didn't flinch, but I didn't budge either. "You know what?" she said, tilting her head. You've always acted like you were better than me. Ever since we were kids. You had the nicer house, the stable family, the car, the job. You never let me forget it. I stared at her. That's what it was about. Not friendship. Not forgiveness. This was about resentment. About years of little jealousies she never said out loud. I let you into my life because I thought you were family, I said. But you've been keeping score this whole time. She didn't answer. She just turned and walked down the hall, muttering something under her breath. But I didn't feel triumphant. I felt hollow. I locked the door, sat down on my couch, and stared at the spot where she stood. I wasn't sure what came next. She could spin this to friends, to family, to anyone who'd listen. She could play the victim all over again. But for the first time in my life, I didn't care. She wasn't my problem anymore. Except, she still wasn't finished. Because 2 days later, I got a call from my job. A voicemail from HR. Apparently someone had submitted an anonymous tip claiming I was involved in an ongoing legal investigation and had recklessly endangered a friend. I knew that voice. Even disguised, I knew the rhythm of her phrasing. Her need to play chess while everyone else played checkers. She hadn't just lost access to my car. She was trying to wreck my life. And that was her final mistake. The voicemail from HR was the final shove I needed. I wasn't fired. Thank God. My boss actually laughed about the anonymous tip and said it sounded like something out of a high school movie. But the fact that Ava went that far? That she tried to drag my livelihood into her mess, that told me everything I needed to know. She wasn't just bitter. She was dangerous. So I got to work. See, while Ava spent her time twisting the truth to anyone who'd listen, I'd spent mine gathering receipts. Texts, call logs, screenshots of the GPS tracker, screenshots of her Instagram stories with captions like busy day on the job, while she was parked at Tyler's place. Her messages admitting she took the car. My messages asking for it back. I had a clean timeline. I had evidence. And I had motivation. The first thing I did was file a small claims case for unauthorized use of property. In my state, even though I'd initially loaned her the car, her continuing to take it after I asked her to stop, especially for personal reasons, especially when she lied about it, qualified as misuse. I listed out the gas money she never paid back, the mileage she racked up, and the cleaning bill after I found makeup smudges, hair extensions, and a used press-on nail stuck in the cup holder. It wasn't a huge amount, about $900 in total, but it wasn't about the money. It was about putting her in front of a judge and making her answer for it. The court date was 2 months out. But in the meantime, I planted my revenge. Now, one thing you should know about Ava, she was trying to break into social media full-time. She had a modest following, around 8K on Instagram, and she loved to post about her clients, her booked-out schedule, and her hustle. She'd brag about doing makeup for influencers, post fake DMs from brands, and call herself a celebrity MUA in the making. Her image meant everything to her. So I started reaching out. Quietly. Strategically. To a few of the people I knew she had burned in the past. An old roommate she ghosted on rent. A bride whose makeup she botched and blamed on bad lighting. A fellow artist she copied without credit. I found them through tagged posts, mutual comments, and DMs I'd remembered seeing years ago. I didn't tell them what to do. I just shared my story. With screenshots, receipts, links. And then I waited. It didn't take long. One of the micro-influencers Ava had worked with reposted my screenshots in a story, captioned, "This you?" Her comment section exploded. Other people chimed in with their own stories. Unpaid gigs. Ghosting. Lies. Ava tried to delete comments. Then disable them. Then post a tearful story about online bullying and toxic jealousy. But by then, it was out of her hands. Her follower count started dropping. A collab she'd bragged about mysteriously disappeared. A photographer she'd worked with took down all their joint posts. And then, cherry on top, one of the local salons she used to freelance for posted a very pointed update about doing background checks and professionalism being non-negotiable. I didn't even have to say a word. She built her reputation on smoke and mirrors. I just pulled the curtain back. And finally, the court date came. She showed up in this oversized blazer like she was playing businesswoman. I wore jeans and a black tee. I wasn't trying to look impressive. I just wanted to look like someone telling the truth. It was quick. The judge reviewed the texts, looked at the mileage report, heard Ava's shaky excuse about misunderstanding, and thought we were still cool. I calmly pointed out the exact date I told her not to take the car again, showed the receipt from the tracker, Showed her texts admitting she drove it the next day. He ruled in my favor in under 10 minutes. She had to pay me the $900 plus court fees. I walked out of that courtroom lighter than I'd felt in years. Ava tried one last time to reach out, maybe thinking we'd talk it out now that things had cooled down. I blocked her. I blocked her on everything. And here's the funny part. For someone who made such a mess of my life, she disappeared from it like smoke. Tyler? I have no idea what happened to him. Don't care. I think once Ava's life started imploding, he bolted. Classic. My family eventually came around. My mom apologized, not directly, of course, but in her way. She invited me over for dinner and made my favorite dish without asking. She even said, "You were right about her," one night while we were watching TV. It was enough. And me? I kept going. I got a new car a few months later. Started therapy. Took a solo trip I'd always put off. Rebuilt the pieces Ava tried to scatter. Because that's the thing no one tells you about revenge. It's not about hurting them. It's about taking your power back and making sure they never get to steal it again. I knew something was off when my dad asked me what color balloons I was getting for my wife's birthday dinner. Not if I needed help. Not if I'd like him to bring a cake. No, he wanted to know the color scheme. Like he was designing the whole thing. At the time, I brushed it off. Thought maybe he was just trying to show interest in his own weird way. But now, standing in the middle of a fancy restaurant decorated with "Happy Birthday, Emma" banners, while everyone sang to my stepsister and my wife stood frozen beside me, blinking away tears, I realized that wasn't curiosity. That was reconnaissance. And I'd walked right into an ambush. Let me rewind. My name's Drew, I'm 33, and I'm one of those people who doesn't throw parties for myself. I don't need confetti or cake or a big surprise to feel loved. But my wife, Lila, she's the kind of person who plans scavenger hunts for our anniversary. She leaves notes in my car before I drive to work. She always remembers everyone's birthdays, even for my coworkers she's never met. She gives so much of herself to others and never asks for anything in return. So this year, for her 30th birthday, I wanted to do something special. Something that made her feel just as seen and celebrated as she makes everyone else feel. Now, here's where my family dynamics start to come in. My parents divorced when I was a teenager, and my dad remarried a woman named Cheryl a few years later. Cheryl came with her own daughter, Emma, who was about 4 years younger than me. At first, I didn't mind her. She was bubbly, talkative, a little too into drama club, but she was a kid. Things only started to shift as we got older, especially after my dad started treating her more like a real daughter than me. Like when I graduated college and all I got was a "congrats" text while Emma got a brand new car for passing her driver's test. Or when my dad skipped my wedding rehearsal dinner because Emma's performance was opening night. It wasn't just favoritism, it was erasure. And Cheryl? She only made it worse. Always doting on Emma. Always calling me the quiet one, like it was some kind of defect. I learned to keep my distance. Be polite. Not make waves. But this was different. This was for Lila. And Lila, bless her heart, always tried to include my family, even when I didn't want to. She never once said a bad word about Emma, even after she wore a white dress to our wedding and gave a toast that somehow included her own birthday halfway through. I still remember Lila's tight smile, the way her fingers clutched mine under the table. "She's just young," she whispered. "Let's not ruin the night." So this year, I was determined to give Lila the perfect night. I picked her favorite restaurant, a cozy Italian place tucked downtown with candlelight and live violinists. I called them weeks in advance, reserved the back room, customized the menu to include all of Lila's favorite dishes. I even designed a slideshow of our memories to play on the little TV screen above the fireplace. I made sure the flowers were yellow, her favorite, and that there were exactly 30 candles on the cake. Every detail, I triple-checked. I invited her friends, her co-workers, even her old college roommate who flew in just for the night. And yes, I invited my dad, Cheryl, and Emma. Because Lila would want them there. Because I still believed, in some naive corner of my brain, that maybe, just maybe, this could be the moment my dad stepped up. Acted like a real father. The first weird moment happened a week before the dinner. My dad called me, said he had some updates on the party. I froze. "What updates?" I asked. "You're not planning anything, are you?" He chuckled. "Just thought I'd take a little pressure off you, son. You've got a lot on your plate." I tried to stay calm. "I already handled everything, Dad. Just show up. That's all I need." "Got it," he said a little too fast. Of course. Just show up. Then the day before the dinner, I got a text from Cheryl. Just a smiling emoji. No context. Followed by, Emma's going to look so cute tomorrow. I stared at my phone. What did that mean? I typed back. You mean Lila, right? No response. The next morning, Emma posted an Instagram story of her getting a blowout and her nails done. Big night coming, was the caption. Not a mention of Lila. My stomach started to churn. I told myself I was overthinking. Maybe she had another event. Maybe she was just dressing up to support my wife. Maybe I was paranoid because of years of feeling second tier. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that evening. We arrived at the restaurant right on time. Lila looked stunning. Light blue dress. Hair curled just the way she liked it. She squeezed my hand as we approached the door. You didn't have to do all this, she whispered. I wanted to, I said. You deserve it. I opened the door. And that's when it hit me. The first thing I saw was pink. Pink balloons, pink streamers, a massive banner stretched across the wall. Happy 26th birthday, Emma. Her name was written in glitter. On the tables were little printed cards that read Emma's night. And the cake. Oh God, the cake was a three-tiered monstrosity with her face printed on the top. I turned to Lila. Her face was pale. Her mouth opened, then closed. And then the worst part. The room erupted in song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear young May. Lila didn't move. Emma came bouncing up, wearing a tiara. A literal tiara. Drew. Lila. You made it, she squealed, pulling Lila into a hug like nothing was wrong. Isn't this amazing? Dad and Cheryl did everything. I had no idea. Neither did we. My dad approached, clapping me on the back like he hadn't just committed social arson. We figured we'd combine the celebrations. 2 birthdays, 1 big night. Efficient, right? I stared at him. This isn't her birthday. Her birthday is in July. He grinned. Well, we're celebrating it tonight, aren't we? Lila pulled away gently, her eyes glassy. She didn't say anything. She just walked toward the bathroom, shoulders shaking. I stood frozen, fists clenched. That was the moment. The moment I realized this wasn't a mistake. This wasn't poor communication or cluelessness. This was deliberate. This was a takeover. And I wasn't just going to let it slide. I took a deep breath, turned slowly back toward the room, and scanned every smug, unbothered face in the crowd. That's when I knew. This was war. I didn't follow Lila right away. Somehow, I knew she needed a moment alone, and honestly, I wasn't sure if I could trust myself not to explode. I just stood there in the doorway, trying to catch my breath. My hands were still half curled into fists, and I could feel my nails pressing into my palms. My ears were ringing, but not from the noise. From the rage. From the disbelief. From the sick, sinking feeling in my stomach that no matter how hard I tried to give my wife something special, someone in my family would always find a way to stomp all over it. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually someone shoved a plastic flute of champagne into my hand. Loosen up, Drew, Cheryl said, laughing. You look like someone died. I looked at her, really looked at her, and realized she was beaming. She was dressed like she was heading to the Met Gala, wearing a rhinestone dress and some chunky gold earrings that screamed, I want everyone looking at me. She linked arms with Emma, who had just finished opening a gift bag from one of her friends. Inside was a designer clutch. Lila had wanted a simple dinner, maybe a nice book or a spa gift card. Emma was already on her 3rd luxury brand. I thought this was Lila's night, I said slowly, trying to keep my voice steady. Cheryl blinked at me like I'd spoken another language. Well, yes and no, she said, tilting her head. Emma's birthday is only 2 days before hers, so we thought it'd be cute to do a little joint celebration. It saves everyone a trip. This isn't a joint celebration, I said, the anger seeping through. This is her party. You replaced everything. Oh, please. You didn't even have a real theme, she scoffed. I mean, yellow flowers? That's not festive. This, she said, waving a hand around the room. This is a party. I didn't answer. I just turned and walked toward the bathroom. Lila was sitting on the little velvet bench by the sinks, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. She wasn't crying anymore, but her expression was blank. That quiet kind of pain, like the air had been sucked out of her. She saw me in the mirror and gave me a weak smile. I'm sorry, I said. Her lips trembled. It's not your fault. It is, though. I should have known they'd try something. I should have. God, I should have checked everything. She stood up slowly, smoothing her dress. You tried. You did more than anyone's ever done for me. That room was never meant for me. That was a show. For them. For Emma. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. Do you want to leave? We can go somewhere else. Just the two of us. Right now. She hesitated. Part of me does. But part of me doesn't want them to win. And that was Lila in a nutshell. Kind, loyal, stronger than anyone realized. I nodded. So we walked back in. That was the moment I decided. If they wanted to play games, fine. I'd play. But I wasn't going to play nice anymore. At first, I tried to be civil. I found the friends we invited, Lila's co-workers, and a few people from her book club, clumped awkwardly in the corner. No one knew what to do. They'd arrived expecting a birthday dinner for Lila, and now they were sitting under a banner with someone else's face on it. I'm so sorry, I said quietly to her co-worker Amanda. This isn't what we planned. Amanda leaned in. We figured. Lila mentioned her favorite color was yellow, not pink. And this, she trailed off, glancing at Emma, who was currently holding court in the center of the room, retelling a story about her most recent trip to Mykonos. This is something else. I thanked her and sat beside Lila, who had barely touched her plate. Across the room, my dad raised his glass. Speech, someone called. I groaned under my breath. My father stood. Everyone, can I have your attention? He said, clinking his glass. We're here to celebrate someone very special tonight. Someone who lights up every room she walks into, who brings so much joy to all our lives. Our dear Emma. Applause erupted. Emma did a little princess wave from her chair. Lila stared at her plate. And of course, he added, almost as an afterthought, we'd also like to wish Lila a happy birthday as well. There was a scattered clap. Someone coughed. Emma stood up, took the mic from the DJ. Yes, they'd hired a DJ, and launched into a 5-minute thank you speech that included the phrases, my journey through self-love and influencing is a full-time job. When she finally sat back down, the music blared again, some bass-heavy pop song, and Cheryl pulled my dad up to dance. Lila turned to me and whispered, this is like watching someone else's dream while you're trapped in their nightmare. I didn't laugh. I was too angry, but I still hadn't seen the worst part. That came about 20 minutes later, when the slideshow started. The one I'd made. The one that had our photos, me and Lila, from college to marriage to vacations to goofy little selfies on the couch. I'd spent hours curating it, adding music, transitions, quotes that meant something to us. Only now, it had been altered. The first slide came up and I froze. It was Emma, as a baby, with a sparkly title, Princess Emma, A Life in Pictures. The photos kept rolling. Emma at ballet. Emma at graduation. Emma in a bikini on a beach. Emma posing with a dog. Every single slide, a tribute to her. Where's ours? Lila whispered. I was already standing. I found the restaurant manager near the bar and asked to speak to the AV guy. He looked confused. The man who brought the USB said to play it when the cake comes out. What man? I asked, even though I already knew. Older guy, gray hair, tan jacket. Of course. I grabbed the mic from the DJ and shut down the music. Sorry, I said. There's been a mistake. That slideshow wasn't meant to be played tonight. There were murmurs. Emma looked like she'd been slapped. My dad walked up, chuckling awkwardly. Drew, don't make a scene. You replaced the slideshow I made for my wife, I said, loud enough for the room to hear. I spent days working on that. You took it, and you swapped it for this. It's a shared night, he said coolly. We thought it'd be nice to include Emma. This was never supposed to be about Emma, I snapped. This was Lila's birthday. I invited you. I planned this. And you hijacked it. Cheryl swooped in. You're being dramatic. We thought this would be more fun. I looked at Lila. Her eyes were shining again, but she wasn't crying. She was done. Emotionally checked out. Sitting perfectly still in her chair like the whole thing was a bad dream she was waiting to wake up from. I faced the crowd. I'm really sorry to all of you who came here for Lila. She didn't deserve this. None of this was what we planned. My father and his wife decided this night should be about someone else. The DJ cut the mic. My dad gave me a look. You've embarrassed us. No, I said. You did that all on your own. Then, as if the universe was trying to really nail the point home, the cake came out. 3 tiers. Pink frosting. Happy birthday, Emma, piped across in cursive. Lila stood up. I think I've had enough, she said softly. I followed her out. But we didn't go home. Because that wasn't the end. Something had cracked open in me that night. Not just anger. Not just disappointment. Something deeper. Something that had been building for years. Because this wasn't just one ruined birthday. This was every birthday. Every holiday. Every moment I'd been pushed aside. Every time my dad acted like I was optional. Every moment Emma was given the spotlight without earning it. Every time Cheryl made my wife feel small. It was all adding up. And I was done. No more polite smiles. No more quiet tolerance. I was going to make this right. But not by yelling. Not by arguing. No, I had a better idea. And once the plan started taking shape in my mind, I couldn't stop it. It was too perfect. Too poetic. Because if they wanted to make everything about Emma, then I'd give them a night they'd never forget. We didn't say much in the car. Lila sat staring out the window, her hands folded neatly in her lap, like she was trying to hold herself together. I kept glancing at her, searching for words that didn't sound hollow. What do you say after something like that? Sorry your birthday was hijacked by a grown woman in a tiara? Sorry my family thinks you're invisible. It all felt pathetic compared to what had just happened. We ended up at this little late-night diner, one of those spots with cracked red leather booths and coffee that tastes like it's been brewing since the 80s. The waitress didn't recognize us, didn't know whose birthday it was or what kind of night we'd had. That made it the perfect place. We ordered pancakes. At midnight. And for the first time in hours, Lila smiled. That's when I knew we weren't broken. Not really. Bent. Sure. Bruised? Definitely. But Lila didn't need a spotlight. She just needed someone who would see her, and I wasn't going to let anyone dim that light again. Especially not my family. Still, the days after that night were rough. The fallout hit fast. Cheryl sent a long, condescending text about how disappointed she was in my outburst. She called it immature. Said I embarrassed Emma in front of her friends. Not one word about Lila. Not one sentence acknowledging the sabotage or the pain they caused. My dad. Radio silence. Not a call. Not even a single, hey, let's talk. The only person who did text me, shockingly, was Emma. Her message read, "Didn't realize you were going to be so territorial over a dinner party. I hope this doesn't cause long-term drama." That would be exhausting. I didn't respond. What could I even say to that? We ghosted them after that. Didn't show up to Cheryl's birthday. Skipped Emma's influencer milestone party, don't ask. My phone rang a few times, but I ignored it. Lila and I needed space. We needed to breathe without their voices in our ears. But silence has a price. It didn't take long for the whispers to start. My cousin texted me. "Hey, I heard you screamed at Uncle Mike during Emma's party. What happened?" I hadn't screamed. I'd raised my voice. Once. Another relative sent. I heard Lila stormed out crying. "You okay, man?" That was the narrative now. Not the truth. Just the version where I was the problem. Where Lila couldn't handle sharing the spotlight. Where I ruined Emma's big night. I didn't try to correct them. I was too tired. And that's when the real low point hit. One morning, Lila found an old birthday card in the mail, postmarked before the party. It was from my dad. A cheesy Hallmark card with a pre-written poem and a $25 gift card to Olive Garden. There wasn't a single handwritten word inside. Not even happy birthday. She laughed, this bitter, disbelieving little sound, and then quietly put it in the trash. She didn't cry. Not this time. That made it worse. It was around then I realized I was holding on to something that didn't exist anymore. Or maybe never had. A version of my dad that would step up someday. See me. Respect my choices. Love my wife. But that man wasn't coming. So I made a decision. I was done chasing validation from people who couldn't even say my wife's name in a toast. I poured all my energy into rebuilding. Not for revenge, not yet, but for us. First, I started with Lila. She always talked about opening her own Etsy shop. She makes the most beautiful hand-painted bookmarks, pressed flower journals, and watercolor prints. She dabbled here and there, but between work and stress, it never took off. So I turned our guest room into a mini studio. Got her better supplies. Helped her photograph everything. Built a clean website. Wrote descriptions. Made her a little logo. Nothing fancy, just something to say, "I believe in you." She cried when she saw it. Good tears, this time. We listed her first 20 items in April. By June, she'd shipped over 200 orders. Then came the local market invites. A feature on a local craft blog. A brand collab with a stationery company. I watched her come alive again, slowly but surely. Every sale gave her confidence. Every customer review that praised her creativity and kindness chipped away at the damage Cheryl and Emma had done. And the more I poured into her success, the more I found myself climbing out of my own fog. I'm a graphic designer by trade. For years, I'd been stuck at a job where I was basically a human mouse click, churning out corporate flyers for people who didn't know Helvetica from Comic Sans. It paid the bills, but I hated every second of it. Helping Lila reminded me that I had something to offer too. So I dusted off some old side projects, started freelancing on the weekends, redesigned a logo for a friend's coffee shop, took on a brand refresh for a nonprofit. The gigs picked up. One night, Lila walked in and caught me working late. "You know," she said, "you don't look miserable anymore." I smiled. I don't feel miserable anymore. By the end of summer, I'd made enough from freelance work to consider quitting my full-time job. I hesitated. Old fears crept in. What if I failed? What if the income dried up? But Lila looked me in the eye and said, "If you don't bet on yourself now, when will you?" So I took the leap, put in my 2 weeks. And just like that, we were both working from home, building something together, supporting each other, without the noise, without the guilt, without the family drama weighing us down. It wasn't all perfect. We had slow weeks, frustrations, printer meltdowns, but it felt real. Ours. And through it all, my family stayed silent. Except for one time, in August. My dad called. I let it ring. Then again, the next day. This time I picked up, curious. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask about Lila. He just said, "Emma's planning a big birthday bash next month. Cheryl wants to know if you're coming. She's hoping you two can patch things up." My mouth went dry. I waited for him to say more. Anything. He didn't. So I said, "Are you calling because you want us there? Or because she told you to?" There was a pause. Then he said, "Look, I don't want this to drag on. It's family, Drew. We move on. That's what we do." That's what you do, I thought. You bury it. Pretend nothing happened. Expect everyone else to smile through the pain. I said, "Tell Cheryl we're not interested." He sighed. "You're really going to hold a grudge over one dinner?" "One dinner," I repeated. "Do you even know what you did?" "What she did. She was trying to make the night special for everyone." "You overreacted." I almost laughed. "Overreacted. I'm not going to explain this to you again," I said. "We're done bending over backward to be part of a family that doesn't want us." Then I hung up. And this time, I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. That fall, Lila got invited to speak on a panel about small business branding. She wore a yellow dress and talked about creativity and burnout, and how sometimes the things that break you lead to the things that build you back up. I watched from the front row, grinning like an idiot. "Later," she told me, "I said all that because of you." I kissed her forehead. "I rebuilt because of you." And that was true. Because while my dad and Cheryl were still throwing parties with pink banners and glitter tiaras, Lila and I were building a life they'd never understand. One rooted in respect, support, real partnership. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't still think about that night sometimes. About how they stole something that didn't belong to them. How they hijacked a moment meant for someone who's done nothing but show grace and kindness, even to people who didn't deserve it. And yeah, I could have let it go. Could have taken the high road and forgotten the whole thing. But the thing about hitting rock bottom is that once you start climbing, you see everything differently. You see who's cheering you on. You see who is weighing you down. And sometimes, you realize the best revenge isn't just success. Sometimes, the best revenge is finally letting the truth come to light. Which is exactly what I was about to do. But not in the way anyone expected. There's something liberating about deciding you have nothing left to prove. For years, I'd been walking on eggshells around my dad's house, trying not to come off too sensitive, too bitter, too dramatic. I kept my mouth shut when Emma's name was plastered all over every family group chat. When she got the biggest slice of attention at every gathering. When my father spoke about her with pride in his voice he never once had for me. But after Lila and I rebuilt our lives, after we finally stepped away from the chaos and chose peace over proximity, I began to feel something I hadn't in a long time. Control. Not control over them. People like Cheryl and Emma never give that up willingly, but control over my own story, my narrative. And the more I leaned into it, the more I realized this wasn't about petty revenge. It was about setting the record straight, about standing up for the woman I loved, and maybe giving them a little taste of their own medicine. It all started with a message request. A woman named April reached out on Instagram. I didn't recognize her at first, but when I clicked her profile, I saw a familiar face. She'd been one of Emma's bridesmaids at Cheryl's second wedding, back when Emma was still in high school. Her bio said she was now a lifestyle blogger, and judging by her 40K followers and well-curated brunch posts, she was doing well for herself. Her message was short. Hey Drew, I know this is random, but I've been meaning to say, I was at that birthday dinner. What they did to Lila was disgusting. I'm so sorry. That caught my attention. I thanked her, and we started chatting. Turns out, she had been at the dinner as a +1 of one of Emma's influencer friends. She'd only come for networking, but ended up witnessing the whole train wreck. You could feel how awkward it was, she wrote. And Emma acting like it was totally normal? Gross. Then she sent me a photo. It was from that night. Someone had snapped a picture of Emma standing in front of the giant, "Happy Birthday Emma" banner, with Lila in the background, completely out of focus, standing beside the bathroom hallway, arms folded tightly, eyes staring off. The contrast was brutal. April followed it up with, honestly, if people knew how calculated Emma and Cheryl are, their perfect image would crumble overnight. I asked her what she meant, and that's when things started falling into place. April told me that Cheryl and Emma had been working hard to position Emma as the face of a new wellness collective aimed at women in their 20s. It was a mix of online coaching, product placements, and retreats. Very curated, very aesthetic, all about empowerment and inner peace. Emma had even launched a new Instagram under the brand name Glow with Emma, filled with pastel quotes and daily affirmations. The account had just passed 100K followers. She wants to be a brand, April said. She's pitching herself to podcast networks and pitching retreats to brands. If something ugly went public, that image would crack real fast. Now, let me pause here and make something clear. I wasn't out to destroy anyone's life. But when someone builds a public persona on lies that hurt the people I love, I think it's fair to shine a little light on the truth. Not as vengeance, but as balance. And now, I had a window. Over the next few weeks, I did my homework. I combed through every public video, every caption, every Emma tip of the day she posted. Most of it was harmless fluff. How to do a vision board, how to drink more lemon water, but sprinkled in were subtle digs. Passive-aggressive phrases like, don't let jealous people dim your shine, or surround yourself with people who celebrate you, not compete with you. One post stood out. It was a video with soft piano music where Emma looked tearfully into the camera and said, when people tried to sabotage my birthday, I didn't fight back. I chose love, because that's who I am. It had over 600,000 views. The comments were full of hearts and, you're so strong. And people can be so toxic, girl. I felt sick. Lila hadn't even spoken at that dinner. She didn't storm out. She didn't scream. She quietly left after being ignored and humiliated. And now she was being cast as the villain in Emma's self-pity saga? No, not this time. That's when I started planning. The timing was too perfect. Emma's upcoming Glow with Emma launch event was scheduled for October. An in-person retreat where she was charging $800 per person for a weekend of emotional release, luxury picnics, and sisterhood. She'd booked a vineyard 2 hours away and already had over 150 people signed up. And guess who else was planning to be there? Cheryl. She was handling the registration and logistics, and, according to April, was using her husband's connections, aka my dad, to secure permits and press coverage. They even had a local lifestyle magazine scheduled to attend and run a feature piece on Emma's rise as a wellness influencer. It was all about image, which gave me the perfect target. I didn't want to crash the event. I didn't want to make a scene. I wanted to undermine the foundation, quietly, surgically, just like they'd done to Lila. First, I made a call to a friend of mine named Jalen. Jalen runs a small production studio and used to freelance with me on graphic design projects. He also happens to be dating someone who works at the very magazine set to cover Emma's retreat. I asked him, off the record, if they'd be open to a fuller picture of the event and its host. He hesitated. You're not asking me to sabotage a story, are you? No, I said. I'm asking you to make sure the story is real. Because the woman they're planning to spotlight built her brand on someone else's tears. And I have the receipts. I sent him the video clip of Emma's fake crying. Then I sent him the picture April had taken at the dinner, the one with Lila blurred in the background. Then I sent him a private document I'd been working on for weeks, a detailed timeline of what actually happened at the birthday dinner, with quotes, photos, screenshots of Cheryl's text, Emma's passive-aggressive messages, Lila's original birthday invite design. Even the invoice from the restaurant showing my name as the one who paid the deposit. Jalen whistled. You weren't kidding. He promised to pass it along. Next, I called Amanda, Lila's co-worker who had been at the dinner, and asked if she'd be willing to share her version of events with a writer from the magazine, anonymously. She didn't even hesitate. Absolutely. What they did to Lila was vile. Then I reached out to April again. I've got something, she said. Screenshots from a group chat Emma was in with some other influencer girls. She was bragging about how she stole the party and how Drew will get over it once he sees how much press I get. Want him? Yes, I said. Yes, I do. At that point, I was building a case file bigger than a courtroom drama, and I wasn't planning to just hand it over to the press. I had a more poetic idea. I built a website. A clean, simple one. It didn't name names. It didn't accuse anyone of anything directly. It simply laid out a story, told from the perspective of a husband trying to do something kind for his wife, and how it was quietly hijacked. It included excerpts from the speech I would have given that night. It included photos, quotes, and a gentle reflection on what happens when people prioritize attention over kindness. The title? This was her night. I didn't publicize it. Not right away. I waited. Because there was one more piece. One thing that would guarantee it couldn't be ignored. Lila. I asked her if she wanted to write something for the website. Something small. Just a note. She stared at the blank page for a long time. Then she wrote, I never wanted a spotlight. I just wanted to feel seen. It's hard to explain what it's like to be erased in real time, to have people smile at you while tearing your name off the wall. But I've learned that silence is not grace. Kindness doesn't mean surrender. And I'm not invisible anymore. When I read it, I knew we were ready. All we had to do was wait for the event. And when Emma's big day arrived, when the magazine posted their glowing pre-event teaser, when the guests began flooding the vineyard in sundresses and flower crowns, I activated the site. One link, one anonymous Twitter post, one Reddit thread, and within hours, this was her night started making the rounds. Quietly, subtly, until it wasn't so quiet anymore. Until people started asking questions. Until someone at the retreat whispered, Hey, did you read that post? And that's when the real fallout began. The first text came in 2 hours after I launched the site. It was from April. People at the retreat are whispering. Some of them are literally reading it on their phones while Emma's talking. I sat on our back porch, phone in hand, Lila beside me, both of us watching the sun dip behind the neighbor's fence. The air was still, like it was holding its breath. Then the second text came. Amanda this time. The article's been pulled. I blinked. What article? I wrote back. The profile piece. On Emma. It's gone. The mag just deleted the teaser from Insta 2. Whole comment section disappeared. I refreshed the page myself. Gone. Vanished without a trace. Emma had spent the last 3 months promoting this event like it was her coronation. She teased it on every platform, hinted at exciting coverage, promised her followers something that would put Glow with Emma on the map. That profile was the centerpiece of her personal brand. Now, poof, I turned to Lila. They pulled it. She tilted her head. Already. Yup. She smiled, but didn't say anything. She didn't have to. By the next morning, things were spiraling. Emma posted a vague story, just a blurry selfie of her with the caption, When people try to drag your name through the mud because they can't stand your light. It got traction, sure. But in the comments, the tone had shifted. People weren't clapping back at the haters anymore. They were asking questions. One user wrote, Are you talking about that story going around about the birthday party? Is it true? Another posted, I really hope this isn't about the girl whose dinner got hijacked. That was awful. Emma didn't respond. Instead, Cheryl stepped in. She posted a long-winded Facebook status calling the whole thing a cruel smear campaign from a bitter ex-family member and accused certain people of spreading lies to ruin a young woman's career. It would have sounded more convincing if she hadn't ended it with, Some people just can't handle when others shine brighter than them. That line backfired spectacularly. A few of Cheryl's own relatives, yes, her own, started commenting under the post. I was at that dinner. One cousin wrote, Lila looked like she was going to cry the whole night. You guys didn't even acknowledge her. Someone else wrote, This isn't the first time Emma made everything about herself. I remember when she wore white to Drew and Lila's wedding. Then came the screenshots. Anonymous accounts began posting bits and pieces of the group chat April had leaked to me. The one where Emma bragged about hijacking the party, how she deserved a big night, and how Lila should be grateful for even being mentioned. They weren't doctored. There was no spin. Just plain, brutal honesty. Emma tried to deny it, said the messages were fake. Then one of the girls in the chat confirmed it was real. The dominoes fell hard after that. Sponsors started quietly distancing themselves. A wellness tea company removed Emma's discount code from their website. A skincare brand untagged her on their product page. The Glow with Emma account started bleeding followers. 10K in a day, then 20K. Her retreat attendance for day 2 dropped by nearly half. People left the vineyard mid-session. No shouting, no picketing, just quiet disappointment. Just people who didn't want to support someone who built her empire on erasing someone else's joy. Lila didn't post anything. She didn't need to. Her story, had done what it needed to. For the first time in years, my side of the family saw the truth. A few relatives reached out. Some apologized. Some just said they finally understood. I didn't respond to most of them. Not out of malice, just peace. Sometimes people need to sit in the silence they created. The only call I did take was from my dad. He sounded tired, embarrassed, like someone who realized the golden pedestal he'd built was now wobbling. I didn't know it was that bad, he said quietly. You never wanted to know? I replied. He was quiet for a moment. Then, is there any way we can fix this? I looked across the room at Lila, who was sitting at her desk, gently packing a new journal order into tissue paper, humming under her breath. No, I said, but we're okay. We're more than okay. He sighed. I'm sorry, Drew. For all of it. I believed him. But I also knew that sorry didn't put the candles back on Lila's cake. It didn't give her back the toast she never got, the slideshow she never saw, or the look on her face when we walked into that restaurant. So I said, I appreciate the call, and hung up. And that was the last time I spoke to him. The months that followed were quiet, peaceful. Lila's shop kept growing. She started donating a portion of her sales to women's shelters. She got invited to a local artist collective. One of her bookmarks ended up in a celebrity's book club post. I took on more design clients. Launched a small business course online. We collaborated on a series of journal templates and digital art packs that took off more than we expected. Our home felt lighter. No more tiptoeing around texts from Cheryl. No more should we go to this thing for Emma debates. We were just us. Happy. Whole. Building something with no strings, no shadows. And Emma? She tried to claw her way back. Posted teary-eyed apologies that felt more like damage control than reflection. Rebranded her account twice. Changed her profile bio from Glow with Emma to just a girl trying to heal. But the internet doesn't forget. The damage was done. And the funny thing? I never revealed it was me. The site? Still anonymous. Still live. Still circulating every few months when someone rediscovers it. The truth didn't need my name attached. The story spoke for itself. Some say revenge is best served cold. But I think the best revenge is clarity. Not chaos. Not confrontation. Just the calm unveiling of the truth and watching it do what it always does. Set people free. One afternoon, about a year later, Lila and I returned to the restaurant where it all happened. They'd remodeled since then, new paint, different lighting, even some new staff, but the back room was still there. We asked for it. The hostess paused. Special occasion? Lila smiled. Yes, she said, reaching across the table to take my hand. It's his birthday. And this time, when the cake came out, it had both our names on it. Because this time, it was really ours. And no one could take it from us again. My name's Derek. I'm 37, divorced, and a dad of 2 amazing boys, Liam, 8, and Carter, 6. They've got the energy of a double espresso and the curiosity of cats with opposable thumbs. I split custody with my ex, but this year, Thanksgiving just happened to fall on my weekend. Normally, I'd keep things simple. Turkey sliders, board games, maybe some backyard football if the weather held. But this year, I got roped into something else. It started with a text from my sister, Mallory. She's 2 years older than me, lives in a mini mansion with her husband, Greg, and has 3 kids. They're the kind of family that dresses in matching outfits for beach photos and throws $2,000 birthday parties with gift bags that probably cost more than my monthly grocery bill. Her texts are always short and always read like demands dressed up as invitations. Thanksgiving at Mom's. You're coming. Bring the boys. For PM. No, please. No, what do you think? Just a timestamp and an order. But the boys were excited. They loved seeing Grandma. So I swallowed my instinct to decline and typed back, "We'll be there." Now, a bit of background. Family gatherings in my house growing up were chaotic, loud, and full of food. My mom used to cook enough to feed a football team, and if you didn't leave the table in a food coma, she acted like she'd failed. But ever since Mallory married Greg, a man who unironically says things like self-made alpha, things changed. The menu became elevated. The tone? Judgmental. And the seating arrangement somehow always made my kids feel like accessories instead of people. Still, I told myself I'd go with a good attitude. I even dressed the boys up in little button-ups and combed their hair. We brought pumpkin pie and a green bean casserole I'd made from scratch. I know that's not exactly revolutionary, but I was proud of it. I don't get many chances to cook something that doesn't come from a box or involve Dino nuggets. We got to Mom's house at 3:58, which apparently was already a problem. Mallory opened the door, looked at her Apple Watch, and muttered, "You're cutting it close." I smiled. "Hey, good to see you too." She didn't respond, just turned and walked back toward the kitchen, calling out, "They're here," like we were the last guests to arrive at our own intervention. Mom gave the boys a big hug, then patted me on the shoulder. Her hair was done up fancier than usual, and she had on this deep green blouse that looked expensive. She didn't say anything about the casserole, just took it from my hands and said, "The boys will eat, right?" I didn't plan for picky eaters. That felt weird. I mean, Liam eats practically anything that isn't green, and Carter lives on mac and cheese and mini meatballs. But I just nodded. Yeah, they'll be fine. When we got into the dining room, that's when I realized what kind of evening this was going to be. The table was massive, the big oak one that only comes out for holidays, and it was absolutely packed. Candles, name cards, cloth napkins folded into tiny turkeys. Mallory had even rented fancy wooden high chairs for her youngest twins. There were these absurd little appetizer plates at every setting with what looked like doll-sized servings of smoked salmon, fig jam, and some kind of foam. My boys glanced at it and gave me a look like, "Are we at a wedding?" I tried to keep things light. "Looks fancy," I said. "Where should we sit?" Mallory gestured toward the far end of the table. "You and the boys are over there." Now, keep in mind, her kids had name cards right up near the center. Prime real estate. My boys. No cards. Just a pair of mismatched folding chairs next to a folding table that had been awkwardly attached to the main one like a limb no one wanted to acknowledge. I paused, blinked, then looked at her. "Kind of out of the way, don't you think?" She smiled, one of those tight, customer service smiles. "They're kids, Derek. They'll be fine." I said nothing, just led the boys over. Liam whispered, "Do we not get names?" And Carter asked, "Can we have juice?" I promised I'd ask and told them to sit tight. Dinner started with one of Greg's long, smug toasts about earning your blessings. He talked about how he'd just closed a 7-figure quarter, which he said loud enough to make sure Mom heard. She clapped. Mallory gave him this look like he'd just cured cancer. Plates were passed, except not to us. I noticed it slowly, how the big silver serving trays would move from hand to hand, and then, once they reached my end, veer away. I'd reach for the mashed potatoes, and someone would clear them. The turkey came around once, but only the dark meat was left, and even that looked like it had been carved with a butter knife and a grudge. I looked over at Liam's plate and realized he had 3 baby carrots. Carter had a slice of dry bread, not even buttered. Meanwhile, Mallory's oldest was being served something that looked like filet mignon. I leaned closer and whispered, "You guys hungry?" Liam nodded. "A little." I turned to Mom, who was seated next to Greg. "Hey, I think the boys missed a few things." That's when she cut me off. "There's not enough food for your gremlins," she snapped, eyes sharp and low like she was daring me to argue. "You should have fed them first if they're going to be fussy." It was like getting slapped in the middle of a church service. Everything stopped in my brain for a second. Gremlins? That's what she called them. Liam's ears turned red. Carter looked down at his plate, blinking a little too fast. Greg chuckled. "Should have known better, bro. We do real portions here." Real portions? What were my kids, imaginary? I felt this tight knot pull in my chest, a mix of humiliation and fury. I wasn't the loud one in the family. I didn't make scenes. I kept the peace. But right then, I just whispered, "All right." Then I stood up. Mallory rolled her eyes. "Don't start, Derek. It's just food." But I wasn't looking at her. I was looking at Mom. and what I said next made her drop her fork. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't throw the green bean casserole across the room or flip the table like I wanted to. All I said, quietly, but clearly, was, "You're not their grandmother anymore." The words hung there like a crack in glass, invisible at first, until everything started to splinter. Mom's fork slipped from her fingers and hit her plate with a loud clink. She blinked at me like she hadn't heard me right, or maybe like she had and couldn't believe I had the gall. Mallory froze mid-bite, staring at me over her wine glass with her mouth slightly open. Even Greg stopped smirking long enough to actually look uncomfortable for once. I didn't wait for a response. I crouched next to Liam and Carter, gently placed a hand on each of their backs, and whispered, "Come on, guys." They didn't ask why. They didn't protest. They just nodded and stood, chairs scraping softly against the hardwood as we made our way past the stunned table. "Derek," Mom said, finally finding her voice, "don't be ridiculous." I paused at the doorway. "I brought food. I brought your grandkids. I brought my time. And you served them scraps like they were dogs." Her eyes flared. "I didn't know you were going to be this sensitive." That word, sensitive. It's the kind of thing people say to make your hurt feel illegitimate. Like being mistreated is only a problem if you're too weak to shrug it off. I turned back to her one last time. "You called them gremlins, Mom." Mallory chuckled under her breath. "Well, if the shoe fits." I didn't even look at her. I just said, "Happy Thanksgiving," and walked out. We got in the car. I buckled the boys in and sat behind the wheel for a moment, hands clenched at 10 and 2, staring at the steering wheel like it might have answers. Liam was quiet. Too quiet. Carter sniffled once and tried to hide it behind the collar of his shirt. "Are we in trouble?" Carter asked. I looked at him through the rearview mirror. "No, buddy. Not even close." I wanted to believe that was the end of it. That maybe the embarrassment I'd caused would force them to reflect. That maybe, just maybe, Mom would call the next day and apologize. But what happened instead told me everything I needed to know about where I stood in my own family. The next morning, I got a text. Not from Mom. Not even from Mallory. It was from Greg. "That little performance last night. Pathetic. Don't expect any more invites if you're going to act like a martyr." I stared at it for a full minute. Not just at the words, but at the sheer confidence behind them. The man had laughed at my hungry kids and still thought I was the problem. I didn't respond. 2 hours later, I got another text. This time from my cousin Sarah, the one who lives across the state and doesn't usually come to family events. She'd gotten tagged in a Facebook post from Mallory. I hadn't seen it because I'd unfollowed her months ago to preserve my sanity. The post read, "Some people thrive on drama. If you can't act like a grown-up at a holiday dinner, maybe you should stay home next time. My kids don't need to be exposed to that kind of negativity." There was a photo attached. The table from the night before. Candlelit, picture perfect, with captions like "grateful" and #family first. No sign of me. No sign of my boys. We'd been cropped out entirely. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I just sat in the living room, staring out the window while Liam and Carter played on the floor. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a one-time thing. This wasn't a misunderstanding or a bad day. This was a pattern, a culture, a system my family had quietly built over the years, one that revolved around image, money, and performative love. And my kids, my boys, they weren't part of it. The realization hurt in a way I wasn't ready for. Because growing up, I believed the whole blood is thicker than water thing. I thought family would always be there, maybe annoying, maybe overbearing, but there. I didn't think I'd ever have to protect my children from them. The following week, I kept my head down. Took the boys to the science museum. Baked cookies with them on a rainy Tuesday. Watched cartoons until way past bedtime. I didn't answer calls from Mom. I didn't reply to texts. She left 2 voicemails. The first sounded annoyed, like I was the one being immature. The second was quieter. She said she missed the boys and wanted to talk. But it wasn't an apology. Not even close. Then came the real slap. Liam had a school event. One of those holiday concerts where kids sing off-key and wear paper hats. I'd emailed the invite to the whole family weeks before. Mallory didn't respond. Greg obviously didn't. But Mom had promised she'd come. She didn't. Not only that, she posted Instagram photos that same night from a wine-tasting event at some rooftop bar with Mallory and Greg. Caption: "Thankful for real family." I wasn't in the photo. Neither were my boys. That was the moment I broke. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just done. I stared at that picture for a long time. The comments were full of heart emojis and compliments. Gorgeous family. You're glowing. So lucky to have each other. And there I was, sitting on the edge of a metal folding chair in a cramped school auditorium, watching my son sing Frosty the Snowman, while trying not to cry. He didn't see her empty seat. But I did. I went home that night and started digging. Not for revenge. Not yet. Just answers. Clarity. I needed to understand how we'd gotten here. I went through old photo albums, birthday cards, emails. I found a pattern. Ever since Mallory got married, everything shifted. Mom stopped visiting as much, stopped calling as often. And when she did come around, it was always with Greg and the kids, acting like my house was a charity project she was inspecting. There were birthday parties she'd skipped, school plays she'd forgotten. And all the while, Mallory was the golden child. Even when she moved into that gated community and started referring to my apartment as quaint, the favoritism wasn't subtle anymore. It was strategic. And my boys? They were collateral. The real betrayal came a week later. It was a Thursday, rainy. I just picked up the boys from school when I saw the envelope wedged in my mailbox. No return address. Just my name, printed neatly. I opened it at the kitchen table. Inside were two things, a birthday party invitation and a check. The invite was for Mallory's oldest daughter. Some kind of fancy spa-themed party at a hotel ballroom with celebrity stylists and a sushi bar. The check? $150. There was a sticky note attached. We figured you'd want the boys to feel included, but we also understand your situation. Here's something to help with a gift. My hands shook. It wasn't generosity. It was pity. And not even the quiet kind. This was a reminder. A receipt. Proof that, in their eyes, I was the poor, struggling single dad. Someone they could toss scraps to while patting themselves on the back. I looked at my boys. Liam was building a tower of Legos. Carter was drawing dinosaurs with crayons. They were happy, unbothered, innocent. They deserved better. And in that moment, something inside me shifted. Broke. Rewired. I wasn't going to fight for a seat at their table anymore. I was going to flip the table entirely. But first, I had to let them set the next one. So I RSVP'd yes. And I started planning. Quietly. Strategically. Because if they wanted to treat me like the background character in their perfect little narrative, they had no idea what the real story was about to become. I didn't sleep the night I got that check from Mallory. I lay there staring at the ceiling while the rain tapped the window, mind spinning with anger, confusion, and a kind of bone-deep sadness I couldn't shake off. Not because of the money, obviously. I could afford a gift. It wasn't about the $150. It was about what it symbolized. They saw me as a charity case. A punchline. A broke, single dad who should be grateful for table scraps and birthday invites. And they didn't just look down on me. They looked down on my boys. That's what broke me. Because no matter how much I tried to shield Liam and Carter, they were starting to notice the cracks. The missing invitations. The backhanded comments. The way Mallory's kids got hugged like royalty while mine got head pats, and maybe next time S. But here's the thing about rock bottom. It's strangely clarifying. Once you realize you're already at the bottom of their priority list, there's nothing left to lose. I sat at the kitchen table that night, staring at that invite, then at the check, and finally at the faces of my sons, fast asleep in the next room, and I decided something. If they saw me as a side character in their story, I'd start writing my own. Quietly, patiently, and it started with a single decision. I cashed the check, not because I needed it, but because I knew it would let them drop their guard, make them think I'd accepted my place, that I'd rolled over and accepted the dynamic. But behind the scenes, I started changing things. First came the job. I'd been working at a decent company, mid-level logistics coordinator at a regional distribution firm. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills. Problem was, I'd been coasting for years. No promotions, no new certifications. I used to tell myself I didn't have the time, or that stability was more important. But truthfully, I think I was scared of failing, of trying to grow and getting reminded again that I wasn't Mallory, that I wasn't the golden one. That fear died the night they cropped my sons out of a family photo. I stayed up late for weeks researching credentials, brushing up on skills, even watching webinars while the boys slept. I applied for 3 remote certificate programs, one in supply chain analytics, one in logistics systems, and one in project management. I didn't tell anyone. I just worked. Slowly. Quietly. During lunch breaks, I studied. On weekends, I turned library trips with the boys into study sessions for all three of us. I'd quiz them on dinosaur facts while they helped me remember inventory formulas. We became a team, and something amazing started to happen. I got sharper, more confident, and my kids? They started walking taller, too. Like something in the air had changed. The second thing I did was fix the house. We lived in a modest duplex, 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, creaky floors, and a leaky faucet in the kitchen. Mallory used to call it cozy, but the way she said it made it sound like a sneeze. I used to avoid inviting people over, even friends. Not because I was ashamed, but because I'd been taught to feel ashamed. Not anymore. I used my tax refund and a couple weekend jobs to repaint the boys' room, retile the bathroom, and finally replace that awful yellow kitchen light that made everything look like it was dipped in soup. Then I found this secondhand dining table online, sturdy, a little worn, but full of character, and refinished it myself. When the boys came home and saw it all, Carter gasped and asked, "Is this really our house?" And I said, "No, it's our home." We had movie nights, pizza-making nights. We built a cardboard spaceship in the living room and used it for missions to Mars. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't curated for Instagram, but it was real. Meanwhile, the rest of the family barely noticed I'd gone quiet. Mom stopped calling. Mallory only texted to ask if I was bringing the boys to the spa birthday party. I replied with a short yes. No emojis. No smiley faces. Just enough to let them think I was still playing my part. What they didn't know was that something was building. By February, I'd finished the first of my 3 certifications. I framed it and hung it above my desk, not as a trophy, but as a promise to myself. By March, I got a call from a recruiter I'd connected with months earlier. They had an opening at a major logistics firm, fully remote, better hours, and nearly double the salary. I nailed the interview. When I got the offer letter, I sat in the kitchen staring at it, then called Liam over and said, "Want to help me pick a new keyboard? Your dad's got a new job." He screamed and tackled me in a hug so hard we knocked over a glass of chocolate milk. I didn't care. We celebrated that night with grilled cheese sandwiches and a dance party in our socks. But none of this was about money. Not really. It was about rebuilding the identity I'd let them strip away over the years. The idea that I was less than just because I didn't have a gated driveway or a private chef. It was about showing my boys what it looks like to stand back up after you've been humiliated. Still, I kept it all to myself. No social media posts. No humble brags. I didn't need to prove anything to them. I was proving something to me. Then came the final step. The party. Mallory's daughter's spa birthday extravaganza. She'd booked a ballroom at a 5-star hotel, hired a team of stylists, and sent out printed invitations that looked like they belonged at a celebrity wedding. I almost didn't go. I'd RSVP'd yes months ago, but now that the day was here, the idea of watching my boys be treated like background noise again made my blood boil. But I had a plan. I didn't tell the boys what to expect. I just dressed them up nice. Liam in his blue button-up with the tiny spaceships, Carter in his favorite bow tie, and brought a plain white box under my arm. No flashy wrapping paper. No big gift bag. Just a box. When we arrived, Mallory greeted us like she was a queen holding court. "Oh, you made it," she said, like she was surprised. Then she glanced at the box. "Is that the gift?" I nodded. She blinked. "Did you want me to put it with the others?" "Sure," I said, handing it to her. "But maybe don't open it until later." She gave me a strange look, but shrugged and walked away. The boys got ushered to the kid zone, which was decorated like a mini spa with robes and fruit water and fake facials. To my surprise, no one sneered at them. In fact, a few of Mallory's friends' kids actually seemed happy to see them. Still, I could feel the tension in the air. The little digs from Greg. The tight smiles from Mom. The way I was seated at the table farthest from the cake, next to a speaker that buzzed every time the microphone came on. They thought I was here to behave, to stay quiet, to accept my place. But I wasn't the same man who left that Thanksgiving dinner in silence. Something was coming, and it was wrapped in that plain white box. What was inside? Well, let's just say it wasn't what they expected. And when Mallory finally opened it, after the cake, after the spa treatments, after the group photos where my sons were once again placed at the edge like afterthoughts, she let out a tiny gasp. Mom leaned in. Greg frowned. And I just sat back in my chair, smiling. Because the moment of reckoning had finally begun. Mallory's perfectly manicured fingers hovered over the plain white box like it might bite her. She'd already unwrapped diamond-studded bracelets from family friends and a full-sized iPad from one of Greg's coworkers. So when she picked up my nondescript package, no ribbons, no logo, no pastel pink wrapping to match her party aesthetic, she looked like she was handling a raw potato in a fine china shop. From Derek, she announced to no one in particular, but loud enough for Mom and Greg to hear. I watched from across the ballroom as she peeled back the lid. Her smile froze before it fully formed. Mom leaned over her shoulder to look inside and immediately went pale. Greg, still chewing on some overpriced hors d'oeuvre, furrowed his brow and said, "What's that?" Mallory's voice came out a little thinner than usual. It's just photos." But they weren't just photos. Inside the box were 104 by 6 prints, each one carefully selected from family albums, school events, holidays, and birthday parties over the years, and every single one showed my sons being quietly excluded. One had Liam sitting alone at the end of a table while Mallory's kids opened presents. Another showed Carter behind a group photo where everyone else was wearing matching shirts. In another, Mom held up Mallory's baby shower cake while I stood awkwardly in the background, half cropped out, holding a gift. And at the very bottom of the box, there was a note, handwritten in thick black ink. "You erased them. I just wanted you to see what that looked like." Mallory slammed the lid shut like she could undo what she saw. Her cheeks flushed pink, not from shame, but from panic. Mom blinked fast, like she was trying to reset the moment. Greg leaned forward, trying to get a better look, but Mallory snapped, "It's private." I stood slowly and crossed the room, ignoring the dozens of pastel-clad guests and the ridiculous Spa Day Princess banner above the cake table. The music dimmed for a second, probably just a coincidence, but the timing felt divine. "Everything all right?" I asked, casually, as if I didn't know exactly what I'd just unleashed. Mallory opened her mouth, probably to hiss something, but Mom beat her to it. "That was cruel," she said, quiet and stiff. I tilted my head. Cruel? Compared to what exactly? She didn't answer. Greg, on the other hand, scoffed. "That's real mature, man. Making a scene at a kid's party." I looked around. The kids were still laughing in the corner, eating mini fruit kebabs, and trying to paint each other's nails with sparkles. "Doesn't seem like there's a scene. Just a gift. A thoughtful one." Mallory hissed, "You're trying to embarrass us." "No," I said, and I meant it. "I'm just tired of watching my sons be treated like ghosts." And with that, I turned and walked away. I didn't wait for a response. I didn't need one, because the setup was already in motion. The next week was quiet. Too quiet. I didn't hear from Mom. Mallory went radio silent too. But I saw Greg's latest LinkedIn post, some self-congratulatory blurb about cutting out toxic influences to protect your peace that got way too many clapping emojis from guys named Chad. I didn't care. I had bigger things brewing. You see, the photos were just a spark, a reminder. But the real fire? That would take precision. I'd spent the last few months becoming someone they didn't expect, someone they underestimated. And that was my biggest advantage. It started with connections. A guy I knew from the new job, let's call him Will, had a background in corporate investigations. Over lunch one day, I told him about my sister's husband, about how Greg bragged constantly about insider deals, tax loopholes, and creative accounting. I kept it light, like I was just venting. But Will's ears perked up. "Wait," he said, "Greg Hartwell? From Hartwell and Blythe." I nodded. "You know him?" "Unfortunately," he said, stabbing his fork into his salad. "We looked into his company last year. Really shady. But he's slippery. Nothing stuck." My stomach fluttered, but I played it cool. "What would you need to take another look?" Will smiled. "Just a breadcrumb." So I started collecting crumbs. I scrubbed through Greg's social media, the brags, the business trips, the vaguely worded captions about client perks. I found a few key posts that didn't match up with company press releases. Then I remembered a Thanksgiving 2 years ago when Greg had bragged about charging a $4,000 dinner to a client's expense account at a restaurant that had already closed down. I pulled the photo from Mallory's old Facebook album. There he was, holding a wine glass with the caption, "Grateful for new beginnings and client generosity, wineglass briefcase, #blessed." I passed it all to Will. "Leave it with me," he said. Meanwhile, I started phase 2, fixing the narrative. I hadn't spoken much to the extended family in years, not because I didn't want to, but because Mallory had this way of monopolizing the family chat, directing conversations, and subtly excluding anyone who didn't bow to her worldview. But I still had a few numbers, and I still knew how to tell a story. So I reached out to a few cousins, one at a time, not to gossip, just to reconnect. I asked about their kids, their jobs, their lives. And when they asked about mine, I told them the truth. Softly, honestly. I guess we've been a little distant lately, I'd say. I've just been focusing on the boys. They've had a hard time feeling like they're part of the family. No drama, no accusations, just facts. And sure enough, the story started trickling back. Wait, they didn't invite you to the family brunch last spring? I thought Mallory said you were out of town. I remember asking where your kids were at the reunion. She said something about you pulling back. Each time, I just nodded. Yeah, that sounds about right. Then came phase 3, the event. I decided to host my own gathering. Not a pity party, not a counterattack, just something real. I booked a space at a local park, the nice one with a pavilion and a playground right next to the duck pond. I kept it simple: barbecue, games for the kids, an open invite to any family who wanted to come. No frills, no spa theme, just food, music, and space for people to talk. I didn't push it. I sent out the invite with a photo of Liam and Carter holding a sign that said, "Come hang with us," and left it at that. Mallory didn't respond. Neither did Mom. But you know who did show up? Cousin Sarah and her 2 kids. Uncle Rob, who brought his famous ribs and enough soda to drown a moose. Aunt Delia, who hadn't come to a family function in years but said she was sick of the princess parties. By the end of the afternoon, we had nearly 30 people there. And for the first time in a long time, I watched my boys run around, play tag, laugh with kids who actually saw them as equals. No one asked where Mom was. No one needed to. I took photos, not for revenge, but for memory. And when Carter came up to me and said, "This is the best party ever, Dad," I realized something. We didn't need their table anymore. We had our own. 2 weeks later, Will texted me. "You were right. We've got enough. It's just a matter of when we pull the pin." I stared at the message, heart pounding. Because this wasn't about dinner anymore. It wasn't about a few snide comments or being left out of photos. This was about respect, about principle, and about letting people earn their consequences. But I wasn't ready to drop the hammer just yet. I needed one last move. Something poetic. Something they wouldn't see coming. And as luck would have it, the perfect opportunity was already on the calendar. Mom's 65th birthday party. A big one. Mallory had been planning it for months. Fancy restaurant, private event, catered dinner. The whole thing was meant to be a celebration of legacy, with speeches, videos, and a slideshow of family memories. And somehow, despite everything, I got an invite. Liam asked, "Are we going?" I looked at the envelope. Heavy, cream-colored, sealed in wax. "Yeah," I said slowly. "I think we are." Because sometimes, the best way to end a story is by letting them hear it for themselves, right in front of everyone. The night of Mom's 65th birthday started like a scene out of one of those family movies where everything looks perfect on the surface, but you just know something's about to blow. It was held in a private banquet room of an upscale downtown restaurant. Chandeliers, fresh orchids at every table, soft jazz in the background, and waiters wearing gloves that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. Mallory and Greg had spared no expense and made sure everyone knew it. There was a red carpet rolled out at the entrance, complete with a fake backdrop branded with M65 in gold script like it was a movie premiere. The guests, distant relatives, family friends, and Greg's corporate buddies, mingled in cocktail attire while sipping champagne. We arrived right on time. Liam wore his navy blazer, and Carter wore his favorite silver clip-on tie that made him feel like a lawyer from TV. I wore a charcoal suit, not flashy, but clean, and carried a small black flash drive in my coat pocket. Mallory spotted us the moment we walked in. Her eyes scanned us like we were a surprise audit. She forced a tight smile. "You actually came," she said. "Brave." I smiled back. Wouldn't miss it. Mom was standing near the front, bathed in attention, holding a glass of wine. Her eyes met mine for a moment, and something flickered behind them. Not warmth, not guilt, just a wary sort of curiosity. I nodded politely and guided the boys toward our assigned seats. Table 11, tucked in the back, near the kitchen. Of course, the kid table, with 2 extra chairs hastily jammed in. I didn't react. I just took my seat, adjusted my cuffs, and waited. Dinner began. A 5-course ordeal that included some sort of beet foam and a main dish that I'm still not convinced wasn't just chicken in disguise. Speeches followed. Greg started with a 10-minute monologue about building legacy and how family is the foundation of every empire. Mallory gave a slideshow presentation next, with soft piano music and sepia-toned photos of Mom holding her grandkids. Every photo featured her kids, smiling, laughing, hugging Grandma like a Norman Rockwell painting. My boys. Not one shot. Not even the birthday where Liam gave Mom a hand-drawn card that took him 3 days to make. She closed the slideshow with, "To Mom, the heart of our family. Thank you for always showing up." The audience clapped politely. Some nodded misty-eyed. That was my cue. I stood up. Mallory blinked. "Derek?" she said, like I'd stood at the wrong moment during a church service. I smiled. I asked the event coordinator if I could say a few words. She said yes. Mallory's eyes narrowed. "We already wrapped the speeches. It'll be short," I said, stepping toward the front before she could stop me. Mom shifted in her seat, visibly uncomfortable. I took the mic, looked out over the sea of manicured faces, and said, "Thank you all for being here to celebrate our mom. 65 years is no small feat, and she's certainly built something impressive." Mallory beamed. "But tonight, I'd like to share a different kind of slideshow." A few heads tilted. Someone laughed nervously. I held up the flash drive. "This one isn't about glossy memories. It's about what's left out of those memories. It's about 2 little boys who call her grandma, who've been left off tables, out of pictures, and out of birthday invitations, not by accident, but by design." Gasps. Shuffling. Mallory rose halfway from her seat. "Derek, turn it off." But the AV tech had already plugged it in. The screen behind me lit up. Photo after photo flashed across the screen. My sons, sitting alone at family events. Their names missing from place cards. My casserole shoved to the back of the Thanksgiving table. The infamous cropped photo from last year, where you could still see Carter's elbow at the edge of the frame. I let it roll for 30 seconds before clicking to the final slide. It was a video. The school play. Liam, dressed as a tree, delivering his one proud line while Mom's seat sat empty in the front row. Silence followed. I let the mic hang in the air for a beat, then said, "I'm not here for an apology. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because pretending everything's fine is what got us here in the first place. So I thought, for once, let's not pretend." Then I walked back to my seat. No music, no applause, just stunned silence. Mallory was frozen, lips parted like she was still buffering. Greg's face had turned a shade of maroon I didn't know existed. Mom just stared at the screen, her wine glass trembling slightly in her hand. I didn't stay much longer. I stood, gathered my boys, and told them, "Let's go get ice cream." As we walked out, the whispers began. One older cousin whispered, "Good for him." Another guest said, "I always wondered why we never saw his kids." I didn't look back. The fallout came fast. The next day, I woke up to 47 text messages. From Mom, Mallory, Greg, even some relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Moms were the usual mix of guilt-flavored justifications. "You blindsided me. That wasn't fair. You made a scene." But my favorite was her last one. "I didn't realize how far apart we'd grown." To that, I replied simply, "You didn't grow apart. You just walked away." She didn't respond. Mallory's messages were more dramatic. "You're sick. You humiliated our mother. You just blew up your whole reputation because you can't handle being less successful." Less successful. That word hung in the air for a moment, until the next domino fell. Greg's LinkedIn post vanished. Then his profile. Then came the email from Will. They opened an internal investigation into Greg's firm. Turns out your breadcrumbs led to a full-blown feast of fraud. Turns out, Greg had been expensing luxury vacations as team-building retreats and routing client funds into shell companies he controlled. Sloppy stuff. The kind that only goes unnoticed when you're arrogant enough to believe no one's watching. Within 2 weeks, his name disappeared from the partner page on Hartwell and Blythe's website. By month's end, they'd scrubbed his bio entirely. I didn't celebrate. Not openly. But I'll admit, I slept well. As for the rest of the family, the silence was loud at first. Some cousins distanced themselves. A few reached out, cautiously, like they were checking if I still had a bomb vest under my suit. But over time, something shifted. People started inviting me to things. Liam got birthday invites. Carter got Christmas cards. Uncle Rob called and asked if we wanted to join a family fishing trip this summer. Just the guys, he said. No drama. Even Aunt Delia sent me a thank you note. Handwritten. Said she hadn't felt seen in years. Mallory and Mom. They haven't spoken to me since. And that's fine. Not every bridge needs to be rebuilt. Sometimes, the best thing you can do for yourself and your kids is to let the old house burn and build something better with the ashes. A few weeks ago, Liam asked me why we don't see Grandma or Aunt Mallory anymore. I paused, then said, because some people only love you when it's convenient. And we deserve better than that. He thought about it, then nodded and went back to building his Lego spaceship. Last night, we had dinner at our little refinished table. Homemade lasagna, chocolate chip cookies, laughter, no fancy place cards, no name tags, just love. And for the first time in years, I felt full, truly full, because I didn't just stand up for myself. I showed my sons what it means to have dignity, to draw a line, to say, this is enough. And this time, they heard me. Every word. It started the day my brother flushed my science fair project down the toilet. I was 13. He was 15. The project was a model of a water purification system I'd spent 3 months building out of tubes, charcoal, and repurposed plastic. I'd stayed up nights, skipped video games, and even gave up a school trip just to finish it. My parents were proud. My teacher said it was one of the best she'd seen in years. But my brother? Nick just laughed, said it looked like a pile of junk glued together by a desperate nerd. That night, while I was in the shower, he dismantled it, piece by piece, and stuffed the whole thing into the toilet. Mom screamed when the plumbing backed up. Dad grounded me for not keeping things where they belonged. Nick stood behind them, arms crossed, smug little grin on his face. And for some reason, I apologized. My name's Lucas, I'm 28 now, and I've spent most of my life cleaning up after my brother's messes, literally and figuratively. I'm not bitter. At least, I try not to be. But it's hard not to feel something when you're constantly the afterthought. The shadow. The cleanup crew. Growing up, it was always, Nick is so charismatic, or Nick makes friends so easily, or Nick's just a bit of a troublemaker. He doesn't mean it. Meanwhile, I was the quiet one. The fixer. The kid who got straight A's and still got told to be more fun, like your brother. Nick was the golden child. He had this way of turning every mess up into a joke. He could charm teachers out of detentions, talk his way out of chores, and always made sure someone else took the fall. Usually me. I remember once, in high school, he borrowed my laptop for a quick project. 2 weeks later, I got called to the principal's office because he'd hacked into the school's grading system with it. Somehow, even after they traced it to my account, he convinced them it was my idea. I was suspended for a week. When I confronted him, he just laughed. Dude, lighten up. You'll be fine. You always are. And just like that, I became the problem child, and he was the misunderstood genius with too much potential to waste. Despite everything, I still tried to maintain a relationship with him. Maybe it was loyalty, maybe just habit. He was my brother, after all. And there were moments, brief ones, where I thought he might actually care. Like the time he drove all night to pick me up from college when my ride bailed. Or when he stood up for me at a party when someone started mocking my stutter. Those were rare, but they were enough to keep me hoping. Enough to make me ignore the manipulation, the lies, the endless emotional drain that came with being his brother. My parents weren't cruel, just blind. Especially Mom. She saw Nick through this permanent lens of nostalgia, like he was still the grinning 5-year-old with chocolate on his cheeks. Dad was a bit more grounded, but even he caved when Nick needed money just to get on his feet. Every time Nick burned a bridge, whether it was with friends, jobs, or landlords, our parents were right there, sweeping up the ashes. And me? I was just the background noise. The reliable one. The one who didn't need help, so didn't get it. By the time I hit 24, I'd graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering, started working at a sustainable design firm, and moved into a modest apartment downtown. I wasn't rich, but I was stable, independent. I had a couple friends, a decent bike, and a little bonsai tree I was oddly proud of. I didn't need much. I liked building things, solving problems, making things better. It brought me peace. It made me feel useful. Nick, on the other hand, had dropped out of 3 community colleges, burned through 4 jobs, and had 2 failed side hustles, one involving reselling sneakers and another that had something to do with cryptocurrency. He always talked big, always had some next big thing that was going to blow up. He lived in our parents' basement, smoked out the window, and still managed to convince them that he was just figuring things out. Then came the first real blow. At 25, I'd been quietly working on a project in my free time. Something personal. I'd had this idea back in college for a compact, solar-powered water filtration device that could be deployed in low-income areas or after natural disasters. Over time, I'd built a prototype in my garage, tested it, refined it, even entered it into a few innovation contests. I didn't talk about it much, not because I was secretive, but because it felt fragile. Like if I shared it too early, someone would find a way to tear it down. Someone like Nick. Of course, that didn't stop me from mentioning it one night during a family dinner. It was a small thing. Dad had asked if I was still playing around with those tubes and water pumps. I smiled, said yeah, and explained a bit about how the prototype was finally functional. Mom clapped her hands like I was 5 again. Oh, Lucas, that's so clever. Isn't that clever, Nick? And Nick, chewing a mouthful of lasagna, gave this little half laugh. Yeah, sounds cool, man. Like something from a sci-fi movie. I should have left it at that. But Dad, surprisingly interested, asked if I had pictures. So I showed them a few photos on my phone. Nick leaned over, nodded, and said, you know, I bet you could make some serious cash if you pitched that right. Then he went back to his phone and didn't say another word. I didn't think much of it. Honestly, I was just glad he didn't make fun of it. A few weeks later, I went to submit my project to a startup incubator that offered grants to sustainable tech innovations. I'd spent hours polishing the application, uploading the diagrams, writing a heartfelt explanation of how the idea could help in real-world disaster zones. I hit submit, heart pounding. A week passed, then 2, then 4. Nothing. I followed up, only to be told the incubator had already chosen their finalists, and that one of the most promising submissions was for a nearly identical product. I was stunned. I asked for more information, pretending to be just curious. They wouldn't give names, but they mentioned the submission had come from a Nicholas C. I felt like I'd been punched. My chest went cold. I raced home and pulled up the incubator's website. Sure enough, there it was. A featured project called Pure Drop, credited to an N. Callahan. The prototype photo had been slightly altered, the branding slicked up, the design trimmed, but it was mine. My layout. My filtration sequence. Even the modular clip I'd invented to keep the tubing stable was identical. I stared at the screen for what felt like hours. Then I called him. He picked up on the third ring. Yo, what's up? I didn't even say hello. You stole my design. There was a pause. Then, in the most casual voice imaginable, whoa, chill. I didn't steal anything. I just expanded on your idea. You took my prototype. You changed the name and submitted it. Look, man, he said, laughing now. You showed it to us at dinner. It wasn't, like, copyrighted or anything. And you weren't doing anything with it. You don't get it. This is how business works. You snooze, you lose. I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred. I think I muttered something. Maybe a curse, maybe just his name, but I hung up. I sat there, numb, as the realization sank in. My brother had taken the one thing I'd built entirely on my own and sold it as his own invention. He got the grant. He got the investors. Within 6 months, he had a website, a PR firm, and 2 viral TikToks about how Pure Drop is changing the world, one drop at a time. The media ate it up. My parents? They were ecstatic. Can you believe it? Mom beamed during one call. Nick finally found his calling. Oh, Lucas, you're going to be so proud of your brother. Proud. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I swallowed it. Again, just like always. Because what was I going to do? Out him? Make my parents choose sides? Risk looking like the jealous sibling? Instead, I pulled away. I stopped visiting. Stopped calling. I kept my head down, did my work, and watched from a distance as Nick's face showed up on business panels, podcasts, and conference flyers. He bought a Tesla, then a condo, then posted a picture of himself vacationing in Santorini with the caption, "Started from the basement, now we here." Every post felt like a knife. And the worst part? No one knew. No one cared. But I never stopped watching. And I never forgot. I didn't know it yet, but the tides were already beginning to turn. All it would take was one phone call. 3 years later, that would flip the entire story on its head. And this time, I wouldn't stay quiet. If I had to pick the exact moment everything shattered, It was the night of my parents' anniversary dinner. They were celebrating 35 years together, and Mom wanted to do it big. Reserve the private room at some overpriced Italian place downtown. I almost didn't go. I'd barely spoken to Nick in over a year by then. Every time I saw his smug face on Instagram, giving motivational speeches about innovation and resilience, it made my blood boil. But Mom begged. She said it'd mean a lot to her if we were both there. So I went. I showed up 5 minutes early, old habit, and sat in the corner seat while the staff finished setting the table. A few minutes later, Nick waltzed in. Designer blazer, no tie, hairstyled like he'd just stepped out of a GQ shoot. He greeted Mom and Dad with a bear hug and a loud, "Happy anniversary, you legends." Then he looked at me like I was a waiter. "Oh," he said, smirking. "You're here." "Yeah," I replied, trying not to bite. "Shocking, right?" He chuckled, didn't respond, and immediately launched into a story about meeting some investor from Dubai who wanted to license PureDrop tech for humanitarian efforts. Mom's eyes sparkled like she was watching a celebrity. Dad nodded, impressed. I sat in silence, sipping my water and watching them eat it up. Then he said it. "You know," Nick began, twirling pasta onto his fork with exaggerated grace. "I was thinking about starting a foundation in Dad's name. Something to give back. Sustainable tech for communities in need. I think it'd be a cool legacy." "That's a beautiful idea," Mom said, dabbing the corner of her eye with a napkin. "I mean, I wouldn't be where I am without you too," Nick said, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "I owe everything to this family." I nearly choked. The words hit like a slap. Nick owed everything to this family. No mention of me. No nod to the design he stole. No acknowledgement of the years I spent working on that prototype before he swooped in and polished it for show. I cleared my throat. "That's interesting," I said slowly. "Because when I first showed you that design, you said it looked like something out of a sci-fi movie." He froze for half a second, just enough for me to notice, then smiled. "Right. But your version wasn't viable, bro. You didn't have a business model. Or branding. I mean, be real, you were never going to take it anywhere." Mom gasped. "Nicholas." "What?" he said innocently. "I'm just being honest." I looked at my parents, waiting, hoping for one of them to say something, to defend me. But Dad just stared down at his plate, and Mom reached over to pat Nick's hand. "I know you two have your differences," she said gently, "but we're just happy you've both turned out so well." I laughed. I actually laughed. "Yeah, we turned out great." I left before dessert. That was the first time I realized something fundamental. My parents were never going to see me the way they saw him. No matter what I built, no matter how steady, how loyal, how present I was, I would always be second tier. The support beam, never the spotlight. I didn't answer their calls for a while after that. I needed space. And then came the text. From Nick. It said, "Hey, need to talk. It's important." I didn't respond. He followed up an hour later. "You probably saw the news already. I'm guessing you're enjoying this." I hadn't seen anything. I Googled his name. There it was, PureDrop sued for patent infringement and financial misconduct. Several news articles had popped up overnight. The lawsuit had been filed by a small firm in Arizona that claimed Nick had used proprietary valve tech without licensing it. Worse, one of his former partners had come forward, claiming Nick had falsified some investor reports to inflate earnings. The golden child was cracking. Still, I said nothing. I sat with it. Let it marinate. 2 days later, he called. I didn't pick up. Then he tried my work number, my LinkedIn, even messaged an old college friend of mine, asking if they'd heard from me. It was weird, desperate. And then he showed up at my apartment. I opened the door to find him on the other side, looking like a ghost. Same expensive blazer, but it hung off his frame like a forgotten coat on a mannequin. His face was pale, eyes sunken. "Can we talk?" he asked, voice hoarse. I let him in, not because I wanted to, but because I needed to hear what he had to say. We sat on opposite sides of my living room. He didn't touch the water I offered. "It's all falling apart," he said. "They froze my accounts. Investors pulled out. That lawsuit is garbage, but I don't have the resources to fight it." I crossed my arms. "Why are you telling me this?" He blinked. "Because I need your help." That made me laugh. I couldn't help it. "My help? You mean again? Like when I built PureDrop and you just repackaged it?" He winced. "Okay, look, I messed up. I should have given you credit. I should have cut you in." "No," I interrupted, leaning forward. "You should have respected me. But you couldn't. Because in your world, if you're not center stage, you don't exist. His silence confirmed everything. Why now? I asked. Why not years ago? Because I didn't think I'd lose, he said softly. There it was. That was Nick in a sentence. He never apologized unless he had something to gain. He reached into his bag and pulled out a folder. Look, I still own the rights. Technically, but I want you to come on board. As co-founder, we relaunch. Clean slate. New partners. Your designs. Your name. I stared at him. It was a tempting offer. Too tempting. For a second, I imagined it, finally being recognized, finally getting credit for what I'd built. But then I looked at him. This man who had burned every bridge he crossed, and now stood on the last one, soaked in gasoline. I shook my head. I'm not interested. He looked stunned, genuinely stunned, like the idea of someone saying no to him had never occurred before. But this is your chance, he said. You'll finally be in the spotlight. No, I replied. This is your chance to finally be a decent person, and you blew it. He left that night without another word. I thought that would be the end of it. I really did. But then something even stranger happened. My parents invited me to lunch. Just me. No Nick. I showed up, unsure of what to expect. They looked unusually serious. Not sad. Just thoughtful. We wanted to talk to you, Dad said. About the trust. I blinked. The what? The inheritance, Mom said quietly. Our will. We've been revising it. I stared at them. I hadn't even known they had a will. Dad cleared his throat. We've decided that the business shares we own, along with the properties, your mother's house, and my side of the land, will be passed to you. My mouth went dry. What? I asked. We love your brother, Mom said, her voice trembling slightly. But we're not blind anymore. You've been the one holding everything together. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know how to feel. Relief? Gratitude? Bitterness? And then came the part one wasn't ready for. We're also giving you executor power, Dad added, over the trust. It's around $3 million now, mostly from Mom's investments and the house value. You'll be responsible for managing it and deciding if Nick gets any. I stared at them, stunned. Are you serious? We talked about it a long time, Mom said. It was hard, but we realized we've been enabling him, and we want to make it right. I left that lunch in a daze, not just because of the money, but because, for the first time in my life, they saw me. Not as Nick's brother, not as the fixer, but as someone in control. 2 weeks later, Nick found out. He called me in a rage, said our parents were turning on him, accused me of manipulating them, of stealing what was rightfully his. I told him I didn't steal anything. I earned it, quietly, over years. That's when he said something I'll never forget. You think you're better than me now? Just wait. You'll mess it up like you always do. You're not built for the spotlight. And then he hung up. That was the last time I heard from him, until the day he showed up on my doorstep again, broke, unemployed, and desperate. Rock bottom didn't come with a dramatic crash. It came quietly, like a slow leak in a tire you don't notice until you're stranded on the side of the road, miles from help. After that lunch with my parents and the blowout call with Nick, I thought things might finally be settling. I'd been handed something I never asked for, responsibility, trust, recognition, and I was still wrapping my head around it. But for the first time in years, I allowed myself to feel hope. Like maybe I could finally breathe in a space that wasn't under my brother's shadow. But hope, it turns out, can be a dangerous thing. About 2 months after that conversation, my dad had a stroke. It was sudden and brutal. One moment, he was out back pruning Mom's hydrangeas, and the next he was on the ground, his coffee spilled in the grass, eyes wide and frozen. Mom found him minutes later and called me, hysterical. I drove over like a man possessed, heart pounding so hard I couldn't hear my own thoughts. He survived, but he was never quite the same. His speech was slurred, his memory patchy. The man who used to lecture me about engine oil viscosity now struggled to remember my name on bad days. And just like that, the weight of the family shifted again, this time squarely onto my shoulders. Mom was strong, but exhausted. She didn't ask for help, but I offered anyway. I handled the legal paperwork, followed up with a neurologist, arranged for an in-home therapist. I brought meals, repaired their water heater when it blew, paid for half the new stair lift out of pocket when the insurance company dragged their feet. I didn't think about it. I just did it. Nick didn't even show up to the hospital until day 5. When he finally arrived, it was like a storm rolled in. He hugged Mom with performative sobs, filmed part of the hospital visit for a raw, authentic moment on his now dwindling Instagram, then pulled me aside and asked if the inheritance was still locked in. I couldn't believe it. Our father's in a hospital bed, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. And you're asking about money? He shrugged. You don't get it. I'm underwater here, Luke. I lost my team, my accounts, my brand. You think it's easy rebuilding from scratch with your name dragged through the mud? I'm just trying to survive. No, Nick, I said. You're trying to cash out. That's different. He stormed off. Mom didn't notice. She was too busy holding Dad's hand and whispering stories into his ear like it would anchor him to reality. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing signs of strain in my own life. I was stretched thin, splitting time between my job, my parents, and the slowly growing pressure of being the executor of a trust that was suddenly under scrutiny from every angle. My manager at work called me in one Friday and gently asked if I was okay. My performance had slipped, deadlines missed, emails unanswered. I nodded and told her everything was fine. That was a lie. I barely slept. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, unsure if I'd left the stove on or if Dad had fallen again. I couldn't eat. My bonsai withered from neglect. Then the worst happened. I got laid off. Budget cuts, they said. Restructuring. But I knew the truth. I'd become unreliable. I couldn't blame them. I packed my desk that day in silence, drove home, and sat in the dark for hours. I didn't tell anyone, not even my parents. They had enough to worry about. That was the low point. It wasn't loud or dramatic. Just quiet. Empty. A sense that I'd poured everything I had into holding everyone else together and hadn't kept a single drop for myself. I was broke, jobless, overwhelmed, and bitter. And beneath it all, that old voice crept in, the one I thought I'd buried. Nick was right. You're not built for the spotlight. But the funny thing about rock bottom? There's nowhere left to sink. And sometimes, in that silence, you find clarity. One night, after another full day of job hunting and caregiver calls, I sat at my old drafting table. It had dust on it, hadn't touched it in months. On a whim, I opened a folder where I kept all my old project notes. Blueprints, designs, scraps of ideas I never had the time or energy to finish. That's when I found it. An early concept sketch from years ago, one I'd scribbled before Pure Drop ever had a name. It was messy and unrefined, but it had heart. The idea was a new filtration unit, one that could snap into existing infrastructure without replacing it. Modular, cheap to produce. It was meant for use in refugee camps, where full systems were too expensive or bulky to implement. I stared at it for a long time. Then I started tweaking. 1 hour turned into 3, 3 into 6. I looked up and the sun was rising. That's how it started. I built a routine. Every morning, I woke up, took care of Dad's therapy schedule, then worked on the project. No social media, no distractions, just paper, CAD software, and my stubborn brain. I gave myself deadlines, prototypes, feedback loops. I treated it like a job, even though no one was watching. Eventually, I emailed an old professor from college, Dr. Kinney. He'd always been tough, but fair, the kind of guy who never handed out praise unless it was earned. I sent him a PDF of my updated design and asked if he had time to look. He responded within 2 hours. This is good, he wrote. You've grown. Come talk. That conversation led to another, then to a connection at a nonprofit focused on clean water access in South Asia. They were looking for new ideas, something scalable, something real. I didn't pitch with slides or buzzwords. Just a quiet explanation, a prototype video I filmed in my bathtub, and a promise. I don't want fame. I just want it to work. They loved it. Within 3 months, they offered me a small grant to develop a field-ready version. I used the money carefully, no flash. Just materials, software, and a little part-time help from a retired engineer I met through Dad's therapist. During that time, things started changing. Mom got stronger. Dad stabilized. I found part-time consulting work to cover bills. And somehow, in the middle of all of it, I started to feel something I hadn't in years, pride. Not because someone handed me a microphone, but because I was building something real, again, on my terms. Then the article dropped. It was in a modest tech blog, one of those niche sites that covered sustainability projects. They'd heard about my prototype from the nonprofit and wanted to do a short piece. I almost turned it down, but something in me, the tired part that had been trampled for too long, said yes. The article was titled, "This quiet engineer may have just changed the future of water filtration." It wasn't viral, but it did get shared around enough to reach people. Emails trickled in, questions, encouragement, and one message, in particular, that made my stomach flip. From Nick Callahan. Subject: saw the article. We need to talk. I didn't answer. Instead, I poured myself a cup of tea, opened my laptop, and kept building. Because here's the thing about falling. If you survive it, if you crawl through the ashes of everything you lost, you learn what you're really made of. Nick burned fast and bright. But I had something better. I had roots. Nick didn't stop with the email. That was just the opening volley. A few days later, I got a text. "Congrats on the article. Looks like the quiet nerd finally made it big." I stared at it for a long time. Not because it surprised me. Nick's sarcasm was his second language, but because it didn't sting anymore. Not the way it used to. I'd spent so long absorbing his barbs like they were gospel, but now? Now I saw them for what they really were. Insecurity, wrapped in mockery. A desperate reach from someone used to towering over everyone else, and panicking now that he was knee-deep in quicksand. I didn't respond. So he called. It rang 7 times before I finally let it go to voicemail. A minute later, the notification buzzed. "Lucas, look, I know we haven't exactly been on good terms, but I saw the article, and I'm impressed, man. Seriously, you're doing important work. Real work. I want to make things right between us. Give me a chance to talk, okay? No tricks. Just family." He always knew how to sound sincere when he needed to. I didn't delete the voicemail. I saved it. Every syllable, every carefully measured pause. Because somewhere deep in my gut, I felt it. This was the beginning of something. I didn't know what yet. But it wasn't an apology. It was a setup. And this time, I wasn't walking into anything unprepared. That night, I stayed up sketching. Not blueprints or filters, but outlines. Notes. Names. I wrote down everything Nick had ever taken from me. Not just the pure drop theft, but the years of casual sabotage. The job opportunities he torpedoed when he badmouthed me to mutual contacts. The internship he accidentally blew when he borrowed my portfolio in college and left it at a diner. Even the small things. The lies to our parents. The way he twisted every story so I looked like the selfish one. I wasn't writing it all down out of spite. I was organizing a strategy. For once, I was going to think like Nick. But smarter. More deliberate. First, I needed to understand his position. So I did some digging. Turns out, after the lawsuits, Pure Drop had collapsed hard. What remained of the company had been acquired in a quiet fire sale by a shell company based in Delaware, probably an investor group trying to salvage the patents. Nick's name had been scrubbed from most press releases, and his online presence had gone eerily quiet since the fallout. But more importantly, he was broke. Not pretend broke. Not, I downsized to a Tesla Model 3 broke. Real broke. I found public court records showing creditors chasing him for unpaid loans, back taxes, and 2 unresolved settlements from former employees. One former assistant had even filed a harassment complaint. That part didn't surprise me. Nick always had a way of making people feel small when the cameras were off. But here's where it got interesting. Buried in one of the court documents was an affidavit that mentioned Nick had sold personal assets to support a new venture in development. That meant one thing. He was trying to rise again. I knew Nick. He didn't know how to stay down. He'd claw and scratch and bluff his way back to relevance, even if it meant standing on someone else's shoulders. Again. And that's when the idea hit me. What if I gave him what he wanted? Not out of kindness, but as bait. See, I had something Nick desperately needed, credibility. He'd torched every bridge he'd ever crossed. No one trusted him. No one would invest in him. But I had a name now. A small one, but clean. Authentic. My nonprofit partner had just introduced me to a few mid-level investors looking to support ecotech projects with social impact. If Nick caught wind of that, he'd come running. So I started planting seeds. First, I posted an update to LinkedIn. A short, polished write-up of my new partnership with the nonprofit. Nothing flashy. Just a photo of me at a rural test site in India, kneeling beside one of my latest prototypes. The caption read, "Grateful to be working with people who care about impact over profit. We're just getting started." Then I updated my Twitter bio. Changed engineer to founder. That got a few retweets from sustainability influencers. Within hours, a few startup blogs reposted the image. It didn't take long. 2 days later, I got another email from Nick. Saw your LinkedIn update. Congrats on the funding. I have an idea I think you'll love. Want to meet? There it was. The invitation. I waited a day before replying. Sure. Let's talk. Neutral ground. He agreed instantly. Suggested a cafe downtown. The one he used to bring dates to when he was still trying to convince people he was a humble genius. I showed up 10 minutes early, ordered an espresso, and picked a seat near the back, where I could watch the entrance. He arrived right on time. Nick looked weathered. The blazer was still expensive, but it didn't fit quite right anymore. His face had that hollow look people get when they've spent too much time pretending not to panic. He smiled when he saw me, all teeth and charm. Lucas, he said, arms spread like we were long-lost friends. Man, it's good to see you. I nodded. You too. He sat down, waved off the waiter, and leaned forward. I'll cut to the chase, he said. I've been working on something. A new concept. Took everything I learned from Pure Drop, stripped out the fluff, and reimagined it from the ground up. He pulled a tablet from his bag and slid it toward me. I looked at the screen. It was a sleek mock-up of a filtration unit. Compact, modular, field-ready. I didn't react, because it was my design. The exact design I'd sent to Dr. Kinney months ago. He must have gotten access somehow. An old drive? A shared folder I forgot to lock. Impressive, I said calmly. Where'd you get the specs? He grinned. Let's just say inspiration struck. Point is, I've got a manufacturer lined up overseas, a buddy who still owes me a favor in marketing, and a couple early angel investors who want in. Only thing I'm missing? A clean face. He pointed at me. You're the hero now? People trust you. We combine forces, we could take this thing global. I stared at him. He genuinely thought I'd say yes. I need to think about it, I said. He nodded eagerly. Totally. Just don't wait too long. Timing's everything. We shook hands, and I left. But now I had proof. The tablet, the mock-up, the proposal, it was all the evidence I needed to show he was trying to steal my work again. Only this time, I'd invited him to do it. Documented it. Logged every interaction. I even had the cafe security footage, thanks to a quiet tip to the manager I used to know from college. Now it was time to act. I called Dr. Kinney, sent him the footage and files. This enough to void any NDA breach? I asked. He chuckled. This is enough to bury him. But I didn't want to just bury Nick. I wanted to teach him. So I kept playing along. I emailed Nick 2 days later, saying I was in. I asked for access to his investor deck, his manufacturing contacts, a timeline. He gave me everything. And I started building my own timeline, one that didn't include him. Meanwhile, I reached out to a friend in marketing, someone I trusted, and started quietly prepping a campaign. Not flashy, just precise, timed, controlled. Because if Nick was planning to launch a stolen project under a new name, I was going to beat him to it, with a better name, better partners, and the receipts to prove he'd never built a damn thing in his life. Let him think he was winning. Let him post teasers, build hype, whisper to investors. Because when the moment came, I'd be ready. And this time, I wasn't pulling punches. Nick's downfall didn't explode like a bomb. It unraveled like a bad thread, slow and irreversible, with every tug making the seams of his ego come apart. I gave him 3 weeks to play pretend. 3 weeks of emails, phone calls, forwarded contracts, eager investor updates. He even sent over an NDA for our protection. I signed it, but only after tweaking the copy on my end and logging his digital signature through a timestamp server. Legal firepower. Ironclad. Bulletproof. I wanted this revenge to be clean. Not petty. Not impulsive. Just surgical. By week 2, I had everything I needed. Screenshots, voice recordings, thanks to a call recording app I'd quietly installed, and a full copy of his investor pitch deck, which used my diagrams, my case studies, even a testimonial I'd written for the nonprofit, copied and pasted word for word. This time, Nick wasn't just stealing an idea. He was hijacking a full identity. But I waited. I watched. He booked a launch date. A modest event in a co-working space downtown, RSVP only. Supposedly exclusive, but I got in easy. My friend from marketing had been added to the invite list. She forwarded me the email with a grin and a single line. You ready? I was. I didn't sleep the night before the launch. Not from nerves, just anticipation. I'd planned this moment for months now, and every piece was finally where it belonged. The morning of the event, I sent out an email blast through my nonprofit partner's mailing list. Subject line: The real story behind the next big water tech launch. Inside was a neatly organized expose. Screenshots, timeline, voice recordings, video clips from the cafe. His email admitting the idea was mine. The investor deck with metadata traced back to my original documents. A quiet but devastating commentary about how integrity matters more than hype and how real impact should never be stolen. It didn't smear him. It unmasked him. I scheduled it to go live at 10:15 a.m. Nick's launch began at 10. I arrived at the venue 5 minutes late. Not fashionably, strategically. The room was small, maybe 40 people, a handful of investors, a few media reps, and there, at the front, was Nick. Hair gelled, suit tailored, smile polished like a politician's. He was mid-sentence when he saw me walk in. His voice caught for just a second, just long enough for the silence to stretch awkwardly. Then he kept talking. I leaned against the back wall, arms crossed. So, as you'll see in this next slide, Nick continued, gesturing toward a screen. Our filtration unit isn't just efficient, it's revolutionary. Designed with adaptability in mind, it's already generating interest from multiple NGOs in Southeast Asia. He didn't get to finish the sentence, because right then, one of the investors' phones buzzed. Then another, and another. One of the reporters in the front row raised her hand. Mr. Callahan, are you aware there's a document circulating that claims you plagiarized this entire project from your brother? The room went silent. Nick blinked. What? She held up her phone. It's all over Twitter. An expose. Emails, voice recordings, patent sketches. Someone leaked it. With a lot of evidence. Nick looked like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice water over his head. No, that's fake, he stammered. Lucas is just jealous. He's been trying to sabotage me for years. Actually, said a second journalist, standing now, we just received a press release from the nonprofit you said you were partnering with. They've confirmed no affiliation with you. In fact, they called your claims fraudulent. Nick turned red. This is a setup. It's a smear campaign. He's bitter because I beat him. He gave me those designs. No, I said, finally stepping forward, my voice calm but clear. You stole them. Twice. He spun to face me. You think this makes you a hero? What? You wanted a little spotlight, so you decided to destroy everything I've built. I looked at him, really looked. He was sweating now, breathing heavy, backed into a corner with no more mirrors to hide behind. You didn't build anything, I said quietly. You copied, lied, burned every bridge. And now you're upset the truth finally caught up to you. There was a beat of silence. Then the man from the investor group spoke. We'll be withdrawing all interest in this project. Effective immediately. Nick opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Someone else stood up. A woman in marketing. And we'll be contacting legal. If you used our firm's name in a false pitch, that's fraud. Nick's mouth worked uselessly as the crowd thinned. A few people stayed behind to ask questions, but not to him. To me. Journalists. Photographers. Even one of the engineers Nick had lured into working for him reached out, handing me his card with a quiet, I think I backed the wrong brother. I left the venue without looking back. I didn't need to see Nick unravel in real time. That wasn't what this was about. I wasn't there to humiliate him. I was there to end it. The fallout was swift. Within 48 hours, Nick had lost everything. Again. But this time, it wasn't a scandal, it was exposure. His investors blacklisted him. The NGO community flagged him. His LinkedIn vanished. His Twitter turned private. A week later, I heard from my mom that he'd been staying in a cheap motel 2 towns over. She asked if I could help him. I told her gently. I already did. She didn't ask again. The nonprofit I'd partnered with formally brought me on as co-founder. We launched a pilot program in 3 countries. Donations poured in. A new name, a new site, a new mission. No noise. No flash. Just real work. One day, as I stood in a remote village watching a group of kids fill their water bottles from one of my units, a boy looked up and asked, "Did you make this?" I smiled. "Yeah, I did." He nodded, then ran back to his friends. I didn't need applause, or likes, or magazine covers. I just needed that. Nick never recovered. Maybe he'll try again someday, with a new name and another mask. Or maybe he'll finally sit with his own failure long enough to understand it. I don't know. And I don't care, because I'm done being the quiet brother in the background. I'm done building things for other people to steal. This time, I built something no one could take from me. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the only kind of revenge that matters. Hey everyone, my name is Jake, and I'm 32 years old. I never thought I'd be the type of person to post on here, but after everything that's happened, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it all out will help me process it, or at least give someone else a warning about how manipulative family can be. For most of my adult life, I've been the responsible one in my family. Not by choice, mind you. I was just always the one expected to step up, to help out, to be understanding when things didn't go my way. My parents, Mark and Linda, have always been a little, let's just say, entitled. Growing up, they made it clear that I was the reliable one, the one they could lean on. Meanwhile, my younger sister, Emily, was the golden child. She could do no wrong in their eyes. If she wanted something, she got it. If she made a mistake, they found a way to excuse it. And if I ever dared to complain, I was being jealous or selfish. This dynamic followed us well into adulthood. My parents never outright said Emily was their favorite, but their actions spoke louder than words. While I had to work part-time jobs through college and take out student loans, my parents covered all of Emily's tuition. When I saved up for my first car, they suddenly found money to buy Emily a brand new one for her 18th birthday. Little things like that. It stung, but I told myself that as long as I worked hard, I could be independent. I wouldn't need their favoritism. Then, about 5 years ago, my parents came to me with a request. No, a plea. They were struggling with their mortgage payments and were at risk of losing their home. Now, I knew they weren't great with money, but I had no idea just how deep their financial problems went. They sat me down, looking as pitiful as possible, telling me how they had nowhere else to turn. They guilt-tripped me hard, reminding me of everything they had sacrificed for me growing up. The way they framed it, it wasn't even a question. It was my duty to help them. I was hesitant. I had just started getting my own finances in order. But they pushed and pushed, saying they'd only need help for a little while. That it was just a temporary setback. That they would pay me back when things got better. And like a fool, I gave in. For 5 years, I covered their mortgage. It wasn't easy, but I made it work. I cut back on luxuries, skipped vacations, and focused on making sure they had a roof over their heads. They never once showed any intention of paying me back, but I figured, fine. They're my parents. Maybe this was just my way of giving back. Then, a few months ago, I found out something that made my blood boil. My sister, Emily, was getting married. The wedding itself wasn't surprising. She had been with her fiancé for years, but what did shock me was the gift my parents had for her. Their house. The same house I had been paying off for 5 years. I wasn't even the one they told. I found out through a mutual family friend who casually mentioned it in conversation, assuming I already knew. When I confronted my parents, they had the nerve to act like I was overreacting. "You're doing well for yourself," my mom said, brushing it off. "You don't even need the house." My dad chimed in, "Emily's starting a family now. She needs stability." As if I hadn't spent half a decade ensuring their stability. As if I hadn't put my own financial goals on hold to keep that house from being foreclosed on. And Emily? She had the audacity to smirk and say, "Come on, Jake. Don't be so dramatic. It's just a house. Just a house." I was so angry I couldn't even think straight. I told them I was done. Done being their safety net. Done cleaning up their financial messes. Done letting them walk all over me. I wasn't going to support them anymore. And then I left, ignoring their protests. I thought that was the end of it. I thought they would at least have some shame, some realization that they had gone too far. But no. 2 months later, they came knocking at my door, literally. After handing the house over to Emily, they apparently expected to move in with me. They showed up at my apartment one evening with suitcases in hand, acting like it was the most natural thing in the world. Like I should have been expecting them. "We figured we'd stay here for a while," my dad said, already stepping inside. I was still too stunned to respond when my mom added, "Just until we get back on our feet." I snapped out of it. "You what?" "We don't have the house anymore," my mom said as if I didn't already know. "We thought," "No," I cut her off. "Absolutely not." They looked genuinely shocked. "What do you mean?" "No," my dad asked, as if the concept was foreign to him. "I mean you're not moving in with me. Ever." Their shock turned to anger instantly. "After everything we've done for you," my mom demanded. "Done for me?" I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You mean, like, letting me pay your mortgage for 5 years just so you could give the house to Emily?" "Jake, you're being ridiculous," Emily suddenly chimed in. I hadn't even realized she was there, standing just outside my door, arms crossed, watching the whole thing unfold. I turned to her. What are you even doing here? I drove them, she said, rolling her eyes. And honestly, you owe them. They took care of you for years. Now it's your turn. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I owe them. I repeated. I already paid their mortgage. What have you done? Emily scoffed. I accepted the house because they offered it to me. It's not my fault you're bitter about it. That was it. That was the moment I decided there was no coming back from this. I told them all to leave and slammed the door in their faces. They banged on it for a while, yelling about how I was ungrateful, selfish, cruel. But I didn't care. I was done. A week passed, and I was finally starting to feel like things had settled down. My parents hadn't tried to contact me again, and Emily, thankfully, hadn't sent me any passive-aggressive text about how families should support each other. Then, one evening, I got a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and when I looked through the peephole, my stomach dropped. It was a cop. I opened the door, trying to stay calm. Can I help you, officer? The officer, a man in his mid-40s with a tired expression, gave me a once-over. Are you Jake, last name? Yeah, that's me. He pulled out a notepad and glanced at it. We received a report from your parents, Mark and Linda, last name. They're claiming that last night, you came to their home. Well, I guess it's your sister's home now, and broke one of the windows. Do you have any idea what this is about? I almost laughed. Almost. Wait, you're telling me my parents called the cops on me? For something I didn't even do? The officer sighed, rubbing his temple like he was already regretting being here. That's why I'm here to ask. They claim you came by around 11 p.m. and deliberately smashed a window. They've even provided a supposed witness statement from your sister. Unbelievable. I exhaled slowly, forcing myself not to explode. I haven't been anywhere near that house. In fact, I can prove I was at home the entire night. The officer raised an eyebrow. You have proof. I pulled out my phone and opened my security camera app. I had installed cameras outside my apartment door months ago after a neighbor had their package stolen. Lucky for me, the system automatically recorded footage whenever there was movement. I scrolled to the footage from last night and turned the screen toward the officer. Here, I said, tapping play. The footage showed me arriving home at 7 p.m. and not leaving again. The camera had a clear view of my front door, and no one had come or gone after that. I even had timestamped footage of me stepping out onto my balcony around 11:15 p.m., the exact time they were claiming I was vandalizing the house miles away. The officer watched for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, that's pretty solid. Do you have any texts or calls from them yesterday? I scrolled through my messages and showed him the complete lack of communication. No texts, no calls. I didn't even think about them yesterday. I folded my arms. They're lying. The officer let out a slow breath and closed his notepad. All right, I figured something wasn't adding up. Your sister said she saw you, but this footage makes that impossible. I scoffed. Of course she did. He gave me a sympathetic look. Look, I'll go back and talk to them, but I'll be honest with you. Filing a false police report is a serious offense. If they push this, it could backfire on them. I shrugged. Their problem, not mine. The officer nodded. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. Sorry for the trouble. After he left, I sat down and let out a long breath. They had actually tried to frame me, my own family, and they weren't done yet. Because 2 days later, I got another call, and this time, it was worse. I was at work when my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I normally ignored those, but something told me to pick up. Hello? Jake, a professional voice asked. Yes, who's this? This is Officer Reynolds from the local department. I was hoping you could come down to the station. It's regarding your parents, Mark and Linda. I frowned. What's going on? There was a pause. It would be better if we discussed it in person. That was never a good sign. I left work early and went straight to the station. When I arrived, Officer Reynolds led me into a small room. He sat across from me, a file in his hands. We looked into the vandalism report your parents filed against you, he began. I nodded. And he exhaled. It's not looking good for them. I raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Officer Reynolds leaned forward. The window wasn't broken from the outside. It was broken from the inside. I blinked. What? He nodded. We had an officer go back and examine the damage. The glass fell inward, not outward. Meaning whoever broke it was inside the house when it happened. I let that sink in. You're telling me they broke their own window? He didn't answer that directly. What I am saying is that your parents' story doesn't line up. Not only that, but the neighbor's security camera caught something interesting. He pulled out a laptop and turned the screen toward me. It was a grainy video from across the street, angled toward the front of my sister's house. The footage was timestamped at 11:02 p.m. It showed my mother standing by the window. Then, suddenly, she swung something, a bat? A crowbar? It was hard to tell. The glass shattered, and she jumped back. My father appeared a moment later, waving his arms like he was yelling at her. Then they both hurried inside. I stared at the screen. I had no words. Officer Reynolds shut the laptop. Given this footage and the fact that your alibi is airtight, we have enough to charge them with filing a false police report. I ran a hand down my face. Are you seriously telling me my own parents tried to get me arrested over a broken window they destroyed? It looks that way, he said grimly. The question now is, do you want to press charges? I froze. This was it. The moment they had pushed me to. They had thrown everything at me: guilt, manipulation, false police reports. They had stolen from me, used me, and when I finally said no, they tried to ruin me. And now I had the power to turn the tables. I exhaled. What happens if I do? Officer Reynolds clasped his hands together. Filing a false report is a misdemeanor, but because they implicated you in a criminal act, it could be bumped to a more serious charge. They could face fines or even jail time. Jail. For my parents. A part of me hesitated. No matter how awful they had been, this was serious. But another part of me, the part that remembered every manipulation, every time they had made me feel like I was just their personal ATM, felt nothing. I sat there for a moment, letting the weight of my decision settle in. Pressing charges against my own parents? A few years ago, I wouldn't have even entertained the idea. But now, after everything they had done, after they tried to frame me for a crime just because I refused to let them take advantage of me again? No, I wasn't about to let this slide. I looked Officer Reynolds in the eye. I want to press charges. He nodded, like he had expected that answer. All right, I'll start the paperwork. Given the evidence, this should be a straightforward case. Since they knowingly filed a false report against you, and we have video proof, they could be looking at some real consequences. He paused. You sure about this? I let out a slow breath. They made their choice. I'm making mine. Officer Reynolds got to work, and I signed the necessary paperwork. I left the station feeling a strange mixture of emotions: relief, anger, even a bit of sadness. But I knew one thing. I wasn't going to be their scapegoat anymore. 2 days later, I got a text from Emily. What did you do? I didn't even bother replying. I figured I'd hear from someone else soon enough. And sure enough, that evening, my phone rang. My mother. I let it go to voicemail. 30 seconds later, my father called. Ignored. Then Emily again. I finally turned my phone off. The next morning, Officer Reynolds called. Your parents have been officially charged. They'll be given a court date soon. We'll keep you updated. I thanked him and hung up, feeling a cold satisfaction settle in. Later that day, there was a knock on my door. I knew who it was before I even opened it. Standing outside was Emily. She looked furious. How could you? She hissed, pushing past me into the apartment. They're our parents, Jake. You really called the cops on them. I folded my arms. No, they called the cops on me. I just made sure the truth came out. She scoffed. Oh, come on. So they made a mistake, a mistake? I cut in, my voice rising. Emily, they tried to get me arrested. They made a false report to the police, lied, and even broke their own window just to frame me. That's not a mistake. That's insanity. She crossed her arms, glaring. You could have just let it go. I laughed bitterly. Oh, like I let it go when they made me pay their mortgage for 5 years? Or when they gave our childhood home to you without even telling me? Or when they demanded to move into my home right after? At what point, Emily, do I get to stop letting it go? She faltered, but her stubbornness kicked in. They're facing charges, Jake. Do you know what this could do to them? If they get a record, it could ruin their retirement, their credit, everything. They're our family. I shook my head. No, Emily. Your family. They made it very clear I don't count. I was just the one who was supposed to pay for everything. The only time they even acknowledged me was when they wanted something. She looked away, biting her lip. I could see the gears turning in her head, the conflict bubbling under the surface. She knew I was right. But she was too deep in their favoritism, too invested in the role they had given her, the golden child, to admit it. She sighed dramatically. So that's it? You're just going to ruin their lives over this? No, they ruined their own lives. I'm just not saving them this time. She scoffed, shaking her head. I hope you're happy. With that, she stormed out. I didn't hear from her again for a while. But I did hear from my parents. They were furious. First, It was the texts, long-winded rants about how I was betraying my own family, how they had given me life, how I was ungrateful. Then the voicemails, my mother sobbing, my father shouting, alternating between guilt-tripping and outright threatening me. I ignored them all. A week later, I got an update from Officer Reynolds. "Your parents made a deal with the DA," he told me. "They admitted to filing the false report in exchange for lesser charges. No jail time, but they'll have to pay fines and court fees." I smirked. "How much?" He gave me the number. It was a lot, enough that it would hit them hard. But the best part? Since the false report was now officially on record, if they ever tried to pull something like this again, the consequences would be much worse. I thanked him and hung up, feeling something I hadn't felt in a long time: freedom. They had spent years treating me like an ATM, like someone who existed solely to serve them. And when I finally said no, they tried to destroy me. But in the end, they only destroyed themselves. Emily still refused to talk to me. I heard through the grapevine that my parents were struggling to cover the fines and were trying to guilt distant relatives into helping them. But this time, no one was buying their sob story. A few months passed, and for the first time in years, I felt like I could finally breathe. No more guilt-tripping phone calls. No more entitled demands. No more feeling like I owed them something just because we were family. My parents had stopped reaching out, probably because they realized I wasn't going to budge. Emily had gone silent too. At first, I thought it was just her being stubborn, but a part of me suspected that she was secretly ashamed that she had sided with them, ashamed that she had benefited from their favoritism, and maybe even ashamed that deep down, she knew I was right. Then, out of nowhere, she showed up at my door. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. When I opened the door, she stood there with her arms crossed, looking exhausted. "Can we talk?" I sighed. "Depends. Is this another attempt to make me feel bad for not letting our parents walk all over me?" She shook her head. "No, I just wanted to see how you're doing." That caught me off guard. "I'm fine." She hesitated, like she wanted to say more, but didn't know how. Eventually, she sighed. "They're struggling, you know." I laughed dryly. "Yeah, that tends to happen when you commit crimes and get caught." She flinched. "They're still our parents, Jake." I leaned against the doorframe. "Are they?" She frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" I exhaled, suddenly tired. Parents are supposed to love their kids. Protect them. Support them. Not treat them like a walking paycheck and then throw them under the bus the second they stop giving. "So you tell me, Emily, do you think they've acted like parents?" She looked away. "I don't know." I nodded. "Yeah, that's what I thought." For a moment, we stood there in silence. Then she looked back up at me. "They're selling the house." I raised an eyebrow. "The house they gave you?" She nodded stiffly. "They're broke. They can't afford the fines, and Mom had to quit her job because of the stress. They're asking for help." I snorted. "And let me guess, they expect me to swoop in and fix everything?" She didn't answer, which told me everything. I shook my head. "No." Emily's eyes widened. "Jake, no." I repeated, my voice firm. "They did this to themselves. They chose this. I'm not going to spend another second, or another dime, cleaning up their mess." She exhaled sharply, running a hand through her hair. "I knew you'd say that. Then why did you come?" She hesitated. "Because I thought, maybe, just maybe, you'd still care." I studied her for a long moment. "I do care, Emily. I care about myself. For once in my life, I'm putting myself first. And if you can't understand that, then maybe we really don't have anything left to talk about." She clenched her jaw, then turned on her heel. "Goodbye, Jake." I didn't stop her. I just watched as she walked away. And that was it. That was the last time I saw any of them. A few weeks later, I heard from a mutual acquaintance that my parents had officially lost the house. The same house I had spent years paying for. The same house they had handed over to Emily without a second thought. Now it was gone. And the kicker? Emily ended up moving back in with them. She had nowhere else to go. The golden child, the favorite, stuck in a tiny rental with the very people who had ruined their own lives. Me? I thrived. With the weight of my family's expectations off my shoulders, I finally focused on myself. My career flourished. I traveled. I made new friends. And for the first time in my life, I felt free. Looking back, I don't regret anything. They had every opportunity to do the right thing, to be better people. They chose greed. They chose to manipulate me. They chose to throw me under the bus when I finally stood up for myself. And in the end, karma did what it does best. So, Reddit, what do you think? Did I go too far? Or did they finally get what they deserved? Let me know. My name's Daniel, I'm 31, and for most of my life, I've been the quiet one in my family, the one who helps with moving day, who always replies, "No worries," in the group chat, who everyone assumes will be fine with being left out, as long as they remember to invite me next time. I don't make scenes. I don't argue. I learned early that in my family, the loudest voice wins, and mine was never one of them. But that doesn't mean I don't notice things. I notice everything. My younger brother, Chris, has always been the golden child. He's 2 years younger, barely graduated college after bouncing between majors, and now works at a flashy real estate firm where he mostly just posts shirtless, closing day photos with clients and cashes in on charm. I took a quieter path, finance, long hours, no selfies. I bought my first property at 28, helped my parents pay off their mortgage after Dad's back injury, and even gave Chris a loan once to cover rent when he first moved to the city. But no one remembers that. What they do remember is that Chris makes people laugh, that he's fun and good energy. Meanwhile, I'm told I take things too seriously. This year, our birthdays fell just a few weeks apart. Chris's came first. I didn't expect much, but I showed up like I always do. They'd rented out a rooftop lounge downtown, decked out with silver and gold balloons spelling Happy 29th, complete with a photographer, catered hors d'oeuvres, and even a customized cocktail menu with drinks named after his greatest moments. They toasted him like he was a war hero. My mom gave a speech. My dad handed him a velvet box with a Rolex inside. "Every man needs a proper timepiece," he said, beaming with pride. Everyone clapped. Chris winked and said, "Guess I'm finally the favorite for real now." I laughed. Genuinely, I did. Because I knew if I didn't, the room would shift. It always does. My birthday landed on a Tuesday. I didn't expect a rooftop or a Rolex, but I thought maybe dinner, maybe cake. My mom texted me that morning, "Happy birthday. Family dinner at 6, your dad's grilling." I thanked her. When I arrived, they were already eating. My name wasn't on the group chat earlier that day because, as my sister put it, "We figured you'd just show up." I sat down. No decorations. No music. No speech. They brought out a single leftover cupcake, vanilla, the kind I don't even like, with a broken candle jammed into the center. My niece handed me a card with crayon drawings of a donkey on it. It said, "Congrats on another year of wasted potential." Everyone laughed. I didn't. I couldn't. I just sat there, staring at it, unsure if it was a prank or some cruel family in-joke I wasn't letting on. My dad, seeing the look on my face, chuckled and said, "Relax, it's just a joke, unless you're still sensitive." I heard my sister whisper yikes, like I was the problem for not playing along. The moment hung heavy in the air. I took out my phone, snapped a photo of the cupcake, the card, and the table. No one noticed. I stood up, said I had to get back to work, and walked out. No one stopped me. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. But I drove straight home, heart thudding, ears ringing with every sentence I didn't say. I looked at the photo again. The cheap paper plate, the stained tablecloth, the half-drunk soda cans, and that card sitting dead center like a middle finger. That night, I opened Instagram and posted the photo with a caption that read, "Some birthdays come with champagne and Rolexes. Some come with leftovers and reminders you'll never be enough. Cheers to knowing the difference." Within an hour, my phone was buzzing. Old college friends commented things like, "What happened?" and "Are you okay?" My cousin, who lives across the country and rarely speaks to the rest of the family, DM'd me, "This can't be real. Please tell me this isn't your birthday." I didn't respond. I didn't have to. By morning, the post had over 300 likes. I didn't even tag anyone, but the message was clear. That's when the call started. First, my mom, then Chris, then my sister. I didn't answer, but it was my Aunt Maria who finally snapped. She left a voicemail that started with, "What did you post?" and escalated into her screaming about how private family matters don't belong online, how I was making everyone look bad, and how people at church are asking questions. I listened to the message twice. Then I smiled. Because for once, they were the ones uncomfortable. For once, they had to answer for something. And I wasn't even close to done. I didn't respond to anyone for 2 days. I silenced the group chat, ignored the missed calls, let the messages pile up. They ranged from fake concern, "Are you okay?" to veiled threats, "You're really gonna burn bridges over a cupcake." Chris texted, "Dude, it was just a joke. Don't make it weird." I stared at that one for a while. The same guy who once forgot to show up to my college graduation brunch was now lecturing me on what was weird. I didn't reply. Instead, I made a few changes. First, I locked my Venmo and PayPal accounts. You'd be amazed how often I got, "Hey bro, can you spot me?" requests from family, especially Chris. I deleted every shared account they were using: Netflix, Spotify, the phone plan my sister was on temporarily since 2019. I changed all passwords, pulled my card from the Uber family profile, disconnected my Amazon Prime from my parents' login. It wasn't petty, it was overdue. Second, I cleaned up my feed. I made my Instagram public. I posted a carousel of old photos, me at Chris's birthday, clapping in the background while he opened gifts. A photo of me helping dad with the garage. One from the summer I drove my sister's kids to camp every morning because she needed help. I captioned it simply, "Just a few memories with people who always said they don't know where I got the idea they treat me differently." No names, no tags. But the comments poured in. Friends, coworkers, even a couple of my mom's old friends from book club. Some said things like, "This explains so much," or "Proud of you for speaking up." That afternoon, my sister finally broke. She showed up at my place unannounced, knocking like it was an emergency. When I opened the door, she didn't even say hi. Just walked in and said, "You're blowing this way out of proportion." I leaned on the counter, arms folded, and let her talk. She went on about how our parents meant well, how Chris's party was just easier to plan, how I always make things harder by not being as easygoing. Then she said something that froze me in place. "You always expect people to read your mind. If you wanted a bigger celebration, you should have asked." I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound that startled her. "I have to ask to not be insulted on my birthday?" She blinked. "It was just a joke." "You keep saying that," I replied, "but I don't remember it being funny." She rolled her eyes and muttered, "This is exactly why people don't know how to deal with you." And that was it. That was the moment I stopped trying. I didn't ask her to leave. I just opened the door and stood there until she walked past me, fuming. She didn't say goodbye. That weekend, I got a text from my mom. It was a long paragraph that started with, "You know your father didn't mean it that way," and ended with, "It's time to stop being dramatic." She added a smiley face, as if that softened the blow. But here's the thing about being the quiet one. When we finally speak, people don't know how to handle it. They're used to us swallowing the hurt, shrinking ourselves to keep the peace. They never expect us to push back. They never expect us to document everything. So I did something I never thought I would. I started writing. A blog, anonymous at first. Stories, memories, moments that shaped how I saw my family and how they never really saw me. It wasn't revenge. It was therapy. And people started reading, sharing. One post about being the family's emotional landfill went semi-viral. A local mental health advocate reached out to ask if I'd ever consider turning the post into a series or a podcast. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no. A week later, my dad called. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail. It was short. "Daniel, enough is enough. This has gone too far. You're embarrassing the family." Then a pause. "You've made your point. We're waiting for an apology." The voicemail rattled around in my head for days. You're embarrassing the family. Not hurting them. Not disappointing them. Embarrassing. That word stuck like gum on the sole of a shoe. I replayed the message once, then deleted it. I wasn't going to respond. Not this time. Every bone in my body told me that the next move needed to be deliberate. No more passive silence. No more letting things slide just to keep a brittle peace. This time, I wanted the truth out there, not just in vague Instagram captions or anonymous blog posts, but laid out clearly with names, dates, and memories that never quite healed. That Friday, I booked a session with a local photographer. I wore the same button-down shirt I'd worn to Chris's birthday and asked her to replicate the lighting from the rooftop lounge. Then I held the joke birthday card in one hand and that leftover cupcake in the other. The frosting slightly melted, just like it had been. She snapped a dozen shots. On Monday, I posted the most striking one with a new caption. "This was my birthday gift from my family this year. After helping them pay off their mortgage. After bailing out my brother. After covering my niece's tuition deposit when my sister was between jobs. Not asking for applause. Just tired of pretending this didn't happen." The photo spread fast. People I hadn't heard from in years messaged me. High school classmates. An old boss. Even a distant cousin in New Jersey who'd cut contact with our side of the family ages ago. One message read, This is the most honest thing I've seen in a long time. Thank you. But the comments section, that was something else entirely. Hundreds of strangers chimed in, some sharing similar experiences, others expressing outrage. A few people, probably family friends under burner accounts, accused me of airing dirty laundry and being ungrateful. I didn't respond to them. I didn't have to. The community did it for me. But then came the comment that tipped everything over. Someone with a verified checkmark, an editor from a popular digital magazine, commented, "If you're willing to tell your story, our readers need to hear it. Check your DMs." I sat with that message for hours. Part of me hesitated. I could already hear the accusations, attention-seeking, dramatic, trying to destroy the family for clout. But another part of me, the part that had sat quietly through years of being overlooked, dismissed, and treated like a second-tier sibling, leaned forward and clicked reply. That's how the interview happened. They titled it, "The Invisible Child: What Happens When Families Forget to Celebrate Everyone." It wasn't just about my birthday anymore. It was about patterns, about generational favoritism, about what it means to be the one who always gives, but is never seen. I didn't name names, but I didn't sugarcoat anything either. I shared stories. The time my mom forgot to order my graduation photos, but framed my brother's. The Christmas where Chris got a new laptop while I got socks. The year I organized the entire family vacation, only for them to leave me out of the group photo because you were busy grabbing towels. The article dropped on a Tuesday. By Wednesday morning, it had over 200,000 shares. My inbox was flooded, and that's when the real fallout started. Chris called first. He didn't yell. He didn't swear. His voice was cold, flat in a way I'd never heard before. "You really hate us that much?" I didn't respond right away. I could feel his anger coiling, waiting for something he could pounce on. "I don't hate you," I said, "but I'm done pretending everything's okay just because it's easier for you." He scoffed. "Do you know how this looks?" I had clients message me about that article. Clients, "Daniel, you made us all look like monsters." "No," I said. "You did that yourselves." I just held up the mirror. He hung up. The next day, my mom showed up at my apartment. I didn't let her in. We spoke through the door. She tried to play the victim. "Do you have any idea what you've done to this family?" she said, voice breaking. "People are talking. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. Your sister can't sleep. And your brother, he's humiliated." I stayed quiet. Then she said it. "You always were the ungrateful one. Not, 'We're sorry.' Not, 'We should have done better.' Ungrateful. Like everything I ever gave them, money, time, love, was just a down payment on silence." I finally replied, my voice calm but firmer than she'd ever heard it. "You gave me a cupcake and a card that said my life was wasted. And now you're angry because I finally agreed." There was a long pause. Then footsteps. Then silence. That night, my phone buzzed again. A screenshot, sent by one of my cousins. It was from the family group chat I was no longer part of. The thread was spiraling. My aunt calling me manipulative, my dad saying I'd brought shame to the family, and Chris threatening to sue if I ever mentioned him publicly again. But it was my sister's message that made me stop cold. "He's always wanted to be the victim. Let him have it. Just don't forget who helped change his diapers." I stared at it for a long time. Not because it hurt. Not anymore. But because I realized they didn't see me. They never had. And now, the world was watching. I let a week pass before responding to any of them. I needed time to think, to feel everything fully instead of stuffing it down like I always had. It felt strange to be seen. Really seen. Not by my family, but by strangers who'd read my story and reached out. Teachers. Therapists. Quiet siblings from loud families. One woman wrote, "I didn't know anyone else had a birthday like mine. I cried reading yours." Another said, "Your post made me call my younger brother just to say sorry. He was always the one who got left behind." And yet, despite all the messages of support, there was a low hum of dread in my chest. Because I knew what was coming. The final pushback. My father called one evening. It was late, later than he usually stayed up, and I answered, partly out of curiosity. There was no hello. Just a sigh, and then, "So is this who you are now?" I didn't answer. "You're throwing dirt on the family name. Dragging us through the mud. For what? Some attention from internet strangers?" I stayed quiet, letting him vent. "Your mother can't show her face at work. Your brother's thinking of moving to get away from the whispers. And you're just, what? Proud of this?" "No," I finally said. "I'm not proud. I'm just not ashamed anymore." He went quiet. That silence told me everything. He wasn't calling to understand. He was calling to scold. And I wasn't his obedient son anymore. "You've made your bed," he said coldly. "Don't expect anyone to help you lie in it." Then he hung up. The next day, I got an email from my landlord. Someone, an anonymous party, had submitted a noise complaint against me. Twice. I lived alone in a quiet unit and hadn't had company in weeks. When I asked for clarification, the landlord said the complaint described hostile-sounding Zoom calls and aggressive outbursts. It was laughable, clearly made up. But the implication was clear. Someone was trying to stir trouble. Then came the worst of it. One of my clients, someone I'd worked with for over 2 years, emailed to let me know they were terminating our contract. No warning. Just a vague, "We've decided to move in a different direction." I wasn't naive. I knew my family had influence. My dad still knew people in finance. My brother had friends in real estate circles. Whispers travel fast. It didn't take long before I connected the dots. They weren't just hurt. They were retaliating. But here's what they didn't count on. I was ready. All those years of being overlooked, underestimated, and written off had taught me how to prepare. I wasn't reckless. I had savings. I had a network now. I had a growing following. And most importantly, I had nothing left to lose. I called the magazine editor who had reached out after the article. Told her I was ready to go deeper. We scheduled a full interview video this time. I didn't hold back. I talked about the manipulation, the favoritism, the emotional debt they held over my head for every dollar they gave or received. I spoke slowly, with the kind of clarity that only comes from years of quiet observation. Then, I started my own site. Not a blog anymore, a full platform. The Quiet Ones, I called it. A space for people who had grown up in families where love came with conditions, where birthdays came with reminders that you weren't enough. I built it from scratch: forums, stories, even a submission portal for people to share anonymously. Within 3 months, the site had over 20,000 members. I started getting invitations to speak. Podcasts, webinars. A few book agents reached out. I was careful not to become some caricature of trauma. I wasn't interested in turning my pain into a performance. But I knew this space mattered. I knew there were more of us than people wanted to admit. Then came the call I didn't expect. Grandma. She was the only one in the family I'd stayed in contact with, my dad's mother. She was quiet, sharp, and often overlooked, much like me. She didn't ask about the article or the site. She just said, "Daniel, I've been meaning to tell you something." I listened. "When your father was your age," she said, "he used to call me a burden. Said I'd never contributed anything. Said I was just another mouth to feed." I didn't speak up. I figured if I stayed quiet long enough, he'd respect me. She paused. He never did. I didn't know what to say. So I said nothing. Then she added, "But you didn't stay quiet. And I'm proud of you for that." It was the first time someone in my family had ever said those words to me. The final break with the rest of them came quietly. I was sent a group email, family updates. It included vacation photos, a note about Chris's new house, and a passing mention that my parents were redoing the will. My name was nowhere in the message. Not even a line saying, "Hope you're well." They had erased me. I should have felt hurt, or furious. But all I felt was free. The next time my birthday came around, I didn't wait for anyone to plan something for me. I took the day off, rented a quiet cabin in the mountains, brought my laptop, a few books, and a bottle of wine. I sat on the porch and watched the sun dip below the trees. My phone buzzed with birthday wishes from real friends, from people in the Quiet Ones community, even from old clients who'd become allies. There was no card that mocked my life. No cheap cupcake. No one telling me to relax. Just peace. And that's the thing about walking away from people who never saw your worth. You finally have space to become the person they never believed you could be. That was the year I stopped asking for a seat at their table and built my own instead. My name's Kai, and I'm 33 now, but this story starts when I was just 13 years old, the day my life split into 2 timelines, the one my parents thought they were writing, and the one I quietly lived instead. I was left at a gas station off I-70 just outside of Columbus, Ohio. The last words my mother said before the car door slammed shut were, "Maybe now you'll learn not to be a burden." Then the taillights faded into the distance like nothing happened. I stood there in an oversized hoodie and ripped sneakers, gripping a warm soda I hadn't even paid for yet. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just waited for 5 minutes, then 10, then an hour, until I realized this wasn't some kind of sick lesson or bluff. They were gone. For real. You probably think something huge must have happened for them to abandon their only son like that. But the truth? I got a C+ on my math test, and we were running late for my dad's weekend golf trip. That's it. That was enough to push me from unwanted to expendable. My parents had always walked that line with me. Passive-aggressive comments, ignored birthdays, punishments for things I didn't even do. But this was different. This was a decision. A deliberate, clean break. And I understood, in that moment, that I wasn't going home again. I wandered inside the gas station, unsure what I was even supposed to do. The cashier, a tired-looking guy named Tom with a mullet and smudged glasses, looked up from his crossword puzzle. "Your folks take off?" he asked casually, like it was normal. I nodded. He sighed, muttered something about calling child services, but I cut him off. "Can I use your bathroom first?" I needed space, just 5 minutes alone, to think. I locked the door behind me, sat on the cold tile floor, and made the first decision of my real life. I was going to disappear. You have to understand, I didn't hate my parents. Not then. Not yet. I just felt empty, like a piece of luggage that had been forgotten at the terminal. It wasn't anger that moved me forward. It was the numb realization that if I stayed still, someone would come and shove me back into a system I didn't trust. So I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. Out the back door of that gas station, through the lot, into the woods behind it, and just kept going until my legs gave out. The next few years were a blur. Shelters, odd jobs, sleeping in church basements, sometimes on rooftops in the summer. I learned how to survive. I made friends who didn't ask questions, people who taught me things you won't find in any school. I lied about my age. I worked under the table. I kept my head down. And every once in a while, late at night, I'd pull out the crumpled piece of paper with my parents' number on it, the one I memorized before it disintegrated from rain, and I'd wonder what they told people. That I ran away? That I was a lost cause? Or did they erase me completely, like a bad investment? At 17, I got lucky. I met an old mechanic named Reggie who owned a rundown auto shop and needed help lifting parts. He didn't care that I didn't have papers or a last name I wanted to use. He handed me a broom and said, "You clean, you eat." And that was the start. He became something like a father to me, in the quiet way good men do. Never with big speeches, just by showing up every day and trusting me with small things until they grew bigger. With his help, I got a GED, then trade school. Eventually, I got certified, opened my own mobile repair van, and slowly built a life. Not a flashy one, but mine. I never used my real name. Not until I was in my 30s and the fear started to fade. I still had no social media, no digital footprint, no real connections to the world my parents lived in. So when I woke up 3 weeks ago to 29 missed calls from an unknown number and 3 voicemails that made my stomach drop, it felt like a ghost had clawed its way out of the grave. The voice was unmistakable. My mother. Older, raspier, but still with that cool tone like she was doing me a favor just by speaking. "Kai, we really need to speak with you. It's important. Your father isn't well. Call me back." The second message was more clipped. "I know you're angry, but we didn't know what else to do. We've been trying to find you for years." And the third one? It was my father, coughing mid-sentence, wheezing like he'd smoked through the apocalypse. "Kid, it's Dad. If you get this, please. We need your help." I sat there staring at the screen, trying to make sense of it. They needed something. Of course they did. That much hadn't changed. But what stunned me wasn't the calls, it was how they found me. I'd been careful, obsessively so. No real address, no credit cards, nothing that would ever connect me back to them. But I'd let my guard down once. I'd used my real name on a permit application when renewing my mobile van license. That was all it took. I don't know how they got a hold of it, or who pointed them my way, but they had found me. After 20 years. I didn't call back right away. I couldn't. I stared at my phone for hours, listening to the messages over and over, until I felt sick. Part of me wanted to scream, to rage, to finally unload the weight of being thrown away like garbage. But another part, the colder, more calculating one I'd built to survive, wanted to know what they were after. Because it wasn't love. It wasn't closure. It never had been. The next day, I got a knock on my workshop door. Not a call, not a letter, a knock. And when I opened it, I saw her, my mother, older, thinner, wearing a designer coat that didn't match the tiredness in her eyes. Her hands trembled. Her expression softened when she saw me, like she was preparing to cry but hadn't earned the right to. And standing behind her was a man I didn't recognize at first, until he coughed. My father. They looked like ruins of the people I remembered. Fragile, exhausted, like they'd aged in a way no makeup or good posture could hide. Kai, my mother whispered. Please, just hear us out. I didn't say a word. I didn't step back. I didn't invite them in. I just stood there, with my hand still on the doorknob and my pulse climbing in my throat, as the storm I'd buried for 20 years finally reached the surface. And just before I could speak, just as I opened my mouth, my mother pulled something from her purse. A letter. No, not a letter. A contract. It's not what you think, she said quickly, eyes darting to my father, who looked like he wanted to lie down right there on the sidewalk. It's about the house. And the trust. You're our only chance. I blinked and laughed, because of course it was. And that's when I realized. They weren't here to apologize. They were here because they needed me. And for the first time in my life, they were the ones standing on my doorstep. I didn't invite them in. Not right away. I just stood there in the doorway of my small workshop with its half-rusted sign and concrete floor still stained from last week's transmission job, staring at the people who left me behind like I was nothing more than a mistake. My mother held the folder close to her chest like it was some kind of peace offering. I could see her mouth working silently, like she was rehearsing lines she'd practiced in the mirror all the way here. My father leaned on the side of the building, a little out of breath, his face pale and drawn beneath the grizzle of unshaven stubble. He wasn't doing well, that part wasn't a lie. But sympathy wasn't something they'd ever earned from me. I think you've got the wrong person, I said finally, voice low. I didn't slam the door, didn't raise my voice. Just those words. But my mother's reaction, it caught me off guard. Her shoulders sagged, her hands started to shake, and her eyes welled up with tears that didn't fall. No, she whispered. You're not going to do this. Not after everything we've been through to find you. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. I didn't want them seeing the life I'd built. Didn't want them stepping 1 inch into the space I'd made for myself. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine, and they didn't deserve to even breathe the air inside it. Everything you've been through? I asked. That's a funny way of framing it. My father coughed. A deep, rattling sound that didn't seem to stop until he leaned forward with one hand bracing the wall. He's dying, my mother said suddenly, desperate now. Lung cancer. Stage 4. The treatments, the debt. There it was. Debt. Not regret. Not guilt. Not even a real apology. Just a number with a dollar sign in front of it. I stared at them both, almost detached. It felt surreal, like I was watching two strangers playing dress-up as my parents. I hadn't heard their voices in 20 years, and now they were using them to ask for help. For money. How long did it take after you left me at that gas station? I asked softly. How long before you stopped checking the news? Before you told people I ran away? My mother flinched like I'd slapped her. I was 13. I continued, my voice sharper now, slicing through the sticky summer air. You dumped me like a piece of trash because I got a C+ and made you late for golf. We panicked, she said, her voice cracking. We thought you'd come back. I laughed. Not because it was funny, because I couldn't believe she still thought that was a defense. You drove away. That's not panic. That's a choice. My father shifted, trying to speak, but only managed a rasped whisper. You were always so difficult. Difficult, I repeated, stunned. Because I didn't want to play tennis? Because I asked questions? Because I existed? He didn't answer. Just looked away, ashamed, or maybe just annoyed that I wasn't making this easy. My mother took a slow step forward. She looked different, older, more brittle, but her voice? Still rehearsed. Still calculating. Kai, please. The house is in foreclosure. We mortgaged it twice, trying to pay for his treatment. We have nothing left. But there's a trust your grandfather set up. It was locked until you turned 35, but there's a clause that lets you unlock it early if both parents sign off, and if you agree to act as a caretaker. I blinked. Wait, a trust? What trust? She hesitated. Then, as if trying to regain control, she held out the document. Your grandfather, my father, he left it for you. Only you. He didn't trust us. But the clause says if we're both in critical need, and you agree to sign on as family caregiver, you can access it 5 years early. It would save the house. And your father's life. I didn't take the folder. I didn't even look at it. Instead, I studied her. The way her fingers twitched, The way she kept glancing behind me like she wanted to peer into my life, to measure what I'd become. And that's when it hit me. They weren't just desperate. They were surprised. Surprised I was still standing. That I wasn't in jail. Or dead. That I hadn't turned into the failure they'd predicted. Let me get this straight, I said quietly. You left me with nothing. You didn't report me missing. You told people I ran away. You never tried to find me. And now, 20 years later, when the walls are closing in on you, suddenly you remember your son exists. My mother's face hardened. Her tears vanished like they were never real to begin with. We didn't come here for a fight, Kai. This isn't about the past. It's about survival. No, I said. It's only about the past. Everything in my life since 13 has been built on surviving what you did. And now you want to cash that in like I'm some kind of investment. Behind me, the sound of a car engine pulled into the lot. It was Lenny, my coworker, early for his shift. I could see him glance curiously at the scene unfolding, but I gave a subtle shake of my head. He didn't approach. I'll think about it, I said finally. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no either, because part of me wanted to know more about the trust, about the grandfather I barely remembered. And part of me, the broken part, the still bleeding 13-year-old inside, wanted them to sweat. We'll be at the motel off 43, my mother said quietly. Room 217. They left without another word. And as I stood there watching their car disappear down the same highway they abandoned me on, something strange flickered inside me. Not anger, not pity, something colder, something that wanted to see how far they'd fall and whether they'd beg before they broke. I didn't sleep that night. I lay on the small cot in the back of my workshop, staring at the ceiling, the whir of the old ceiling fan doing little to distract me from the war inside my head. My phone buzzed a few times, unknown number again. I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled open the drawer beside my cot and retrieved an old shoebox I hadn't touched in years. Inside were a few artifacts from a life I no longer claimed. A bent library card from middle school, a faded photo of me at 9 holding a science fair trophy, and a folded page I had once ripped from my school yearbook. I looked at the boy in the photo, me, with a crooked smile and that same old hoodie I wore the day they left me behind. I remembered how excited I was to show them that science trophy. I had waited by the front door for 2 hours with it in my hands until the housekeeper told me they weren't coming home that night. Some charity gala or investment dinner. I didn't even cry back then. Just quietly went to bed with the trophy in my arms like it could make up for the silence. And now they wanted me to save them. The next morning, I showered, shaved, and threw on a clean shirt, not because I wanted to impress them, but because I didn't want them to see anything they could twist into weakness. I drove out to the motel. Not the nice kind with free breakfast and fake plants in the lobby. This was the kind with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. Room 217. I knocked once. The door opened almost immediately. My mother must have been standing just on the other side, waiting. She looked surprised to see me dressed well, holding coffee, and not dragging a chip on my shoulder. My father was propped up in bed behind her, oxygen tank hissing softly beside him. His skin had turned that sickly yellow-gray, and his eyes were sunken, glassy. I didn't feel sorry. I just noted it, like a mechanic diagnosing a car with too many problems to fix. I brought you this, I said, handing her the extra coffee. Don't read into it. She took it carefully. Thank you. I sat down in the worn armchair by the window. She sat opposite me, and for a long moment, we didn't speak. Then I broke the silence. Tell me everything. The real version. No rehearsed lines. My mother blinked. Then she nodded, like she'd been waiting for that challenge. My father, she began, was a hard man. Cold. Worse than your father, in some ways. But he loved control more than anything. He didn't trust anyone. When I told him I was pregnant, he told me straight to my face that if the child turned out to be anything less than perfect, he'd disown me. He kept his word. She looked out the window. When you were born, he saw something in you. I don't know what. He never told me. But by the time you were 5, he had set up a trust. I didn't know the details until years later, but the core of it was simple. It's yours, and only yours, and you'd only get access if you stayed clean, legal, and unreachable until you were 35. No crimes. No addictions. No scandals. He wanted to test your resilience, as he put it. I raised an eyebrow. So he designed it like a loyalty test? She nodded. He didn't trust us. Not me. Not your father. We were spending more than we had, and he knew it. So he locked the money behind a wall we couldn't touch. But he put in that clause that if you agreed to become our legal caretaker in case of terminal illness, and if we both signed a waiver, you could access it 5 years early. My stomach twisted. It wasn't the money. It was the manipulation, even from the grave. And how much is it? I asked. She hesitated. A little over 700,000. Silence again. That number rang in my ears. Not because I wanted it, but because it was more than they'd ever given me in love, attention, or safety combined. I looked at my father. He wasn't listening. He was asleep now, or pretending to be. I wondered if he even knew where he was. If he remembered the gas station. If he remembered the look on my face when he drove off. Why didn't you ever come back? I asked suddenly. My mother flinched. I did, she whispered. 3 days later. I drove back. I waited at that station for hours. But you were gone. And I couldn't. I didn't know what to do. 3 days. I repeated. You waited 3 days? Her hands clenched around the coffee cup. I told myself it was for your own good, she said, her voice thin and brittle. That you were better off without us. That you'd find a family who deserved you. But the truth is, I was ashamed. Ashamed and scared. I didn't want to tell people what we'd done. So I let the lie stand. I stared at her, trying to read between the lines. But there was nothing left to read. Just silence, desperation, and the pathetic, wilted remains of two people who had once ruled my life. And now here they were, asking me to sign something that would erase the past. Not in their minds, but in the legal system. I stood up. I'll think about it, I said. But I already knew the answer. I just hadn't decided how I wanted to deliver it. Back at the shop, I pulled the papers out of the envelope she had snuck into my van. My name was there. My real name. The one I hadn't used in 20 years. The clause was real. The money was real. The terms were sickeningly clear. And there, scribbled in the margins, was a note in her handwriting. You're our only hope. I stared at it for a long time. Then I picked up my phone, not to call them, but to call someone else. A lawyer. Because if they thought I was going to walk into this trap without a net of my own, they hadn't learned anything at all. I didn't call them back right away. I met with the lawyer first. Her name was Maya Rios, a sharp, no-nonsense attorney recommended to me by a friend in town who'd gone through a brutal inheritance dispute of his own. She didn't ask too many questions when I told her I hadn't seen my parents in 2 decades. Just raised her eyebrows when I handed over the documents. She flipped through the papers in silence for nearly 20 minutes. Then she closed the folder slowly, took off her glasses, and leaned back. Well, she said, they definitely didn't think you'd have representation. I gave a dry laugh. That sounds like them. They've played this smart, she said, but not clean. The trust language is airtight, but the clause about critical illness and caretaker status? That's open to interpretation, if challenged in probate court. But if you sign this, she tapped the last page with her index finger. You legally bind yourself as their dependent caretaker, which means once that's signed, they get everything they want. Full access to your trust. And you get saddled with legal obligations you may not want. Even if I never take a cent. I asked. Doesn't matter. The moment you sign, they can argue that you're acting on their behalf. It would be nearly impossible to contest later. She leaned forward. You'd lose control. And I have a feeling that's something you haven't let happen in a long time. I nodded slowly. That was all I needed to hear. I didn't want their forgiveness. I didn't want reconciliation. I didn't even want the money, really. I wanted peace. And peace, for me, meant knowing they'd never be able to manipulate me again. Never twist the narrative. Never look me in the eye and say, see, we raised a good kid after all. They didn't raise me. I raised myself. The next day, I drove to the motel again, but I didn't go alone. Maya came with me. She wore a sleek blazer, carried a briefcase, and had a calm fire in her voice that made grown men sweat in depositions. My parents didn't expect her. My mother opened the door, her expression brightening slightly when she saw me, and then flickering with confusion when Maya stepped up beside me. This is my attorney, I said simply. My mother blinked. You're what? Don't worry, Maya said smoothly, stepping inside before they could react. We're just here to clarify some things. If everyone's acting in good faith, this shouldn't be a problem. My father was sitting up in bed, wearing a thin oxygen tube and the same stained shirt from 2 days ago. He looked worse now, sunken, hollow, distant. He stared at me like he wasn't entirely sure I was real. Maya opened her briefcase, pulled out a few documents, and began speaking in calm, measured tones. My client has reviewed the proposed agreement. While we understand the urgency of your situation, we found some concerning language in the caretaker clause. As such, Mr. Ellis will not be signing the agreement as written. My mother's lips thinned. Then what are we even doing here? We're offering an alternative, Maya said. Kai is willing to waive his claim to the trust entirely. However, we're filing a restraining order effective immediately, along with a public affidavit stating the full circumstances surrounding his abandonment at age 13. This will be submitted to the trust's original administrative board. If you attempt to access the trust under fraudulent pretenses, you'll be committing perjury, and we will pursue charges. I watched the blood drain from my mother's face. She opened her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. You don't get to rewrite the story, I said. You left me. You didn't come back. And now you're looking for a lifeline you never earned. Her voice cracked. You'd really do that? Let your father die just to prove a point. I stepped closer, calm as ice. No, I said. He's going to die either way. I'm just making sure he doesn't die thinking he got away with it. My father finally spoke, his voice weak but bitter. You always were dramatic. And you always were a coward, I said. I got good at reading people, Dad. You know why? Because I spent years wondering what I did wrong. And then I realized I didn't do anything wrong. I was just inconvenient. An obstacle. And when I got old enough to ask questions, you didn't like the mirror I held up. My mother's hands were trembling now. Please, Kai. We're your family. No, I said. You were my family. Now you're just two people I used to know. Maya gathered the papers and handed them a copy of the affidavit. My mother tried to tear it in half, but her hands were too shaky. She just crumpled it in her lap and looked away. As we turned to leave, I paused at the door. There's something else, I said. You told people I ran away, that I was a troubled kid. You never filed a missing person report. That lie followed me my whole life. I got turned away from shelters, hospitals, jobs, because I had no record, no history. You erased me. My mother opened her mouth, but no sound came out. So I've already contacted the police, I continued. I told them my full story. There's an investigation opening into the abandonment of a minor. Statute of limitations might not cover everything, but at the very least, you'll have to answer some questions. On record, you're bluffing, my father rasped. I looked at Maya. She pulled out a second folder. Here's the case number, she said. You'll be hearing from a detective next week. We left. They didn't try to stop us. Outside, the sun was high, and the air smelled like hot asphalt and old motel chlorine. For the first time in a long time, I felt light. Like a weight I didn't even know I was carrying had finally slid off my shoulders. Back at the workshop, I closed early. I took the rest of the day off and drove to the park near the edge of town, the one with the rusted jungle gym and the broken swing set. I used to sleep there some nights, curled up under the slide with a knife in my pocket and one eye open. I sat on the same bench I used to sit on when I was 15, watching families walk by, pretending one of them might notice me. Now, no one needed to. I was no longer invisible. I hadn't just survived them. I'd outlived them, outgrown them, outsmarted them. A week later, I got the official letter from the trust board. The inheritance was still in place, but now frozen indefinitely until the board reviewed my legal challenge. My parents wouldn't get a cent. 2 weeks after that, I received another letter, this time handwritten, with no return address. It was from my mother. It said 3 things. I'm sorry. You ruined us. Please don't come to the funeral. I folded the letter and placed it in the shoebox with the rest of my past. And I didn't go, because I had already buried them the day they left me at that gas station. The rest? That was just cleanup. I've never been humiliated so publicly by people I once called family. My name's Alex. I'm 34, and I was supposed to be the best man at my younger brother's wedding. At least, that's what we had discussed for over a year. I'm not exaggerating when I say I was involved in almost every step of the planning. Venue scouting, the early tastings, even helping him find a jeweler for the rings when he didn't know where to start. I'd always been the dependable older sibling. Growing up, I played more of a third parent than a brother, especially after Dad passed when we were teens. I worked part-time jobs to help cover bills while Jake got to focus on football and dating. And I never resented that. Not once. I liked being the guy people could count on. But I guess when people get what they want from you long enough, they stop seeing you as a person and start seeing you as an asset. The first red flag came a few weeks before the wedding. Jake called me up, voice nervous, and said, "Hey, So about the best man speech. I was thinking of having Connor do it instead. Connor, for the record, is his fiance's cousin. A loud, obnoxious wannabe influencer who's been trying to build a following on TikTok by pulling pranks in supermarkets. I thought Jake was joking, but then he followed it up with, "It's just, Abby's family thinks it would be more entertaining." I didn't say much. I just said, "Sure. Your wedding, your call." And I meant that. I swallowed it. I didn't want to make a scene, didn't want to cause stress. I figured maybe they'd regret the decision later, but it wasn't my hill to die on. What I didn't realize was that it wasn't just about the speech. It was about pushing me out of the picture, piece by piece. The second red flag was when I got an email. An actual generic email, not even a text, saying the rehearsal dinner had been downsized and my presence wasn't required anymore. Jake didn't mention it, didn't call, didn't offer an explanation. Again, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just a budgeting issue. Maybe Abby's parents were footing the bill and didn't want too many people. It hurt, sure, but I didn't want to make it about me. Instead, I focused on what I could still do. I spent time putting together a gift I was genuinely excited to give, a custom-designed honeymoon fund, with prepaid resort credits, spa packages, and a $5,000 check tucked into a handwritten card. It wasn't just money. It was a reflection of all the times Jake and I talked late at night about where we'd travel if we ever had the time or means. I picked Bora Bora for them because he once told me it was his dream place. The morning of the wedding, I put on my suit, tied the same tie Jake had bought me for his graduation, trying to make it sentimental, and drove out to the venue, which was this upscale vineyard about 90 minutes out of town. When I arrived, I was surprised there was no signage for seating or ushers. Just a few people standing around awkwardly at the edge of the main event space. I recognized a couple of Abby's distant relatives. One of them even looked confused when they saw me. A staff member eventually led me around the back of the reception area, past the main tables with gold-trimmed name cards, lush centerpieces, and champagne flutes. I kept looking for my name. Then I saw it. Or rather, I didn't. There wasn't a name card for me. Not at any table. Instead, there was a folding chair. Behind a curtain. Literally behind a sheer decorative curtain separating the photo booth area from a row of emergency exit doors. I thought it was a mistake. I stood there for a minute, blinking, holding the gift bag in my hand like a fool. Then Abby's mother walked by, heels clicking sharply on the stone floor, and gave me a look that was somewhere between amused and smug. "Oh," she said, raising an eyebrow. "They said you were still coming. Thought you'd gotten the hint." I blinked. "What hint?" She smirked. "Well, not everyone gets a table, sweetie. Only real family." Then she patted my arm like she was being gracious and disappeared into the crowd. I was stunned. I wasn't even angry yet, just numb. I kept telling myself there had to be an explanation. So I went to find Jake. When I did, he was taking photos with Abby and some of her family. He saw me and smiled, but it was this tight, guilty kind of smile. Like he knew exactly what was happening and had already resigned himself to it. "Hey," he said, stepping aside for a second. "You made it." Yeah," I replied. "Jake, I don't have a seat." They stuck me behind a curtain. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Look, I'm really sorry, man. Abby's family kinda took over the seating. They said it was too late to make changes." "You're the groom," I said flatly. "It's your wedding." He avoided my eyes. "Yeah, but it's her day, too. I didn't want to start a fight, not right now." Then, right on cue, Abby walked over. Dressed to the nines, makeup flawless, veil lifted for the photo ops. She looked at me with this performative smile and said, "Oh wow, you showed up. We didn't think you'd still come after everything." I just stared. "Everything like what?" She giggled. "I mean, not being part of the speech, the dinner, well, you just kept inserting yourself. But it's fine. You can chill back there. Think of yourself as extra. Every wedding needs a little extra." And that's when something inside me snapped, not in a yelling, glass-throwing way. Just this deep, cold stillness. I looked at her. I looked at Jake, whose face was pale and helpless. Then I looked down at the gift bag I'd been holding like it was some kind of badge of honor. Slowly, I smiled. Not out of happiness, more like realization. "Cool," I said, voice calm. "I'll take my extra $5,000 and go." And just like that, I turned around and walked past the shocked silence. Behind me, I heard Abby gasp and whisper, "Wait, what?" I didn't stop. I didn't need to. I had more to say. I just wasn't going to say it there. As I stepped out of the venue, the late afternoon sun hit me like a warm slap, jarring, but also clarifying. I stood on the gravel path just outside the winery entrance, the buzz of conversation and clinking glasses fading behind me. I looked down at the envelope still tucked in the gift bag, my carefully written card, the check, the spa passes I'd coordinated with their resort concierge months in advance, and I let out a quiet laugh. It wasn't funny, not really, but it was either laugh or scream. I slipped the envelope out, opened the flap, and without hesitating, tore the check clean in half. It was a satisfying sound, surprisingly loud in the still air. Then I tossed the pieces back in the bag, folded it once at the top, and calmly walked to my car. I didn't speed off or slam the door. I just drove away with a kind of peace I hadn't felt in months. But the thing about walking away with dignity is, people can't stand it. I had barely gotten home when the call started. First one from Jake, then 3 more. Then a text, "Come on, don't do this right now." Then another, "She didn't mean it. You're overreacting." Overreacting. Right. Because being seated behind a curtain like an unwanted prop at your own brother's wedding is totally normal behavior. It took everything in me not to throw my phone across the room. I didn't reply. Then came the kicker. Around 10 p.m., I got a message from someone I hadn't spoken to in almost 2 years, our cousin Maya. She'd been at the wedding, one of the few people in our extended family I still trusted. Her message just said, "Hey, I saw what happened today. I need to show you something. Can I call?" I texted back, "Yeah." She called within seconds. Her voice was low, like she didn't want to be overheard. "I didn't say anything earlier because I didn't want to make it worse," she said. "But Alex, Abby's mom planned that. The curtain thing. She actually said it during brunch last week." She laughed and said, "We'll seat the boring one behind a drape. He won't even notice. He's the quiet one, right?" My stomach turned. "She said that?" I asked. "I swear," Maya replied. "Jake just kind of sat there. Didn't defend you. Didn't even speak up. That part hurt worse than anything Abby had done. Jake could have shut it down. One word. One look. But he didn't." Maya paused, then added, "Also, you weren't on the final guest list. I saw the printout. You weren't even assigned a real table. They stuck your name on a post-it last minute. You were literally a placeholder." Something about that word, placeholder, hit deeper than it should have. Like I was never really part of the plan. Just the guy who filled in gaps, covered the bills, played support until the spotlight came. And now that he had a shiny new family, I was obsolete. I thanked Maya and ended the call. I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, staring at the envelope I'd dropped on the nightstand. I reached in, pulled out the card I'd written. On the front, it said, "For the next chapter." Inside, I'd poured out genuine warmth, hope for their future, and a line that now felt almost laughable: "I'll always be in your corner." Not anymore. The next morning, I got a call from Mom. She wasn't at the wedding, she'd had surgery recently and couldn't travel, but Jake must have filled her in, because her tone was sharp. "Alex, I know it wasn't ideal, but it was their wedding," she said. "You didn't have to make it about you." "I didn't," I said flatly. "They did." She sighed like I was being dramatic. "You know how Abby's family is. They're controlling. Jake didn't want to start a fight. So he started one with me instead?" Silence. Then, softly, "They're family now, Alex. Don't burn bridges." I almost laughed again. Bridges? That bridge was reduced to ashes the moment Abby smirked and called me extra. I didn't respond. Not to her. Not to Jake's texts that kept coming throughout the day. The last one just said, "Can we talk?" She feels bad. It got out of hand. Right. Now it got out of hand because I walked away. Because I took my presents and my check with me. And maybe that's when it clicked. They never wanted me at the wedding. They wanted my money. My silent support. My gift that would have made them look good in front of Abby's extended family. And when I didn't give it, I became a problem. So I made a decision. I logged into the shared airline account I'd used to book their honeymoon upgrade. They didn't know I'd used my points for it, and canceled the entire thing. The bonus spa credits? Revoked. The dinner reservation at the 5-star Overwater bungalow? Canceled, too. The next morning, I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, watching the steam swirl while I let the silence stretch. It was peaceful. A rare kind of peace that comes after the realization that you're no longer going to beg people to treat you like you matter. Then I opened my laptop and started typing. See, Jake might have forgotten that I'm not just his older brother. I'm also a financial analyst, one who had, over the years, gently helped him out of messes he never told anyone about. Credit card debt, lease paperwork, a few oops moments with taxes that I quietly helped fix through a contact of mine at the firm. He had no idea just how many of his loose threads were held together by me. One of those threads was their shared wedding account, a joint fund Jake had asked me to manage 6 months ago when they were overwhelmed with RSVPs and vendor costs. I never touched it without permission. I'm not like that. But I did have access. And I still had administrative control over the app that handled payment scheduling for their venue, florist, DJ, and of all things, the bounce house Abby wanted, ironically, for the reception photos. I didn't drain anything. That would have been petty. But I did something better. I froze it. Temporarily. Legally. As the account's primary administrator and contributor, I had the right to flag any suspicious activity. So I did. I submitted a claim noting unauthorized usage and potential misuse of funds. It would take 3 to 5 business days to review, during which time all vendor payments would be held. By that evening, I got the notification that the freeze was active. The fallout didn't take long. At 9:42 p.m., my phone lit up with a call from Jake. I let it ring, then another, and then a string of increasingly panicked texts. Bro, what did you do? Why is the florist saying we're past due? You said you'd help. Why are you sabotaging this? And finally, this isn't you. Don't let them poison you against me. I stared at that last one for a while. Because it was classic Jake. Deflect, redirect, guilt trip. He wasn't asking what they did. He wasn't apologizing. He was begging me to forget it, to clean it up again like I always did. But something had changed. I didn't want revenge in the dramatic, flaming bridges sense. What I wanted was clarity. I wanted Jake to see what it felt like when someone let you down publicly and then expected you to quietly get over it. I wanted him to feel even an ounce of the exclusion, the sting of being treated like an afterthought. The next day, I got a message from Abby. My stomach twisted when I saw her name, but I opened it anyway. It was short, cold. Whatever point you're trying to make, you've made it. Can you stop now? That was it. No apology. No ownership. Just annoyance that I hadn't accepted my role as the family doormat. I typed a reply, deleted it, typed again, deleted again. Finally, I settled on something simple. You're right. I made my point. You both made yours, too. Message received. She didn't reply. But the silence didn't last long. 2 days later, Mom called again. This time, her voice was sharper, more urgent. Jake told me the wedding vendors are threatening to cancel if they don't pay. What did you do? I protected myself, I said, from people who clearly don't want me around, unless I'm holding a checkbook. Alex, he's your brother. You can't just turn your back on him over a seating mistake. I closed my eyes. It wasn't a mistake. And it wasn't just about the seating. You know that. She hesitated, but only for a beat. They're young. They made a bad call. But weddings are emotional. People get carried away. You've always been the rational one. There it was again. The unspoken family contract. You be the calm one. The stable one. The one who forgives, absorbs, fixes. And honestly, I was tired. I was tired of playing that part while Jake got away with playing the golden boy. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't snap. I just said, maybe it's time someone else learns how to fix things. I ended the call. That night, I took the last step. Remember the airline points I used to book their honeymoon? Well, those points were earned through a shared business travel rewards program I managed, not just through flights, but through referral bonuses, credit card use, and years of optimizing my expenses for maximum accumulation. Jake didn't know that half the points were technically mine, but he also didn't ask. And because the reservation was in my name, booked with my login, they didn't even notice when the itinerary quietly vanished from their calendar. No alerts were sent. Just a reservation that no longer existed. I didn't gloat. I didn't make a scene. I just watched from the quiet comfort of my apartment as the storm I didn't start began to swirl around them. They found out 3 days before the honeymoon. Jake called me at 11:47 p.m. Not texted. Called. Which, in our family, meant it was serious. I stared at my phone as it buzzed on the counter, screen glowing with his name. I let it go to voicemail. He tried again. And again. By the 5th call, I picked up. Not because I felt guilty, but because I was curious. His voice was sharp with panic. What's happening, Alex? The resort says we don't have a booking anymore. Abby's losing it. The flights are canceled. Did you do something? I sipped my tea and walked to the window. Yeah, I canceled it. Dead silence. You what? Why would you? What kind of person does that? I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. The kind of person who spent years helping his brother through financial messes, who gave up weekends, vacations, and money so you could stay afloat, who got seated behind a curtain at your wedding while your new family laughed at him. The kind of person who was told he was extra by your bride and watched you say nothing. He was breathing hard on the other end. I could hear his mind racing, trying to come up with a defense. It wasn't supposed to go like that, he said, quieter now. I was going to talk to you after. But Abby, she said we had to keep the peace. Yeah, I said. And that was the price of peace. You're my brother, he insisted, but it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. We've been through so much together. You know me. I'd never. I cut him off. You let it happen. That's what matters. There was a pause. Then, a bitter, so what? This is revenge? This is your way of punishing me? I didn't answer that directly. Instead, I asked, do you know how many times I could have let you crash and burn? How many times I bailed you out quietly, never asking for anything in return? He didn't speak. You didn't just seat me behind a curtain, Jake. You showed me I was only ever valuable when I was helping. That once the check stopped, so did the respect. I messed up, he muttered. Okay, I messed up, but don't ruin our lives over it. That sentence hung in the air like a bad smell. Our lives. Like I had shattered something sacred. Like they hadn't done that the second they collectively decided I wasn't worth a chair. I let out a breath. You'll be fine. Abby's parents have money. She'll post a few sad Instagram stories, get sympathy. You'll rebook your honeymoon. Life will move on. Not with you in it, he snapped, and that's when I knew. He still didn't get it. I didn't say anything else. Just ended the call. The fallout was quiet but thorough. They didn't post wedding photos for nearly a month. I noticed because I checked curiosity more than anything. When they finally did, the captions were sterile. No gushing best day ever. No overused hashtags. Just a handful of obligatory shots, none with Abby's side of the family. I heard through Maya later that the florist canceled on the morning of the wedding due to non-payment, and the DJ brought up the payment freeze during his setup. Apparently, Abby cried in the bridal suite, blaming Jake for not handling his unstable brother sooner. They ended up staying at a local bed and breakfast for their mini-moon. Abby posted a filtered photo of a breakfast tray with the caption "change of plans," but making the best of it, and turned off comments. I didn't respond to any of their attempts to reach out after that night. Not the lukewarm apology email Jake sent a week later, not the text from Abby that said, "We should talk." I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Not even the call from our mom, who begged me to let it go before it splits the family. It wasn't me splitting the family. That happened when they held the scissors and cut me out of the picture. I just stopped pretending the wound wasn't bleeding. A few months later, I got an invite in the mail. A thick, fancy envelope with gilded lettering. Baby on board. Jake and Abby's gender reveal barbecue. Inside was a cutesy card with pink and blue balloons and a line that read, "Let's celebrate family." I tossed it in the trash unopened. I wasn't angry anymore. I was just done. And being done brought a peace I hadn't known before. No more bending myself into a pretzel to keep the peace. No more financing relationships that only existed when I was useful. I finally started putting the time, money, and energy I used to pour into others, into myself. I took the vacation I had planned for them, but this time, solo. Bora Bora, just like we always dreamed. I booked the same overwater bungalow, used the same spa credits, but instead of sitting across from someone who made me feel invisible, I sat across from the ocean. Quiet. Calm. Honest. It wasn't about revenge. Not really. It was about reclaiming the parts of myself I gave away too easily for too long. The truth is, some families only love you when you're small, when you're manageable, when you don't take up too much space, when your generosity doesn't come with expectations. The moment you grow, the moment you draw a line, suddenly you're the problem. But I wasn't the problem. I was just the first one who finally stopped playing along. And for once in my life, that was enough. At my dad's birthday party, my name tag said "The Disappointment." My stepmom laughed. Well, it's true. So I stood up, clinked my glass, and said, "I'd like to make a toast to the last time you'll ever see me." Dad choked, but the real shock came when I walked out the door and left behind one final. I'm 32F, and if you asked my dad, he'd probably tell you I'm his biggest disappointment. Not because I'm in trouble with the law, not because I'm jobless, not because I've done anything actually bad, but because I chose to live my life on my own terms instead of following his plan for me. My dad, James, is the kind of man who likes things his way. He has always been big on control, appearances, and most of all, family loyalty, as long as that loyalty benefits him. When my parents divorced, I was 10. It wasn't an ugly divorce, at least not outwardly, but my dad moved on fast. Within a year, he was remarried to Stephanie, a woman who had 2 kids from her previous marriage, Hunter and Olivia. And that's when everything started to change. At first, I really tried. I was just a kid, and I wanted my dad to be happy. Stephanie was nice in that fake sweet kind of way, overly enthusiastic in public, always making a show of how she was trying to blend the family. She'd hug me a little too tightly and say things like, "I just know we're going to be best friends." But behind closed doors, it became pretty clear that she only had one priority: her own kids. My dad, who had always been involved in my life before, suddenly had new priorities. He went from being my dad to being their dad. It was small things at first, like missing my soccer games, but never missing Hunter's. Forgetting to pick me up from school, but always being on time for Olivia's dance recitals. Then it escalated. By the time I was 14, I was expected to babysit them, help with chores that they never had to do, and act like a good big sister while they got away with everything. If I ever complained, my dad would sigh like I was exhausting him and tell me, "They need more attention. You're older, be mature." Stephanie, on the other hand, had a more direct approach. She'd just call me selfish. The final straw was when my dad drained the savings account my mom had set up for me, money that was supposed to be for my college tuition. My mom fought hard in court to get that money back, but by then, the damage was done. I was furious. I barely spoke to him my last year of high school, and when I left for college, which I paid for on my own, I only came back for the occasional holiday. Years passed, and my relationship with him never really recovered. I still got invites to family events, but they always felt more like an obligation than a real effort to see me. I could tell that to my dad and Stephanie. I was just the difficult child who refused to play happy family. Hunter and Olivia, on the other hand, were the golden children. Which brings me to my dad's birthday party. Stephanie was throwing a huge party for him. One of those over-the-top, invite everyone we ever met kind of things. I wasn't planning on going, but my aunt, one of the few family members still on my side, convinced me. "Just stop by for a little while," she said. "Maybe things have changed." Spoiler, they hadn't. The moment I walked in, I felt it. That familiar, unwelcome tension. People I hadn't seen in years were there. But instead of warm greetings, I got polite nods. Conversations flowed around me, but no one really included me. I saw my dad across the room, laughing with some old friends, but when his eyes landed on me, his smile flickered for half a second, like he was surprised I actually showed up. I was already regretting coming when I noticed a small table near the entrance. It had name tags. Stephanie had done this before at past events, claiming it helped people mingle. It was her thing. Most of the tags were normal. Uncle Mark, Cousin Rachel, Neighbor Tom, and then I saw mine. And I froze, because my name tag didn't just say my name. It said something else, something that made my stomach turn. I picked it up, staring at it, and from across the room, I heard a familiar laugh. Stephanie's. She was watching me, a wine glass in hand, an amused little smirk on her face. I clenched the name tag in my fingers, heat rising in my chest. This was not going to go the way she thought it would. I stood there for a moment, gripping the name tag between my fingers, my brain taking an extra second to process what I was looking at. It had my name, but underneath, in smaller letters, someone had written, "The Disappointment." At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of joke, some awful, tasteless joke. Maybe a cousin trying to be funny. Maybe an unfortunate mix-up. But then I heard her laugh. Stephanie. I looked up and found her across the room, standing near the bar, sipping her wine like she didn't have a care in the world. Our eyes met, and that slow, satisfied smirk spread across her face. I could feel my pulse in my ears. A few people had noticed me standing there now. A couple of glances in my direction. No one said anything, but I could feel the weight of it, the expectation. I could almost hear the words they weren't saying. Don't make a scene. I took a slow breath and put the name tag back down on the table. I smoothed it out, aligning it perfectly with the others. For a second, I almost laughed. Of course, she did something like this. This was classic Stephanie. Not an outright insult, not something blatant enough for people to immediately call her out on, but something just subtle enough that if I reacted, I'd look like the problem. I should have known the second I walked through the door that something like this was coming. A hand touched my shoulder, and I turned to see my aunt, the only person in this family who had ever really understood me. Her brows were drawn together, her lips pressed into a tight line. She'd seen the name tag. Her eyes flickered toward Stephanie. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. I forced a tight smile. "Yeah," I said. "I'm fine." But I wasn't. I was exhausted. Exhausted in a way that I didn't even know how to describe. Because this wasn't new. This wasn't even the worst thing she'd done. This was just the latest in a long, long pattern of making sure I always knew my place. I should have walked out right then. I should have turned around and left. But something in me said no. Not this time. So instead, I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and did something that I knew would catch them off guard. I smiled. A real, easy smile, like nothing had happened at all. Then I picked up a glass of champagne from a passing server, clinked it lightly with my nail, and turned toward the room. Because if Stephanie wanted a show, I was going to give her one. I raised my glass just slightly, feeling the weight of the room shift as a few people glanced in my direction. I hadn't made a scene, not yet, but the quiet clink of my nail against the glass had drawn just enough attention. Just enough to make Stephanie hesitate for a fraction of a second before taking another slow sip of her wine, her eyes narrowing slightly like she was trying to figure out what I was doing. I let the moment stretch just a little longer than necessary, like I was considering making a toast, before I gave a small shake of my head and turned away, heading deeper into the party. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of reacting. Not yet. The party itself was exactly what I expected, crowded, overly polished, with expensive catering and carefully curated decorations. Stephanie had gone all out, as she always did, because everything in her life had to be a performance. It wasn't just about celebrating my dad's birthday. It was about showing off. About making sure people knew how perfect her life was, how loved she and my father were, how successful their children had become. Their children, not me. Hunter and Olivia were already holding court in the middle of the room, surrounded by a small group of relatives who were all nodding along as Olivia gushed about her upcoming wedding. "And of course, Dad's paying for everything," she was saying, flashing a smile as she twirled the massive diamond on her finger. "We wanted something tasteful, you know? A real elegant wedding, not one of those tacky Pinterest disasters." I bit back a laugh. Olivia had always been like this, polished, rehearsed, just the right amount of self-absorbed to make sure everything revolved around her without seeming too obvious about it. Hunter, meanwhile, was leaning against the bar, nodding along as a few of my dad's old friends congratulated him on his new job, which I was certain he hadn't actually earned. Hunter had never worked for anything in his life. Every opportunity had been handed to him, every mistake quietly cleaned up by my father. I was halfway tempted to walk over and insert myself into the conversation just to watch them squirm, but before I could, I heard my father's voice. "Ah," he said, and when I turned, he was already making his way toward me, a drink in hand, his expression carefully neutral. "I didn't think you were going to come." I smiled, but it wasn't a real smile. "Wouldn't miss it." He nodded, glancing at the room around us before looking back at me. "You've been keeping busy, I hear." There it was. The polite, careful way he avoided actually asking anything about my life. The same way he always did. I nodded. "Yeah, work's been good. I bought a house last year." His brow lifted slightly. "A house?" "Yep." He took a sip of his drink, not asking anything else. That was the thing about my dad. He hated when I did anything that made it impossible for him to see me as the failure he always thought I'd be. Every time I did something on my own, without his money or his help, it chipped away at the narrative he'd built around me, the one where I was lost and selfish and immature. He didn't like that. He much preferred the version of me he could shake his head at, the version he could talk about in pitying tones when people asked about me. I could feel him searching for something to say, some kind of subtle dig. But before he could, Stephanie's voice cut through the conversation like a knife. "Well," she said, stepping up beside him, her smile all teeth. At least she finally did something responsible. And just like that, I felt the heat rise in my chest again. I turned to her, and she was beaming, like she was just so happy to see me. But I knew that look. I'd seen it 100 times before. Stephanie was the kind of person who could insult you to your face, and if you got upset, you were the problem. She was just joking. You were too sensitive. I should have walked away. I should have let it go. But I didn't. Because something about this night, about this whole thing, was sitting wrong with me. Maybe it was the name tag. Maybe it was the fact that my dad had barely spoken to me before finding a way to brush me off. Maybe it was the way the entire room was filled with people who had never really been my family. Whatever it was, I was done. I turned to Stephanie, tilting my head slightly. "You know, I was going to let it go," I said, voice light. "But I have to ask, whose idea was the name tag?" I saw the flicker of something cross her face. Just for a split second. "Oh, come on," she said, laughing. "You always take things so personally." It was funny. I nodded. "Right. Hilarious." She shrugged, sipping her wine. "You know, if you spent less time being angry all the time, maybe you'd be—" I held up a finger, cutting her off. "Actually," I said, voice calm, "I think you're right." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "About what?" "About making a joke," I said, turning slightly, raising my glass. "Because now that I think about it, I have a joke, too." She blinked, caught off guard. My father shifted uncomfortably beside her. And then I smiled. "Slow. Easy. I'd like to make a toast." And just like that, the room started to go quiet. Not all at once, not immediately, but conversation started to die down as people turned toward me, curious. Because people love the toast, especially an unexpected one. I could feel my father tense beside me. Stephanie let out a small laugh, shifting her weight like she was trying to brush me off. "Oh, come on. You don't have to." I held up a hand, still smiling. "No, really. I insist." The weight of the room shifted as more people turned toward me, curious murmurs rippling through the crowd. A few guests grabbed their drinks, ready to indulge in what they assumed was just a light-hearted toast. They had no idea what was coming. Stephanie's smile had tightened at the edges, but she was still playing it cool, still holding on to the idea that I was the same person she'd always known, the person who swallowed every insult, who let things slide, who never really fought back. My dad, on the other hand, wasn't so composed. He knew me better than she did. His grip on his glass tightened, and for the first time all evening, he looked directly at me, not through me, not around me, but at me. I let the silence stretch a little longer, letting the anticipation build, before finally raising my glass. To my father, I began, my voice light, almost conversational. And to Stephanie, of course. Because without them, I don't think I would have learned one of the most valuable lessons of my life. I paused, taking a slow sip of my champagne. Stephanie let out a small, breathy laugh. "Oh boy, here we go." A few people chuckled. They thought this was banter. They thought I was about to say something self-deprecating, maybe poke fun at myself, smooth things over like I always did. I smiled. "No, really. I mean it. Because I think we often learn the most from the people who challenge us, don't you?" I turned my gaze to my father. "Dad, you always told me that family is supposed to build each other up, that we should support one another, celebrate each other's successes." My father's throat bobbed as he swallowed, his grip tightening on his drink. He didn't like where this was going. "And I used to believe that," I continued. "I really did. But then, somewhere along the way, I realized something." The room was almost completely silent now. Stephanie's fingers were curled so tightly around the stem of her wine glass that I half wondered if it would snap. I set my glass down gently on the table beside me. I realized that, for some people, support only exists when you fit into the version of yourself they want you to be. That as long as you play the role they've written for you, whether it's the golden child or the black sheep, they'll keep you right where they need you. And if you step outside that role? I exhaled sharply, shaking my head. Well, that's when they show you how they really feel. I heard a few uneasy shifts in the crowd, people glancing at each other. Olivia looking at my father, waiting to see his reaction before deciding how she should feel. I saw Hunter smirking, like this was all just entertainment to him. And Stephanie? She was still smiling, but her knuckles were white. I used to think that if I just proved myself, if I worked hard, if I was successful, if I played by the rules, you'd see me differently, I said, my voice softer now, but no less steady. But I get it now. It was never about me. It was never about what I did or didn't do. Stephanie opened her mouth, probably to cut me off, but I didn't let her. I turned my attention back to my dad. Because, at the end of the day, I was never supposed to succeed, was I? His expression flickered, just for a second. I let that hang in the air before I exhaled, rolling my shoulders back. But I did. I built something for myself. I made a life that has nothing to do with this family, and let me tell you, it's been the most peaceful, fulfilling thing I've ever done. I could see the questions forming on people's faces. The doubt, the curiosity, because they had no idea what I was talking about. I was done letting them believe the version of me that Stephanie and my father had carefully crafted over the years. Stephanie let out another forced laugh, trying to regain control of the room. Oh, come on, this is ridiculous. It's just a name tag. I turned my gaze to her. You're right, I said smoothly. It is. But it's also a pattern. A lifetime of moments just like this. Little digs, little jokes, little ways of reminding me that no matter what I do, in your eyes, I'll always be the disappointment. My father finally cleared his throat, stepping forward slightly. That's enough. I met his gaze head on. Oh, I agree. It is enough. And then, before anyone could process what was happening, I picked up my glass again. I raised it slightly, letting the weight of my next words settle over the room. To the last time you'll ever see me. The silence was deafening. My father stiffened. Stephanie's jaw actually dropped slightly before she snapped it shut. Someone in the back muttered, "Wait, what?" And then, without another word, I set my glass down, turned on my heel, and walked toward the door. I could feel them watching me. Could feel the panic starting to creep in. Because this wasn't like the other times. I took one last glance back before stepping through the door, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was walking away from a fight. I was walking toward something, toward freedom, toward peace, toward the life I'd been building away from the drama that had always defined my family. As I stepped outside, I took a deep breath, the cool night air filling my lungs. It was over. I had cut ties in the way I should have years ago. There was no more pretending. No more trying to win approval from people who had never cared about me unless I fit their image of what I was supposed to be. I drove home that night in silence, feeling a weight lifting from my shoulders with every mile. But even as I sat in my quiet living room that evening, there was a part of me that couldn't help but wonder if I'd gone too far. Had I really done the right thing? Had I been too harsh? The next few days were a blur of texts and calls I didn't answer. I didn't look at social media because I knew it was full of the fallout. I'd walked out on my dad's birthday celebration. I had publicly humiliated him and Stephanie, his wife, my stepmother, who I had always felt was trying to push me aside in favor of her own perfect world. The family group chat was blowing up with messages, but I stayed silent, unsure if I could even face the confrontation that would follow. Finally, I got a text from my aunt, the only person who seemed to understand me, asking if I was okay. I didn't know what to say. I was okay, better than I'd been in years, but also a little unsure. I told her I needed time. She didn't press. My father called me the next morning. "Where are you?" he asked in his familiar tone, the one that always sounded like I'd disappointed him, no matter what I did. "I'm at home," I said. "I'm not coming back." His silence was all I needed to know. "You can't just leave like this, you know," he said after a long pause. "This family, we have to stick together." I didn't even hesitate. Not if sticking together means pretending to be someone I'm not. Not anymore. That was the last time we spoke. Weeks passed, and I stayed away from all family events, weddings, birthday parties, and whatever else they tried to organize. The rest of my family either fell into line with my dad and Stephanie's view of me or pretended like nothing had happened. I heard through the grapevine that my dad was hurt, that Stephanie was furious, that my brother and sister were disappointed in me for making a scene. But none of it bothered me. I knew I had done the right thing for me. I was still living my life, still thriving, and while I wasn't exactly happy about cutting them all off, I felt a kind of peace I hadn't known in years. I haven't spoken to anyone in the family since that day. So here I am, asking, am I the a-hole for walking out like that? For making the toast and cutting them off completely? Did I take it too far? Or was I justified in finally standing up for myself? I know I'll never get my dad's approval. I know I'll never be the daughter you wanted. But part of me thinks that maybe I've finally figured out that I don't need to be. So, Reddit, let me know. Was I out of line? Or was this long overdue? If you enjoyed this story and want to hear more content like this, make sure to like and subscribe. Don't forget to drop a comment below sharing your thoughts. Do you think they went too far? Or was the fallout completely justified? I never thought I'd be the one to cut ties with my family. I always imagined I'd be the dutiful son, the one who'd stick around, help out when needed, and be there for my parents no matter what. But life has a funny way of showing you people's true colors when money is involved. My name is Daniel, and I have a twin brother, Jason. Growing up, we were always treated a little differently. Jason was the golden child, athletic, popular, the one who could do no wrong in my parents' eyes. I, on the other hand, was the quieter one. I preferred books over sports, computers over parties. It wasn't that I resented Jason, I didn't. But I always knew that, between the two of us, he was the favorite. Still, I never thought it would come to this. We both graduated from college at the same time, on the same day. It was supposed to be a proud moment for our family. Jason had gone the traditional route, studying business, while I had taken a different approach. I had started working online when I was 16, freelancing, saving every penny I could. By the time we graduated, I had a decent amount of money saved up, not enough to be rich, but enough to be comfortable. The day after graduation, my parents surprised Jason with a brand new luxury car, a sleek, black BMW. He was ecstatic, jumping up and down, hugging our parents like they just handed him the keys to a mansion. I was happy for him, truly, but I couldn't help but feel a little curious. What about me? I didn't expect a car. That wasn't my style. Maybe a watch? A heartfelt letter? Even just a "we're proud of you" would have been nice. But when my dad handed me an envelope, I felt a weird pit in my stomach. Inside was a bill. A long list of numbers, amounts, and final totals that I stared at it, confused. What is this? My mom smiled, as if she'd just given me the best gift in the world. It's only fair, Daniel. You've been working for years. You've saved up so much. It's time for you to help out the family. My dad nodded. Jason doesn't have anything saved up yet. He'll need help getting started in life. But you? You're responsible. You've got money. This is just a small way for you to contribute. I felt my blood run cold. They weren't giving me a gift. They were handing me their debt. They expected me to pay for them while they rewarded Jason with a luxury car. And they actually thought this was fair. I looked at Jason, expecting, I don't know, maybe a little guilt? Maybe a "hey, this isn't right"? But he just shrugged and said, "Come on, man. You always say you don't care about money." That was when I made my decision. I took a deep breath, folded the paper neatly, and slid it back into the envelope. "Thank you for this," I said, my voice even. "It's a real eye-opener." My mom beamed. "I knew you'd understand." I smiled back. Then I packed my bags and left. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just walked out. They didn't try to stop me. I don't think they fully realized what I was doing. Not yet, anyway. But that would change soon enough. Because 2 weeks later, I got the first desperate call. I ignored the first call. Then the second. By the third call, My voicemail was full of messages from my parents, my brother, even my aunt. At first, they were casual. "Hey, Daniel, we just wanted to check in. Call us back." Then, a little more insistent. "Daniel, why aren't you answering? We need to talk." Then, desperation. "Please, Daniel, we didn't mean it like that. Just call us back." But I didn't that I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of acting like nothing had happened. For the first time in my life, I was putting myself first. The first week after I left, I stayed at a cheap Airbnb in another city. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do yet, but I knew I wasn't going back. I had enough savings to figure things out. But my parents? They weren't as lucky. The second week. My brother started calling at first. It was all bravado. "Dude, stop being dramatic. Just come back already." I blocked his number. Then my mom switched tactics. "Daniel, sweetheart, we're struggling. You know we've always supported you. Can't you just help us out a little?" That was rich, coming from the woman who had smiled as she handed me a bill instead of a congratulations. Then, the real panic set in. One evening, I was checking my email when I saw a message from my dad. Subject: "Please read this." Sony hesitated, but curiosity got the best of me. "Daniel, we're in trouble. We took out some loans we can't pay back, and we thought we could handle it, but things are getting worse. Jason doesn't have the means to help us, and we thought you wouldn't mind. You've always been so independent, so responsible. We misjudged the situation, and for that, I'm sorry. But we need you. Please, at least call us back." I stared at the email for a long time. It was the first time they had even come close to admitting they were wrong. But it still wasn't an apology. Not really. They weren't sorry for how they had treated me. They were sorry that I had left, and now, their perfect golden child wasn't enough to fix their problems. For years, I had watched them favor Jason, give him everything, make excuses for him while expecting me to be the responsible one. And now, when their choices had finally caught up to them, who did they turn to? Me. Because Jason, the son they had spent years prioritizing, wasn't capable of helping them. I closed the email without responding. Then, a few days later, I got the call that changed everything. It was my aunt. And for the first time, I hesitated before ignoring it. I stared at my phone for a moment before deciding to pick up. I didn't know what to expect from my aunt. She wasn't as involved in the drama, but she'd always been somewhat of a peacemaker between me and my parents. "Daniel?" Her voice was soft, almost pleading. "Can we talk for a minute?" I sighed. "About what?" "About your parents. They're worried about you." "Yeah, I know," I said, keeping my tone level. "But I think they're a little more worried about themselves right now." There was a long pause. Then she said, "Please, don't be like this. They made a mistake. They thought you would understand. They didn't mean for things to go this way." I could hear the desperation in her voice, but I wasn't backing down. Not now. Not after everything that had happened. I took a deep breath and asked the question that had been swirling in my mind for days. "Why, Aunt Karen? Why did they buy Jason a car if they're struggling? If they're in debt, how is that even possible? How could they think that's okay?" There was another long pause. Then, finally, she spoke, but her voice was shaky. "I don't know, Daniel. They thought they could handle it. They always wanted to give Jason the best, and they figured it would be a good way to celebrate his graduation. They never imagined you'd leave over it." I felt the weight of her words, but it didn't change anything. My parents had always put Jason first, given him whatever he wanted. And now, they had crossed a line that I couldn't ignore. And what about me? What did I get for graduating? Huh? A bill? A bill for their debt? I couldn't keep the bitterness out of my voice. She was quiet for a moment. "They didn't know how to show you they were proud of you, Daniel. They thought you'd understand because you've always been the responsible one. But they were wrong, and they regret it. They really do." I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "It's not about that. It's about respect. It's about how they've treated me all these years. How they've always put Jason on a pedestal and expected me to take care of everything else." I could feel the anger rising, but I kept my voice steady. "They didn't give me a car, an opportunity, or even a proper thank you for all the work I've done. Instead, they gave me their problems. And now they want me to fix them. Aunt Karen was silent for a long time. Daniel, I think they're finally realizing they've messed up. They just don't know how to fix it. Please, come home. Let them make it up to you. I wasn't sure if I could. The emotional toll was too heavy, but something inside me softened. Just a little. Maybe, I said, but they have to show me they're serious. This can't just be another excuse. If they really want to fix things, they need to prove it. Aunt Karen sighed in relief. Thank you, Daniel. I know this isn't easy. Before I could respond, she added, but there's something you should know. Jason called me too, and he's been asking if you'll come back. He's not as indifferent as you think. I frowned. Really? He's actually concerned? Yes, she said quietly, but it's more than that. He's starting to see the bigger picture. He's starting to realize just how much you've done for the family and how much he's taken for granted. I didn't know what to think of that. Jason, the golden boy, realizing his actions? It sounded too good to be true. But maybe, just maybe, things could change. I still didn't know if I was ready to go back, but I had a feeling this story wasn't over yet. And in the next conversation, I would hear something that would push me to finally make a choice. The days passed, and I stayed in my little Airbnb, sorting through my thoughts, still refusing to call back. But then, something unexpected happened. It was a Thursday evening when my phone buzzed. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered anyway. Daniel? It was Jason. Yeah. I replied, my voice cool. Jason's voice was shaky, and there was a long pause before he spoke again. Daniel, I'm sorry, but things got worse. Mom and Dad, they didn't listen. I tried to talk to them, but they're stubborn. They kept insisting they'd manage, but now they've had to sell the car. My heart sank, but a part of me couldn't help but feel vindicated. They sold the car? I repeated, my voice cold. Yeah, Jason's voice cracked. They had no choice. The bills piled up, and we couldn't keep up with the payments anymore. They sold it to cover some of the debt. It's gone, Daniel. I don't know what to say, man. I leaned back in my chair, staring out the window. A rush of satisfaction washed over me, mixed with something darker. They had chosen Jason. They had handed him a car and thrown my efforts in my face. And now, with all their mistakes catching up to them, they were losing it all. I wanted to gloat, to rub it in their faces, but I didn't say a word for a long time. Jason kept talking, his voice breaking, but I couldn't bring myself to feel sympathy. Finally, I spoke, my voice firm. Jason, you didn't have to lose the car. You should have known this would happen, that they wouldn't have the means to keep up. They always expect me to clean up their mess, but this time, I wasn't there to pick up the pieces. Jason was silent. I warned them too, I continued, my words sharper now. When they handed me that bill instead of a gift, I told them it would come back to bite them. And now it has. Jason's voice grew desperate. Daniel, please. I know this is messed up, but they didn't mean for this to happen. We never wanted it to turn out like this. I paused, savoring the feeling of power in this moment. I had finally broken free from their grip, from the years of being second place. You know what, Jason? I said coldly. Maybe it's a lesson they needed to learn the hard way. If they'd been a little more thoughtful, they wouldn't be in this situation now. I hope it stings. Jason started crying, and for a second, I almost felt guilty. But then the image of my parents' smug smiles when they handed me that bill flashed in my mind. I didn't feel guilty. Jason's sobs echoed through the phone, but I didn't offer comfort. Instead, I hung up, and for the first time, I felt a sense of justice. The scales were balanced, and my family was finally learning the consequences of their actions. The next few days were quiet. I kept to myself, staying in the Airbnb, not responding to any messages or calls. I wasn't even checking my phone much, except to catch up on work. It felt freeing, honestly. I didn't have to deal with anyone's drama anymore. Then, on Sunday afternoon, I got a call from an unknown number. I was about to ignore it, but something inside me told me it was time to face it head-on. I picked up. Daniel? My mom's voice came through, shaky and desperate. Please, can you just hear us out? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I leaned back in my chair, slowly exhaling. It had taken them this long to come to me, and it felt good to know they were finally on the other end of the phone. Daniel, we know we messed up, she continued. We never should have put all that pressure on you. We should have been better. We're so sorry. Please, come back. We'll fix everything. Just come home. I could hear the pleading in her voice, but it didn't move me. This was the same woman who had always told me to be responsible while giving Jason whatever he wanted. The same woman who, instead of appreciating my hard work, had handed me a bill for their failures. Mom, you're sorry, I said slowly, letting the sarcasm drip into my words. You're sorry for what exactly? Buying Jason a car while I was left to handle your mess? Is that what you're sorry for? Or are you sorry because you had to sell it? There was silence on the other end. I could almost hear her brain trying to process that, the reality of what she had done sinking in. Daniel, we never meant for things to get this bad. My mom said, her voice breaking now. Please, just come back. We'll do whatever it takes to make it right. You're still our son, and we love you. I rolled my eyes, even though she couldn't see me. It felt almost pathetic, hearing her beg after everything they had put me through. I'm sure you love me, I said, my tone flat. But love doesn't fix years of favoritism and neglect. You didn't think about me once when you made those decisions. Not once. I paused, letting that sink in. Then I added, and frankly, I don't need your apology. It's too late for that. You should have thought about this before. The line went quiet again, and I could feel my anger building, but I kept it cool, just like I had learned to over the years. I'm not coming home, Mom. You made your choices, and now you're living with the consequences. I'm not here to clean up your mess anymore. There was a long, drawn-out pause, and then my dad's voice came on the line, sounding strained, desperate. Daniel, please. We were wrong. We see that now. We didn't mean for it to come to this. We never meant to push you away. I let out a low laugh, and my voice dripped with contempt. You didn't mean to push me away? Well, you sure have a funny way of showing it. You bought a car for Jason, handed me a bill, and expected me to just keep taking it. You didn't push me away. You kicked me to the curb. Please, son, my dad's voice cracked. We were just trying to give Jason something. We wanted him to feel proud of his graduation, and we thought that would make it right. But we've realized it wasn't worth it. Not if it meant losing you. It almost felt like they were groveling now, and the power was entirely in my hands. You're right about one thing, Dad, I said, my voice sharp. You lost me, and you're not getting me back just because you've suddenly realized your mistakes. I paused, letting the silence stretch out between us. I'm done here, I added coldly. So, keep your apologies. Keep your guilt. And next time you want to celebrate someone, maybe think about who you're leaving in the dust. Without waiting for a response, I ended the call. I stared at my phone for a long time. The satisfaction of finally putting my foot down sinking in. They had taken me for granted for far too long. But now they knew what it felt like to lose me. I could hear their apologies echoing in my mind, but it didn't matter. They had had their chance, and now they would have to live with the consequences. Weeks passed after that phone call, and I didn't hear from them again. The silence was almost louder than the chaos that had led up to that moment. I kept going about my life, working, enjoying the peace and freedom I'd fought so hard to create. Then, one afternoon, a package arrived. It was from my parents. I stared at it for a while, unsure of what it could be. The thought of them trying to contact me again made me hesitant, but curiosity won over. I opened the package. Inside was a simple letter, handwritten, the paper creased from being folded too many times. Daniel, we don't expect you to forgive us. We know we hurt you, and we've realized we've lost something far more important than a car or a gift we could never afford to give you. But we want you to know we're sorry, and we'll always love you, even if you never come back. Please don't forget that I read the letter twice, my eyes scanning over the words, feeling nothing. It wasn't enough. It wasn't even close. I threw the letter into the trash without a second thought, the satisfaction of not being swayed by their last-ditch effort settling in. I wasn't angry anymore, just indifferent. As for Jason, I'd received a few more texts from him, apologizing for being caught in the middle. I ignored them too. He had chosen his side. He would have to live with the consequences of that choice. Life went on. I kept growing my business, kept moving forward with my plans. It was all on my terms now, and I wasn't about to let anyone, least of all my family, take that from me. And as for them, well, they would always have their regrets. But at least I didn't have to carry the weight of theirs anymore. The end had come, but it wasn't a tragic one. It was a reminder that sometimes you have to step away from the people who never gave you a chance to be seen, so that you can finally see yourself clearly. And for me, this was the beginning of a new chapter.
At the end of the day, Daniel made a bold choice. He stopped letting his family's actions dictate his worth. It wasn't easy, but by walking away, he finally took control of his own future. It's a hard truth, but sometimes the most important relationship you can nurture is the one with yourself. What do you think? Was Daniel right to leave, or should he have given his family another chance? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. And if you want more stories like this, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss out.
At the family dinner, my dad made a hurtful joke that left everyone laughing except me. Instead of reacting, I left quietly that night. And weeks later, when they tried to reach out, I had already moved on in ways they didn't expect. Hi Reddit, I'm 32F, and I guess you could say I've always been the odd one out in my family. Not in a dramatic black sheep kind of way. More like I was the quiet puzzle piece that didn't quite fit into the loud, boisterous picture my parents loved to frame our family as. I've always been a bit more reserved, thoughtful. I think before I speak, I pause before I react. In a family like mine, that gets misread real fast. For the sake of this story, I'll call myself Mira. My dad's name will be Ray, and my mom, Celeste. I'm the oldest of four. My siblings, Dax, 30M, Lena, 27F, and Theo, 24M, all still live fairly close to our childhood home and are very much enmeshed in the family orbit. I'm the only one who moved away, and that distance, emotional and physical, has always been interpreted as defiance by my parents, especially Ray. Ray is the type of man who thinks every interaction is an opportunity to put on a show. He thrives on attention, has a quick wit that can cut just as easily as it can charm. And for as long as I can remember, he's treated our family dinners like he's holding court. He'll make fun of someone's job, someone's haircut, or someone's weight, always under the guise of just playing around. And when people laugh, which they always do, he gets that smug look that tells you he thinks he's the smartest one in the room. As kids, it was hard not to laugh too. You didn't want to be the one he turned on next. You didn't want to be labeled as the one who couldn't take a joke. But over the years, especially as I got older, the jokes stopped feeling like jokes to me. They felt like weapons. I'll be honest, I spent most of my 20s trying to please them. I got a steady job I didn't love, stayed close enough to home to show up at birthdays, smiled through the comments about being too sensitive or too serious, and tried not to let it get to me when my parents would brag about my siblings' accomplishments and skip right over mine. I thought that's just how family was. You take the hits and keep showing up. But over the last year, something shifted. Maybe it was burnout. Maybe it was finally giving myself permission to live on my own terms. But I quit my job, moved out of the city, and started a small consulting business that gave me the freedom and independence I hadn't realized I craved so deeply. I didn't tell anyone right away, not because I was hiding it, but because I knew how it would be received. In our family, anything outside the traditional route was seen as flaky or unserious. Anything quiet was suspicious. My parents are the kind of people who equate success with loud, visible proof. You have to talk about your promotion, flash your new car keys, bring up your salary without being asked. That's how they measure worth, by how shiny and audible it is. So when I started something for myself, worked in silence, and stopped playing into their approval system, they didn't know what to do with me. Which brings me to the dinner. It was my mother's birthday, and they decided to host the celebration at our old family home. It was a big event, not just immediate family, but extended relatives, some neighbors, old friends from church. The house was packed, warm with the smell of food, loud with overlapping conversations, and buzzing with that specific kind of energy I've always found draining. I hadn't been home in a while, not because I was avoiding them exactly, but because I'd been busy, building something new, something that felt like mine for the first time in a long time. When I walked in, I immediately felt like a stranger in a place that used to be mine. The photos on the walls hadn't changed, but somehow the way people looked at me had. I got the usual greetings, the polite hugs, the "oh wow, it's been ages," the side comments like, "we weren't sure you'd show." I brought dessert, Homemade, something I'd taken time with. My mom gave me a stiff smile when she saw it, and Ray looked at the box and said, "You didn't just buy this on the way, did you?" I laughed a little, lightly. I was trying to keep the mood up. Dinner was served in the dining room. The long oak table still stood in the middle, surrounded by the same mismatched chairs we used as kids. Everyone found a place. I ended up between my cousin Jace and Lena, who was scrolling on her phone even as we said grace. The first part of the dinner went as expected. Food passed around, people talking over one another, Ray occasionally raising his voice to keep the attention on him. At one point, he started telling a story about how Theo once got a flat tire and cried in the driveway. Everyone laughed. Theo rolled his eyes but didn't deny it. Then someone asked Jace about his job. He works in finance and had just gotten a promotion. Ray clapped him on the back and said, "Finally, someone in this family who's going to retire before 80. More laughter. Then Lena talked about a trip she was planning, and Celeste jumped in to say how proud she was of how ambitious she'd become. Then, and I should have known this was coming, my mom turned to me and said, "Myra's been working on something too, haven't you?" I froze for just a second. Not because I didn't want to answer, but because I knew what would come next. I gave a brief, quiet summary. Just said I'd started consulting and that things were going well. Nothing boastful, just enough to acknowledge the question. That's when Ray leaned back in his chair, looked around the table with that familiar grin, and said, "Oh, that's right. Myra's little startup. You know, the one where she works in pajamas and convinces herself she's changing the world from her couch." The room burst into laughter. I didn't. I felt heat crawl up my neck, not from shame, but from the quiet, slow realization that this was never going to change. Not for me. Not in this house. Not in this family. And this time, I didn't try to explain. I didn't laugh. I didn't correct him or offer proof that I was doing well. I didn't try to win them over. I just placed my napkin on my plate, stood up, and said softly, "Happy birthday, Mom." And I left. I didn't hear from any of them for 3 days. Then the texts started coming in. First from Celeste, then Dax, then Lena. All with the same tone. "Hey, are you okay? You know Dad was just messing around, right? Don't be so sensitive, Mira. We missed you." But I didn't respond. Because by the time they thought to reach out, I had already started making decisions that none of them were prepared for. I didn't respond to the first few messages. Not because I was trying to punish them, but because I needed to let the silence speak for itself. I didn't want to engage in the usual dance, the back and forth where I explained why I was hurt, and they told me I shouldn't be, then wrapped it up in some empty family phrase like, "We all tease each other," or "It's just love in disguise." I've played that part enough times to know it always ends the same, with me feeling like I overreacted and them walking away unchanged. Instead, I let the messages pile up while I focused on me. My apartment, small but sunlit, had never felt more like home than it did in those days after the dinner. The quiet was comforting. I spent my mornings sipping tea by the window, answering emails from clients who respected me, not laughed at me. My evenings were full of small rituals, baking, organizing, watching films that made me think. There was peace in the silence, even though I knew it wouldn't last. Because people like my parents don't like to be ignored, especially by someone they still see as the child. On the 5th day, Ray called. I didn't pick up. 2 hours later, Celeste texted again. "It's been almost a week. Your father is worried. Please don't let one little joke drive a wedge between us." A wedge, as if that dinner joke had been the first splinter. Still, I said nothing. I kept working. I onboarded 2 new clients that week and even scheduled a brand photography session for my business. I was moving forward, something I don't think any of them believed I was capable of. And maybe that's why, the following weekend, they showed up. Unannounced. I was just finishing up some reports when I heard the buzz from the building's front door. I glanced at my phone and saw 2 missed calls from Dax. Then the intercom rang. I stood there, not moving. Then came the knock on my actual door, loud, familiar. I didn't have to look through the peephole. I knew. I opened the door slowly. Sure enough, there they were. Ray, standing with arms folded like a disappointed coach. Celeste holding a store-bought pie like it was a peace offering. And Dax, awkwardly holding his phone like he was half expecting to live stream this mess. "Mira," my father said, tone neutral, "we need to talk." I didn't step aside. He sighed. That exaggerated sigh he always used when he thought I was being difficult. "You've made your point. You're upset. but dragging it out like this isn't healthy. I didn't ask you to come, I replied. My voice was calm, measured. That seemed to throw them a bit. Celeste stepped forward, giving me that half-tilted head she always used when trying to appear gentle. We just want to understand, honey. This whole thing has gone too far. Your father didn't mean any harm. I stayed quiet for a moment, studying them. Same house guest smiles they always wore when visiting relatives they didn't actually like. Not a trace of actual remorse. Just frustration that their show had lost its audience. Eventually, I stepped back. Not out of forgiveness, but curiosity. I wanted to hear what version of the story they'd try to spin. They sat stiffly on the couch while I remained standing by the kitchen island. Ray cleared his throat. Look, Mira. You know how I am. I joke around. Always have. Always will. You've just gotten too serious lately. I blinked at him. You mock my work. In front of 30 people. He waved that off. It wasn't mocking. It was just teasing. If you'd told us more about it, maybe we wouldn't be guessing. Celeste jumped in. We didn't even know what you've been doing, sweetheart. You've kept us in the dark. I folded my arms. You've never asked. And every time I shared something personal, it got turned into a punchline. Dax finally spoke up, though he wouldn't meet my eyes. I mean, come on, Mira. It was a room full of people. You know how he is. Did you really expect him to sit quietly while everyone else got the spotlight? That stunned me. They didn't even try to deny that it was intentional. It wasn't just a harmless joke. They were fully aware that Ray was deliberately shifting attention, away from anyone else's moment and back to himself. I was about to ask them to leave when Celeste added the final blow. You always make everything about you. Honestly, we've walked on eggshells around your moods for years. You're not the only one who's been hurt in this family. That was when something inside me went still. Because I knew then that no matter what I said, no matter how calmly or logically I laid things out, they would always find a way to twist it back on me. Somehow, I'd always be the problem. The burden. The one who was too much and not enough all at once. I looked at them, really looked, and saw people who had never actually tried to know me. Just control me. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just said, this is my home. And I'm asking you to leave. Ray stood up first, fuming but still trying to keep that fake diplomatic tone. We're just trying to help. But you've made it clear you'd rather sulk than be part of this family. Celeste left the pie on the counter like some symbolic gesture of love, then walked out without a word. Dax muttered a half-hearted "see you around" and followed them. I locked the door behind them and stood there in the silence. A silence that didn't feel lonely this time. It felt earned. After that visit, I knew I had to do something more than just ignore them. They weren't going to back off unless I drew a clear line. A line that didn't just say I'm hurt, but you don't get access to me anymore. So I began taking quiet steps. Unsubscribed from the family group chat. Blocked numbers I didn't need to hear from. And most importantly, I began preparing something none of them saw coming. Something that would force them to look at me in a different light. Something that would remind them that I wasn't the weak link they thought I was. A few days after they showed up uninvited, I received a letter in the mail. Not a handwritten note, not an apology, but a printed invitation. It was for Theo's engagement party. The envelope was thick, the kind that people use when they want to make sure you understand the event is important. Inside was a pale blue card, embossed with silver letters, and a small slip that read, "We hope to see the whole family there. Love, Ray and Celeste." There was no note addressed to me personally. No mention of what had happened just days before. Just a casual assumption that I'd show up, smile politely, and resume my role as the distant but obedient oldest daughter who kept her thoughts to herself. It was so on-brand for them, it almost made me laugh. Instead, I folded the invitation neatly and slid it into a drawer. Not out of sight. I wanted to be reminded. Because while they were busy organizing their next celebration, I was quietly preparing my own. You see, my business, the one Ray mocked in front of a room full of people, wasn't just a little consulting thing. I had been building it for almost 2 years under the radar. What started as side gigs and referrals had grown into something structured, profitable, and, most importantly, mine. I specialized in helping mid-sized creative brands organize their internal operations, improve efficiency, and rebrand in ways that made them scalable. I'd helped one company triple their revenue in under a year. Another client had expanded internationally with the systems I implemented. I never posted about it on Facebook, never brought it up at family dinners, because I knew what would happen. They didn't value what they didn't understand. But I didn't need their understanding anymore. What I needed, and finally had, was leverage. And I was going to use it. It started with a quiet meeting. I reached out to a client I'd been working with for a year, a successful boutique interior design company looking to branch into commercial spaces. The founder, Ava, had become a friend as well as a client. When I told her my idea, she leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "You want to rent a space?" she asked. "For what?" "For me," I said simply. "I'm ready to go public." I didn't mean launching with social media blasts or trying to impress strangers online. I meant opening a small, professional studio, part work hub, part showcase, where I could bring clients, host workshops, and finally own a space that reflected everything I'd built. The location I had my eye on: a renovated warehouse unit near the edge of the arts district, 10 minutes from where Theo's engagement party would be held. And the opening? Scheduled for the same weekend. It wasn't petty. It was strategic. Over the next month, I worked in silence. I hired a branding photographer to take professional headshots, commissioned new signage, ordered sleek furniture and custom materials. I curated a space that felt like me: minimalist, warm, professional. A stark contrast to the suffocating, performative vibe of my parents' world. And while I did this, they kept calling. Lena messaged me every few days. "You coming to Theo's party? Don't make it weird." Celeste emailed me links to outfits she thought I should wear. "Soft colors flatter you, dear. Don't come in black like you're attending a funeral." And Ray? He sent a voicemail that still makes my stomach turn. "Mira, look, I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but this weekend's not about you. It's about Theo. Try not to bring any tension, okay? Just smile, clap when he gives his little speech, and enjoy the food. That's all anyone's asking. No apology, no responsibility. Just a thinly veiled command to behave." They wanted a performance, but they weren't going to get it from me. Instead, I sent out invitations of my own, not to my family, but to a carefully curated list of clients, collaborators, former colleagues, and local professionals I'd quietly built relationships with over the years. People who'd seen my work, trusted my skills, and believed in what I was doing. The invitation read, "You're invited to the soft launch of Mira K. Strategy Studio. Come celebrate the opening of a space built on quiet resilience and bold ambition." It was subtle, but if you knew, you knew. The night of the engagement party arrived. I wore a soft blue dress, not because Celeste had suggested it, but because it matched the accent wall in my studio. As I walked around the space, greeting guests, showing them the setup, and answering questions about the services I offered, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: rooted. This was my space, my pace, my rules. A few of my guests mentioned they had driven past Theo's party on the way in. "Looked crowded," one of them said. "Bit over the top for an engagement party, don't you think?" I just smiled and nodded. I didn't need to be at Theo's party, clapping politely in a corner while Ray made jabs about who was next to get married or whose career was real. I was exactly where I needed to be. And then came the moment I wasn't expecting. A knock on the door. The soft launch was winding down, and most of my guests were either chatting in small groups or getting ready to head out. I opened the door, expecting maybe a late-arriving invitee. It was Lena. She looked different. Not just because of the party dress or the dramatic makeup. She looked agitated, like someone who had just walked through a storm. "Wow," she said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "So this is what you've been doing." I stayed quiet, watching her eyes dart around the studio. Her expression shifted, part impressed, part offended. "I thought you were sick or something," she continued. "You skipped Theo's party. Everyone was asking where you were." I shrugged. I had something more important to be at. She blinked. "You mean this?" I nodded. She looked around again. "Does Dad know?" "No," I said. "Not yet." And in that moment, I realized something. She wasn't just surprised. She was rattled. Because for the first time in our lives, I had done something they couldn't minimize, mock, or meddle with. I had succeeded, quietly, independently, and they hadn't seen it coming. She didn't stay long. Said something about not wanting to start drama and left with a half-hearted congrats, I guess. But the next morning, the messages started coming in again, different this time. From Ray. "Heard you had some kind of event last night. Interesting. Would have been nice to be invited." From Celeste. "Your brother was very hurt by your absence. You chose a work party over your own family." And from Dax. "Mom's upset. You really blindsided them, Mira. Was this about revenge?" I didn't reply, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because I had finally learned something important. You don't have to announce revenge. You just live it. Let them gossip, let them speculate, let them twist the story to make themselves the victims. The truth was this. While they were laughing at me at the dinner table, I was building something they'd never be part of. It didn't take long for word to spread. Within a week of my soft launch, a few local blogs picked up the story. Not because I'd pitched it to them, but because some of my early clients had connections and they believed in what I was doing. One article even titled me, "The Consultant Who Built Quiet Success Without the Noise." That one made me laugh. It was never about making noise. It was about building something that didn't depend on their approval, something they couldn't dismantle with a smirk or a snide remark at dinner. I hadn't posted about it on any of the family social channels, but others had. Photos from the event circulated, showing the polished interiors, the branded materials, and, yes, me, standing confidently in front of my company's name printed across the glass. That's how they found out. Ray called 3 times that day. I let each call ring out. Then came the message. I saw the article. So this is what all that distance was about. A little rebranding party? You couldn't even tell your own father. It wasn't a question. It was a challenge. Like always, he was trying to shift the conversation from what he did to how I had responded. The same pattern. The same tired tactics. Celeste sent a longer message, one that danced between guilt-tripping and veiled criticism. We were shocked to find out like this. You've clearly been busy. You should have told us. This family may not be perfect, but we've always loved you. It's hurtful that you've cut us off over a joke. Are you really going to throw away decades of family over one night? They still didn't get it. It wasn't about one night. It was about a lifetime of being minimized, laughed at, overlooked, and told that I was too sensitive anytime I pushed back. But now, things were different. And that difference became very clear the following weekend. A former client of mine, someone I'd helped transition from a struggling freelance designer into a 6-figure agency owner, invited me to speak at a local business leadership panel. It was a small conference, but well attended by the regional business community. I almost said no, but then I found out who else would be there. Ray. He wasn't speaking. He was attending as a guest of another company. His old firm had merged with a larger entity, and he'd taken a more advisory role, as he liked to call it. I knew what that meant. He wasn't in charge anymore. When I arrived, I kept my distance. I didn't try to make a scene. I simply found my seat on the panel, clipped on my mic, and waited for the moderator's cue. The panel lasted an hour. We each shared our journey, challenges, lessons learned. I spoke clearly, not with bitterness, but with certainty. I talked about what it was like to grow a business without mentorship or family support, how sometimes the loudest doubters are the ones closest to you, and how silence, when used with intention, can be more powerful than any argument. When it was over, people clapped. A few approached me afterward. One, a quiet older man with a calm presence, said, "You must come from strong stock. To build what you've built, alone, takes steel." I almost laughed at the irony, but I just smiled and nodded. I didn't see Ray until I was walking toward the parking lot. He was standing near the exit, arms folded, expression unreadable. When he saw me, he stepped forward. "That was quite the speech," he said. His tone was casual, but there was tension behind it. "You really know how to make a point without saying names." I looked at him. "You said it." "Not me." He paused, like he expected me to fill the silence. When I didn't, he tried again. "I'm still your father, Mira. We may not see eye to eye, but I'm not the enemy." I tilted my head. "You're not the enemy. But you chose your pride over your daughter's dignity for years. That's not something I can forget or ignore." He sighed. "So that's it then? You're just done with us." I met his eyes. "I'm done pretending you were ever on my side." Then I walked past him. I didn't turn back, not even when he muttered my name under his breath. The months that followed were quiet, at least from them. No more invitations. No more voicemails. A kind of Cold War silence that I welcomed. My business continued to grow. I partnered with another firm to expand into organizational coaching. I hired a part-time assistant. I started speaking at universities. My name began to mean something, and not just in my small circle. And as for my family, well, Lena reached out once more, through a mutual friend. She wanted to know if I'd reconsider attending the wedding. I declined, not out of pettiness, but because I didn't need to be the afterthought in another family event, the one they tolerated for appearances. Theo never contacted me again. Dax posted a vague status about family members who change when they get money. I didn't reply. Ray and Celeste. They faded, not out of my memory, but out of relevance. I didn't block them, but I no longer made space for them, either. And for the first time in my life, I felt free. Not because I'd gotten revenge, but because I had finally chosen myself. They had their dinner table, their jokes, their smug sense of control. I had my own name on a door, my own people who respected me, and a life where I no longer had to shrink to fit. That was all the closure I needed. And that, truly, was the end. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. So, this all started about a week before Christmas. I-24F was looking forward to spending the holiday with my family, something we've always done. Yeah, there's some tension, but nothing that would make me think they'd just leave me out. I get a text from my mom the day before Christmas Eve, saying, "Hey, sorry, but we're going to have to cancel dinner tomorrow due to some last-minute changes. We'll do it next year, okay?" I was disappointed, of course. We've done Christmas dinners for years, and while things weren't perfect, it was family. But fine, okay. It happens. I didn't think much of it until the next day. I had to run some errands, so I wasn't home much. When I got back, my phone was blowing up with notifications. Turns out one of the older relatives, let's call her Aunt Linda, had posted a ton of photos from the family dinner on Facebook. What's the problem with that, you ask? Well, Aunt Linda doesn't know how social media works and posted the pictures publicly. That means everyone, including me, could see them. The worst part? They were all having the best Christmas dinner, laughing, toasting, exchanging gifts. Everything I would have been a part of if my mom hadn't conveniently canceled the dinner for me. I sat there, staring at the photos, my heart sinking. The words, "Best Christmas Ever," with smiling faces, kids playing in the background, the whole family gathered around the table. Except for me, I snapped. My hands were shaking as I scrolled through the images. There were my cousins, my aunts, uncles, even my mom, all enjoying the meal they'd lied about. My phone buzzed with a message from my mom, as if she didn't already know I'd seen it. "Hey, honey, sorry about Christmas. We'll do something next year, I promise. Love you." I couldn't believe it. I was furious. No, more than furious. Angry doesn't even cover it. They had excluded me on purpose. This was planned. I knew it. It wasn't a last-minute change. It was a deliberate decision. My mom had probably convinced the rest of them not to invite me, and I bet they didn't even feel guilty about it. Hell, it was probably her idea from the start. As I stewed over this, I got another message, this time from my mom. She said she wanted to talk and called me right after. I didn't even want to answer, but I did. "Hey, honey, how are you? I know you must be upset, but it's really for the best. Trust me," she said, sounding all sweet, like she hadn't just ruined my Christmas. I could feel my blood boiling. I had to hold back from just screaming into the phone. Instead, I said, "Oh, really? For the best? You cancel dinner on me and then have the audacity to post those pictures online like nothing happened? You think I'm just supposed to sit here and be okay with it?" She didn't seem to take me seriously at all. "Sweetie, I just thought it'd be easier this way. You've been so busy with work, and I didn't want to stress you out. You know how things get. We'll make it up next year." That was the last straw. I've always been the one who tries to keep the peace, who bends over backward for my family, but not anymore. They messed with the wrong person this time. Now, I'm planning my revenge, and believe me, I'm going to make sure they regret this. But here's the kicker. I haven't told them anything yet. They still think I'm just sitting around, sulking. They have no idea what's coming. I spent the next couple of days just stewing in anger. Every time I thought about how they treated me, it made my blood boil. I couldn't believe they'd all just go along with it, like it was nothing. What kind of family does that to someone? But then it hit me. This wasn't just about Christmas dinner anymore. This was about me taking back control. They thought they could push me aside, leave me out, and I'd just take it. Well, not anymore. I started plotting. The first thing I did was unfollow every single one of them on social media. I didn't want to see their smug holiday posts anymore, but I needed a way to turn this around. So, I went back to Aunt Linda's public Facebook album, yeah, the one she had no clue was public, and started screenshotting everything. Every photo, every caption, every smiling face, all posted to the world for anyone to see. Then, I made a plan. I knew that if I wanted to really get under their skin, I'd have to make this public, too. So, I started working on a post of my own. But this wasn't just about embarrassing them. It was about showing them that I was done being their doormat. I wasn't going to play the victim, not anymore. Instead, I was going to let everyone see exactly what kind of people they were. I crafted the perfect post. A little witty, a little sarcastic, and just the right amount of bitterness. Here's what I wrote. Hey, everyone. So, Christmas was apparently canceled at my house this year, or so I was told. But it seems like my family had a totally different idea of what canceled means. Check out all the photos from their last-minute changes Christmas dinner, because apparently, I'm just not invited anymore. Best Christmas ever, right? Looks like they saved all the food, presents, and good times for everyone else. Just thought I'd let you all in on the holiday fun I missed out on this year. Merry Christmas to me. I guess? Hashtag family drama, hashtag left out. I made sure to tag every single one of them. And I didn't just post it on Facebook. No, I wanted to make sure they saw it everywhere. So, I shared it to Instagram too, and tagged them there as well. I knew this would send shockwaves through the family, especially since my mom's whole thing was pretending everything was perfect for everyone else. I didn't expect them to call right away, but sure enough, within minutes, my phone was buzzing. It was my mom. I didn't pick up. I knew if I did, I'd lose control. So, I let it ring. Then came a message from my cousin Rachel, who was apparently concerned about how I was feeling. Cousin Rachel asked, "What's going on? Why are you doing this?" "It's just Christmas. We didn't mean to hurt you." I couldn't help but laugh. They were all acting like I was the one who was overreacting. I started typing a reply but then deleted it. No, I wasn't going to waste my energy explaining myself to them. This was their problem now. Then came a text from my mom again. She was starting to panic. Mom said, "I don't know what you're trying to do, but this isn't the way to fix things. We're family. Please, let's talk." I had to admit, the sheer nerve of her was impressive. After everything they did, now she was trying to turn the tables and play the victim? Unbelievable. I waited a few hours before responding. I didn't want to seem too eager. I had to keep the pressure on. And when I finally replied, I kept it simple. I replied, "It's funny, because I thought I was family too. But I guess that doesn't count for anything anymore." Then I just left it at that. The ball was in their court, and I wasn't going to make the first move this time. The messages kept coming. My mom, Rachel, even my aunt. But I didn't respond. I just let them stew. The next day, the family group chat lit up. My mom was angry. She wanted to know why I'd aired our dirty laundry on social media. I knew this was the moment where things would either go up in flames or I'd have them right where I wanted them. The texts were flying fast. But I stayed calm. Mom asked me, "What is wrong with you? You're causing drama and making this worse for everyone." I just couldn't help it. I was done with them pretending to be perfect. I was done letting them walk all over me. I responded, "Drama? No, Mom. What's wrong is the way you've treated me for years. Don't try to spin this and make it my fault. You canceled Christmas on me, and now you want to act like I'm the one who ruined everything? Maybe it's time you take a hard look at what you've done." And with that, I hit send. The moment I hit send, I could feel the weight of what I'd just done. It wasn't just a text. It was a declaration, a challenge. And I knew that they'd be coming at me hard after this. I wasn't scared though. No, I was feeling more alive than I had in months. The group chat exploded right away. Mom texted, "This is what you wanted, huh? To ruin our family over a dinner? You think this will make things better?" Uncle Mark texted, "You've gone too far. This isn't the way to handle things. Your mom worked hard to make Christmas special, and you're just making a mess of it." And there it was. The classic, "it's all your fault" defense. Every time they messed up, they found a way to blame me for their actions. I wasn't falling for it anymore. I knew they were trying to guilt trip me into backing down, but I wasn't budging. But then, my mom's text came through again. This time, it was different. It wasn't angry. It was apologetic. Mom texted, "Please, let's just talk. We can't keep doing this. You're my daughter. I love you, but you're pushing us all away." I stared at the screen, holding my breath for a moment. I knew she was trying to soften me up, trying to make me feel guilty. But I had no intention of letting her off the hook that easily. Not after everything they'd done. I typed out a message, but this time, I took my time. I wasn't just going to snap back. This time, I was going to make them sweat. I replied, "You know, it's funny you say that. Because I thought family was supposed to be there for each other. But apparently, I was wrong. Maybe I am pushing you away. But you're right. This isn't just about Christmas. It's about the way you've treated me for years. The way you've always put me second. I'm done being a part of that. I could almost feel the tension building as I read over my message. I wasn't sure if they'd try to keep guilt-tripping me or if they'd just give up. But I was done. A few minutes later, the phone rang. I didn't answer. I wasn't ready to talk yet. Then came a voice message. It was from my mom. I don't know what's going on with you, but this isn't you. Please call me back. Let's sort this out. We're family, remember? The voice message was so soft, almost pleading. It almost made me feel bad. But then I remembered all the years of feeling left out, all the times they'd done this to me. And I realized something. I wasn't the one who needed to make it right. I didn't respond. Instead, I sat back and watched the messages pile up, my phone buzzing with each one. They were all scrambling now, trying to salvage what was left of their perfect little holiday. A couple hours later, I got a notification from Facebook. My mom had posted a long, dramatic status. It read, "It's been a tough year, and I know things aren't perfect, but we need to come together as a family. I love you. Please, let's talk." This isn't the way to handle things. There it was again, the guilt, the attempt to twist the narrative. She was trying to paint herself as the victim, trying to make everyone think I was being unreasonable. But she didn't know what I had planned next. Because here's the thing, they had no idea how deep this was going to cut. They thought I'd just let it go, like always. They thought they could cancel me out of their lives, and I just accept it. But I wasn't just going to let this slide. I had one more move left to play. The next morning, I woke up to find that my mom had taken down her post. But I had already saved it. I screenshot that entire status, along with the comments from everyone telling me I needed to fix things. Then, I sent the screenshot to all of my mom's friends. Everyone who had commented about how perfect our family was. Everyone who had seen her post and believed her story. I didn't just stop there though. I posted the screenshots on my own page, tagging her. I made sure everyone knew exactly what kind of family I was dealing with. The next time my mom tried to call me, I didn't pick up. Instead, I left a message. Your attempt to make me the villain? Not gonna work. Let's see how long your perfect family lasts now that everyone knows the truth. The hours after I posted that screenshot felt like an eternity. I was watching my phone like a hawk, waiting for any kind of response. And sure enough, it came. My mom texted me again, but this time it was different. The message was cold, almost businesslike. Mom texted, "I don't know what you think you're accomplishing by dragging our private family matters into public, but you've crossed a line. Don't expect to be part of any family events moving forward. You've made your choice." I felt a chill run down my spine. She was really doing this. She was cutting me off, just like that. But instead of feeling crushed, I felt empowered. I had exposed the truth, and now they were scrambling to keep their perfect image intact. I didn't respond to her text right away. I just let it sit there, lingering. I had more important things to do. The following day, I woke up to dozens of messages from people I hadn't heard from in years, family, friends, extended family, people who had been kept in the dark about what was really going on in our family. Some of the messages were supportive. "I had no idea they treated you like that. I'm so sorry. You deserve so much better." Others were more judgmental, telling me I was making a mistake by airing family drama. "You've gone too far. This is family business, not something to post online." But none of that mattered to me anymore. The floodgates had opened, and I wasn't going to close them. For the first time in ages, I felt like I had control over my life. It wasn't about winning their approval anymore. It was about standing up for myself. Then came a call from my aunt, the one who had innocently posted all those photos. I wasn't sure if I should answer, but I did anyway, curious to hear what she had to say. Aunt Linda said, "I don't know what you're doing, but your mom is really upset. She's telling everyone that you've ruined Christmas and made the family look bad. Honestly, I thought we could work this out in private." I bit my lip, trying to keep my cool. She had no idea what had been happening behind closed doors. But she did play a part in it, so I wasn't about to sugarcoat things. I responded, "Aunt Linda, maybe you should have thought about that before you posted the photos online. You've made it pretty clear what kind of family I'm dealing with. If you're so worried about how this makes us look, maybe you should have told my mom to stop treating me like I don't matter." There was a long pause on the other end. I could hear the gears turning in her head as she processed my words. Aunt Linda said, "I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I just wanted everyone to be happy." I replied, "You didn't mean for it to happen, but you didn't think about the consequences either. And now I'm left dealing with all of this alone." Aunt Linda sighed, her voice tinged with guilt. Aunt Linda said, "Maybe we all made mistakes. But the way you've handled this, it's just not fair to your mom. She's heartbroken. I had to laugh bitterly. I wasn't the one breaking hearts here, but I knew I had to be careful. This wasn't just about getting them to apologize. It was about proving I didn't need them anymore. I replied, if she's heartbroken, it's because she's realizing that I'm not just going to let her walk all over me anymore. Tell her to stop pretending to be the victim. I hung up before she could say anything else. The satisfaction of hanging up felt good. It felt right. And I knew there was one more step I had to take. That night, I went back to the post I'd made on Facebook. I'd already been getting messages, but I wanted to stir the pot a little more. I wanted to make sure they couldn't just sweep this under the rug. I edited the post. I added a little something extra. To all the people telling me that family drama shouldn't be posted online, you're absolutely right. But when my family treats me like I'm invisible and then tries to cover it up with perfect holiday photos, that's the kind of thing the world should see. I'm tired of being the one who gets stepped on. So, here's the truth. And just like that, I pressed send. This time, I knew there was no going back. I leaned back in my chair, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. I had exposed the truth. They couldn't take it back. And even if they tried to make me the bad guy, I knew the world would see it for what it was. Within minutes, the messages started coming in. Mom texted, "You've made your choice. Don't come crawling back when you realize you've lost your family." Rachel texted, "I don't know why you're doing this, but you need to stop before you ruin everything." But I wasn't backing down. I had already made my peace. They weren't going to control me anymore. For the first time in my life, I felt free. The weight of years of emotional manipulation, guilt-tripping, and being the family scapegoat had been lifted. They wanted to pretend I didn't exist? Fine. I would make sure they remembered me for exactly who I was, the one who refused to be treated like garbage. I put my phone on silent and sat down with a cup of coffee, staring out the window. It was snowing lightly, the streetlights casting a warm glow on the quiet neighborhood. Somewhere, other families were enjoying their Christmas leftovers, laughing, exchanging gifts, creating real memories with people who actually cared about each other. I had spent years wishing for that kind of family. But now, I realized I didn't need them. That night, I decided to take things a step further. I gathered every text, every message, every passive-aggressive guilt trip my family had ever sent me and compiled them into one final post, except this time, it wasn't for Facebook. I sent it directly to every extended family member, every family friend, every mutual connection my mom had cultivated over the years to maintain her perfect image. No caption, no explanation, just the raw, ugly truth. I knew exactly what would happen next. My mom would scramble to do damage control. She would spin the story to make herself the victim, how I had lashed out, how I had ruined Christmas, how I had driven a wedge between us. But it didn't matter. The people who mattered would see through it. And the ones who didn't? I didn't need them anyway. The next morning, my phone was flooded with responses. Some were shocked. Some apologized for not realizing how bad it had been. Some defended my mom, saying she was just trying her best. But the best message came from an unexpected source. My cousin Emily. Emily and I had never been particularly close. She had always been the golden child, the one who got everything handed to her. But her message was short and to the point. I had no idea. "I'm so sorry. You don't deserve this. If you ever need family, you've got me." That was it. That was all I needed to see. I replied with a simple, "Thank you." And then, I blocked my mother. I blocked my sister. I blocked every single person who had chosen to side with them. And just like that, I was free. The silence was deafening at first, but then I realized it wasn't silence. It was peace. I made myself breakfast, played some music, and started looking up flights. I had always wanted to take a solo trip somewhere new, somewhere exciting. Maybe Europe, maybe South America. It didn't matter. For the first time in my life, I was making choices for me. And I wasn't looking back. Update: Hey everyone. I thought I'd drop a quick update since it's been a year. Long story short, I've never been happier. Cutting them off was the best decision I've ever made. I spent the past year traveling, meeting new people, and actually enjoying life without the constant stress of family drama hanging over me. I found a great job, moved to a new place, and even made real friends, ones who actually care about me. As for my family, well, karma has been working overtime. Turns out, without me around as their scapegoat, they started turning on each other. My sister and mom had a massive falling out, no surprise there. And from what I've heard through the grapevine, a lot of extended family members don't trust them anymore after seeing the receipts I posted last year. Mom tried to play the victim, but people weren't buying it. They reached out a few times, Empty apologies, guilt tripping, the usual. But I never responded. They made their choice. This Christmas, I'm spending it with people who actually want me around. And for the first time, it really is the best Christmas ever. No regrets. My husband joked that he settled for me during his birthday speech. Everyone laughed, except me. Hey, Reddit, I'm not even sure where to begin. I feel like my entire marriage just shifted overnight, and I don't know if I'm overreacting or if I finally woke up to something I should have seen a long time ago. I'm Lillian, 39F, and I've been married to Owen, 42M, for almost 8 years. We met through mutual friends, dated for 2 years, and when he proposed, I thought I had won the lottery. Owen was the guy everyone gravitated toward, charming, confident, always the life of the party. He had this effortless way of making people feel important, like he could see through them in a way no one else did. I was never the type to be the center of attention. I've always been more reserved, preferring deeper one-on-one conversations over big social events. But Owen made me feel seen. He made me feel like I was the most special person in the room, even when he was surrounded by people who adored him. At least, that's what I thought. Looking back, I wonder if I mistook charm for something deeper. If I fell in love with the way he made me feel in the moment, without really looking at the way he treated me in the long run. But I'll get to that. This all started last weekend. It was Owen's birthday, and as always, he wanted to go big. He doesn't do quiet dinners or small gatherings. No, he wanted a full-blown celebration, a private room at a high-end restaurant, over 30 people, an open bar. His parents were there, my parents, his 2 brothers, my sister, plus a mix of our friends from different points in our lives. It was the kind of event where Owen thrived. I spent weeks planning it. I made sure the venue was perfect, the menu had his favorites, the decorations weren't too much but still made the night feel special. He didn't ask me to do all of that, but I wanted to. Because that's what you do when you love someone, right? The night started off well. Everyone was drinking, laughing, catching up. Owen was in his element, floating from conversation to conversation, basking in the attention. I stayed mostly with my sister and a couple of close friends, enjoying the night but also making sure everything was running smoothly. Then, after dinner, someone tapped their glass, calling for a speech. Owen, of course, stood up without hesitation. He loved giving speeches. Any excuse to hold an audience, to make people laugh, to be the center of everything. I remember watching him, smiling, expecting to hear the same heartfelt, slightly tipsy speech he always gave, something about how grateful he was, how lucky he felt to have such amazing people in his life. And for the first few minutes, that's exactly what he said. But then he turned to me. And, of course, I have to thank my beautiful wife, Lillian, he said, raising his glass toward me. I smiled, ready for the sweet words I thought were coming. Then he smirked. The most patient woman in the world. I mean, let's be honest, I definitely settled. Laughter. Real, genuine laughter. His youngest brother nearly choked on his drink. My father chuckled. His mother covered her mouth, shaking with amusement. I felt my face heat up. My stomach clenched. I forced a smile. Owen, oblivious, or maybe just riding the high of everyone's reaction, kept going. I mean, come on, we all know it. I was the catch, right? Lillian had to lock me down before someone else did. More laughter. Some exaggerated groans. My sister shot me a look, her smile tight and forced. Someone from across the room called out, "Wow, dude," in that playful, half-joking, half-awkward tone. I wanted to sink into the floor. Owen must have noticed my expression because he waved a hand at me, still grinning. "Oh, come on, babe. You know I love you. You got the best deal of your life." That was the moment something in me shifted. Before that, I might have convinced myself he was just joking, that it was harmless, that I was overreacting. But when I looked at him, I didn't see a man who had misspoken or realized he hurt me. I saw a man who genuinely believed what he was saying. And I realized this wasn't new. It was in the little things. The casual comments over the years about how I was lucky to have him. The way he talked about our marriage, always positioning himself as the prize. The way he would joke about my cooking, my fashion sense, My quietness at social events, not in a loving, teasing way, but in a way that always made it clear he thought I was the one who had to keep up. I had brushed it off for years. But sitting there, in a room full of people laughing at my expense, something inside me went quiet. I don't remember much of the rest of the night. I smiled when expected, laughed at jokes, acted like everything was fine. But my mind was racing. By the time we got home, Owen was still in a great mood. He dropped onto the couch, kicked off his shoes, and stretched his arms behind his head like a man completely at ease. "Such a great night," he said. "You did an amazing job planning it, babe." I didn't respond right away. I was standing near the bedroom door, my hands gripping the doorknob so tightly my fingers ached. Finally, I asked, "Do you really believe that?" He blinked at me. "Believe what?" "That you settled." Owen laughed, like it was ridiculous that I was even asking. "Oh, come on, Lillian. You know I didn't mean it like that. It was a joke. But do you believe it?" He sat up, exhaling sharply. "Lil, don't do this. It was just a speech. Everyone was having fun. You're making it into a thing when it's not a thing." I didn't say anything else. I just nodded and went to bed. But I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, feeling like something was tightening around my chest. And sometime in the middle of the night, as Owen snored beside me, I made a decision. I didn't cry. I didn't have some dramatic, emotional breakdown. I just got up, grabbed a suitcase, and started packing. I moved quietly, carefully. I took only what I needed: my ID, my credit cards, a few changes of clothes. I left my wedding ring on the dresser. Then I grabbed my keys, stepped outside, and called for a ride. I went to the hotel and booked a room. My phone was buzzing nonstop with messages from Owen. The first ones were casual. "Babe, where are you? Hey, did you go somewhere?" Then, when I didn't respond, they turned panicked. "Lil, this isn't funny. Call me. Now." I sat on the stiff hotel bed, staring at my phone as the notifications kept piling up. Each vibration sent a ripple of anxiety through my chest, but I didn't open them. Not yet. Outside, the city was quiet. It was late, maybe 2 or 3 a.m., but my mind wouldn't slow down. The reality of what I had just done was starting to sink in. I had left. Just walked out. No confrontation, no explanation. A part of me felt guilty. I could already imagine Owen pacing the house, running his hands through his hair, his frustration boiling over as he tried to figure out what the hell was going on. But another part of me, the part that had been silently shrinking in our marriage for years, felt something else. Something unsettling. Relief. I inhaled sharply, locking my phone and tossing it onto the nightstand. I needed to think. I needed a plan. I hadn't told anyone where I was. Not my sister, not my parents, not even my best friend, Celeste. If I told anyone, they'd have opinions, advice, warnings. They'd either try to convince me to go back or tell me to lawyer up immediately. And I wasn't ready for either. I just needed space. For the next few hours, I lay awake, listening to the hum of the hotel air conditioning, staring at the ceiling, and replaying the night over and over. Every laugh, every glance exchanged across the table. The way Owen had spoken about me like I was some lucky admirer who had managed to win him. Maybe he'd always thought that. Maybe I'd just been too in love to see it. By the time the sun started to rise, my phone had stopped buzzing. Either Owen had given up for the night, or he had decided to wait me out. I turned on my side, exhaustion weighing down my limbs, but sleep didn't come. Instead, a new thought crept into my mind, one I hadn't considered until now. What happens next? Leaving in the middle of the night felt like taking control. But now, with the morning creeping in, it hit me. I had no idea what I was actually doing. I couldn't stay in a hotel forever. I had a job, a house, our house. My clothes, my things, my entire life were still there. What was my next move? As I stared at my phone, debating whether to call Celeste or my sister, my screen lit up again. This time, it wasn't Owen. It was his mother. Of course, she was calling. She had always been deeply involved in our marriage, not in an affectionate, motherly way, but in the kind of way that made it clear she thought her son was some rare gift to the world and that I should be endlessly grateful to have him. I let it ring. Then, a voicemail notification popped up. Curiosity 1. I pressed play. Lillian, her voice was tight, controlled, the way it always was when she was masking her irritation. I assume you're finished with whatever childish tantrum this is, and you'll be coming home soon. You've embarrassed Owen enough. Call me back. That was it. No concern, no questions, no attempt to understand why I left. Just a demand. I exhaled sharply, gripping the phone in my hands. It wasn't surprising. She had always seen me as the background to Owen's life, the person who made things run smoothly so he could shine. She never liked me, but she tolerated me because I made her son happy, or at least, I had. I deleted the voicemail without a second thought. But the reality was sinking in fast. Owen wasn't just going to let this go. He wouldn't accept me walking out without a fight, not because he loved me, but because it would bruise his ego. And his family? They would make sure I knew exactly what a mistake I was making. I needed a plan. I grabbed my phone and finally did what I should have done hours ago. I texted Celeste. Me? Are you up? I waited, anxiety creeping up my spine. I half expected her to ignore me, but within seconds, the typing bubbles appeared. Celeste. Oh. What happened? I hesitated before typing. Me. I left Owen. There was a long pause before she responded. Celeste. Where are you? Me. Hotel. Don't tell anyone. Celeste. I'll be there in 20. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Celeste was the one person I could trust. She had never liked Owen, not openly, but in the way she always chose her words carefully when talking about him, in the way she never quite laughed at his jokes, in the way she once told me, after too many glasses of wine, that she didn't think he was capable of real kindness. I hadn't believed her then. I wasn't sure I was ready to believe her now. I stayed sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at my phone even after Celeste's last message. 20 minutes. It wasn't a long time, but it felt like forever when you were stuck in your own head. The hotel room was quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioning, and I felt strangely detached, like I was floating outside my own body, watching everything unfold from a distance. I glanced around the room. My suitcase sat half-zipped on the floor. I hadn't brought much, just enough to get by for a couple of days. But the reality was settling in fast. I didn't have a clear plan beyond leave. I ran a hand through my hair, exhaling slowly. Owen hadn't tried calling again, but I knew it was only a matter of time. He wasn't the type to just let things go. He liked control, even if he didn't always realize it. A knock at the door pulled me out of my thoughts. 3 short, sharp taps. I hesitated before getting up and looking through the peephole. Celeste stood there, hands tucked into the pockets of her oversized sweater, eyes scanning the hallway. I unlocked the door and let her in without a word. She stepped inside, taking a quick glance around the room before turning to me, her expression unreadable. Okay, she said, shutting the door behind her. Start from the beginning. I sat down on the bed while she took the chair by the window, legs crossed, watching me closely. For a second, I didn't know what to say. It all felt so obvious in my head, but putting it into words, that was harder. I swallowed. His birthday party. Celeste nodded like she already knew. What happened? I exhaled. He gave a speech. I hesitated, still struggling to say it out loud. He told everyone he settled for me. Like it was a joke. Her jaw tightened, and they all laughed. I looked down at my hands, fingers gripping the blanket. I don't know why that was the moment it hit me, but it did. Celeste didn't say anything right away. She just sat there, eyes dark with something unreadable. Then she shook her head. He's always been like this, Lillian. I frowned. What do you mean? You know what I mean. Her voice was calm, steady. You've always been the one putting in the effort. Always the one adjusting, making sure he's happy, making excuses when he says something awful. And he never even notices. I wanted to argue, to tell her it wasn't that simple. But the words caught in my throat. Because deep down, I knew she was right. I'd spent years convincing myself that Owen's jokes were just jokes. That his offhand comments didn't mean anything. That it was normal for relationships to have moments like this. But now, I wasn't sure anymore. Celeste sighed, rubbing her temples. Okay, what's the plan? I hesitated. I don't know. Do you want to leave for good? She asked, voice careful. Or are you waiting to see what he does? That was the real question, wasn't it? Because as much as I wanted to say I had made up my mind, there was a part of me that was still waiting. For what? An apology? An explanation? Some proof that I hadn't wasted years of my life on someone who never really saw me? I don't know yet, I admitted. Celeste studied me for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Then first things first, we get you somewhere safe. My place. I hesitated. Would he show up there? Not if he values his ability to walk, she said flatly. That actually made me smile, just a little. I nodded. Okay. Your place. Celeste didn't waste any time. She grabbed my suitcase, slung her purse over her shoulder, and gestured for me to follow. Come on, she said. We'll figure out the rest later. I hesitated for only a second before stepping out into the hallway. The air felt lighter outside that hotel room, like I'd left a part of the weight behind. As we drove, Celeste kept the conversation light, mostly talking about work, mutual friends, anything that didn't involve Owen. I appreciated it. I wasn't ready to rehash everything just yet. By the time we reached her apartment, I was exhausted. Emotionally. Physically. Every part of me felt drained. You can crash in the guest room, she said, locking the door behind us. And before you say anything, no, I don't mind. Stay as long as you need. I murmured a thank you, but she waved it off. Just get some sleep. We'll talk in the morning. I tried. I really did. But sleep didn't come easily. Because I knew this wasn't over. The next morning, I woke up to a storm of messages, not from Owen this time, but from mutual friends, his brother Joel, and, of course, his mother. I didn't open any of them. Not yet. But the subject lines and previews told me enough. Joel's message was short and condescending. You're blowing this out of proportion. A so-called friend, Laura, wrote, Owen's a mess. Just talk to him. And then his mother's. I always knew you were selfish, but I never thought you'd humiliate my son like this. You'll regret it. I stared at my screen, gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles ached. Selfish. Humiliating him? I exhaled slowly, forcing the anger down. I could feel the old version of myself creeping back in, the one who would have second-guessed, who would have wondered if they were right. But I wasn't that person anymore. Owen had humiliated me for years, in ways I hadn't even fully acknowledged until now. And the best part? He didn't even realize it. He thought I would always be there, always smoothing things over, always staying no matter what he said or did. He was wrong. Celeste wandered into the kitchen, yawning as she poured herself a cup of coffee. How bad is it? She asked, nodding toward my phone. Predictably awful, I said. She rolled her eyes. Of course it is. They're panicking because they lost their favorite doormat. I snorted. I don't think I was ever their favorite anything. Fair point. She took a sip of her coffee and leaned against the counter. So, what's next? That was the question, wasn't it? And suddenly, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I looked up at Celeste, a slow smile spreading across my face. I think it's time Owen really understands what he lost. Over the next few days, I kept quiet. I ignored Owen's messages. I didn't respond to his family or friends. I let them stew. And Owen? He did exactly what I expected. At first, he was apologetic, begging, saying he didn't mean it that way, that I was overreacting. When that didn't work, he shifted, got angry, accused me of being dramatic, selfish, cruel for walking out like that. And then came the guilt tripping. The after everything I've done for you messages. The ones designed to make me question myself. But I didn't. Because while he was too busy panicking about losing me, I was preparing. I met with a lawyer. Quietly. Efficiently. And while I was at it, I had my financials reviewed. See, Owen had always been the breadwinner, and he never let me forget it. He made me feel like I needed him, that I could never leave because I'd struggle without him. But what he didn't realize, I had savings, investments, and more importantly, I had something he never had: patience. Owen had always been careless with money. I, on the other hand, had always planned for a future where I might need to stand on my own. And now, that future was here. By the time I finally responded to Owen, I was ready. I agreed to meet him at our house. Not because I wanted to reconcile, but because I wanted to watch the reality sink in. He was sitting on the couch when I walked in, running a hand through his hair, looking exhausted. When he saw me, relief flooded his face. Lillian, he said, standing up. Thank God. Listen, I held up a hand, cutting him off. I'm not here to talk about us, Owen. Confusion flickered across his face. Then why? I pulled a folder from my bag and set it on the table. His eyes darted to it, then back to me. What is this? Divorce papers, I said, voice steady. His face went pale. What? You said you settled for me, right? I tilted my head. So I'm fixing that for you. Owen blinked, like he couldn't quite process what I was saying. Lillian, come on. You don't mean this. I do. I gestured toward the papers. I've already spoken to a lawyer. You'll find that everything is more than fair, more than generous. Owen opened and closed his mouth, struggling to find words. You're really doing this? Just like that. I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Just like that. He stared at me, something ugly flashing in his eyes. Anger. Panic. He had never actually thought I'd leave. Not really. And that was the moment he knew he had lost. I turned to leave, pausing at the door just long enough to glance back at him. By the way, I said, voice calm, if you or your family try to make this difficult, just remember, I know where your skeletons are buried. His face twisted. He knew exactly what I meant. And with that, I walked out the door without looking back. Update. It's been a couple of weeks since I left, and honestly, I feel lighter, freer. Like I can finally breathe without constantly worrying about Owen's moods or his next backhanded comment. He, on the other hand, is not handling it well. After the initial shock wore off, he started reaching out again, not with apologies, but with demands. First, he wanted to talk things through like adults, aka convince me to drop the divorce. Then, when I refused, he got angry. Told me I was ruining his reputation and making a huge mistake. His mother has also been relentless, sending me paragraphs about how I'm throwing away a good man and humiliating the family. Apparently, it's my fault for not being grateful enough. Meanwhile, some of our mutual friends have been taking sides. A few have reached out to tell me they support me. Others? Not so much. I've gotten messages calling me dramatic and cold for leaving so suddenly. As if this decision was sudden. As if I hadn't spent years being slowly worn down by his words. So, Reddit, I have to ask, am I the a-hole for leaving without a word? For refusing to entertain his excuses? For finally choosing myself after years of being treated like an afterthought? I'd love to hear your thoughts. I never thought I'd be that person, the one who gets used by their own family, chewed up and spit out, all while smiling and handing over my hard-earned money like a fool. But I was, for years, and I never questioned it, until the night my sister, Emma, accidentally called me. It was late, around 11 p.m., and I had just finished a brutal shift at work. My phone buzzed. Emma's name flashed on the screen. Weird. She never called me this late. I answered groggily, hello, but there was no response. Just muffled voices, laughter, and the distinct clinking of glasses. A party? My family didn't usually invite me to those. In fact, they didn't invite me to much of anything. I almost hung up until I heard my name. God, can you believe Olivia still thinks she's helping us? That was my mother's voice. Sharp, amused, dripping with condescension. Emma snorted. She acts like some kind of saint. Like we'd be homeless without her. More laughter. Well, technically, we would. My brother, Jake, chimed in. But that's her job. She owes us. She doesn't have kids, no husband, nothing. What else is she gonna do with her money? I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Owes them. Oh, please, my mom scoffed. She doesn't pay out of the kindness of her heart. She pays because we made her. What else was she gonna do? Let her family struggle. She said it like the very idea was disgusting. That's why we should ask for more, Emma said casually. She just got a raise, right? She can afford it. Jake let out a low whistle. Luxury apartment, new car, vacations, she's doing fine. Meanwhile, we're here counting pennies for the new iPhone. Exactly, Emma huffed. She's so selfish. If she really cared, she'd cover more than just rent. Like, the groceries, the utilities, mom's spa days. I felt my stomach turn. My rent payments weren't covering necessities. They were funding their luxury, their entitlement. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to scream. But I didn't. I sat there, gripping my phone so tightly my fingers ached, listening as my entire family, people I had sacrificed so much for, tore me apart like I was nothing. My mother sighed dramatically. I mean, what else can she do? Stop paying? Huh. She's not that heartless. Laughter erupted. I clenched my jaw, my blood boiling. They thought I was trapped. They thought I needed them. They thought I'd never, ever pull the plug. They had no idea what was coming. I sat there, phone still pressed against my ear, my heartbeat pounding in my skull like a war drum. The call was still going. They hadn't realized. They had no idea I was listening. Emma let out a sharp laugh, the kind that always made me feel like I was the punchline of a joke I didn't understand. God, you remember when she actually thought she could say no? That one time. Jake snorted. Oh yeah. What was it, like 2 years ago? She tried to set boundaries or some crap. My mother made a noise of pure amusement. And look how fast she folded. One little guilt trip and she was begging to help again. Emma sighed dramatically. She's too soft. Too afraid of being the bad guy. That's why we always win. Something inside me twisted, hard, and violent. When? This wasn't a family helping each other out. This was a game to them. A power trip. They were playing with me, laughing behind my back while I bled myself dry for them. Jake's voice turned smug. She's so predictable. She thinks if she just keeps paying, we'll appreciate her. Like, sure, okay, thanks for the rent money, but that doesn't mean we have to like her. I didn't realize I was gripping my phone so hard until my fingers started to cramp. Emma's voice turned syrupy. I mean, she could be more fun, you know? Like, we're family. But no, she's all work, work, work. No personality. No social life. Just money. My mother hummed in agreement. At least she's useful for something. That was it. That was the moment something in me snapped. But I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I kept my grip on the phone, held my tongue, and listened. Because if they thought I was weak, if they thought I was predictable, then I'd give them exactly what they expected. For now. Anyway, my mother continued, her voice turning breezy. We need to have a talk with her soon. The rent's going up next month. She'll have to cover the difference. Jake groaned. Ugh, she's gonna make that face again. The one where she pretends to be struggling, like, oh no, I can't afford it. His voice pitched into a mock whine. Emma cackled. She can afford it. She just doesn't want to. Exactly. My mother's voice hardened. She needs to understand. We have needs, too. Needs. Needs. They weren't talking about food, electricity, medical bills. No, they were talking about the things they chose to spend their money on instead of rent. Emma clicked her tongue. You know, she's been really slow with payments lately. Maybe we should start reminding her earlier. Jake laughed. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe even throw in a little, we're struggling story for extra effect. Oh, and Mom, Emma added, you should cry again. It works every time. My mother chuckled, and I felt something cold, visceral, coil in my stomach. Of course, sweetheart. I know exactly what to say. I sat in silence, staring at the floor, my entire world tilting under me. They were proud of it, of manipulating me, of wringing me dry and then mocking me behind my back. And they thought they could keep doing it. They thought I'd never stop. I swallowed, forcing my voice to stay even, calm. Then, finally, I spoke. Hello. The call went silent. The silence that followed was deafening. I stared at my phone, the screen now dark, my thumb hovering over the call log as if I needed proof it had actually happened. They hung up the second they heard my voice. Not a single word. No excuse, no cover-up, nothing. Just clicked. I imagined them all, sitting in my mother's overpriced living room, their laughter choking in their throats as the reality sank in. She heard us. And yet, my phone stayed silent. No frantic call back from Emma. No fake apology from my mother. No hastily typed out excuses from Jake. Nothing. Because they weren't sorry. They were just caught. I took a slow, deep breath, my hands shaking as I set my phone down on the table. My mind was racing, replaying every word, every smug little jab, every way they had picked me apart like I was nothing more than an ATM with a pulse. But I didn't cry. Not this time. I sat there, perfectly still, my fingers tapping against the table as a plan started to form. They thought they had me figured out. They thought I'd stay quiet, pretend nothing happened, keep paying their bills like a good little doormat. But they had no idea. I could already picture it, their faces when the next rent payment didn't arrive. The panic, the outrage, the audacity they'd have to act like I was the one betraying them. But not yet. I wasn't going to cut them off immediately. No, that would be too easy, too predictable. If they wanted to believe I was weak, if they thought they still had control over me, then I'd let them think that. For now, I picked up my phone, scrolling through our family group chat. It was mostly them asking for money in one way or another. Mom's medical excuse of the month, Emma's emergency spa day, Jake's sudden car trouble that never seemed to end. I typed out a simple message. Hey, sorry, my phone glitched and dropped the call. Everything okay? I hit send. Seconds later, the typing bubble appeared. Emma texted, "Oh haha yeah, just bad signal. We weren't even talking about anything important lol." Liar. I stared at the screen, watching the dots flicker as she hesitated, probably wondering if I had heard anything. If I knew. Emma texted, "Anyway, Mom wanted to talk to you soon. Maybe this weekend?" I smiled. There it was. The setup. They were already laying the groundwork for their next demand. I cracked my knuckles, my pulse steady, my mind clear. This weekend? Fine. I'd play along. And when the time was right, when they were at their most desperate, when the rent was due, I'd pull the rug out from under them so hard they wouldn't know what hit them. Let's see how they handled life without their little burden paying their way. The weekend came faster than I expected. I spent the next few days going through the motions, answering their messages like nothing had changed, letting them believe I was still oblivious. Emma texted me the most, sending casual updates about her stressful life, her new manicure, a shopping spree, a dinner at some high-end restaurant. Jake mostly stuck to short messages, acting like we were close just in case he needed to ask for something later. And Mom? She played her role perfectly. "Mom, hey sweetheart, hope you're doing okay. Just wanted to check in. Love you." The kind of message that used to make me feel guilty for even thinking of saying no to them. But now it was just part of the game. They were so predictable, it almost made me laugh. Saturday finally rolled around, and I made my way over to Mom's house. Or, more accurately, the house I had been paying for. The moment I pulled up, I felt it, the twisted mix of nerves and excitement coiling in my chest. I wasn't here to fight. Not yet. I was here to watch, to see how they planned to manipulate me this time. I stepped inside without knocking, something they expected from me. Something that made them feel like I was still part of this little toxic mess of a family. The smell of expensive candles and takeout filled the air. Mom was sitting on the couch, wrapped in some overpriced blanket, a cup of tea in her hands like she was preparing for a serious discussion. Emma lounged across from her, lazily scrolling on her phone, and Jake sat at the kitchen counter, munching on something that looked suspiciously expensive for someone who couldn't afford rent. They have no idea. Mom looked up, giving me the kind of warm smile that used to make me feel safe. The same smile she probably used right before she planned to wring more money out of me. "There you are, sweetheart," she said, voice soft. "We were just talking about you." "I bet you were." I smiled back, keeping my expression easy, relaxed. "Oh yeah? What about?" Mom sighed dramatically, setting her tea down. "Well, you know how much we appreciate everything you do for this family. You've been such a blessing, helping out with rent and all. Here it comes." Emma chimed in, her tone carefully casual. "Yeah, like, we were actually just talking about how much rent has gone up lately. It's crazy." Jake let out a low whistle. "Insane. Like, I don't even know how people are affording it." Mom nodded, her eyes wide with exaggerated concern. "And, well, we wanted to talk to you about that. The landlord is raising the rent again. It's really bad this time." I tilted my head, pretending to think. "Oh wow. By how much?" Mom hesitated, just for a second. "A few $100s more a month." Emma immediately jumped in. "Which, isn't that bad, but with all the bills, it's just so much, We're barely keeping up." Jake sighed, running a hand through his hair. "And we hate to ask, but there it is. The ask. The moment where they expected me to smile, nod, and say, 'Of course, I'll help.' I leaned back, pretending to think it over, like I was actually considering it. Let them squirm." Mom leaned forward, her voice soft, full of fake concern. "Sweetheart, we wouldn't ask if we weren't really struggling." Emma sighed dramatically. "Like, I've had to cut back on so many things." Cut back? She had just posted about buying a new designer bag yesterday. Jake shook his head, playing the role of the stressed-out brother. "We're just lucky to have you, Not everyone has a sibling who cares this much." I could barely keep the amusement off my face. "They're laying it on so thick." Mom reached out, placing her hand on mine, her voice dipping into that motherly tone she always used to guilt-trip me. "So, sweetheart, can you cover the increase? Just until we figure things out." I let the silence stretch. The air felt thick, the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. They thought they had me, thought I'd fold, just like every other time that I met my mother's eyes, smiling. "Of course," I said. Relief flooded her face so quickly she almost gasped. Emma grinned. "Oh my God, you're the best." Jake clapped me on the shoulder. "Knew we could count on you." I smiled, nodding along, playing the role they expected. Because they had no idea. No idea that in just a few weeks, when the rent was actually due, they'd wake up to an eviction notice instead of my money that I wasn't helping them anymore. I was about to watch their whole world collapse. And I couldn't wait. The days after that conversation were like a game of waiting. Every time they texted me, I smiled, laughed at their jokes, and sent a few meaningless responses to keep the act going. They had no idea what I was planning. I kept my distance, careful to avoid making it seem like I was pulling away too quickly. They'd just accuse me of being distant, of changing, and I wasn't about to give them any ammo. Each day, I went through the motions, pretending like nothing had shifted in my head, even though everything inside me was screaming to pull the plug already. I wanted to do it right away, but I had to make sure I was in control. This wasn't just about getting back at them. It was about teaching them a lesson they'd never forget. They still expected me to be there when they needed me. They still expected me to be their safety net, the one they could count on when their spending habits caught up with them. The truth was, they could have easily afforded rent without my help. They were just so used to living beyond their means that they thought they were entitled to everything I'd been giving them. They didn't need my money. They wanted it. And that was the line I'd finally drawn in the sand. It was only a week before the next rent payment was due when I got the call that I was sitting at my kitchen table, scrolling through some work emails when my phone buzzed. The caller ID made my stomach tighten. Mom. I hesitated for a second, pretending I didn't know exactly what this was about. "Hey, Mom," I answered, trying to keep my voice neutral, even though my heart was pounding. "Oh, thank God you picked up," she said, her voice tight. "Sweetheart, we're in a bit of a jam." "Here it comes. What's going on?" I asked, my tone calm, like I had all the time in the world to listen to whatever excuse she was about to give me. "Well, you know how we were talking about the rent increase," she started, clearly rehearsing what she was about to say. "Well, the landlord is being really unreasonable. He's insisting on the full increase, and we're really struggling here." "Uh-huh." I already knew where this was going. "We're just asking for a little bit of help," she continued, the fake sweetness back in her voice. "Just to get us over the hump this month, and then we'll figure things out, okay?" I could hear the desperation in her tone. She knew she couldn't pull the wool over my eyes anymore. I stayed silent, letting the tension build. She couldn't possibly believe I'd just roll over and give them another month of my life, could she? Did she really think I hadn't noticed how their spending had spiraled out of control? "So, what do you think, sweetheart?" she asked, her voice a little too hopeful that I couldn't hold it in anymore. I let out a slow breath, trying to sound casual. "I think you're more than capable of handling this on your own." She was silent for a moment, as if trying to process what I had just said. I could practically hear her brain working overtime, trying to figure out how to fix this. "You know I can't just let you guys get evicted, right?" I continued, keeping my voice calm. "You've got money for things like new furniture, trips, expensive dinners, but you can't seem to save for rent." The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Then, slowly, she spoke. "Sweetheart, we don't have that kind of money right now. You know it's not that simple. We're really struggling." I kept my voice steady, but the anger was rising. "It's only not that simple because you've been living beyond your means for years, Mom. You've been using me as a crutch, and I've had enough." "You know that's not true," she said, her voice tightening, trying to cling to the lie. "You owe us. You know we've always been there for you, haven't we?" I let that one sit for a moment. "Yeah, you've always been there, when it was convenient for you. But now I'm done being your ATM. It's time to figure things out on your own." Mom's voice shifted, the facade cracking. "Sweetheart, please, we can't. I've already made up my mind," I interrupted, my voice cold. "And I won't be paying this month's rent. You'll have to figure it out. Good luck." I hung up before she could respond. I sat there in the stillness, my heart racing. It wasn't a feeling of guilt, though. It was more like the moment before a thunderstorm, when the air is thick with tension and you know something big is coming. I knew they wouldn't take this well. Hell, I was practically daring them to react. But I also knew they had no other option but to beg. That's when the real fun would begin. Over the next few days, my phone was bombarded with messages. Texts from Mom, calls from Dad. Even my sister, who normally didn't get involved in financial drama, had a message waiting for me. "Can you please talk? We really need to sort this out." I didn't respond to any of them. In fact, I turned my phone on Do Not Disturb mode and avoided all of it. The longer I could keep them in the dark about the fact that I knew what they'd been saying, the better. I could feel their desperation starting to seep through, and I let it marinate. The day the rent was due came, and sure enough, the calls started up again. First, it was Mom, then Dad, and finally my sister. Each call had a slightly more frantic tone than the last. But I didn't budge. It was around noon when I finally decided it was time for the confrontation. I was sitting at my kitchen table, sipping coffee, when I saw a text from my sister pop up. "We really don't have anyone else to turn to. Please, just this one time." I didn't even give it a second thought. I picked up my phone and dialed her number. She answered almost immediately. "Oh my God, thank you for picking up." She sounded relieved, like she'd been holding her breath. "We're in deep trouble. The landlord said if we don't get the full payment in by tomorrow, he's going to start the eviction process. You know we can't afford this on our own. Please just help us out this one time." I let her ramble on, her voice getting more and more desperate with every word. The guilt was supposed to start creeping in, but all I felt was a strange sense of satisfaction. I'd played this game for too long, letting them take advantage of me, and now it was time for the tables to turn. Finally, I cut her off. "You really don't get it, do you?" There was a long pause on the other end. "What do you mean?" "I heard everything," I said, my voice cold. "I heard the call. I heard all of you laughing at how you've been using me as your personal bank for years. She owes us, you said. She's just a means to an end, right?" Her silence was deafening. I could almost hear her brain trying to process what I had just said. "Do you think I didn't know?" I continued, my voice getting sharper. "Do you think I didn't realize how you've been living way beyond your means, all while depending on me to bail you out? You think I'm stupid? That I wouldn't notice how you buy new clothes, take vacations, eat out at expensive restaurants, while I'm over here picking up the tab every damn month?" "But we needed your help," she finally said, her voice cracking. "We couldn't have made it without you." "Yeah, well, maybe you should have thought about that before you spent every penny you had on things you didn't need." I shot back. "You don't need me. You just wanted me to keep giving you money. And I'm done with it. I'm done being your ATM." I could hear her trying to find words, but nothing came. She had no defense. She was trapped in the very web she'd spun. Then, just when I thought the conversation was over, I heard my mom's voice in the background, yelling at her to get me to help them and not let me off the hook. That's when I decided it was time to make my grand exit. "You know what?" I said, my voice steady. "I'm done. I'm cutting you all off. No more money, no more bailouts, no more being your punching bag. If you want to live like this, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Good luck, though, because once you've spent every penny you've ever earned on luxury, you're going to have a hard time living in the real world." I ended the call before she could respond, turning my phone off completely. Months passed, and I didn't hear a word from my family. I wasn't surprised. They were too proud to admit they'd messed up. But then one day, my phone buzzed. It was a text from my sister with a simple line, "The rent's due again." I didn't respond immediately. I knew what they wanted, money. But that wasn't going to happen. A few days later, I got another text from my mom. "Can you please just help us this one time? We're really struggling." Then, my dad tried calling, but I let it go to voicemail. They weren't asking for a second chance or an apology. They just needed me to be their safety net again. I kept ignoring them. I was done. Their arrogance and entitlement had left a sour taste in my mouth, and no amount of begging would change that. The truth was, they never changed. They were just too used to being taken care of, and when I stopped enabling them, they were forced to face the consequences of their actions. The landlord didn't wait, and eventually, they were evicted. I wasn't there to pick up the pieces, and they didn't get a penny from me. It wasn't pretty, but it was exactly what they needed. Sometimes the best revenge isn't a dramatic showdown. It's just walking away and letting them realize they can't rely on you anymore. And they never did come back. My parents called a family meeting. "You owe us for raising you," Dad said, handing me a bill. I thought it was a joke. Then Mom added, "Be grateful we're only charging you this much." So I pulled out my own invoice, and when they saw the total, their faces went pale. That wasn't even the worst part. I'm 31M, and if I had to describe my relationship with my parents in one word, it would be transactional. Not in the sense that they expected me to do chores or be responsible. Most parents want that. But growing up, I learned pretty quickly that nothing in my family was ever given freely. Everything came with a price. I was never the type to ask for much. I knew better. If I wanted something, I either had to earn it or prove, beyond any doubt, why I deserved it. I had to be useful. I had to be worth the investment. My younger brother, George, 29M, never had that problem. I don't think it started as blatant favoritism. At least, I don't think my parents saw it that way. But little things added up. If I wanted a new pair of shoes, I had to save up my birthday money or get straight A's. When George wanted new shoes, Mom just bought them. If I asked why, the answer was always something like, well, he needs them for soccer, or you're more responsible with money, you can wait. That logic followed me into my teenage years. At first, I told myself I didn't mind. I liked being independent. I liked knowing I could take care of myself. But the older I got, the more I realized it wasn't about independence at all. It was about expectations. My parents expected me to manage on my own. They expected me to struggle a little. George? He was fragile. He needed help. It wasn't just about money. It was about the way we were treated. When George forgot about an assignment and failed a test, Mom comforted him and said, "It happens to everyone." When I missed a homework deadline, once, Dad said I was being careless and needed to grow up. When George got caught drinking at 17, Dad laughed and said, "Boys will be boys." When I came home 5 minutes past curfew, I got grounded for 2 weeks. I kept my mouth shut. Complaining wouldn't change anything. But I'll never forget my 16th birthday. I had been working part-time for almost a year, saving up for a car. I knew my parents weren't going to buy me one, so I was prepared to handle it myself. But a tiny part of me still hoped they might help out, at least a little. Maybe match whatever I had saved. Maybe surprise me with an old used car. Then, a week before my birthday, George turned 14. And my parents, who had never so much as offered to pitch in for my car, got him a brand new gaming console. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. I didn't say anything, but my dad must have noticed my face because he said, "We'll see about getting you a car in a couple of years, once you've proven you can handle the responsibility." That was the moment I knew. They were never going to help. They didn't see me the same way they saw George. So I stopped expecting anything from them. I worked, saved up, and bought my own used car at 17. I put myself through college. I moved out as soon as I could. Meanwhile, George coasted. He dropped out of college twice. He quit jobs after a few months. And whenever he ran into trouble, Mom and Dad swooped in with money, excuses, and second chances. I never asked for a dime. Even when I was struggling, even when I could have used the help, I kept my distance. I should have cut them off entirely. But part of me, the stupid part, thought maybe things would change now that I was an adult. Maybe they'd finally respect me. Then, last week, I got a text from my dad. "Family meeting. Be here Sunday at 3 p.m. Don't be late." I almost ignored it. I wasn't a kid anymore. I didn't live under their roof. But I was curious. We hadn't had a family meeting in over a decade. So, I went. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was George, slouched on the couch, looking bored. He barely glanced up when I walked in. Mom and Dad sat at the kitchen table, their expressions serious. Something felt off. "Sit down," Dad said. I sat. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Mom reached into a folder and slid a piece of paper across the table toward me. I picked it up, expecting. Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. But when I read what was on that paper, I felt my stomach drop. It was an invoice. A long, itemized bill. And they were completely serious. At first, I thought I had read it wrong. The numbers didn't make sense. The words on the page blurred together: room and board, groceries, utilities, medical expenses, even gas money for the rides they had given me when I was a teenager. The total at the bottom? $79,850. I let out a short laugh. Not because it was funny, but because I genuinely thought this had to be some kind of bizarre joke. "You're kidding," I said, setting the paper down. Neither of them laughed. "We're not," Dad said. His tone was calm, almost patient, like he was explaining something obvious to a child. "Raising a kid is expensive. We gave you a roof over your head, food, and education. Now that you're successful, it's time you start giving back. I stared at him, trying to process what I was hearing. Mom chimed in, her voice softer, but just as firm. And be grateful we're only charging you this much. If we added in everything, the total would be a lot higher. I looked at George, half expecting him to crack a joke or roll his eyes. Instead, he just shrugged, like this was completely normal. I shook my head. You're serious. Dad exhaled through his nose, clearly losing patience. You're doing well for yourself. You have your own business, a good life. Meanwhile, we've spent decades supporting you. The least you can do is help out now that you're in a position to. I felt something hot and bitter rise in my throat. You didn't support me, I said slowly. I worked. I paid my own way through school. I moved out the second I could. I have never once asked you for money. Dad's expression darkened. And that's why we knew you'd be able to handle this. That's when it clicked. They didn't think they were asking for this money. They genuinely believed I owed them. That I was some kind of investment they were finally cashing in on. I glanced down at the invoice again, scanning through the itemized list. Some of it was absurd. General parenting costs $20,000. But what really got me was a line near the bottom. Loan to cover family emergencies, $15,000. I frowned. What is this? I pointed at the line item. Mom shifted in her seat. That was when we needed money a few years ago. You covered some of the mortgage payments, remember? I remembered. They had called me out of the blue, panicked. Said they were in a tough spot, that they just needed a little help. I had wired them the money that same day, no hesitation. It wasn't a loan, I said. I gave you that money. I never asked for it back. Dad waved a hand dismissively. Well, that just goes to show you had plenty to spare. I felt my fingers tighten around the edges of the paper. So let me get this straight, I said, my voice low. I'm supposed to pay you back for things every parent is legally and morally supposed to provide for their child? Mom sighed like I was being dramatic. You don't understand, honey. It's not about the money, it's about appreciation. We worked hard to give you a good life, and this is just a way for you to show that you value everything we've done for you. I almost laughed again, but there was no humor in it. Appreciation? For what? The years of being treated like a financial burden while George got everything handed to him? The constant reminders that I had to earn what he got for free? I had spent my entire life trying to prove I was worth as much as him. And now, sitting in that kitchen, staring at that ridiculous invoice, I finally accepted the truth. I never would be. I took a slow breath and slid the paper back across the table. No, Dad's jaw clenched. Excuse me. No, I repeated, standing up. I'm not paying you. Mom's expression turned tight. We are your parents. We spent years providing for you. This is the least you can do. The least I can do? I let out a dry chuckle. I was a kid. You chose to have me. You don't get to send me a bill for existing. Mom's mouth opened and closed, her face turning red. Dad, however, just sat back, watching me like I was some ungrateful disappointment. We always knew you were selfish, he muttered. Something in me snapped. Selfish? Me? I reached into my pocket, pulled out my phone, and scrolled for a moment. Then I turned the screen toward them. Their eyes flickered to it. What's this? Mom asked. I smiled coldly. My own invoice. It was something I had put together a long time ago, not because I ever planned to use it, but because I wanted to see in black and white just how much they had taken from me over the years. Money I had lent them. The $15,000 for the mortgage. The savings account they had drained to help George get on his feet. The inheritance from my grandfather that had mysteriously vanished before I could see a dime. The total? Let's just say it made their bill look like pocket change. Mom's face went pale. Dad's hands tightened into fists. Mom's eyes darted over the numbers on my phone screen, her lips pressing into a thin line. Dad, on the other hand, barely glanced at it before shaking his head. This is different, he said, voice clipped. I raised an eyebrow. How? Mom shifted uncomfortably. Because, she said, grasping for words, we're your parents. The money we took from you was to support the family. You weren't struggling. You had more than enough. I let out a sharp breath through my nose. So, let me get this straight. When you spend money on me, things that every parent is supposed to provide. It's a debt I have to repay. But when I give you money, without ever asking for it back, it's just gone. Dad's expression darkened. Watch your tone. I ignored him. I was 18 when you took that inheritance. You told me Grandpa hadn't left me anything, but I found out later he had. Where did that money go? Mom flinched. She opened her mouth like she wanted to deny it, but she must have known that wouldn't work. Instead, she turned to Dad. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. It went toward the house. Mortgage payments, maintenance, things you benefited from. Benefited? I repeated, letting out a humorless chuckle. I moved out at 19. I didn't see a cent of that money, but you're telling me I benefited from it. Neither of them answered. George, who had been sitting quietly the whole time, finally spoke up. Why are you being so difficult about this? He said, his voice carrying that usual air of irritation, like I was overreacting. It's not like you're broke. I turned to look at him, really look at him. He was lounging in his chair, arms crossed, wearing a hoodie that I knew for a fact Mom had bought for him. He still lived at home. He still drove a car my parents had paid for. He still got handouts from them whenever he needed. Of course, he didn't see the problem. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. This isn't about the money, George. It's about the fact that they think they're owed something for doing the bare minimum as parents. Bare minimum? Mom repeated, looking genuinely offended. We gave you everything. We worked hard to make sure you had a roof over your head, food, clothes. I held up a hand. Stop right there. Do you hear yourself? You're listing off basic parental responsibilities like they were some kind of luxury. I never asked to be born. I never agreed to some contract where I had to pay you back for raising me. Dad's jaw tightened. You act like we're just strangers to you. I leveled him with a look. Aren't you? Because a real parent wouldn't be sitting here trying to shake their kid down for money. Mom's face flushed, and for the first time, she actually looked hurt. Not guilty. Not regretful. Hurt. Like I was the one betraying them. You've changed, she said, shaking her head. Ever since you moved out, you've acted like you're too good for this family. I felt a flicker of something, maybe sadness, maybe frustration, but I pushed it down. I didn't change, I said. I just stopped pretending this dynamic was normal. Dad leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. His expression had shifted into something colder, more businesslike. Look, he said, you don't want to pay the whole thing? Fine. We can negotiate. I blinked. Negotiate. He nodded. I'm willing to lower the total if you at least contribute something. I stared at him, trying to figure out if he actually thought this was reasonable or if he was just testing me, pushing to see how much he could get. And that's when I realized something else. They didn't expect me to fight back. They had assumed I'd just pay, either out of guilt or because I didn't want to cause a scene. Maybe they thought I was still that kid who kept his head down, who worked quietly while George got all the praise. But I wasn't that kid anymore. I took a deep breath, straightened up, and met my father's gaze head on. I'm not negotiating, I said. I'm not paying a single cent. Dad's expression darkened. Mom looked like she was about to cry. George muttered something under his breath, but I didn't care enough to ask what. I grabbed my phone off the table and stood up. This conversation is over. And then I turned and walked toward the door. I expected them to let me leave. Maybe yell after me. Maybe guilt trip me some more, but ultimately let me go. But just as I reached for the doorknob, Dad's voice stopped me in my tracks. If you walk out that door, he said, his tone low and warning, then you're cutting yourself off from this family. I hesitated, not because I was reconsidering, but because I realized how familiar this moment felt. This was how they had always controlled me, by making me feel like I had to earn my place in the family, by making me believe that if I didn't play by their rules, I wouldn't belong. But the truth was, I had already been on my own for years. I turned my head slightly, just enough to glance over my shoulder. I think we both know that already happened a long time ago. And with that, I stepped outside, letting the door click shut behind me. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just staring at my phone. The screen lit up with a call from Mom, then a text from Dad. I didn't answer. I wasn't sure what they expected me to do. Turn back around? Apologize? Hand over a check like none of this was completely insane? Instead, I tossed my phone onto the passenger seat and started the engine. I had barely pulled out of the driveway when another text came in. This time from George. "You're being ridiculous. Just pay them something and move on." I scoffed, tossing my phone face down. Of course he'd say that. Paying them off wouldn't change anything. If I gave them anything, it would just open the door for more demands later. And yet, despite everything, a small part of me still felt that old, familiar pull of guilt. That voice in the back of my mind whispering that maybe I was being too harsh. But then I reminded myself they weren't asking for help. They were demanding payment. And they'd never expect the same from George. That alone was enough to silence the guilt. I drove home, the whole conversation replaying in my head. Every word, every look, every time Dad's expression shifted like he was still trying to figure out the best way to manipulate me. By the time I got to my apartment, I had made a decision. I wasn't just going to walk away from this. I was going to make sure they never tried something like this again. I pulled up my laptop and started going through old documents, bank transfers, old messages, even the paperwork from when my grandfather had passed. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. A direct deposit into my parents' account for $15,000 labeled as temporary help. A message from Mom a few days later. "Thank you so much. We'll pay you back soon. Love you." And then, nothing. No follow-ups. No repayments. Just silence. I dug deeper, scrolling back through old bank statements. And that's when I saw it. The withdrawal from my savings account. The one I had spent years building up, only to have it wiped out in a single transaction. They had told me they were just borrowing it, that they needed it to help George get on his feet, that I'd get it back as soon as he was stable. That was 8 years ago. I leaned back in my chair, fingers drumming against the desk. They had taken thousands from me under the pretense of borrowing it. They had drained an inheritance that was meant for me. They had expected me to just accept it, to be grateful for whatever crumbs they decided to throw my way. And now, after all of that, they had the audacity to demand even more? My jaw tightened. Fine. If they wanted to play this game, I'd play. I wasn't going to demand my money back. I knew they wouldn't pay me even if I did. But I had something better. Leverage. I spent the next few hours pulling together everything: bank statements, messages, records of transactions. I organized them neatly into a folder on my desktop, labeled something simple but effective: family finances. Then, I did something I hadn't done in years. I called my uncle. Uncle Ray was my mom's older brother. He and my parents didn't always see eye to eye, but he was the one person in the family I still somewhat trusted. More importantly, he had been the executor of my grandfather's estate. When he picked up, his voice was warm but cautious. "Hey, kid. It's been a while." "Hey, Uncle Ray," I said, forcing a smile into my voice. "Listen, I have a quick question for you about Grandpa's will." There was a pause, then a sigh. "I was wondering when you'd ask." My stomach tightened. "So, you knew." "Not everything," he admitted. "But I knew your parents took the inheritance that was meant for you. Your grandfather set aside a significant amount for you and George. Equal amounts. But when I asked about it, your mom told me you'd agreed to let them manage your share." I let out a bitter laugh. "Manage? Huh?" "They emptied it. Spent it on themselves and George." "That's low." "Even for them," he said. I hesitated before asking my next question. "Is there anything I can do?" Another pause. Then, in a lower voice, he said, "Actually, yeah, there might be. Apparently, since the inheritance had been meant for me specifically, and I had never legally signed away my rights to it, I could pursue it. It wouldn't be easy. I'd have to get a lawyer involved. But the fact that I had documentation of them taking and spending the money without my knowledge, that could make a real case." I thanked Uncle Ray, hung up, and stared at my computer screen for a long time. I called a lawyer the next day. A friend of a friend, someone who had dealt with estate disputes before. I forwarded him all the documents I had and explained the situation. After going through everything, his response was simple. "You have a case." It took a few weeks to get everything filed. In the meantime, I ignored my parents' calls. I ignored George's passive-aggressive texts. I let them sit in their own assumptions, probably thinking I had just moved on. Then the legal notice was served. That's when the real chaos started. Mom showed up at my apartment first, banging on the door, yelling, "How could you do this to your own family?" She shrieked the second I opened the door. I stayed calm. I'm just taking back what was mine. Dad came next, calling me in a controlled, low voice. "You don't want to do this," he warned. But I did. Then George texted, "You're actually insane. You're tearing this family apart over money." I didn't bother responding. Because here's the thing. I wasn't the one who had torn this family apart. They had. They were the ones who had stolen from me, lied to me, and then tried to extort me for more. All I had done was finally stand up for myself. And for the first time, they were facing real consequences. But they didn't have the money to pay me back. Instead, we settled in court. They had to sell off assets, including their precious vacation timeshare, to pay back a chunk of what they owed. And George? He was furious. Because for the first time, his life of comfort was affected. They tried to guilt me, of course. Tried to paint me as the villain. But the thing about manipulation is that it only works when you care what the other person thinks. And I didn't care anymore. So that's where things stand now. My parents lost a big chunk of what they had, and they're still bitter about it. They ended up downsizing their house, selling their vacation timeshare, and making other sacrifices to settle the case. According to Uncle Ray, they've been telling extended family that I sued them over a misunderstanding and ruined their lives over money. George isn't speaking to me. No surprise there. Last I heard, he was still complaining to anyone who'd listen about how unfair it is that I took things too far. Meanwhile, he still has everything he got from them, including the money they stole from me. He never offered to pay back a cent. As for me, I feel free. No more guilt, no more manipulation, no more wondering when the next demand would come. I finally stood up for myself, and even though it caused a huge family rift, I don't regret it. But I know this whole thing makes me look like the villain in their eyes. So now I have to ask, am I the a-hole for legally forcing my parents to pay me back? Was it too extreme, or was I justified in what I did? I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you've ever felt taken advantage of by family, share your story in the comments. Like and subscribe for more stories like this. Hi Reddit. I'm Amara, 32F, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around how everything unfolded over the past several months. It feels like something out of a movie, but I promise you, this story is very real. Family drama, bitterness disguised as politeness, and a betrayal that at first left me stunned, but eventually gave me the clarity I didn't know I needed. I want to take my time telling this because it didn't happen all at once. The way my family treated me wasn't a sudden blow. It was a slow leak, a quiet unraveling, masked by smiles and justifications. The kind that makes you question whether you're imagining it, until one day, it's too blatant to ignore. Let me give you some background. I come from a very tight-knit but extremely image-conscious family. We're not rich by any means, but we've always presented ourselves like a little dynasty. My grandparents had 4 children, my mom, her 2 brothers, and my Aunt Denise, the youngest and the loudest. Growing up, family gatherings were mandatory, photo albums were curated like museum exhibits, and stepping out of line, even slightly, meant whispered comments and subtle exclusions. I was the only daughter of the eldest sibling, my mom, and I always felt a weird kind of spotlight on me. My cousin Celeste, 28F, was Aunt Denise's only daughter, and from as early as I can remember, everything was a competition between us. It was never our doing. In fact, Celeste and I were actually close when we were young, sleepovers, handmade birthday cards, dressing up as twins even though we looked nothing alike. But adults love comparing. Who spoke first? Who read better? Who wore it better? And Aunt Denise? She made it her personal mission to make sure Celeste always won. At every family gathering, she'd say things like, "Celeste got an A again. She's always been the responsible one," with a glance at me. Or, "Amara's very creative, which is nice, but Celeste is practical. You need practicality in life." These digs were always said with a tight smile, wrapped in a ribbon of maternal concern. As a kid, I didn't always understand the intention, but the tone stuck with me. Things really shifted when we were in college. I studied abroad for a year in Italy, something I had dreamed of since high school. I was so proud. The first person in our family to study internationally. I still remember how I emailed everyone pictures of the countryside, little updates, photos of my campus. Only one person replied, my grandmother. My mom said everyone was too busy to respond, but I found out later from my cousin Levi that Aunt Denise had once said, she's off trying to make herself look better than the rest of us again. Typical. Still, I tried to keep the peace. I came home for holidays, brought back thoughtful gifts, complimented everyone on their achievements. I learned how to shrink myself just enough to fit into the version of the family they were comfortable with. Celeste and I kept in touch, though more distantly. She got a job in finance, while I pursued work in design and later started my own business. Hers was seen as the stable path. Mine, a hobby until it fizzles out. Never mind that my business eventually took off and paid for the down payment on my apartment. Then came the engagement. Celeste got engaged to a man named Gareth last year. He's the kind of guy who talks like he's in a job interview at all times. Every sentence polished, every smile calculated. I didn't like him much, but I kept it to myself. My mom mentioned the engagement in passing, saying they were planning a huge wedding in the spring. I was happy for her. Genuinely. Despite everything, I thought, maybe this would be a chance to reconnect. I even reached out to Celeste. Sent her a handwritten note. Yes, handwritten, congratulating her, and told her if she needed any design help for invitations or decor, I'd love to lend a hand. She didn't reply. I assumed she was busy. Wedding planning is chaotic. So I waited. And waited. Weeks went by. Nothing. My mom insisted I was definitely invited and told me not to overthink it. Then one evening in late March, my phone buzzed. A friend of mine from high school tagged me in a Facebook photo with the caption, "The most beautiful bridal shower ever." I clicked the tag. There they were, Celeste, my other cousins, even distant relatives from another state. All gathered in a garden filled with roses and blush-toned tablecloths. Champagne glasses, gift baskets, the works. Everyone was there. Except me. I stared at the photo for longer than I'd like to admit. Not because I was sad, but because something finally clicked. This wasn't just forgetfulness. This was intentional. Still, I didn't want to assume. So I asked. I called my mom. Did I miss an invite to the shower? Silence. Then she sighed. Oh, honey. Denise thought it might be better to keep it small. Small. There were 27 people tagged in that photo. I said, Mom, can you just tell me the truth? Another pause. She said it would be less stressful for everyone if you weren't involved. She thinks you bring unnecessary attention to yourself. I laughed. I didn't even mean to. It just came out. Unnecessary attention? Me? I hadn't even spoken to most of the family in months. I had been quietly working, minding my own business. But somehow, my existence was disruptive. So I called Aunt Denise. Calmly. Hi, Aunt Denise. I noticed I wasn't at the shower. And just wanted to ask, am I invited to the wedding? Her voice didn't waver for even a second. Amara, it's best if you stay away. You always have a way of making things about yourself. And Celeste deserves a day that's just hers. No emotion. No apology. Just cold dismissal. I said nothing for a beat. Then I laughed softly and replied, all right. Hope it's worth it. I hung up. And in that moment, something inside me shifted. Not out of anger, but out of peace. I realized I didn't need them. Not anymore. That's when the idea began forming, slowly at first, like fog lifting. A quiet, bold thought that maybe, just maybe, I didn't need to attend their celebration because I could create my own. And 6 weeks later, I did. My phone stayed silent for days after that call with Aunt Denise. You'd think there'd be some whisper of concern, some message trying to smooth things over, but nothing came. No follow-up. No one reached out to ask if I was okay, or why I hadn't shown up to anything. They had decided I was a problem, and once a person becomes a problem in my family, they quietly erase you and continue on. I didn't tell my mom how deeply that conversation had settled into me. She had a habit of trying to defend Denise, always with the same line. She means well, she just doesn't know how to express it. But at what point does intention stop matching? I wasn't a child anymore. I didn't need my feelings to be translated, explained, or justified on someone else's behalf. That week, I deleted myself from the family group chat. There was no drama, just a quiet exit. No one said anything about it. Not even a text. Just silence. And in that silence, something unexpected started growing. Freedom. I threw myself into work. I met with clients, finalized some branding projects, and kept my mind busy. But Layla noticed. She always did. We were having tea on my balcony when she said it, her eyes narrowing in that way she did when she was reading me like a book. They hurt you again, didn't they? I sighed. It's fine. Amara, she said, her voice firmer. It's not fine. You bend over backwards for these people, and they treat you like a piece of scenery they forgot to move off stage. Enough is enough. I didn't respond right away. I was used to people telling me to let things go, to take the high road, to be the bigger person. But Layla wasn't saying that. She was saying the opposite, and it stunned me into silence. Then she leaned back and smiled. You need an escape. Barcelona. Come with me. I'm going for the wedding shoot next month. We can stay a week. Just us. No expectations, no family, no Denise. I hesitated. But then something strange happened. I said yes. Just like that. I hadn't said yes to anything in a long time that wasn't out of obligation. I had no idea that one decision would change everything. The flight to Barcelona was the first time I'd felt real excitement in months. I watched the clouds outside the window, headphones in, fingers tapping against the armrest. The air felt different the second we landed, and not just literally. It was like I'd stepped into a version of life where I was allowed to take up space. Layla's wedding shoot was scheduled for the weekend, so we had 2 days to explore. On the first evening, we ended up at a little cafe on a side street near the Gothic Quarter. That's where I met Mateo. He was not what I expected. Kind without being overbearing, sharp-witted but soft-spoken, and with this calm energy that settled around him like warm light. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't trying to impress. He just listened. He asked questions. And when I told him why I'd flown across the ocean with my best friend on a whim, he didn't pity me. He just nodded and said, "Sounds like you needed to breathe." That first night, we just talked, and I laughed more than I had in months. The next few days passed like something out of a dream. Mateo took us to spots tourists never find. Rooftops with hidden gardens, tiny bookshops tucked behind courtyards, a bakery that made the best pistachio croissants I've ever tasted. He knew everyone, not in a showy way, but because he actually paid attention to people. I watched him joke with the elderly shopkeeper, help a little boy who dropped his soccer ball in the street, speak gently to a nervous street performer trying out a new song. He was real, and I had spent so long surrounded by people who were only interested in appearances that it felt unreal. It wasn't romantic, not yet, but it was honest, and I needed that more than anything. Layla was the one who nudged the next chapter forward. We were sitting at breakfast on the third morning, sunlight pouring across the table, when she said, completely casually, "You know, I was thinking you never had your moment. You always made room for everyone else's celebrations. You planned birthdays, hosted baby showers, even helped decorate for Celeste's graduation dinner. Remember that? The one you weren't even thanked for." I nodded. "Yeah, I remember." She smiled. "What if we made our own?" I raised an eyebrow. "Our own what?" Layla leaned forward, eyes sparkling. "Our own celebration. A day for you. Not to get revenge, not to prove anything, just to claim your joy. Something no one can take credit for or twist. Something that's about you and only you." I laughed, but not because I thought it was ridiculous. I laughed because for the first time, I actually wanted it. I looked at Mateo, who was seated quietly beside us, sipping his espresso. He smiled at me. "I know a place," he said. The venue was tucked away on a hillside overlooking the sea, a former artist's retreat, now used for small events and weddings. It wasn't huge. It wasn't extravagant. But it was perfect, covered in climbing ivy, with hand-carved wooden doors, and a terrace that looked out over the ocean like it had been waiting just for us. That's when the idea became something real. Layla took charge. Of course she did. She coordinated with the venue, spoke to local vendors, and called in a few favors from her photography friends. I didn't tell anyone, not a soul, not even my mom. Not because I wanted to be secretive, but because I didn't want anyone to ruin it. It was just us, a tiny group of people who knew me, valued me, and wanted to see me happy. And somewhere along the way, Mateo and I fell in love. It wasn't planned. Nothing was. But something about being in that space, surrounded by laughter and light, let everything align. I looked at him one night as the sun set across the water, and I realized I didn't want to leave him behind. And to my shock, he felt the same. So Layla said the words that started it all. "If you two want to get married here, I'll make it happen." We did. It was quiet. It was sincere. And it was exactly what I needed. Now here's the part where everything changed. We didn't post about it right away. Layla took her time editing the photos, and I didn't mention it online. I was just happy quietly. Until Celeste's wedding day. That morning, Layla tagged me in a photo. One photo. It was a picture of Mateo and me standing beneath an arch of wildflowers, sunlight behind us, both of us laughing, not posed, not forced. Just joy. She captioned it, "The most beautiful wedding I've ever had the honor of shooting. Congratulations, Amara and Mateo. You two are magic." I didn't think much of it. But apparently, the rest of the internet did. The photo got picked up by a travel blog Layla had worked with before, then reshared by a wedding trends account. The post started getting traction, thousands of likes, hundreds of shares. Suddenly people were tagging me, messaging me, asking where the venue was, who designed my dress, if we had a video. That would have been fine, except it happened to go viral the exact same day Celeste was walking down the aisle. And some of our mutual acquaintances started talking. One of them even commented publicly, "Wait, didn't her family just throw a huge wedding and not invite her?" Yikes. And that's when the messages started pouring in. But it wasn't from Celeste. It was from Aunt Denise. Her message was short. "What is this? You didn't tell anyone you were getting married? How dare you try to upstage your cousin?" This was her day. No congratulations. No curiosity. Just fury. She wasn't mad I got married. She was mad I didn't ask permission. I didn't respond to Aunt Denise's message. Not right away. For the first time in my life, I let her sit in silence. I reread her words more times than I care to admit. Not because they hurt, but because they confirmed everything I had always quietly suspected. Her first response to my wedding, wasn't joy or curiosity or even mild surprise. It was outrage. Not because she missed the moment, but because she wasn't in control of it. I could almost hear her voice in my head, that clipped tone she always used when she felt the world was spinning out of her hands. "How dare you do something without consulting the family? Without me?" And that, right there, was the crack in the foundation I'd been waiting for. A few hours after her message, my cousin Levi sent me a photo. It was taken at Celeste's wedding reception. The lighting was dim, the chandeliers blurred in the background, and right at the center was Aunt Denise, slumped over on a chair, hand on her chest, surrounded by concerned guests. Her face pale, eyes wide. The caption? "Your wedding photos were showing up on every phone at the table." I think Aunt Denise fainted. I didn't reply to that either, but I smiled. Now, let me be clear, I didn't plan the timing of the post. Layla had tagged me early that morning because she thought the pictures were ready and beautiful and worth sharing. She didn't even know Celeste's exact wedding date, and neither did I, because I wasn't invited. But the universe has a sense of humor. And apparently, so does karma. Within 24 hours, my inbox was flooded. Some messages were kind, friends, old classmates, acquaintances from college saying how beautiful the wedding looked, how happy I seemed. But others? Less generous. Some of my own family members, people who hadn't spoken to me in months or even years, suddenly remembered my number. My Aunt Lucia, Denise's older sister, sent me a voice message that I'll never forget. She started with a cold sigh, then said, "You've caused quite a stir. Was that really necessary, Amara? To post something like that today of all days? Do you know how hard Celeste worked for this wedding? She was in tears when she saw what you did." What I did. They acted like I had stolen her bouquet mid-ceremony or marched down the aisle in a white dress before her. I still didn't respond. But Layla, ever the perceptive soul, pulled up her chair next to mine later that night and said, "They're spiraling, aren't they?" I nodded. More than I expected. She sipped her tea thoughtfully. "You know, if they think that one photo ruined their event, they haven't seen anything yet." That got my attention. "Layla," I said slowly, "what do you mean?" She tilted her head and smiled. "Do you remember that branding project we did last year for that European wedding magazine? The one with the outdoor features section?" I nodded. "Well," she said, her smile growing, "they've been asking me for another exclusive. And they want your wedding." I blinked. "They want to feature it." She nodded. And I already said yes. At first, I hesitated. I didn't want this to become a tit for tat. But Layla stopped me. "You didn't plan to upstage anyone. You didn't manipulate or sabotage their wedding. But you did something beautiful. Something real. Why should you hide it just because they think they own joy in the family?" She was right. I had spent too long making myself smaller to make room for others. This wasn't revenge, not yet. It was reclamation. But that's when the shift really started. The article dropped a week later. A full spread. 12 glossy pages of sun-drenched moments, interviews with Layla and me, quotes about love found unexpectedly, and a short feature on my design work. It was picked up by 2 more digital platforms within 3 days. Suddenly, emails started coming in from small venues, photographers, and clients. My website traffic doubled. My social media following tripled. But it wasn't just about business. For once, people were seeing me. Not the version Aunt Denise always painted, not the caricature of the attention seeker, not the misunderstood relative who needed to be left out for peace. No, this was my story, and my family hated it. 3 days after the article dropped, my mother showed up at my apartment unannounced. She looked tired, and something about the way she clutched her purse made me brace myself. "Can I come in?" she asked. I nodded. Of course. She sat down at the edge of my couch, like she wasn't sure if she was welcome. Then she said it. "Celeste is devastated. She thinks you've ruined her memory of the wedding." I stayed quiet. "She's convinced people will remember your wedding more than hers." Still, I said nothing. My mom looked at me then, really looked at me. And for the first time, I think she realized something was different. Something had shifted. She said she saw guests on their phones, looking at your photo. Right after the cake. Denise was furious. "They say you did this to spite them." I met her gaze. Calm. Clear. "I got married 6 weeks ago, Mom. I didn't post it. I didn't tell anyone. I had my own life moment. They were the ones who made it a competition." She didn't respond. I don't think she had a counter-argument. Not a real one. Then she said something soft, almost pleading. "Can you just take the article down? Maybe ask them to remove it." I stared at her. She wasn't asking me to protect my cousin. She was asking me to dim myself again, for their comfort. I stood up. "No, Mom. I won't. I didn't ask them to leave me out of the wedding. I didn't create this rift. But I also won't keep apologizing for being visible." She looked like she might argue. But then she just nodded, slowly, and left. That might have been the end of it, but Aunt Denise wasn't done. 2 weeks later, a letter arrived. Not an email. Not a text. A physical letter. On monogrammed stationery, naturally. The letter was 4 pages long, filled with flowery language, but every sentence dripped with passive aggression. She called my wedding a sideshow, said I had weaponized timing, and accused me of flaunting happiness to provoke pain. But the line that stood out, the one that still sits in my drawer, read, "You've embarrassed this family more than you realize. You've damaged Celeste's future by overshadowing her start. Don't expect forgiveness." Forgiveness. She spoke of forgiveness like it was hers to give. That letter didn't break me. It focused me. I was done asking for a seat at their table. So I built my own. And then, I sent out invitations. I planned an event, not a wedding, but a private gathering. An exhibition. A design showcase. A celebration of my work and my life. Hosted in collaboration with the same publication that featured my wedding. There would be media coverage. Editors. Clients. Friends. No family. At least, not officially. The event was held on a crisp autumn afternoon, just outside the city at a restored estate known for hosting curated art and design showcases. It had ivy-covered columns, arched glass doors, and open-air courtyards lined with soft white lights. Layla helped me coordinate the entire thing, and Mateo, quiet and steady as ever, stood by me through each decision, never pressuring, never overstepping, simply reminding me with his presence that I didn't know anyone's silence anymore. I named the event Unfolded, a visual memoir. The premise was simple, a curated gallery of my design journey, projects, installations, photographs, typography, brand builds. But layered throughout were quiet nods to my personal life. Framed notes from old clients, photos from my wedding that hadn't been shared publicly before, a video installation that opened with a quote. "When your light makes others uncomfortable, shine anyway." I knew, without a doubt, that someone in the family would come. Even though no invitations were sent their way, curiosity was a trait Aunt Denise and Celeste couldn't suppress, especially when their control was slipping. Sure enough, they did. They arrived 30 minutes into the event. I didn't see them right away, but Layla did. She walked over, leaned in, and whispered, "They're here." I turned and spotted them at the back corner of the gallery room. Aunt Denise, arms folded, lips pressed into a thin line. Celeste beside her, looking around with a confused sort of envy in her eyes, as if trying to figure out how something so polished, so professional, so beautiful could have happened without her. They didn't approach me right away. Instead, they hovered. I watched as they read the panels, stood in front of the wedding photos, especially the one of Matteo and me surrounded by friends, holding hands and laughing under a canopy of white orchids. It wasn't long before the whispers started. A few people who recognized them from past family events were surprised. A few asked questions. Weren't they the ones who didn't invite her to that wedding? Why would they come here after everything? Do they think this is about them? Eventually, Aunt Denise walked up to me. Not alone, of course. Celeste followed 2 steps behind, her expression unreadable. Denise was dressed like she always was, perfectly coordinated, not a hair out of place. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "This is quite the event," she said, voice cool. "Very ambitious." "Thank you," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. She gestured around vaguely. So many photos. So much attention. There it was. The accusation tucked inside a compliment. Celeste spoke next, barely above a whisper. "I didn't know you were planning something like this." "Of course not," I said calmly. "I don't announce things to people who erase me." The words landed heavier than I expected. Celeste's eyes narrowed. Aunt Denise stiffened. She stepped closer. "You didn't need to go this far just to make a point, Amara." I looked at her for a long moment. "You think this is about you?" She didn't answer. "This is the first time I've done something without thinking about how you'd twist it, without worrying who you'd talk to after. I didn't plan this to get back at you. I planned it because I finally stopped letting you define what I'm allowed to celebrate." Celeste frowned. "But the wedding photos, on the day of my wedding, that wasn't an accident." I turned fully to her then. "You planned a wedding and intentionally left me out. Not just quietly, but cruelly. You paraded photos in front of me, excluded me from family conversations, and said nothing when your mother called me an embarrassment. I got married in peace. I celebrated in silence. You're the ones who turned it into a competition when you made your entire identity about being seen while erasing me." Silence. Guests nearby had quieted. They weren't trying to listen, but the energy had shifted. Aunt Denise straightened, trying to salvage the moment. "You could have handled this differently." Privately, I shook my head. "That's what you're afraid of, isn't it? That for once, something wasn't hidden. That I didn't quietly accept my place behind you. That the world saw something you couldn't control." I took a step closer, my voice calm, even, but resolute. "I don't want your approval. I don't need your forgiveness. I just want you to understand that I see you now. For who you are. For what you've always been. And you don't get to shrink me anymore." She flinched. Subtle, but noticeable. Then, without another word, she turned and walked out. Celeste followed. No dramatic exit. Just silence. A door closing behind them. And that was the last time I saw either of them. In the weeks that followed, the event was featured in 2 design publications. I received speaking offers, client requests, and 1 inquiry from a university department about guest lecturing. Matteo and I moved into a new apartment overlooking the city, something modest, something ours. My mom, to her credit, eventually sent a quiet message. "I'm proud of you. I wish I had stood up for you sooner." It wasn't an apology, but it was something. As for Aunt Denise and Celeste, they went quiet. I've heard from distant relatives that Denise was furious that no one paid attention to her at family gatherings after the article and showcase. That some cousins had started questioning the way she treated people, especially me. That Celeste, embarrassed by the comparison between our weddings, had started telling people she'd chosen a more understated ceremony on purpose. I don't bother correcting them. They've built their legacy on control and curated stories. And for a long time, I played along. But not anymore. I didn't just move on, I moved forward. And the best part? I didn't need to shout. I didn't need to sabotage. I just lived. Fully, truthfully, and without permission. And that was the one thing they never saw coming. Now, I'm happy. Really, deeply happy. Not because I got revenge, though, yes, it was sweet, but because I finally let go of the illusion that their approval was ever worth chasing. They tried to erase me, but I wrote myself back in. And this time, the story is mine. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Hi everyone. I'm 38F, and I've been holding this one in for a long time. It's taken me months to get enough distance from everything to write this out without letting my emotions run the whole story. But now that I've had time, and now that things are unfolding the way they are, I think it's time to share. So here's the deal. My family owns a regional logistics company. We're not some massive corporate empire, but in our area, we're well known. We handle distribution for a few major retail chains and even some seasonal contracts with agricultural producers during harvest months. It's not flashy, but it's stable, profitable, and deeply rooted. My grandfather started it with nothing but a flatbed and a handshake. My dad grew it into something that could support multiple families. And then came the third generation. There are four of us. Me, my younger brother Callan, 34M, my sister Lana, 31F, and our cousin Dorian, 33M. To understand what happened, you need to know what each of them is like. Not how they pretend to be at public events or holiday dinners, but how they are behind closed doors. Callan has always believed he's destined for more than everyone else. Even as a kid, he refused to participate in chores unless he could be in charge of whatever was going on. He once got kicked out of a group project in high school for insisting his name be listed first, even though he barely contributed. When my dad retired 5 years ago, Callan showed up to the first shareholder meeting with a mock turtleneck and a slideshow labeled Our New Era. I still remember sitting there, watching him present a plan that involved outsourcing to a shipping partner that had been flagged for multiple safety violations, and realizing he hadn't actually read the fine print of the deal. Lana, for her part, is calculated in a different way. She's the kind of person who can smile while delivering a passive-aggressive insult that you don't fully understand until hours later. She handled all our outward-facing communications, which I'll admit she was good at. Appearances are her specialty. But she was reckless with company money and constantly tried to rebrand everything we did without understanding how it would impact operations. Once, she hired a PR firm to refresh our image and changed our long-standing client tagline without consulting the clients first. We almost lost 2 contracts over it. Then there's Dorian. He's technically not one of the main heirs, but my aunt, his mother, pressured my dad into giving him a 10% stake to keep it in the family. That was a mistake. Dorian rarely showed up to meetings on time, if at all, and when he did, he'd sit with his feet on the conference table like he was doing us a favor by being there. He once sent an email to a major vendor from our shared account saying, "We'll get to it when we get to it." I had to personally repair that relationship. I know what you might be thinking. Why didn't I just leave earlier? Believe me, I thought about it. But I love the company. I'd been working there since I was 20, learning the ins and outs from dispatch to budgeting. I wasn't just tied to it by family. I had built part of it with my own hands. My dad had trusted me with operations when he stepped away. For the first year or two, I really believed we could make it work. But little by little, things started to change. At first, it was small, meetings happening without me, budget allocations moved around without my input. I'd ask about decisions and get vague replies like, "Oh, we thought you were informed," or "Don't worry, it's just a trial run." Then there were entire deals negotiated without my knowledge, deals that I would later be expected to implement operationally with no support and no notice. I documented everything, not because I was planning revenge at that point, but because I could feel the tide turning. I stopped receiving certain internal emails. My access to the payroll dashboard mysteriously expired, and when I asked Lana about it, she shrugged and said, "We're just streamlining admin roles." Then Dorian started forwarding me edited versions of meeting minutes that didn't reflect what was actually said in the room. It became clear they were pushing me out, slowly, subtly, but unmistakably. The last straw wasn't some dramatic confrontation. It was a message, a group chat that had clearly existed without me for weeks, if not longer. I was added suddenly one evening after hours. The chat was titled Leadership Sync. I stared at it for a while before opening it. "Callan, hey, so we've been talking, and we think it's probably time you take a step back from day to day." Lana, no hard feelings. We just need to move in a more modern direction. You've done great work, but we're all aligned that it's best to pivot now. Dorian, smirk emoji. That was it. No formal vote. No board discussion. Just a late-night text like I was being let go from a volunteer club. I didn't reply right away. I read it twice, then a third time. I felt something deep in my chest. Not sadness, not even anger. Just a cold, steady clarity. I typed back, "Fine, I'll cash out my shares." No one responded for nearly an hour. I imagined they were scrambling, trying to figure out if I meant it. But they had no idea what I'd been preparing behind the scenes. I had already anticipated this day might come. I had mapped out a full exit plan, including what to do with the contracts and client agreements I had direct control over. That night, I executed the first phase. I initiated the shareholder exit clause buried in the succession documents, the same clause none of them had ever bothered to read in full. I filed the internal withdrawal documents, sent notice to our private equity partners, and closed my administrative account at exactly 11:12 p.m. What I didn't do, and what they would soon regret, was remove myself from certain subsidiary controls. At 3:04 a.m., the call started. The first was from Callan, then Lana, then Dorian. By 5:40, my voicemail box was full. By 7 a.m., I had 73 missed calls. I didn't answer any of them. At 7:32 a.m., I sent a single text. I'm just doing what you asked. When I tell you I didn't sleep that night, I don't mean I tossed and turned or scrolled through my phone. I mean I sat in silence at my kitchen table with a cup of cold tea, watching the clock tick, waiting. Not for them, not for their messages or their panic. I was waiting for the systems to trigger. The legal filings, the notifications to our partners, the exit notice to the board. You see, my siblings thought I was just one of 4 names on a ledger. They never understood the structure of the company. Not really. They thought I was operations and they were strategy, but they failed to grasp that without the foundations I'd built, their so-called strategy was just air. Back when our father stepped away, he and I spent a full year reorganizing the business. We did it quietly, carefully, in the aftermath of a near failure that no one else knew about. A legal threat from a vendor over a breach of exclusivity that Callan had accidentally triggered by double-booking freight services. My dad wanted to shield them from the fallout, so he and I worked through the mess privately. As part of that, we created a holding company, discreetly, that would serve as the legal spine for all new contracts moving forward. I became its managing director. None of them ever asked how that worked. They didn't care. They were too busy redesigning the company website and posting polished photos of leadership retreats at conference centers. Meanwhile, I was finalizing service agreements and managing transport insurance and customer guarantees through that holding company. So when I initiated my exit, I didn't just leave. I disengaged, carefully, legally, and thoroughly. The holding company's client contracts had termination clauses tied to my directorship. My removal meant automatic review periods, and in many cases, immediate suspension of service. In short, by stepping down and pulling the right levers, I didn't just remove myself. I paused the entire engine they were sitting on. But back to that morning. By the time the sun rose, I had 3 emails from our largest partners. All of them were worded professionally, but the message was the same. We'd like clarity on the leadership shift. I knew what that really meant. They wanted to know why the name they'd trusted for years, my name, was suddenly gone from the contracts. Callan called 4 times in a row. When I didn't answer, he left a voicemail, his voice tight with forced calm. Hey, listen, can we just talk? This isn't what we meant. Obviously, we appreciate you. And, maybe we can rethink some things. Just give me a call. I didn't respond. At 9:02 a.m., I received an email from Lana. The subject line read, "Urgent, immediate board discussion." The message was short. "We didn't anticipate your exit would disrupt contract continuity. Please advise on transition steps." Transition steps? That made me laugh. They really had no idea what they'd done, what they'd asked for. Around noon, I got a message from Jenna, our longest-standing dispatch manager. She'd been with the company since I was 22, and she had watched my siblings grow into their roles, or rather, fail to. Her message was careful, just wanted to check in. The new routing system isn't working, and we've had 4 drivers call in confused. No word from Callan. Should I keep using the old format? I replied, yes. Stick to the original protocol. I'll call you soon. I had no intention of abandoning the people who actually made the company run, the warehouse staff, the dispatchers, the drivers. This wasn't about punishing them. But I wasn't going to sit back and clean up another mess behind the scenes while my siblings stood in front of cameras talking about innovation. At 2:34 p.m., Dorian finally chimed in. A voice memo. I didn't open it. Instead, I opened the company's shared drive. I had created and maintained it for years. Project plans, vendor directories, route optimization templates, all under my login. I'd already made backups. I removed my access and initiated the offboarding protocol that I had written into our internal systems handbook. At 4:08 p.m., I got a text from Callan that read, "Are you trying to destroy everything Dad built?" I stared at it for a long time before replying. "No, I'm just not going to let you destroy what I helped him build." The silence after that was almost louder than the messages. For hours, nothing came. Not from any of them. Then, at 6:11 p.m., I got a call from someone I hadn't heard from in over a year. Mr. Ainsley, one of our longtime private partners. He wasn't a family member, but he owned a 15% silent stake in the company. He was also a careful, measured man. "Just got off a confusing call with your brother," he said. "He says you've stepped away. I want to hear from you directly." I told him the truth. That I'd been forced out, not with votes or discussions, but with a text message after months of being sidelined and undermined. That I had withdrawn my shares and executed my legal rights. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I'm going to need a copy of that clause. I've already sent it to the board." That night, I received 2 emails from clients asking if I had moved to another company and whether they could bring their contracts with me. That's when I realized this wasn't just about family betrayal anymore. This was about trust, something my siblings had no idea how to build, but had happily coasted on for years thanks to me. Still, I hadn't even played the final card. The building. The physical headquarters of our operation, warehouse, dispatch center, and office space was not owned by the company. It was leased. And the leaseholder? That was me. My father had sold the property to me 5 years earlier, at a discount, with the understanding that I would keep the company there as long as things remained stable. I had never raised the rent, never once used it as leverage. But the lease agreement had a clause. If there was a significant change in leadership without proper notice, I had the right to terminate. I hadn't activated it. Yet, the next morning, I arrived at the office for the first time in 3 days. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I wasn't prepared for what I saw. Callan and Lana were in the conference room, looking more tired than I'd ever seen them. Dorian sat at the end of the table, unusually quiet. Jenna was standing off to the side, holding a clipboard but clearly not participating. The room fell silent when I walked in. Callan stood up. "We need to talk." I met his eyes. "We're way past that." "Look," Lana said, voice strained. "We didn't mean for it to go like this. Things moved too fast. We thought you'd still help, even if you weren't part of the leadership." I finished. "That's what you said. You wanted me out. So I stepped out. Now you're learning what that means." There was a long silence. Dorian didn't even look up. Finally, Callan said, "What do you want?" I smiled. Not because I was happy, but because I knew this moment had been inevitable from the start. "I don't want anything," I said. "But I think it's time you all find out what else I control." Callan blinked at me like he hadn't heard what I'd just said. "What do you mean, what else you control?" he asked, trying and failing to keep his voice calm. I walked to the whiteboard at the front of the conference room. I didn't ask permission. It used to be my space too. I picked up a dry erase marker and drew 3 overlapping circles. "This," I said, tapping the first circle, "is what you think the business looks like: logistics, transport, distribution, trucks and drivers and schedules. You 3 sat around building your little growth plans on top of that." Then I tapped the second circle. "This is what's behind it: the contracts, the insurance, the routing software licenses, the vehicle leases. Not glamorous, but without these, the trucks don't move. The clients don't pay. The wheels stop turning." Callan shifted uncomfortably. Lana glanced at Dorian, who still hadn't said a word. "And this," I said, drawing the third circle, "is what none of you paid attention to." I underlined the word infrastructure 3 times. The property, the vendors, the land agreements, the lease. "Do you remember who owns this building?" Silence. I turned slowly to face them. "I do." Their expressions changed at once. It wasn't fear, not yet. More like realization was catching up to them in waves, pulling at threads they hadn't even realized were loose. I kept going. "You pushed me out with a message. Not a meeting. Not a vote. You blindsided me after months of slowly carving me out of my own role. And when I said I'd cash out, you acted like I was being dramatic." Callan opened his mouth to speak, but I raised a hand. "I'm not finished." He shut it. "You thought I'd take my payout and vanish quietly. But you didn't bother to ask how much of this business still runs through systems I designed, relationships I maintained, and contracts that trigger automatic review the moment I step away. I stepped closer to the table, laying down a folder I'd been carrying. Inside was a full copy of the warehouse lease agreement. The original, signed by my father and me. Lana leaned forward and started reading. Her face paled. "You're terminating the lease?" she asked, her voice tight. "I haven't yet," I said. "But I'm allowed to, thanks to Section 6B, which clearly states the lease can be terminated within 60 days of any material change in leadership structure, including involuntary removal of a managing partner." That would be me. "But we didn't remove you," Callan said quickly. "You left. You chose to cash out. You told me it was time to go," I said. "And I documented everything. From the meeting minutes you forgot to invite me to the files you quietly locked me out of, to the group chat you created without me and added me back into just to deliver the message." I placed a flash drive on the table next to the folder. "It's all on here. And a copy's already with the legal team." Lana's hands were clasped tightly in front of her. Dorian finally spoke. "So what's your angle?" he muttered. "You just want to see it burn?" "No," I said quietly. "I want to watch you try to hold it together without the scaffolding you ignored." For the next few minutes, no one said anything. I let them sit in it, in the knowledge that they had dug this hole themselves, one shallow power grab at a time. Then I added, almost as an afterthought, "You might want to check your email inboxes." They all fumbled for their phones. A few seconds later, I saw Callan's eyes widen. "What did you do?" he whispered. "I notified the clients," I said. "The ones whose contracts are tied to my exit. I offered to help them transition their services if they want to move to another provider. Some of them have already responded." "You're poaching clients?" Lana snapped. I didn't even blink. "I'm giving them the option to go where the person they trusted went. If you'd like to keep them, you're welcome to renegotiate the contracts on your own. But you'll have to act fast. Most of them have a 30-day termination clause." Dorian muttered something under his breath. Lana turned away, biting her lip. Callan just stared at me, like he was finally beginning to grasp what he'd lost. Not just a sibling, not just a partner, but the foundation beneath the entire company. I walked toward the door. "I'll give you 30 days, I said. "To clean up, regroup, maybe even apologize to the staff you've neglected while you were too busy playing CEO in your head. But after that, I'm pulling the lease." "Wait," Callan said suddenly. "There's got to be something we can work out. Maybe we can restructure." "No," I interrupted. "You don't get to negotiate now. You had your chance when I came to you with spreadsheets, with warnings, with suggestions. You ignored all of it." Then I turned to Jenna, who was still standing quietly in the corner, watching it all unfold with a restrained expression. "I'll be in touch," I told her. "And if you want a place where your voice is heard, you know where to find me." She nodded, just once, and I walked out. I didn't go home. I went straight to the new office space I'd been quietly leasing under a different name. Smaller, for now, but scalable. I already had interest from 3 of our biggest clients, and I wasn't planning to build another bloated family-run machine. I was going to build something functional, lean, fair, transparent. Over the next few days, things moved fast, at least on my side. My inbox filled with staff questions, client confirmations, and 2 messages from Callan trying to schedule urgent discussions. I didn't reply. The lease notice went out via certified mail. I informed the logistics software provider that their company license had lapsed with my exit, and they'd need to renew it independently, if they could afford it. I even got a polite message from our 3rd largest client COO asking if I would consider a private meeting to discuss future collaboration. Meanwhile, Callan's social media posts stopped abruptly. Lana's bright, over-filtered updates vanished. And Dorian, who had always been the loudest in meetings and the least helpful in action, deactivated his professional profile altogether. One week in, I received a message from an old warehouse foreman who'd left 6 months prior, citing too much chaos. He wanted to know if I was hiring. "I'd work for you again," he wrote, "as long as the others aren't involved." I read that message 3 times before replying, "They're not." By the end of the 2nd week, I heard that Callan had attempted to pitch the board on a bridge loan to cover the lost contracts and lease renegotiation. It didn't go well. Ainsley, the silent investor, had requested a full audit. I don't know what he found, but I have my suspicions, especially considering how much personal spending had started flowing through company cards once Lana took over marketing budgets. Then, one night, I got a message from my father. Just a text. "They didn't listen. I'm sorry. I stared at it for a long time. I typed out 3 different replies, deleted them all. In the end, I just sent. I warned them. 2 weeks after I served the lease termination notice, I received a formal invitation to a board meeting. It was worded in stiff legal language and sent from Lana's new assistant, someone I'd never met, and who clearly didn't know I had once written that same template myself. It was being framed as a critical leadership review and strategic path recalibration. They wanted me back at the table, not because they valued my input, but because the house of cards they'd built was collapsing and I was the only one who understood the architecture. They didn't even try to hide their desperation. One of the attached files was a list of clients who had either withdrawn or requested renegotiation in the past 10 days. 14 names. 7 of them were top-tier contracts. I accepted the invitation, not because I intended to help, but because I needed them, and the rest of the board, to hear the truth spoken plainly in a room they could not control. The meeting was held in the main conference room at headquarters, the same one where Callan had first delivered his New Era presentation 5 years ago. I arrived 10 minutes early. They were all already there. That didn't surprise me. They wanted to look prepared. Callan was wearing a navy suit that didn't quite fit. Lana looked polished, but her eyes had the flat, exhausted look of someone who hadn't slept well in days. Dorian didn't even fake a greeting. He just sat slouched in his chair, tapping his pen against the table like a clock ticking down. The rest of the board slowly trickled in. Ainsley came last, as always, and took his seat with a nod to me. Not warm, but respectful. He was the only one who'd called things as they were from the beginning. The meeting opened with pleasantries, but it didn't stay polite for long. Callan tried to take control right away. We're here today to discuss the company's direction following some recent disruptions, and I interrupted him. You mean following your decision to remove me without cause or consultation? He paused. That wasn't a formal removal. It was a leadership adjustment. You created a group chat, I said flatly, and told me to step aside. That's not a leadership adjustment. That's negligence. Ainsley cleared his throat. Let's allow her to speak. We've all seen the fallout. I think we need clarity on how we got here. So I gave them clarity. I laid out everything. The contracts that dissolved automatically, the vendor relationships severed by sudden leadership changes, the trust lost with clients I had personally maintained for years. I explained how they had ignored internal warnings, bypassed operations entirely, and made public commitments they couldn't back up. Then I placed 3 envelopes on the table. The first contained the termination confirmation for the warehouse lease. The 60-day clock was now official. The second held copies of the client responses I'd received since leaving. Most were moving with me. A few were willing to return, but only under conditions they would never meet. The third was the one that silenced the room. Inside was a signed agreement between me and a quiet logistics startup in the next district, a merger agreement. As part of that deal, I'd brought over the key accounts I had personally built, plus the staff who'd followed me voluntarily. In return, I now had a controlling stake in a business position to directly compete with my family's, but leaner, smarter, and unburdened by ego. Callan's face drained of color. Lana's hand was frozen on her notepad. Dorian muttered something under his breath, but I didn't care enough to ask what it was. So what? Callan said finally, voice rising. You're just going to destroy what Dad built. Walk away and burn it all down. I looked at him for a long moment. No, I said. You destroyed what he built. I just refused to carry the pieces for you anymore. Lana shook her head. You didn't have to go this far. You're right, I said calmly. I didn't. I chose to. Because every warning I gave was ignored. Every compromise I offered was rejected. You saw me as disposable. You treated me like a problem. So I became your consequence. There was nothing left to argue. I stood, gathered my folder, and walked out of that room for the last time. In the months that followed, their business fell into what one industry journal politely called an extended reorganization. Translation: contracts lost, reputation damaged, and leadership in disarray. The lease ended, as promised, and they scrambled to find a replacement facility that wasn't too far from the existing routes. They found one, at double the cost, and it delayed their operations by nearly 3 weeks. Several clients never returned. Meanwhile, my new venture grew quickly. I didn't advertise. I didn't make public statements. I just did the work. Quietly. Properly. Honestly. Jenna now runs Dispatch. I brought her in as a partner, not just a manager. I hired back several warehouse staff who had left after things soured. I made it clear from day one, we don't do politics. We do work. We treat people like professionals, not pawns. As for Callan, Lana, and Dorian, Callan tried to pivot into consulting, but without the company name behind him, no one really called. Lana posted motivational quotes on her profile for a few months, then stopped. I heard she moved to the coast and tried starting a boutique branding agency. Dorian resurfaced 6 months later trying to join a regional competitor, but they called me for a reference. I gave them the truth. Nothing more, nothing less. My father hasn't brought it up again. We're cordial, in the way that some things are too broken to fix, but not worth arguing over anymore. I think part of him always knew they weren't ready, but he hoped they'd grow into it. They didn't. And me? I'm not angry anymore. I'm not bitter, but I am clear-eyed. Family does not entitle you to loyalty when you offer nothing but control in return. They pushed me aside and expected me to keep supporting the structure they were actively tearing down. I didn't destroy the business. I just stepped away and let gravity do the rest. They thought I was the safety net. I was the floor. And when they cut me out, they had nothing left to stand on. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Hi everyone, my name is James, and I never thought I'd be the kind of person writing one of these posts. I've read stories on here for years, shaking my head at how cruel or entitled families can be. I always thought to myself, that can't be real, not to that extent. But after what's happened with my own family, I get it. Some people are worse than strangers when it comes to the way they treat you. A little about me first. I'm 27, and for as long as I can remember, I've wanted to run a bakery. Not just bake at home or do it on the side, but really create a place where people could walk in and smell the bread straight out of the oven, see the cakes on display, and feel like they'd stepped into something warm and welcoming. I've spent years saving for it, working long hours, and learning everything I could from local bakers who were kind enough to show me a trick or two. My family, though, let's just say they've never really been supportive. I'm the youngest of 3 kids. My brother Ezra is 31, and my sister Clara is 29. Ezra has always been the golden example, at least in my parents' eyes. He works in finance, makes good money, dresses sharp, and has a way of talking that makes people believe him even when he's exaggerating or flat out lying. Clara is quieter, but she's firmly in Ezra's corner. If Ezra says something, she nods along. Then there's me. To them, I was always the one with silly hobbies. When I was a kid and wanted to bake instead of playing soccer, Dad would sigh and say, "Not everything in life is about fun, James. You need to think about stability." Mom wasn't as harsh, but she'd still add little comments like, "That's nice, but you'll outgrow it." Spoiler, I never did. Anyway, after years of saving and planning, I finally signed a lease for a small but perfect corner spot in town. It used to be a flower shop, and the layout was cozy with big front windows. I put everything I had into renovating it, painting the walls, buying equipment, and designing the logo. The name of my bakery is Morning Rise. Simple, but it felt right. When I sent out the invitations for the grand opening, I'll admit I was nervous. I worked hard to get the place ready in time, testing recipes, arranging seating, even hand-painting little signs for each pastry. I wanted it to feel special. Of course, the most important thing to me was having my family there. Even after years of being dismissed, some part of me thought, maybe this time they'll see what I've accomplished. Maybe they'll be proud. The day before the opening, I texted our family group chat to remind everyone. Ezra didn't respond, which wasn't unusual. He tends to ignore me unless he wants something. Clara just sent a thumbs-up emoji, and my parents said, "We'll see." That phrase, "we'll see," has been the soundtrack of my life. It's never a yes, never commitment, just that lukewarm maybe. Still, I told myself not to overthink it. I woke up at 4 a.m. the day of the grand opening to start baking. By 7 a.m., the place smelled amazing. Fresh cinnamon rolls, croissants, loaves of sourdough. I even made a special cake just in case my family came. The first customers trickled in around 8, and by noon, I actually had a small crowd. Strangers were complimenting me, telling me how much they loved the atmosphere. Some even asked if I was hiring. I should have been on top of the world. But I kept glancing at the door. Every time it opened, my heart jumped, thinking maybe it was Mom and Dad, or maybe Ezra would surprise me, or Clara would stop by. Hour after hour passed, and nothing. Not a single familiar face. By late afternoon, when the rush had died down, I checked my phone. That's when I saw a photo in the family group chat. Ezra standing on a stage, holding a framed certificate, with my entire family smiling around him. They were at his promotion party. Apparently, he'd been promoted to senior regional manager or something along those lines. The caption under the photo, from my mom, read, "So proud of you, Ezra. You've made us all so happy today." I don't think I've ever felt a mix of anger and sadness that strong. I was sitting in my own bakery, something I had built from nothing, and they were all celebrating Ezra, not even bothering to tell me they wouldn't come. Not a single message of apology, just silence, and then that photo, like rubbing salt into the wound. I closed up that evening feeling hollow. As I was locking the door, my phone buzzed again. It was a text from Dad. For a split second, I thought maybe it was an apology, maybe an explanation. Instead, it read, "James, we need to discuss the bakery. Call me when you can." When I got that text from Dad, "James, we need to discuss the bakery," I just stood there staring at my phone like it was mocking me. The timing couldn't have been worse. I had just spent 12 hours on my feet, baking, smiling for customers, pretending not to notice the empty corner where my family should have been sitting. The last thing I wanted was to discuss anything with him. Still, I couldn't help myself. I've always been the one chasing after their approval. I told myself maybe, just maybe, this was his way of opening the door. Maybe he was going to finally acknowledge what I had done. I didn't call him right away. I cleaned up first, wiping down counters that were already spotless, stacking chairs that no one in my family had touched, wrapping up the special cake I'd made that no one had eaten. The place smelled of vanilla and butter, but to me it felt empty. On the walk home, I replayed the family photo in my head. Ezra beaming with that smug grin of his, Mom with her hand proudly on his shoulder, Dad looking like he'd just watched his son win the Nobel Prize. Clara was off to the side, but even she had a wide smile plastered on her face. They all looked so unified. And me? I was nowhere in sight. When I finally got home, I sat on the edge of my bed with the phone in my hand. I typed, "Sure, what's up?" and deleted it. Then I typed, "I had a good opening today," and deleted that too. In the end, I just wrote, "Okay. When?" He replied within a minute, "Tomorrow evening. Come by the house." That was it. No congratulations. No, sorry we couldn't make it. Just a meeting request, like I was some employee being summoned to his office. The next day dragged on. I opened the bakery again, and thankfully, customers started trickling in. A few even came back from the day before, saying they loved the bread. That gave me a little spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, this business could work. But in the back of my mind, all I could think about was that conversation waiting for me at my parents' house. By the time I drove over there that evening, my stomach was in knots. Their house hasn't changed much since I was a kid. Same dark brick exterior, same neatly trimmed hedges, same creaky front gate. Walking up the path, I felt like I was 12 again, bracing myself for one of Dad's serious talks. Mom answered the door. She gave me a polite smile, but it wasn't warm. "James, you're here," she said, like I was a guest she hadn't been expecting. No hug. No "how's the bakery going?" Just a flat tone. Inside, I saw Clara sitting at the dining table, scrolling through her phone. Ezra was there too, of course, lounging in Dad's favorite chair with one leg crossed over the other, looking like he owned the place. He smirked when he saw me. "Well, if it isn't the man of the hour," Ezra said. "How's life in the cupcake business?" I bit down the urge to respond. I knew if I snapped back, it would only give him more material to use against me. Instead, I sat down at the table across from him. Dad came in a moment later, carrying a stack of papers. He didn't bother with small talk. He placed the papers on the table, sat down, and folded his hands. "James," he began, "your mother and I have been talking, and we think it's time we had an honest discussion about your bakery." That pause before the word bakery told me everything. He said it like it was a bad habit, like smoking or gambling. I leaned back in my chair. "All right," I said cautiously. "What about it?" He adjusted his glasses and slid one of the papers toward me. It was an article printout, something about small businesses failing within the first 5 years. "Look," he said, tapping the page, "statistics don't lie. Most bakeries go under. You've put yourself in a risky situation, and frankly, we're concerned about the financial implications. You need to be realistic." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was the first thing he said to me about my bakery? No mention of the grand opening, no acknowledgement of how hard I'd worked, just statistics about failure. Ezra chuckled from his chair. He's right, you know. It's cute that you want to play shopkeeper, but Dad's being generous giving you advice. You should listen. My blood was boiling, but I forced myself to stay calm. I'm not playing shopkeeper. I had a great turnout yesterday. Customers liked the food. This is something I've built from the ground up. Mom sighed, like I was a child throwing a tantrum. We're not saying you haven't worked hard, James. But Ezra's promotion shows what stability looks like. He has a real career path. We just don't want you to throw away your future chasing a hobby. That word, hobby, hit me like a slap. After everything I'd done, they still saw it as some childish distraction. Clara finally chimed in, not even looking up from her phone. Maybe if you listened to them, you wouldn't end up broke. Just saying. I looked at each of them, feeling a mix of rage and hurt. Then I turned back to Dad. So why am I here? What exactly do you want to discuss? That's when he dropped the bomb. We think it would be wise if you let Ezra help oversee the financial side of your bakery, Dad said firmly. He has experience with money. He could make sure you don't get in over your head. It would give us peace of mind. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. I stared at Dad, then at Ezra, who was smirking like a cat who'd already caught the mouse. You want Ezra to run my bakery? I asked slowly. Not run it, Dad said quickly. Just manage the important parts. Finances, planning, things you're not equipped to handle. You'd still bake, of course. Ezra leaned forward, grinning. Think of it this way, James. You do the fun part, kneading dough, frosting cupcakes. I'll handle the grown-up stuff. That way, everyone wins. Everyone except me. I sat there, my hands clenched under the table, trying not to let them see how much this was getting to me. My own family, who hadn't even shown up to support me, was now telling me I wasn't capable of running my own business and suggesting Ezra, of all people, swoop in and take control. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the papers Dad had pushed toward me and then at Ezra, whose grin had grown wider the longer I stayed silent. My mind was spinning. The bakery, the thing I had poured years of sweat, savings, and soul into, was being reduced to a project that Ezra would manage for my own good. Every instinct in me screamed no, but I could feel the weight of their expectations pressing down, the same weight I'd carried my whole life. I don't think that's necessary, I finally said, my voice low but steady. I've managed the finances myself. I've got a business plan, I've done research, I've saved money for emergencies. I don't need Ezra overseeing anything. Dad's expression hardened, the kind of look I'd seen countless times growing up when I tried to argue with him. James, we're only looking out for you. It's not about control. It's about guidance. Ezra has a proven track record. You're passionate about baking, and we just want to make sure it doesn't fail. Ezra leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. Look, little brother, I'm just offering help. You don't have to take it if you don't want to, but don't say I didn't offer. I know what it takes to make money, and right now, I'm not sure you do. I felt my chest tighten. Everything about this was familiar. Ezra talking down to me. Dad pretending it was for my own good. Mom silently approving while Clara nodded along. They had spent decades underestimating me, and now, even when I had proof that I could succeed, they were trying to put me in a box again. Do you even understand what you're saying? I asked, my hands gripping the edge of the table. I didn't just open this bakery yesterday. I've built this from nothing. I've put in the work, the money, the nights I didn't sleep. This isn't just a hobby. This is my life. Mom sighed again, like I was being dramatic. James, we understand that. But life isn't fair. You can't just expect everything to work out because you worked hard. Ezra is offering practical help. That's all. I looked at Ezra, whose smirk was now fully smug, like he had the upper hand. Practical help? I said slowly, my voice rising slightly. You mean taking over the parts I've been handling, so you can claim credit for any success, and I'll just bake the cupcakes? Ezra laughed, a light, condescending chuckle. You're making it sound so dramatic. I'm just trying to help. And honestly, James, you don't have to be so defensive. No one's taking your passion away. You'll still bake. But you're inexperienced. You'll make mistakes. The room felt smaller suddenly, the walls pressing in on me. Every part of me wanted to explode, to shout, to throw the papers across the room, but I couldn't. Not yet. I had to stay calm. I had to think. I'll make mistakes. I repeated, my voice quieter, but with an edge. Ezra, I've already launched the bakery. Customers came. They liked it. They came back today. Do you know what that means? It means I can do this without you or anyone else telling me what to do. Dad's eyebrows furrowed, and I saw the shift in Mom's eyes. Concern, irritation, the same look they'd always given me when I dared challenge them. James, you're letting your pride get in the way. You need guidance. You've never been one to make practical decisions. I shook my head, feeling something break inside me. Years of being dismissed, ignored, and put down all at once. The grand opening, the hours, the customers, the smells of fresh bread still lingering in my clothes. None of it mattered to them. They only saw my lack of practicality. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table, and spoke slowly, deliberately. Do you know why no one came to my opening yesterday? I asked, looking each of them in the eye. Because you all had something else to celebrate. Ezra's promotion. And you didn't even bother to tell me. Not one of you. You left me to close up the bakery alone. Do you understand how that feels? There was a brief silence. Clara finally put her phone down and looked at me, a flicker of guilt, or maybe annoyance, crossing her face. Ezra shrugged. Dad cleared his throat. Mom's expression didn't change much. It was a scheduling conflict. Mom said finally, in that tone that made it clear she thought I was overreacting. A conflict? I repeated incredulously. You mean you chose Ezra over me? You chose him and left me out. And now, after everything, you want to tell me I need his help running something I built myself? Ezra leaned forward this time, eyes glinting, his smile sharper. I think you're exaggerating. Everyone deserves a little guidance. You've done well, James, but don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. That's a dangerous combination in business. My blood was boiling, but I felt a strange calm overtake me. I realized then that this wasn't just about the bakery anymore. This was about respect. About finally showing them that I wasn't the kid they'd dismissed all my life. I picked up the papers Dad had laid out, looked at Ezra, and then at my parents. You're not helping, I said slowly. You're trying to control me. You're trying to take credit for something you had nothing to do with. And you can keep your guidance. I don't need it. Not from any of you. Dad's face darkened, and I could see Mom's frustration growing. Clara whispered under her breath. He's being ridiculous. Ezra's smirk faded slightly, replaced by a flash of surprise. I could see it in his eyes. He hadn't expected me to fight back like this. Then Dad leaned back, pinching the bridge of his nose, and said in that quiet, dangerous tone I knew all too well. James, you're going to regret this. You think you're ready to run a business? You think you can handle everything on your own? You're young, naive, and stubborn. You don't realize how much you're risking. We were trying to protect you, and you. I cut him off, my voice steady and ice cold. Protect me? No. You were protecting yourselves. Making sure Ezra looks good, making sure I stay small, so you can control the narrative. That's not protection. That's manipulation. The room went silent. Even Clara looked shocked. Mom's jaw tightened. Ezra's eyes narrowed. I knew I had hit a nerve. I could feel the tension so thick it was suffocating. Then Dad slammed his hand on the table. That's enough, James. You're being ridiculous. You'll see soon enough that you can't do this alone. And when you fail, I stood up so quickly the chair screeched against the floor. I won't fail, I said, voice rising with conviction. And when I succeed, it won't be because of any of you. It will be because I believed in myself when no one else would. Ezra laughed, a hollow sound that didn't reach his eyes. We'll see about that. And that's when I realized something terrifying and exciting at the same time. I was done playing their game. I didn't know exactly how yet, but I could feel it in my bones. I was going to prove them wrong. And not just a little. I was going to make them wish they'd never underestimated me. But before I could even begin plotting what that would look like, Mom's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then looked up with a small, satisfied smile. You might want to see this, she said, passing her phone across the table. I took it, my stomach dropping. On the screen was a notification from a local business blog I hadn't realized had covered small openings in town. There was a picture, my bakery, packed with customers, a line stretching down the street. But then my eyes went to the comments. There, at the very top, someone had left a comment that made my heart sink. Looks like someone's trying to compete with Ezra's franchise. Hope they know what they're doing. And that's when I realized my family wasn't done with me yet. Not by a long shot. I stared at the comment on the blog post, my hands shaking slightly, not from fear, but from a sudden, burning clarity. My family had underestimated me for the last time. Ezra's smirk, Dad's condescending tone, Mom's "we know what's best" attitude. They had all been betting on me failing. And they didn't just think I couldn't run a bakery. They thought I wouldn't even try to stand up for myself. I set my phone down and looked around the room at my family. They were all watching me expectantly, waiting to see if I would fold. I didn't. I took a deep breath and felt a strange calm take over. For the first time in years, I wasn't pleading for approval or trying to win their respect. I was planning my next move. "You know what?" I said slowly, letting the words hang in the air. "I don't need your help. I don't need your guidance. And I sure as hell don't need Ezra trying to take over what I built. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to make this bakery succeed. On my own. And when I do, you'll see just how wrong you've been." Ezra leaned back, trying to hide a flicker of concern, but his eyes betrayed him. "Bold words," he said, trying to sound confident. "But bold words don't pay the bills, James. Numbers do. And that's why I'm offering my help." I laughed, quietly at first, then louder. "Numbers? Let me tell you something about numbers. They only mean something if you have the guts to take the first step. I've already taken mine. You've just been sitting back, trying to control my life while pretending it's concern." Mom's face turned red, but she didn't interrupt. She never does when she's losing control, at least not verbally. Dad's hands clenched on the table, and Clara, who usually sided with Ezra without hesitation, looked a little unsure for the first time in years. I felt a surge of confidence. They had been trying to push me into a corner, but I was done cornering myself. I had to make them understand, not just with words, but by showing them, in a way they couldn't ignore. I spent the night at my apartment, pacing back and forth, thinking. Ezra and my parents thought they could insert themselves into my business and take control. They had no idea how careful I'd been. Every detail, every transaction, every recipe, they were mine. They had no leverage. But leverage wasn't what I wanted. I wanted a statement. A lesson they wouldn't forget. I started planning carefully. First, I documented everything. The grand opening, the customers' names, the positive reviews, even the blog post comment. I made sure there were receipts, photos, social media posts. Everything was traceable. Then I began thinking about the one area they'd always tried to exploit: money. My parents had always pushed the narrative that I was irresponsible, that I couldn't handle finances. If I could prove them wrong in the most public way possible, it would sting. The next morning, I opened the bakery with renewed energy. I made sure the place was spotless, the pastries perfect, and the coffee fresh. I was no longer just baking for customers. I was baking with purpose. Every loaf of bread, every slice of cake, every croissant was a statement. I can do this. I am doing this. As the day went on, I started reaching out to local businesses, sending samples, and inviting them to come in and try the bakery. I wasn't just doing networking. I was creating a web of connections that would make the bakery impossible for my family to ignore. By late afternoon, I had 3 local cafes agreeing to carry some of my pastries, and a catering company interested in having me handle desserts for events. Meanwhile, I kept an eye on the family group chat. Naturally, Ezra had already posted a smug update about his latest work victory. Mom commented something supportive, and Clara sent a thumbs up. I didn't respond. Not yet. Patience was part of the plan. That evening, I received another text from Dad. "We're disappointed, James. We think you're making a mistake. Call us." I stared at it for a long time, then smiled. I didn't respond. I had no intention of responding, not until I was ready. They wanted to control me, but now I was in control of how and when they would see my success. The next week was intense. I was in the bakery almost constantly, testing new recipes, perfecting old ones, and making connections in the community. Each day, I gained confidence. Every positive comment from a customer, every compliment, every repeat visit built the armor I'd been lacking for so long. Then came the day that made me realize I had my first real opportunity for payback. A local food magazine that had been covering small businesses in town reached out. They wanted to feature Morning Rise in an upcoming issue, highlighting unique bakeries that had opened despite challenges. This was huge. The feature would be online and in print, reaching hundreds of thousands of people, more exposure than I could have imagined. I called the magazine editor, explained my story, and scheduled a time for them to visit the bakery. As soon as I hung up, I felt a thrill run through me. This was the perfect opportunity. The article would show my family, and everyone else, that I wasn't a child playing shopkeeper. I was a legitimate business owner, and the recognition would make them squirm. Over the next few days, I prepared for the visit meticulously. I cleaned the bakery top to bottom, rehearsed the story I would tell, made sure the pastries looked perfect for photos. I even made a special cake, elegantly decorated, for the editor to photograph. Everything had to be flawless. Then, on the day of the magazine shoot, I noticed something odd. Ezra had somehow gotten wind of it. I didn't know if Mom or Dad had mentioned it to him, or if he had some sneaky way of finding out. But suddenly, there he was, walking down the street toward the bakery, dressed in his usual crisp suit, looking as if he had arrived to claim territory. My heart pounded, but I didn't let him in. I knew he would try to overshadow me, to insert himself into the story. I blocked the door politely and explained that the visit was private, that it had been scheduled in advance. He raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed, but he left without making a scene. This time, after the editor arrived, the shoot went flawlessly. I told my story, showing the process, the ingredients, the techniques, and the passion that went into every item. The editor was impressed, asking questions, taking photos, and even posting live snippets to their social media. By the end of the day, Morning Rise was trending locally. That evening, I checked the family group chat. Of course, Ezra had already posted a photo from his day at work, but there was no mention of the bakery. No congratulations, no acknowledgement. My parents had stayed silent. Clara, as usual, had nothing to say. But then, a comment came from one of my mother's acquaintances who apparently followed the local business scene. "James, your bakery is getting a lot of attention. Looks like you're really onto something." I could practically hear the tension through the screen. I knew my family would see it soon enough. And when they did, they wouldn't know how to respond. I smiled, leaning back in my chair. The first move had been made, and I was already feeling the thrill of the game. That night, as I was closing up the bakery, my phone buzzed again. "Dad." "James," it read, "we need to talk. Urgent. Call now." I looked at the message, then at the bakery around me. I knew what was coming. They weren't done trying to control me. They were going to push harder, manipulate, guilt, maybe even try to interfere with my business. But this time, I wasn't scared. I set my phone down, took a deep breath, and smiled. The next morning, I woke up early, determined to push things forward. The bakery was already trending online, and the magazine feature was scheduled to be released that week. I knew I had one clear objective: turn the tables on my family in a way they couldn't ignore, couldn't twist into a victory for Ezra, and couldn't spin as anything other than my undeniable success. I started by expanding my reach in the community. I met with local cafe owners, small restaurant managers, and event coordinators. By midweek, I had secured several contracts: my pastries in 3 cafes, a local deli, and my first wedding catering gig. Each deal I closed, I documented meticulously, taking photos, saving emails, and tracking every detail. This wasn't just business, it was ammunition. Meanwhile, my parents and Ezra continued their usual behavior. Ezra posted another update about his work, subtly bragging about a bonus he received. Mom commented with what she thought was an encouraging remark, and Clara sent the standard thumbs-up emoji. None of them acknowledged the bakery. I didn't expect them to. They had spent years ignoring my achievements unless they could twist them into a story about me, not being practical, or Ezra being the better sibling. Then the magazine published the feature online. It was more than I'd hoped for. A full page with vibrant photos of Morning Rise, highlighting the pastries, the decor, and my story of opening the bakery despite the odds. The comments section was flooded with praise. Customers were tagging friends, sharing the post, and asking when they could come in. I knew this was the moment to strike. I sent the link to the family group chat with a short, precise message. "The bakery is officially featured in the local magazine. Feel free to check it out." I didn't wait for them to respond. I watched the notification bubble in the chat. Within minutes, Dad responded, his tone stiff. "James, this isn't a game. You need to let Ezra help before you make a mistake." Mom followed. "We're worried about your decisions. You're risking too much." "Clara, I don't know why you insist on doing this alone. Just be careful." And then Ezra, his condescending smirk almost audible through text. "You might have had some luck, but we'll see if it lasts. Don't overestimate yourself." I didn't respond. I didn't need to, because the proof was already out there, and it was undeniable. The following weekend, I held a community tasting event at the bakery. I invited everyone who had supported me so far, the local cafe owners, neighbors, and some press contacts from the magazine. The place was packed. People were taking photos, asking questions, and genuinely enjoying the pastries. For the first time, I saw what I had built reflected in the faces of others: respect, admiration, and excitement. As if on cue, the family showed up. Not invited, of course. They just appeared, curious to see what I had been doing. Ezra walked in with that same smug grin, clearly expecting the bakery to be mediocre. Dad's expression was cautious, Mom's measured, and Clara looked like she wasn't sure if she wanted to be impressed or annoyed. I greeted them politely, keeping my tone neutral. "Welcome," I said. "Feel free to look around." Ezra's eyes scanned the room. He stopped mid-step when he saw the line of people waiting outside. This is a lot," he muttered, clearly unsettled. Dad cleared his throat. "James, we didn't realize." I interrupted, calm and measured. "You knew exactly what this would look like. You just didn't think I could pull it off." Mom's jaw tightened. Clara's expression shifted to unease. Ezra, for the first time, looked genuinely uncomfortable. He was out of his element. I led them to the display case, showcasing the pastries. I pointed out the orders already placed, the contracts secured, and the feature in the magazine. "All of this happened while you were choosing to ignore me and support Ezra. And yes, I did it on my own." Ezra opened his mouth, probably to say something smug, but he didn't get the chance. A regular customer, someone who had been in the line outside for over an hour, came up. "Excuse me," she said, looking at Ezra and Dad. "Are you with the bakery?" Ezra hesitated. No, we're just visiting." The woman shook her head. "Well, because this place is amazing, I thought maybe you were the owners. But clearly, James is running things. You should be proud of him." The words hit like a hammer. I could see the color drain from Ezra's face. Dad shifted uncomfortably. Mom's tight-lipped smile faltered. Clara looked away, embarrassed. I took a deep breath, feeling a satisfaction I had never felt before. "You see," I said softly, so only they could hear, "this is my success. Not Ezra's. Not yours. Mine. And it's not because I needed your approval or interference." The family stayed for a few more minutes, watching quietly as I interacted with customers, taking orders, explaining pastries, and answering questions with confidence and warmth. Every interaction was a reminder that I had built something real, something they couldn't take away, and something they couldn't control. Finally, they left. Not a word of congratulations, not a single acknowledgement of what I had accomplished. They didn't even look at me. But I didn't care. I had proven my point. I had not only survived their neglect and condescension, I had thrived. Morning Rise was packed, the magazine feature brought attention, and contracts were coming in faster than I could have imagined. That night, I locked up the bakery, exhausted but exhilarated. I checked my phone. No messages from them. No attempts to intervene. Nothing. And I realized something. I didn't need their validation. I didn't need their approval. I had everything I had ever wanted: a successful business, respect from my community, and the satisfaction of showing them exactly what they had underestimated. Ezra, he was furious, though he would never admit it. Dad and Mom, still obsessed with control, still trying to manipulate, but powerless now. Clara, probably still wondering why I refused to let them in, but too late to change anything. I poured myself a cup of coffee, leaned back, and smiled. Morning Rise was no longer just a dream. It was a triumph. And this time, no one, not my family, not Ezra, not anyone, was going to take it from me. I didn't forgive them. I didn't soften. I simply moved forward, stronger, smarter, and more determined than ever. And for the first time, I felt like I truly belonged in my own life. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. "You can't possibly afford this lifestyle," my brother mocked. Just then, the host called my name. "Welcome back, Mr. Lane. Your private suite is ready." My father's smile faded, and I knew the tables had turned forever. "Hey everyone, I'm Marcus, 40M, and I didn't expect to be writing something like this, but I think it's finally time to share what happened. Maybe someone out there will see a bit of themselves in this story. Maybe it'll just be a reminder that quiet progress can be more powerful than loud approval. Either way, buckle up. This one's been simmering for years. I'll start with the basics. I come from a family that takes appearances seriously. Not the kind of family that goes on vacations together or plays board games on weekends. More the kind that attends galas, takes posed photos in coordinated outfits, and uses words like legacy in everyday conversation. We were expected to present well, speak with polish, and, above all, keep emotions where they belonged, locked away. My father, Ronald Lane, 68M, is a textbook example of control dressed up as professionalism. He built Lane Dynamics, a corporate consulting firm, from the ground up and reminded us of it at every birthday, holiday, and dinner table conversation. My mother, Catherine, passed away when I was 17. I wish I could say that brought the family closer, but the truth is, her absence made everything colder. She was the buffer. After she was gone, Dad didn't soften, he streamlined. Then there's my younger brother, Brennan, 37M. Charming, confident, sharp dresser. Always said the right thing at the right time. If my father was the CEO, Brennan was the golden heir. The one who'd been learning the business since middle school, tagging along to meetings, mimicking Dad's mannerisms, being praised for thinking strategically when he asked if I could just stay home during family events. Growing up, I was different, quiet. I liked puzzles, machines, art, and silence. While Brennan got accolades for leading school clubs and winning debate tournaments, I was happiest with a sketchpad or disassembling a broken coffee maker just to see how it worked. Dad didn't get that. To him, hobbies were distractions, and distractions had no place in a Lane man's future. After college, which I paid for largely through scholarships and part-time jobs because Dad thought I needed to learn to value money, I pitched him a small tech product I'd been developing. It was a modular device designed to integrate home systems, security, temperature, lighting, through adaptive AI. It wasn't revolutionary, but it had potential. I was proud of it. Dad listened, nodded, and then told me it was not aligned with the Lane brand. He suggested I look into joining Brennan's team at the company, something involving data reporting and market analysis. I politely declined. That was the first fracture, a quiet one, but it widened over time. Brennan, of course, was thriving. Or so he said. He got married to a woman named Haley, the kind of person who makes you feel judged just by blinking. Their wedding had ice sculptures, a harpist, and a guest list that read like a stock portfolio. I wasn't in the wedding party. I was seated next to the coat check. Literally. Still, I kept in touch. I wasn't cut off. I just wasn't considered part of the core narrative. They'd send group texts about family dinners I was expected to attend, but never consulted about. Brennan would post polished photos of work trips to Europe and team retreats at ski resorts. Dad would share them with captions like, "Proud of this one. Future's in good hands." Meanwhile, I worked out of a cramped apartment above a bakery, building custom software tools for small businesses. I kept my head down, said little, and reinvested everything into what became my company. No investors, no handouts, no shiny PR. Just grit, long hours, and a vision. Over the years, it grew, slowly, then all at once. By my mid-30s, I had a small team, several patents, and contracts in multiple countries. But I never told my family the full extent of it. Not out of secrecy, but because, well, they never really asked. Which brings us to last year, the year everything shifted. My dad turned 67 and decided to celebrate with what he called his legacy retreat, a weekend-long event at a luxury resort in the mountains. The goal, he said, was to reflect on the past and cement the future. I got the invitation late, not lost in the mail, just forgotten, according to Haley's sheepish follow-up email. The message felt rehearsed. I almost didn't go, but something in me, not spite, not anger, just a quiet sense of self, said, "No, go, show up." The resort was the kind you see in glossy travel magazines. Stone archways, snow-dusted balconies, hot springs nestled in pine groves. The kind of place you only see from a distance, unless you're someone like my dad or someone he approves of. I pulled up in my Jaguar. Not flashy new, a vintage XJ I restored with my own hands. It wasn't about showing off. It was about showing up with something I had built. Brennan was already there, standing near the valet with Haley, wearing a tailored coat and sunglasses even though the sun was already dipping. He saw my car and raised an eyebrow. "Didn't know they let classics in here," he smirked. "Didn't know they let rentals in either," I replied calmly. Just then, the valet stepped forward, looked at me, and said, "Mr. Lane, welcome back. We've prepared your suite just as you requested." Brennan blinked. Haley's expression froze just a second too long. Back? My father asked, stepping out from the lobby. He looked at the valet, then at me. I've stayed here a few times, I said simply. It's a good place for planning. Dad nodded, but I saw it, the flicker of confusion, of recalibration. Dinner that night was exactly what I expected. Brennan gave a speech about Lane legacy, using phrases like expansion strategy and carrying the torch. My father clapped, full of pride. Then came the moment, the question directed at me, casual, cutting. So, Marcus, Dad said, refilling his glass of sparkling water, you're still working on that little gadget thing of yours? I looked up, met his eyes, and said, actually, we've expanded. Opened a Zurich office last month. Asia's next. Brennan chuckled, that low, dismissive sound I'd heard since we were kids. Zurich, he repeated. Come on, man. You can't possibly afford that lifestyle. And then, like it had been rehearsed, the host stepped forward from the side of the dining room and addressed me directly. Mr. Lane, he said, with a slight bow. Your suite is ready whenever you'd like. We've stocked it with your usual preferences. There was a pause. Not long. Just enough. My father's smile faltered. Brennan's hand tightened around his fork. Haley glanced at him, then back at me, her expression unreadable. I stood slowly, nodded at the host, and said, thank you. I'll head up soon. And with that, I left them at the table. But that was only the beginning. Because the next morning, during the so-called family legacy brunch, Brennan made a move so smug, so calculated, he didn't realize he was lighting a match beside a pile of dry leaves. He thought he had the upper hand. He thought he was the only one who'd come prepared. When I walked into the dining hall the next morning, the same hostess from the night before greeted me by name and offered me my preferred tea, a quiet detail that didn't go unnoticed by the rest of my family, seated near the large picture window overlooking the forested valley. They were already mid-conversation when I approached. My father sat at the head of the table, flanked by Brennan and Haley on his right. To his left were two board members from Lane Dynamics, men I remembered from childhood gatherings where I was expected to be seen, not heard. Across from them sat Aunt Charlene, politely sipping her coffee and keeping her face pleasantly neutral, though I knew her well enough to catch the brief look of amusement in her eyes when she saw me. Good morning, I said calmly, settling into the seat furthest from Brennan. My tea was placed before me moments later, black Assam, no sugar, just as I liked. Sleep well? Brennan asked, voice light but eyes sharp. Very, I replied. My father gave me a measured look. I hear you've been keeping busy. Zurich, was it? I nodded. That's right. It's a small office for now, but growing. We're working on an interface system for energy-efficient buildings. Government contracts. Long road, but promising. Haley blinked once, then offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. That sounds niche. It's not exactly a hobby anymore, I replied gently. Brennan let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. Marcus, you've always been the dreamer, huh? That word, dreamer. In our family, that was never a compliment. It was a polite way of saying unfocused, unrealistic, unserious. The board members leaned in slightly. One of them, Mr. Keaton, I think, asked, what's the name of your company again? Before I could respond, Brennan cut in. It's small. Marcus runs a boutique tech thing. Niche stuff, like he said. Custom installations for clients who like gadgets. Very hands-on. I smiled politely. That's not quite accurate. We license proprietary systems now, including one in use at this resort, actually. I worked with the architect last year to integrate our adaptive climate tech. Mr. Keaton's eyebrows lifted. Really? That's impressive. Brennan's smile faltered for just a second. My father set his fork down. Technology is always evolving, he said neutrally. But infrastructure, that's where real legacy is built. Brennan's team just landed a multi-year consulting deal with Apex Corporation, a full systems overhaul, which they'll probably abandon halfway through. I muttered before I could stop myself. All eyes turned to me. Brennan sat up straighter. Excuse me. I sipped my tea, slow and steady. Apex has a reputation. They're known for cycling through firms and shelving plans. They've done it 3 times in 6 years. Might want to double-check the fine print. My father's face stiffened. And where did you hear that? I read, I said simply. And I've dealt with their procurement director. They wanted to white label one of our systems last year. We declined. Brennan's nostrils flared. Of course you did. You always think you know better than everyone else. There it was, that familiar accusation, dressed in sibling rivalry but rooted in something deeper. Something that had been growing for decades. I don't think I know better, I said. I just pay attention. My father looked between us, irritation creeping into the set of his jaw. This isn't the place. But Brennan wasn't finished. He stood, slowly, the napkin falling from his lap. You know what, Dad? I've been patient. I've let him sit at this table, take credit for things he had no part in, talk like he's built something comparable. But this little show of his has gone on long enough. Haley placed a calming hand on his arm, but he shrugged it off. Marcus, Brennan said, voice cool now, performative, like he was giving a TED talk. We invited you here out of respect. Family respect. But let's not pretend you've earned the same seat. You don't understand how this world works. You've never been part of the real planning, the legacy discussions, the actual decision-making. You pop in with your restored car and your private suite like it means something. But we know what's behind it. I leaned back, watching him. And what's behind it? Debt, he said smugly. Short bursts of cash. Maybe a loan. Or a one-off contract. But we both know it's not sustainable. You can't possibly afford this lifestyle long-term. The room fell silent. Mr. Keaton cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. My father said nothing, just watched me. I stood slowly, folded my napkin, and set it on the table. I was hoping this weekend could be civil, I said. But if we're airing things out, fine. I reached into my pocket, pulled out a sleek card wallet, and slid a small white envelope across the table to my father. He stared at it. It's a summary, I said, of a buyout offer. From 3 weeks ago, a firm in Geneva wants to acquire my company. Full absorption, including patents, licensing, and our 2 European subsidiaries. Brennan scoffed. What? Someone wants to buy your toolkit. I didn't answer him. I just kept looking at my father. I turned them down, I continued. But they offered $48 million. The sound that came next was almost imperceptible, a sharp inhale from Aunt Charlene, and the quiet clink of Brennan's knife falling onto his plate. You're lying, Brennan said, too quickly. You can call the number in the envelope and ask. It's all there. Legal reviewed it. I was considering it, still am, to be honest. Zurich would make things easier logistically. My father opened the envelope. His eyes scanned the document inside. Of course, I added. I'd never expect you to be impressed. After all, it's not lane dynamics. I left the table then, not storming off, not triumphant. Just done. But that wasn't the end. Because what Brennan did next, that afternoon, during the scheduled Vision for the Future presentation, wasn't just petty. It was calculated. Mean. The kind of move you make when you think someone has finally outshined you and you're desperate to claw the spotlight back. The Vision for the Future presentation was the centerpiece of the weekend. The moment my father had carefully curated to unveil what he called the next chapter of Lane Legacy. It was scheduled for 3 p.m. in the resort's glass-walled summit room, perched high above the valley with sweeping views meant to symbolize foresight, ambition, clarity. The symbolism wasn't lost on me, or on Brennan. He had been rehearsing this moment since we were teenagers. It wasn't just about showing he could lead the company. It was about being publicly crowned as the heir, the one who carried not just the Lane name, but its entire empire. After the brunch confrontation, the air had shifted. Dad didn't say much afterward, and Brennan? He didn't look at me once as we passed in the hallway, but I noticed how tense his shoulders had become. The easy swagger he usually carried had stiffened into something more rigid, like a statue pretending to be alive. At 10 minutes to 3, I entered the summit room. The place was dressed up like a corporate retreat. White leather chairs, silver coffee urns, fruit trays carved into towers. Every person there had a branded folder with Lane Dynamics. Tomorrow begins today, embossed on the front. My folder was missing from the registration table. No surprise there. I took a seat in the second row, close enough to see clearly, far enough not to seem presumptuous. Aunt Charlene sat beside me. She didn't say anything, just gave me that calm, knowing look she always had, like she'd already seen how it would all play out. Brennan took the front stage like he owned it. He wore a navy blazer and a white shirt, no tie, that casual but authoritative look he always tried to pull off. Haley sat to the side, flipping through her phone like none of this was new to her. Thank you all for being here, Brennan began, voice smooth, rehearsed. It's an honor to stand here today, not just as a representative of Lane Dynamics, but as a son proud to carry his father's legacy forward. The room applauded politely. I leaned back, watching, letting him have his moment. Not because he deserved it, but because I had something he didn't. Patience. Brennan launched into his presentation. He talked about projected growth, about market strategies, about global expansion. He flashed charts and buzzwords and pictures of shiny buildings and cities he'd never stepped foot in. Then, right when I thought we were heading toward the end, his tone shifted. There is, of course, another lane among us, he said, turning slightly toward the audience, though not toward me. My brother, Marcus. Heads turned. My heart stayed steady. Marcus has always marched to the beat of his own drum, Brennan continued, smiling just enough for it to seem polite. He's innovative, no question, creative, too. And we've all heard about his recent work in Zurich and beyond. But I think it's important to be transparent, especially when it comes to legacy. He paused, clicking to a new slide. A screenshot appeared. A website. Mine. Or what looked like mine. Only it wasn't. It was a shadow copy, an outdated domain I'd abandoned years ago before launching my current brand. The version Brennan showed still had my old logo, clunky UI, and a testimonial from a client I hadn't worked with in nearly 6 years. Lane Dynamics prides itself on clarity, Brennan said, turning to the screen. And in the spirit of clarity, I thought it was important to show where this tech empire actually stands. I could feel the attention shift in the room. Some people whispered. Others frowned. He means well, Brennan continued with a chuckle. But let's not confuse passion projects with sustainable growth. Lane Dynamics has real infrastructure, real contracts. We don't just install smart light switches. We shape futures. The slide disappeared. The silence was heavy. And then he smiled, the most smug, satisfied smile I'd seen in years. Like he thought he'd done it. Proven his point. Regained the spotlight. I waited 5 full seconds. Let the discomfort simmer. Then I stood. May I respond? I asked, not to Brennan, but to my father. He didn't answer. He looked uncertain, not defensive, not angry, just unsure. That alone was progress. Mr. Keaton, who'd been at brunch earlier, gestured slightly. I think it's only fair. I stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, like I was stepping into a courtroom. Brennan is right about one thing, I said. I did start small. My first projects were solo. My first website looked like it was built by someone teaching themselves in the middle of the night, because it was. Some chuckles. But what Brennan failed to mention, I continued, is that the domain he just showed you hasn't been in use for 7 years. He went digging, not for the truth, but for anything that would fit the narrative he needed. I clicked the remote from the podium. A new slide appeared. A sleek, modern interface. My current company's homepage. Metrics. Testimonials. Logos from partners, including the international bank that backed my last funding round. You can verify all of this, I said. Everything's public. Contracts. Licensing. Even our upcoming expansion into Singapore. I don't say this to brag. I say this because legacy isn't built by pretending someone else is smaller. It's built by proving you can grow without needing to be told you're worthy. I turned to my father. You've spent your whole life building something important. I respect that. But leadership isn't just about preserving a name. It's about adapting, evolving, seeing value in places you didn't expect. I stepped back. And frankly, I'm not here to compete. I'm here to build something real, with or without applause. Silence. Then, slowly, a few people clapped. My father didn't. But he didn't stop them either. Brennan tried to recover. Tried to move to the next topic. But the damage was done. His moment had turned into a mirror. One he hadn't expected to hold. That evening, while everyone gathered on the terrace for sunset photos and champagne toasts, I stayed inside, by the fire. Charlene sat with me, a small smile on her face. That was something, she said. I nodded. It's not over. Of course not, she replied. You just took the first piece off the board. Now watch what he does with the rest. She was right. I didn't expect Brennan to stay quiet after the summit room debacle. That would have required humility, a quality he never cultivated. What I didn't expect was how low he'd go trying to undo the blow to his ego. It started subtly, the way people like him always test the waters. A few days after we returned from the retreat, one of my longtime contractors forwarded me an email. Subject: concerns regarding Marcus Lane's licensing agreements. Sender: anonymous tip. The body of the message listed vague accusations, intellectual property misuse, exaggerated metrics, reputation red flags. It was transparent, amateurish, even. But the intention was clear, sabotage by suggestion. I didn't have to guess who was behind it. That same week, two potential partners in Zurich abruptly paused negotiations, citing pending clarifications. Another had already received a version of the same email, this one with an attached document marked confidential, containing nothing but poorly fabricated charts and distorted quotes from our website. When I traced the metadata, I found something I already suspected. It came from Brennan's assistant's device. I confronted him over a video call. He smiled like he was taking a customer satisfaction survey. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said smoothly. "And even if I did, I'd imagine most companies would want to know who they're really working with." "It's desperate," I said, "and sloppy. You embarrassed me in front of Dad. I'm just leveling the field." I didn't say anything then. I just ended the call, because I knew I didn't need to argue anymore. I had facts. I had proof. And I had something Brennan had never had to deal with: real consequences. Over the next few weeks, I built a quiet case. Emails, timestamps, server logs, corroborated statements. I had my legal team assemble everything, not to sue him, but to be ready if I needed to protect my business. I didn't want courtroom drama. I wanted finality. Then came the moment that ended everything, and oddly enough, it wasn't something I orchestrated. It was my father. 3 months after the retreat, Lane Dynamics hosted its annual shareholders banquet, a traditionally lavish affair where executives gave updates, financial reports were summarized, and Dad took the stage to assure everyone the company was thriving under Brennan's vision. This year, I wasn't invited. That's fine. I went anyway. Charlene had tipped me off that Brennan was planning to use the event to announce a collaborative acquisition of a smaller European tech company, one that bore a striking resemblance to mine. But the real kicker? He was planning to present one of my prototype models as his own. You read that right. He'd pulled the specs from an old mock-up I'd once shown Dad years ago, before I had refined and patented it, and rebranded it as Lane Sync, a proprietary innovation in automated infrastructure. So I walked into the event, calm, dressed simply, carrying nothing but a manila folder and a small device, my original prototype, marked with a patent ID and our company's embossed seal. As I stepped into the banquet hall, the speaker on stage was mid-sentence. "With Lane Sync, we'll be entering a new era of connectivity. This is more than just a system. It's a way of thinking." It was Brennan. Polished, confident, deceptive. He hadn't seen me yet. I waited. He clicked the remote, revealing a glossy slide of the device, identical to mine, down to the outer casing design. He even used a name dangerously close to the code name I had archived. That was my cue. I stood. Voices hushed as I walked toward the front. "Excuse me," I said evenly, "but I believe there's been a mistake." Brennan's face dropped when he saw me. For the first time, he didn't have a quick line ready. He just stood there, frozen. I pulled out the prototype, held it up. "This is my design. Patent 1118-943X. Filed under my company's name over 2 years ago. The design you see on the screen is a direct replica. Unauthorized. Misrepresented." The room went silent. Then I handed the folder to Mr. Keaton, Dad's old business partner and one of the longest-serving board members. Inside were all the legal filings, timestamps, and statements. Mr. Keaton flipped through them, then looked at Brennan. "Is this true?" Brennan stammered. I was told we had clearance." "From who?" I asked. Because it certainly wasn't from me. That was when my father stood. He walked toward me slowly, not with concern, but with suspicion. He took the prototype from my hand, inspected it, then looked at the presentation on the screen. When he turned back to Brennan, there was no anger in his face. Just disappointment. Cold, quiet disappointment. "You didn't build this," he said flatly. Brennan's mouth opened and closed. Nothing came out. The board members whispered to each other. Haley turned pale. And then, without ceremony, my father made the only announcement he gave that night. "There will be a full internal audit. Effective immediately, Brennan will step down from any product development responsibilities." The next week, Brennan was removed from his position. Quietly, but permanently. He wasn't fired. My father couldn't let the family name take that hit. But he was stripped of authority. He kept his title, sure. But titles mean nothing when you don't hold any keys. Haley left him 3 months later. According to Charlene, she said she didn't marry him to live in the shadow of his brother. As for my father, he never apologized, never asked for forgiveness. But he did call me one evening, late, just after the quarter ended. I reviewed the Zurich projections, he said. You've done well. I waited. That was all he said. Then he hung up. And honestly, that was enough. Because I didn't need his approval anymore. I never really did. I had built something real, not just a company, but a reputation, a legacy on my own terms. The kind that doesn't need a spotlight to shine. Now, Brennan works out of a much smaller office on the second floor of Lane Dynamics, far from the executive suite. His calendar is filled with minor internal meetings. No major decisions. No press releases. I still see him occasionally at family events. He barely makes eye contact. And my father? He's quieter now. Still composed, still rigid, but I think he understands, even if he'll never say it aloud. The Lane legacy didn't go to the son who asked for it. It went to the one who earned it. And no one can take that away from me. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. So, this happened last week, and it still feels surreal to me. I'm still processing it. But I guess I'll tell you all the story because I need to get it off my chest. It all started when my family invited me out to dinner for a family gathering. Normally, I don't mind paying for dinner. My parents are getting older and don't have as much to spend. And my sister, well, she's never had a problem freeloading. I usually let it slide though. But this time, things were different that we went to this really fancy restaurant. Like, the kind of place where a drink costs more than a week's worth of groceries. At first, I thought, okay, it'll be a nice night. I can afford it, whatever. The restaurant's ambience was great, and I was in a good mood. The waiter comes over and takes our orders. And this is where everything goes downhill. My sister, who's always been a little entitled, starts making jokes about how lucky I am to be the one who has to pay. She says, "You're just the wallet, aren't you? We should have brought a suitcase to stuff all the cash in." Everyone laughs. My parents chuckle too, like it's some kind of inside joke, but I could tell it was more than that. It felt like a jab. A little too pointed. I brush it off, thinking maybe they're just in a playful mood. But then, the orders start coming in. My sister orders the most expensive steak on the menu, with all the sides that cost an arm and a leg. My parents? Same thing. My brother orders some ridiculously priced seafood dish that I'm pretty sure isn't even in season. And I'm sitting there, feeling more and more uncomfortable, watching them rack up the bill like it's nothing. I'm no saint. But I've never seen them go this far before. I mean, they've always been a bit generous when it comes to letting me foot the bill, but this was on another level. Finally, my sister turns to me and says with a grin, "Hey, don't worry about it. You've got this. You're just the wallet, right?" Everyone bursts into laughter again, and for some reason, that was the last straw. I kept my smile on, but something in me snapped that I leaned back in my chair and calmly said, "No problem. I got this." But inside, I was boiling. I didn't say anything more. I just pulled out my phone, made one quick call to my business partner, and then stood up. "Where are you going?" my sister asked, still laughing. I just looked at her and said, "You'll find out soon enough." And then, I walked out of the restaurant, leaving the sound of their laughter behind me. I knew they'd think I was just being dramatic, but what I had planned next would hit them in a way they wouldn't see coming. About 20 minutes later, my phone rang. It was my sister. "What the hell? Are you coming back?" she snapped, her voice high-pitched with irritation. I let the phone ring for a few seconds before answering. "Did you think I was joking when I said I'd handle it?" "What do you mean, handle it? You just left. You can't leave us with the bill." I stayed calm, my voice cold. "I didn't leave you with the bill. I just called in a favor." "What favor?" She sounded like she was already panicking. "The bill's been taken care of," I said, my eyes narrowing as I smiled. "You should be getting a call from the restaurant soon." At that moment, I could hear my dad's voice in the background, asking, "What's going on?" followed by my mom's concerned muttering that I could barely hold back my grin. "I'll give you a hint. Do you remember the investment opportunity one mentioned a while back?" "What does that have to do with anything?" my sister demanded. "Stop playing games." "It's simple," I said. "I have a business partner who's very familiar with the restaurant's owner. The manager knows exactly who to call if there's an issue with payment." I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in. Then came the silence. Are you kidding me right now? My sister's voice cracked. You called in a favor? Are you seriously trying to ruin our night? I could hear my mom now, asking what was happening. It's fine, Mom. They'll sort it out. But my sister wasn't having it. You've got to be kidding me. This is humiliating. You can't just leave us with the bill. This is a joke, right? I shrugged, even though she couldn't see me. No joke. Have fun. I hung up, satisfied with the chaos I had just unleashed. I hadn't even driven halfway home when I got another call. This time, it was the restaurant manager. Hi, is this my name? We've just been notified that you've placed a hold on the payment for your family's dinner. We've had to call them to settle the bill, and it looks like your sister has a very surprised look on her face. I couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, that sounds about right. Look, we're not trying to cause trouble, but if you want us to release the bill, someone's going to need to pay for the food soon. Otherwise, we'll have to charge a late fee. What would you like us to do? At that moment, I realized something. My sister was about to learn a lesson she wouldn't forget. You know what? Let them sort it out, I said, my voice dripping with satisfaction. Just leave it to them. I'm done. The manager hesitated, but I could hear them nodding. Understood. Thanks for your cooperation. I hung up the phone and leaned back in my seat, feeling a strange satisfaction wash over me. I wasn't sure exactly how this would unfold, but the ball was now in their court. I didn't expect them to take this lying down, but after years of being the wallet, I felt like it was time they finally realized who was really in control. That I was just about to relax when I saw a text come through on my phone from my brother. Are you serious? You just left us here with this mess. What the hell is wrong with you? I sighed. This was just the beginning. I sat back in my car, watching the notifications on my phone flood in. My brother's text was just the beginning. Soon, I started receiving messages from everyone. Sister, are you seriously going to let us sit here while the manager calls us to pay for this? Mom, what did you do? Why did you leave like that? This isn't funny. Dad, you've got some nerve doing this to your family. We're all trying to have a nice meal, and you pull this stunt. But it was my sister's message that really made me laugh. Sister, I can't believe you. You've ruined everything. This is embarrassing. You're just going to let us suffer over your stupid little revenge. I wasn't in the mood to explain myself, so I left the texts unread for a while. Instead, I kept driving, heading to a quiet spot to just breathe. I had no regrets. They had all crossed a line, and maybe it was time for them to feel the consequences. About an hour later, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call from my sister. Pick up, pick up, pick up, she practically screamed into the phone the moment I answered. Do you realize what you've done? I let her rant for a minute, letting her words swirl in my mind. Yeah, I realize exactly what I've done. You left us to pay for the dinner, and now the restaurant's threatening us with legal action for not paying up, she yelled. This is serious. How could you do this? I could feel the familiar smug satisfaction building in my chest. Isn't it funny how that works? You're not laughing now, are you? She took a deep breath, clearly trying to calm down, but it wasn't working. You have no idea what it's like to be in this situation. We're all stuck, and it's all your fault. Oh, I think I have an idea, I replied, my tone just as cold as hers had been. I've been stuck in this situation where I've had to foot the bill for your entire family's meals for years. It's exhausting. There was a moment of silence. Then my sister, in a quieter voice, said, well, maybe you've been paying too much attention to how much we've been taking and not enough to how much we need help. I felt a flicker of something. Was she actually trying to reason with me? Was she showing some vulnerability? But before I could answer, the floodgates opened again. This isn't fair. You've messed everything up. Everyone is mad at you. You know what? You're not just the wallet anymore. You're the villain. And we won't forget this. I could hear my mom in the background, still trying to talk to the restaurant manager, probably trying to figure out how to smooth things over. I wondered if they'd actually end up paying, or if they'd let this escalate into something worse. You can call me whatever you want, I said, my voice firm. But I'm not the villain here. I've been taking care of this family for years. If you all want to keep taking advantage of me, that's your choice. But don't expect me to just keep letting it happen. There was another long silence before my sister spoke again. I don't know why you're doing this. We're family. We're supposed to help each other out, not make each other suffer. Then maybe you should start helping me out. I shot back. For once. She was quiet for a moment, and for a brief second, I thought she might be reflecting. But then her next words hit me like a punch to the gut. Well, if you think we're just going to let you get away with this, you're wrong. You've made a lot of enemies today. I could practically feel the weight of her anger. It wasn't just about the dinner anymore. This had become something personal, something bigger. I guess we'll see about that, I said coldly. But don't call me for help again. I've got my own priorities now. I hung up before she could respond. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I'd done something right. I didn't need to explain myself anymore. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured they'd all stew in their frustration, maybe pay the bill reluctantly, and eventually get over it. But it didn't go down that way. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of messages again. This time, there was a different tone. Sister, I'm not talking to you anymore. We're done. Mom, I can't believe you did this to your father and me. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us. Dad, you think this is the way families should treat each other? I'm so disappointed in you. I read each message with a sinking feeling, but I stood firm. I had made my choice, and I wasn't backing down. Not this time. But then my phone rang, and I saw my brother's name flash across the screen. I braced myself. Pick up, he said, the moment I answered. Don't hang up. Just hear me out. I crossed my arms, waiting. Go ahead. Look, this is all spiraling out of control, he began. Mom's crying. Dad's about to lose his temper, and now everyone is mad at you. It's like you flipped a switch on them. Why do you have to make things so difficult? My stomach churned. Why do I always have to pick up the slack for everyone? You know, no one asked me if I was okay with paying for everything. No one said thank you for years of doing it. No one even thought about how much I was sacrificing. But now that I've decided to say no, suddenly I'm the villain? He sighed, clearly frustrated. I'm not saying you're the villain, but this isn't the way to handle it. We're a family. Families stick together. You can't just cut us off like this. I felt the old guilt creeping in. Was I being too harsh? Had I gone too far? The thought lingered for a second, but I shoved it away. You think I haven't stuck together with this family? I snapped. I've been holding us all up for years. All I've ever gotten in return is nothing. It's not just about the money, it's about respect. And I've had enough of not getting any. There was a long pause on the other end. Then my brother, softer now, said, I get it. I do. But this isn't just about money. It's about us, the family. And if we don't fix this, it'll destroy everything we've built. I frowned, knowing deep down that he wasn't wrong. But part of me didn't want to go back to the same old pattern. Part of me wanted to see how far they were willing to go, how far they would stretch this family thing when their comfort was on the line. I'm not fixing anything, I said firmly. You all can fix it yourself. Before he could respond, I hung up. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't keep being the one to make everyone comfortable at my own expense. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was from my mom. Mom, we're coming over to your place to talk. Don't think you can just ignore us. I stared at the message for a long time. I could feel the pressure building. My mom wasn't the type to show up at your door unless things had really escalated. I took a deep breath and decided to let them come. It wasn't long before I heard a knock on my door. I opened it to find my parents standing there, my brother beside them, looking uncomfortable. We need to talk, my mom said, her voice cold but not angry. Now, I stepped aside, letting them in. I could tell things weren't going to go the way I expected. How much longer are you going to keep doing this? My dad asked, not even bothering with small talk. We're not asking you to foot the bill every time. But you don't just leave like that. You don't throw your family under the bus over something like a dinner. I crossed my arms, standing my ground. You've been throwing me under the bus for years. It's time I did something about it. My mom shook her head. You think this is the answer? You think leaving us with a $500 bill is the way to teach us a lesson? I looked at her, feeling the weight of everything I had been holding in. I didn't just leave you with a bill. I left you with a choice. Do you finally realize that you've been taking me for granted? For the first time, I saw the hint of something in my dad's eyes, regret. But it was too little, too late. Maybe you're right, he muttered, looking down at the floor. Maybe we have taken you for granted. But before I could respond, my sister stormed into the room, her eyes blazing with fury. I can't believe you're actually sitting here, acting like you're the victim. You ruined our family, and now you think you've won. I stood up, preparing myself for whatever was coming next. It wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. My sister's eyes were burning with anger as she stormed into my living room, practically shaking with rage. You've ruined everything. Do you think we don't care? You think this is just some game to you? I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm despite the storm brewing in front of me. I had never seen her like this. She was usually so composed, but now she looked unrecognizable. Ruined? Really? I shot back. Tell me, when did you care about what I went through? Or is that just when it's convenient for you? She took a step closer, her voice rising. You're not above this family. You don't get to act like you're the only one who's been giving. Her words hit harder than I expected, but I wasn't going to back down now. Not after everything that had happened. You think I'm above this family? I laughed bitterly, the sound escaping before I could stop it. You've got it all twisted. I'm the one who's been left holding everything, and I'm done pretending it's okay. My mom and dad were standing in the background, completely silent now, letting the argument unfold. It was like they were watching a train wreck they couldn't stop. I glanced at them for a moment, but my focus was on my sister, who was still fuming in front of me. This is how we're going to do it now, huh? She spat. You just walk away, leave us to clean up your mess? You think we won't come for you? You're dead wrong. My heart skipped a beat. There was a dangerous edge to her words. I couldn't tell if it was desperation or something darker. Maybe both. I'm not running anymore, I said quietly, my voice surprisingly steady. For the first time in a long time, I'm not the one cleaning up everyone else's mess. If you're mad at me, fine. But you've had your chance to do better, and now it's on you. Her nostrils flared. You're going to regret this. I could see the storm clouds gathering behind her eyes, but I didn't care anymore. I was tired of being the scapegoat, tired of being the backup plan. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders just saying the words out loud. But instead of responding, she turned sharply and walked out of the room. I felt a brief flicker of guilt, but it quickly faded. I wasn't going to let her manipulate me anymore. Not this time. My brother, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke up. Look, this is getting out of hand. No one's winning here, okay? His voice was calm, but I could hear the strain in it. I get why you're upset, but we need to fix this. All of us. Not just you, not just her. This family. We need to find a way to move past it. But my patience had already run out. How many times have I tried to move past it? How many times have I been the one to fix everything, only for it to fall apart again? My brother opened his mouth to reply, but I didn't give him the chance. It's over, I said firmly. This was my last attempt to keep pretending everything was fine. From now on, I'm doing what's best for me. There was a long, heavy silence that settled over the room. No one said anything for a moment, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Then my mom finally spoke, her voice low and almost broken. We didn't know it had gotten this bad for you. But if this is how you want it, we'll back off. We'll give you space. Her words were soft, but they didn't feel like an apology. It was more like resignation. And I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse that I didn't say anything else. There was nothing more to be said. I told them to get out and close the door. A few days passed. It had been quiet since the night I closed the door on my family. No calls, no texts, nothing. At first, I thought maybe it was just them cooling off, but the silence felt more like the calm before the storm. I had no idea how to feel. Part of me was relieved to have some distance, but part of me, deep down, still missed them. The weight of everything that had happened, the years of manipulation and resentment, still hung over me. Then, it all changed. I was sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through some random articles, when I heard a knock at the door. It was too early for anyone to be visiting, especially them. My pulse quickened, and I stood up to peek through the window blinds, and there they were. My mom, my brother, and my dad standing on the front porch, all looking like they'd been up for hours. My mom was clutching something in her hand, her expression unreadable, but the tension in the air was enough to make my stomach churn. I hesitated. My first instinct was to turn around and pretend I wasn't home, but the second I even thought about it, I felt my phone buzz on the counter. It was a text from my brother. We need to talk. Please come out. I felt a strange mix of guilt and anger flood me. Talk? After everything, I was done with their games, but this wasn't just a random visit. Something was off. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. The moment I stepped outside, I was hit with that familiar, suffocating sense of obligation, that they needed something from me. My brother was the first to speak. Look, I know things got out of hand last time, but we're here because we need to talk. You can't just walk away from us. We're family. I crossed my arms, trying to hide the shaking in my hands. And why should I listen to any of you? After everything you've put me through, you expect me to just, what? Come back into the fold? My mom looked like she wanted to interrupt, but I held up a hand to stop her. I've been the one to clean up all of your messes, pay for everything, fix things that you broke. You've never respected me. You've only treated me like your backup. Your wallet. I paused, glaring at each one of them, making sure they knew how serious I was. Why Dad finally spoke. His voice surprisingly calm, but with that heavy undertone of authority. We've all made mistakes, but this isn't the way to fix things. We're here because we want to work it out. You can't just leave us hanging, and I won't let you. The audacity. They didn't even understand why I was upset. They still thought I was in the wrong. Why Mom took a step forward, holding something in her hand, something wrapped in a cloth. She looked at me with those pleading eyes, the ones she'd used countless times before to guilt me into doing what they wanted. "We got this for you," she said softly, unwrapping the cloth. It was an old family photo album. I stared at it, feeling a pang of nostalgia. But that was it. Just a feeling. I wasn't going to let it cloud my judgment again. I wasn't going to fall for their guilt trips. You think a photo album is going to fix everything? Do you really believe that? My brother scoffed. We're trying to make amends here, and you're acting like a child. This isn't helping anyone. I felt my blood boil. You don't get it. You've never gotten it. This isn't about some stupid album. This is about you using me, manipulating me, and making me feel worthless all these years. There was a long silence. I could see the crack in my dad's calm facade, a flicker of frustration behind his eyes. I didn't raise you to walk away from family, but if you think we're just going to let you do this. I took a deep breath, looking each one of them in the eyes. I'm not coming back. I'm not going to keep being the person you can manipulate and take advantage of. The air was thick with tension now. My brother was grinding his teeth, his fists clenched at his sides. My mom was on the verge of tears, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I turned around and started walking back toward the door. My dad called after me, his voice rising with each step I took. You think you can just leave us like this? You'll regret this. You'll come crawling back, just like you always do. I didn't even look back. I slammed the door behind me, the sound echoing in the quiet house. But just as I was about to walk away, I heard something else, this time from my brother. A harsh, angry whisper, barely audible, but enough to make my blood run cold. You'll pay for this. We'll make sure of it. And then the sound of their footsteps fading as they walked back to the car. I stood there, my back pressed to the door, breathing hard. I wanted to lash out, to scream, but I knew it wouldn't change anything. They were going to keep trying to drag me back into their world, but I wasn't having it. I took out my phone, opened the contact list, and tapped on the family group chat. I was done being the fallback. I typed, "This is it. I'm cutting ties with all of you. I'm not your backup anymore. I've given enough. If you can't respect that, then don't reach out again." I hit send and placed the phone back in my pocket, feeling the weight of my decision settle in. I wasn't waiting for them to apologize. I wasn't waiting for some perfect family reunion that would never come. They could try all they wanted to guilt trip me, to pull me back into their drama. But that chapter of my life was over. I had finally let go. So, that's where I stand now, cutting ties and walking away. What do you think? Was I wrong for doing this? Or should I have given them another chance? Let me know what you think in the comments below. My parents threw a huge party for my brother's engagement. When I opened my gift, it was a notice for my upcoming court hearing. "You should be grateful," my mom smirked. I grabbed my stuff and walked out without a word. A week later, they called, frantic. "Please, we didn't mean it. Hi everyone. I'm 27M, and let's just say my family dynamic is complicated. I'll start by saying this isn't some overnight drama. It's the result of years, decades, really, of quiet favoritism, subtle digs, unspoken expectations, and a whole lot of pretending things were fine when they weren't. I didn't grow up in a house where people screamed at each other or threw things. Instead, it was the kind of house where silence could be louder than any shout, and smiles could be sharper than knives. I'm the youngest of two. My older brother, Silas, is 30. To my parents, Angela and Martin, he's always been the star. From the time we were kids, it was clear Silas could do no wrong. He had this natural charm about him, one of those people who just knows how to say the right thing, wear the right clothes, make the right impression. Teachers loved him. Family friends adored him. Even when he messed up, and he messed up plenty, there was always an excuse, always a justification. Silas is just spirited. He's got a strong personality. He'll land on his feet. Meanwhile, I was the responsible one, the quiet one. I followed the rules, kept my head down, did well in school, got into a decent university, and built a stable career in IT. But in our house, stability wasn't exciting. It didn't turn heads. It wasn't something you toasted to at family dinners. I used to brush it off, tell myself I didn't need their approval. And maybe, for a while, I really believed that. But when you spend your entire life watching your brother get showered with praise for doing the bare minimum while you're met with silence, or worse, criticism for doing everything right, it starts to wear you down. My relationship with my parents became more distant after I moved out at 23. I bought a small condo in a quiet area, about 30 minutes away from their house. I visited for holidays, sometimes stopped by for birthdays or Sunday lunch, but that was about it. Every time I was there, I felt like a visitor, an outsider. Even when I brought homemade food or offered to fix their router or update their devices, things Silas would never think to do, it barely earned a nod. Silas, on the other hand, practically lived at their place. Despite having his own apartment, he was always there, eating their food, borrowing their car, using their backyard as if it were his own. My parents acted like it was sweet. Like it was nice, he stayed so connected. They never once mentioned that he was well into his 20s, coasting without paying rent, while I was budgeting to afford my mortgage and saving for the future. Anyway, the real story starts about 2 months ago, when Silas announced he was getting engaged. The news dropped into the family group chat like a bomb. My mom was over the moon. She immediately called me, not to tell me the news, but to ask if I could help set up some decorations for a surprise engagement dinner they were throwing the following weekend. I didn't even know he had proposed. I said sure, because that's what I do. I show up. I help, even when it feels thankless. I showed up early that day, and the house was buzzing. My mom had transformed the backyard into something out of a magazine. Twinkling lights were strung across the patio. There were white and gold balloons tied to every chair, and a huge banner with Silas and Leona written in elegant cursive hung over the back fence. They had a catering truck parked outside and hired 2 servers to pass around little hors d'oeuvres I couldn't even pronounce. It wasn't just a dinner, it was an event. As usual, I took a quiet corner and made myself useful. I helped string up the lights, carried folding chairs, and set the tables. No one really acknowledged it. My dad gave me a short nod when I finished moving a cooler full of drinks, but that was it. When guests started to arrive, I felt like I was fading into the background. Old family friends I hadn't seen in years walked right past me to hug Silas. A few asked me, "So, what are you doing these days?" with that glazed look that told me they didn't actually care what the answer was. One even mistook me for one of the staff. I didn't bother correcting them. Silas and Leona finally arrived, and there was this whole big entrance with music and clapping and cheers. My mom teared up. My dad raised a glass. Silas ate it all up, flashing his perfect grin, acting surprised even though the whole thing was clearly planned. Leona looked genuinely happy. I'll give her that. She came over and hugged me, thanked me for coming, and asked if I wanted to sit with them. I said no thanks and found a spot near the back with a view of the whole thing. Watching from a distance had become second nature to me. Then, sometime after the main meal was served, my mom got up and tapped her glass with a fork. The crowd hushed. She stood there, glowing like it was her big night, and started talking about love, family, and how proud she was of Silas. Then she said something I didn't expect. "We also have something for our other son," she said, "who's made some big decisions of his own lately." I blinked. What? People turned to look at me. I wasn't sure what to do. I stood there awkwardly as she walked toward me with an envelope in her hand. A thick one. My stomach twisted. Something felt off. I didn't know why, but I had the sense I was being watched not with pride, but with amusement. Like I was the punchline to a joke I didn't know I was part of. My mom smiled as she handed it to me. "We wanted to support you in your next chapter," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. I opened it, and everything stopped. Inside the envelope was a stack of papers. Legal papers. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The text was dense, printed on heavy white paper, and the heading had that cold, official font I usually only saw on government forms. I flipped through the first few pages, scanning without processing, until my eyes locked onto a sentence that made everything go quiet around me. Notice of civil claim filed on behalf of Angela and Martin Colgrave. I read it again. I looked up. My mom was still smiling. It wasn't a warm smile. It wasn't even fake nice. It was knowing. Like she was expecting this moment to land differently. Like she thought I'd thank her. My fingers tightened around the envelope. I turned back to the papers and started to read. Really read. They were suing me. They were suing me for what they called long-standing financial obligations incurred during the period of dependency. In simpler terms, they were demanding I pay them back for my upbringing. Housing, food, school costs, medical bills, even clothes. There was a line about uncompensated emotional labor that made my vision blur for a second. They had itemized everything, page after page of carefully calculated figures. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. My ears were ringing. All around us, people were whispering. Leona looked completely stunned. Silas was frozen mid-smile, glancing between me and the papers like he'd just realized something had gone terribly off-script. I finally spoke. My voice felt far away, like it belonged to someone else. "What is this?" My mom's smile didn't falter. "It's just a formality," she said, her voice sugar-sweet. "You've always talked about standing on your own 2 feet. This is just a way to make things even." I stared at her. Even? As if I hadn't already spent my entire adult life working twice as hard for half the acknowledgement. As if I hadn't already gone out of my way to respect their boundaries, show up when asked, help them with anything they needed, and ask for nothing in return. And now, they were suing me? In front of a crowd? At a party? I looked at my dad, hoping stupidly that maybe this had gone too far even for him. That maybe he would step in and say this was ridiculous. But he just stood there, silent, hands folded in front of him. He couldn't even meet my eyes. That hurt more than I expected. I could feel people watching, waiting to see how I'd react. Some looked uncomfortable. A few looked confused. One woman in the back was actually laughing softly, like she thought it was a joke. I folded the papers carefully and slid them back into the envelope. I didn't rush. I didn't make a scene. But I felt something inside me close. Like a door I had kept open for years finally swinging shut. Without a word, I turned and walked out of the backyard. No one followed me. Not my mom. Not my dad. Not even Silas. I drove home in silence. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just sat in the parking garage under my building for a long time, hands still on the wheel, staring at nothing. The envelope sat in the passenger seat like it was made of stone. I didn't answer their calls that night. Or the next. Days turned into weeks. Eventually, I got an email from their lawyer, asking for a response by the end of the month. I didn't reply. I didn't have to. I already knew exactly what I was going to do. A few weeks passed. No word from them. Then one day, out of nowhere, I received a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. I listened to it twice. It was my dad. He sounded not like himself. Shaky. Uncertain. Like he had just realized the weight of what they'd done. "Please," he said. "We didn't mean it like that. It was your mother's idea. We didn't think you'd take it seriously." I didn't call back. It had been a few weeks since I'd gotten that voicemail from my dad. I hadn't replied. I didn't even think about it much at first. But as time passed, I started to feel something build up inside me. It wasn't just the anger. It was the realization that this wasn't just about a few legal papers or a poorly timed family dinner. It was about years of being overlooked, disrespected, and treated like a background character in my own life. The more I thought about it, the more I knew I couldn't just let it slide. I wasn't going to cave. They wanted me to prove something to them. Well, now it was time for me to make them prove their worth to me. The first thing I did was get my own lawyer. I wasn't sure where this would go, but I knew I needed someone who would be able to navigate the mess my parents had created. After a long consultation, we decided to file a countersuit for emotional distress and financial manipulation. The lawyer agreed that I had a strong case. It was clear this wasn't a mere misunderstanding, it was a deliberate move on their part to hurt me. They wanted money, yes, but they also wanted control. And I wasn't about to let that happen. I remember the first time I spoke to my lawyer about the counterclaim. I was sitting at my kitchen table, the papers scattered in front of me, and I realized something. I had spent most of my life trying to win their approval. Whether it was doing the right thing, being responsible, making the right decisions. But now I was going to take control back. It wasn't about money. It wasn't even about getting back at them in the way they might have expected. No, I wasn't going to make a scene. I wasn't going to yell or scream. I was going to hit them where it hurt, their precious reputation, the one they cared about more than anything else. I'd show them that they couldn't just walk all over me anymore. Over the next few weeks, I gathered everything I could to build my case. Texts, emails, documents. Anything that proved how much they had taken from me, how their actions had affected my mental health, my career, and my personal life. My lawyer helped me structure everything. She was clear that we'd have to approach this carefully, but that there was enough evidence to make a strong case. Once everything was ready, we filed. The news hit my parents about a week later. I'd made sure to make it public. The filing wasn't private, and the last thing my parents wanted was for their friends, colleagues, and the people they'd spent so much time impressing to know that their son was taking them to court. And then, the call started. I didn't answer at first. I didn't want to engage. But one afternoon, about 2 weeks after the filing, I found myself standing in my kitchen with my phone in my hand. I'd been avoiding my mom's calls for days, but this time, something told me I had to pick up. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is this a joke?" My mom's voice was shaking, not in anger, but in desperation. "We never meant it to go this far. You know that, don't you?" I leaned against the counter, taking a deep breath before speaking. "You made it go this far, Mom. I didn't want any of this. But you pushed me into a corner. I've tried for years to make you proud, to do things the way you wanted. And all I got in return was manipulation and disrespect." There was silence on the other end for a moment. I could practically hear her scrambling for the right words. "Don't be ridiculous," she finally said, her voice tight. "This is not the way you repay your family. This is not the way you treat us." I wasn't backing down now. "No, this is how you treat me," I said. "You and Dad have always put Silas above me, and I've always had to take what I could get. But now, I'm done. I'm not playing this game anymore." I could hear her breathing heavily, probably trying to hold it together. "You're making a huge mistake," she said, her voice low, almost pleading. "Please, let's talk about this. Let's fix it. You don't want to go through with this. It's going to tear this family apart." "Funny," I said. I thought that was already happening. I hung up before she could respond. That night, I felt nothing. It wasn't relief. It wasn't joy. It was just calm. It was like I had finally exhaled after holding my breath for so long. I had taken my first step toward doing something for myself, something that wasn't about trying to please anyone. The next few days were tense. My parents didn't contact me directly again, but I knew they were talking to other family members. I started to get messages, people I hadn't heard from in years, asking if it was true, if I was really suing my parents. Some were concerned. Others were just curious. A few people told me I was being dramatic or overreacting. But the thing was, those weren't the people I cared about anymore. They weren't the ones who had been there when I was the one constantly giving, bending over backward, and getting nothing in return. And as for Silas, he didn't reach out either. I didn't expect him to. He was too busy enjoying the spotlight of his own engagement. He had always been good at pretending everything was fine, pretending he didn't see the cracks in the family. He wasn't about to change now. Days turned into weeks, and things between my parents and me stayed silent. No one came to me with any apologies. No one tried to make amends. They didn't realize that the longer they waited, the worse it was going to get. Their reputation, everything they'd spent so much time building, was starting to crumble. It wasn't long before they realized they'd made a huge mistake. I could almost feel it in the air, like the slow, creeping awareness that they had crossed a line they couldn't undo. Then, one day, I got another voicemail from my dad. I didn't listen to it immediately. I knew what was coming. They were panicking now. They had underestimated how far I was willing to go. When I finally played the message, his voice was frantic. "Please, we didn't mean it like that. We just wanted you to understand. We didn't want it to go this far. Please, we're sorry." I listened to the message a few times, my expression unreadable. The apology wasn't for me. It wasn't for what they had done. It was for the trouble they were in. And that's when I realized something: this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. It had been a few more weeks since my dad's frantic voicemail, and I had to admit, I had expected this call. They thought they could wriggle out of it by apologizing. They thought if they played the victim card hard enough, I'd fold, and everything would go back to normal. That's how it always went, right? I'd been the one who gave in, over and over again. But not this time. I didn't reply to his voicemail. Instead, I waited. Then, the letter came. It was from my lawyer, and when I saw the envelope, my stomach dropped. I didn't know what to expect anymore, but this was different. This wasn't an email or a phone call. This was real. I opened it carefully, my hand steady, and read the contents. The letter was from their lawyer, requesting a meeting to discuss a settlement. A settlement. I almost laughed. They didn't want to go to court. They didn't want their dirty laundry aired out in public any more than I did, but they had pushed me too far. I didn't need their settlement. But the lawyer inside me realized this was a moment. They were finally acknowledging that they were in deep trouble. I responded in kind, agreeing to a meeting. But I made it clear this wasn't about money. It wasn't even about the legal case anymore. This was about making them face the reality of what they'd done. When the day of the meeting came, I walked into the conference room with a calm that surprised even me. My lawyer was beside me, prepared to handle the legal side. The Colgraves walked in a few minutes later. My mom's face was tight, her smile was absent, and my dad, who had once been so sure of everything, looked like he had aged 10 years in the past few weeks. The weight of their mistakes had finally caught up with them. They sat down across from me, the tension palpable. My mom opened her mouth to speak, but I held up my hand. I wasn't here to listen to their excuses anymore. I wasn't here to hear about how they didn't mean it or how this wasn't the way they wanted things to turn out. I was done being their emotional punching bag, done trying to be the child who forgave them at every turn. This time, I was the one who was in control. "Here's the thing," I started, voice steady. "I don't want money. I don't want anything material from this. What I want is for you to understand that everything that's happened over the years, wasn't just hurtful. It was cruel. And I want you to acknowledge that." My mom's face flushed. "We never meant to hurt you," she said quickly, trying to reclaim control of the conversation. "But I wasn't having it." "You did. You took advantage of me for years," I said. "You've always seen me as a tool to get what you wanted. I wasn't allowed to have my own life, my own dreams. You manipulated me into taking care of you while you pushed me aside at every opportunity." They sat in silence. My dad looked like he wanted to speak, but I could see the resignation in his eyes. This wasn't a situation where they could make me feel guilty anymore. Not when the truth was out in the open. "I want an official public apology," I continued, "and I want this to be made clear to everyone who's ever assumed you were a perfect family. I want them to know what really happened. I want everyone who's ever treated me like the villain in this story to understand the truth. That's the price of your apology. Not money, not possessions. I'm not going to let you walk away from this unscathed." They didn't say anything right away. My mom's eyes flicked toward the floor, then to my dad, then back to me. Her hands were folded in her lap, so tightly her knuckles had turned white. The expression on her face was almost unreadable, part disbelief, part wounded pride, but there was something else behind it too. Fear. Not the dramatic, teary-eyed kind she used to fake when trying to guilt me, but a quiet, dawning realization that the roles had finally reversed. She wasn't in control anymore. She hadn't expected me to set terms. She certainly hadn't expected those terms to involve making their behavior public. In her mind, apologies were whispered in private, if given at all, and then swept under the rug where no one had to acknowledge them again. She hadn't prepared for consequences. For a long time, I don't think she believed consequences applied to her at all. But this wasn't a suggestion. It wasn't a conversation where they could pivot or twist my words into something more convenient. This was a demand. And by the look on her face, I knew she realized that. My dad finally broke the silence, his voice hoarse and a little cracked, like he hadn't used it much in days. "You can't do this," he said, slowly, deliberately, as though he still hoped I might reconsider. "It'll ruin everything we've built." I let the words hang in the air before I answered. I wanted him to feel the weight of what he was really saying. "Everything you've built?" I repeated, keeping my voice calm. "You mean the image, the illusion of being the perfect family, the illusion that you're generous, loving parents who always had their children's best interests in mind." He didn't respond. His jaw clenched. "You built your reputation on manipulation," I said, more firmly now. "On guilt-tripping, controlling, and exploiting people to serve your needs. You taught me that my feelings were inconvenient, that my successes only mattered if they benefited you. You painted me as difficult any time I wanted something different from what you planned for me." I turned my eyes back to my mom. "You pushed me into roles I never wanted and made me believe I owed you everything. You made me feel like I was selfish for even dreaming of independence. But that's over." The room was quiet again, except for the soft sound of someone shifting in their seat, maybe the other lawyer. The silence was heavy and long. I could feel their discomfort growing, like a kettle about to boil. My mom opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. Maybe she was realizing that no amount of protest would change the fact that the people around us would find out, that they would finally see behind the mask. "I'm not here for money," I said, voice low but steady. "This isn't about a payout or revenge. It's about truth. It's about reclaiming what you tried to take from me," my voice. "My right to be seen and heard and not twisted into something convenient for you." My lawyer passed a folder across the table. Inside was the drafted statement. Not a vague half-apology, not the kind of polished PR note they probably would have preferred, but an honest and specific admission of what they had done. The way they had emotionally manipulated me. How they had involved me in financial matters without my knowledge or consent. The way they excluded me from family decisions, but used my name and trust to further their image. The statement would be shared privately with everyone involved, relatives, mutual friends, former mentors, and publicly posted on a family group page that my mom used to update constantly with photos of holiday dinners and proud announcements about Silas. There would be no deleting comments, no backpedaling. That was part of the deal. They stared at the folder like it was a trap, like signing it would open a door they'd never be able to close. And maybe it would. There was a long pause. Then, finally, slowly, they both nodded. The weeks that followed were intense. The apology went live. The reaction was immediate. Some relatives reached out to say they'd always suspected something was wrong. A few apologized to me for never asking questions, for assuming my distance was just me being moody or ungrateful. Others didn't say much at all, but I saw them leave the family group quietly, silently choosing a side without drama. Of course, not everyone believed the apology. There were still those who clung to the version of my parents they had known for decades, the ones who gave generous gifts at weddings and hosted elaborate family gatherings. But the narrative had changed. There was a crack in the mask now, and it wasn't going away. I got a message from Silas a few days after the apology was shared. Short, cold. "I don't know what you're doing," he wrote, "but you've changed. You're not the same person who used to beg for approval. I don't like it." I stared at that message for a long moment. He was right, in a way. I had changed. I wasn't the same person who once helped plan his engagement party, who used to offer to proofread his speeches or pick up errands for Mom because she didn't trust anyone else. I had stopped being the reliable background character in everyone else's lives. I had stepped forward, and some people didn't like it. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. My parents called a few times after that. Once to ask if I'd consider making a new post clarifying some of the more harsh-sounding language in the statement. Another time to say they'd received fewer holiday invitations than usual this year. I let both calls go to voicemail. I didn't owe them comfort anymore. Months passed. I poured myself into my work, into friendships that actually made me feel safe and seen. I reconnected with people I'd lost touch with because of the chaos my family had created around me. Slowly, I felt something unfamiliar start to settle in my chest, peace. No, I didn't get the perfect closure. I didn't get a tearful confession or a grand gesture of reconciliation. My parents never really changed, not in the way I used to hope they would. But I got something better. I got out. I got clarity. And I got to walk away knowing that, for once, I didn't bend. I didn't play the role they wrote for me. I stood up, and I told the truth. I wasn't their child anymore. I wasn't their scapegoat. I wasn't their fixer, their shield, their excuse. I came home from college to visit. My bedroom was empty. "Oh," my mom said, "we gave it to your cousin. You can sleep on the couch." So I tossed my keys on the counter and said, "Actually, I'll sleep somewhere else." She thought I was joking until I walked right back out, and they had no idea where I was headed. I'm 22F, and I just finished my last semester of college. It was supposed to be a big deal for years of hard work, late-night studying, juggling part-time jobs, and stretching every dollar just to make it through. I wasn't expecting a parade when I came home, but I thought my family might at least be happy to see me. My relationship with them had always been complicated. They never really understood why I wanted to go to college in the first place. To them, it was a waste of time and money. My mom especially didn't get it. She used to make little comments, like, "I don't know why you're working yourself so hard when you could just get a decent job here," or, "You're not one of those stuck-up career types now, are you?" Still, when she called and invited me home for the weekend, sounding genuinely excited, I thought, just for a second, that maybe things were different now. That maybe, after 4 years, they'd finally started to respect the choices I made for myself. The drive home was long, but familiar. 3.5 hours of highways, back roads, and old songs I used to love. I found myself thinking about my room, the one thing in that house that had always been mine. The thought of sinking into my old bed, staring up at the glow-in-the-dark stars I stuck on the ceiling when I was 10, gave me a weird sense of comfort. But the second I stepped inside, something felt off. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just a weird feeling. The air in the house felt different, like it didn't quite belong to me anymore. I glanced around and noticed little things I didn't recognize. A pair of men's shoes by the door, bigger than my dad's. A hoodie draped over the back of the couch that I'd never seen before. Then my mom appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "There's my college girl," she chirped. Her smile was too wide, too practiced, like she was trying too hard to act normal. I gave her a small smile, still adjusting to the feeling that something was off. "Hey, Mom." She pulled me into a quick hug before stepping back and clapping her hands together. "We've made some changes," she announced, like this was some kind of game show reveal. I barely had time to process that before she turned and started walking down the hall, expecting me to follow. I hesitated. "Changes?" "Oh, nothing major," she said over her shoulder. "Just some rearranging. You'll see." Something uneasy twisted in my gut as I stepped into the hallway. It looked the same. Same worn-out carpet, same family pictures on the wall. But as I got closer to my bedroom door, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The door was open, and my room wasn't my room anymore. The walls were a different color. The deep blue I had carefully picked out as a teenager was now an impersonal beige. The posters I'd taped up, the bookshelf filled with novels I'd collected since middle school, the old stuffed bear I kept on my bed, they were gone. Everything was gone. Instead, there was a different bed. A bigger one. A different desk pushed up against the far wall. A duffel bag sat open on the floor, clothes spilling out. A pair of sneakers, huge sneakers, were kicked off near the closet. It took a second for my brain to catch up with what I was looking at. Someone else was living in my room. I turned slowly, my mouth dry. What is this? My mom was standing in the doorway, watching me carefully. Oh, she said with a little laugh, waving a hand like this was no big deal. We gave your room to Zach. Zach, my cousin, the one I barely saw growing up, the one who bounced from one job to another, always making excuses for why life wasn't fair to him. The one my mom had always insisted we had to be patient with because he's just going through a rough patch. I stared at her, waiting for some kind of punchline, some kind of just kidding. But she just kept smiling like this was normal. I let out a breath, forcing my voice to stay calm. You gave my room to Zach? She nodded. Well, honey, you don't live here anymore. It didn't make sense to keep the room empty. I felt a strange, heavy pressure in my chest, like something was sinking inside me. She kept going, like this was the most reasonable thing in the world. You know how hard things have been for him. He just needed a place to stay, and we thought, well, since you're off at school, I barely heard the rest of what she said. My ears were ringing. For years of struggling, pushing myself, doing everything on my own. And the second I was out of the house, they erased me, like I had never lived here at all. She must have noticed the look on my face because she quickly added, you can sleep on the couch. It's only for a little while. I knew you wouldn't mind. That was it. That was the moment something in me just snapped. I took a slow step back, gripping my keys. Actually, I said, voice steady, I'll sleep somewhere else. Her smile faltered. What? Don't be ridiculous. But I didn't answer. I turned, walked right back down the hall, grabbed my bag, and headed for the front door. I could hear her calling after me, something about not making a scene, but I didn't stop. I didn't even look back. I didn't even fully process what I was doing until I was already in my car, the door slamming shut behind me. My hands were still clenched around the steering wheel, knuckles white. My breath felt uneven, like I had just finished running even though I hadn't moved more than a few steps. I sat there for a long moment, staring at the dashboard. Where was I even going? I hadn't planned for this. In my head, I had pictured coming home, sleeping in my bed, maybe even getting some kind of lukewarm acknowledgement from my family that they were, I don't know, proud of me? That they had missed me. Instead, they had wiped me out of the house like I was never there. Like I was some temporary guest rather than their daughter. I glanced back toward the house. The lights from the front porch cast a dim glow across the yard, and through the window, I could see movement. My mom still standing near the front door, probably waiting for me to cool off and come back inside. Like I was being dramatic. Like this was normal. I turned the key in the ignition and backed out of the driveway. I had no idea where I was going. The streets were quiet, just the occasional street lamp flickering as I passed. I kept driving, half on autopilot, letting my mind race through the events of the last 15 minutes. They had given my room to Zach. Zach, who had never held a steady job for more than a few months. Zach, who had spent most of his adult life couch hopping because he couldn't manage to keep his life together. And yet, he was the one they made space for. Not me. I tightened my grip on the wheel, my jaw clenching. It wasn't even just about the room. It was the principle of it. The way my mom had acted like this was no big deal. Like it was just common sense to give away the only space I had ever truly called my own. I checked my phone, half considering calling a friend, but it was late. Most of the people I was still close with from high school had either moved away or were wrapped up in their own lives. The few college friends I had lived hours away. I could get a motel, but the thought of spending money just because my own family had kicked me out of my space made my stomach turn. Then, almost without thinking, I found myself turning onto a familiar street. Ezra's house. I hadn't talked to him much in the past few months. We had been close all through high school, the kind of friendship that felt like it would last forever. But college happened, and life got in the way. We had kept in touch here and there, occasional texts, a few video calls when we had the time, but I hadn't seen him in person in over a year. Still, when I pulled up outside his house, I felt an odd sense of relief. His car was in the driveway, which meant he was home. I hesitated for a moment before stepping out and walking up to the front door. The porch light was on, casting a dim glow across the worn-out welcome mat. I knocked, then took a step back, suddenly unsure if this was a good idea. A few seconds passed. Then, the door creaked open. Ezra stood there, squinting at me like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. His hair was messier than usual, like he had been half asleep, and he was wearing an old hoodie that I vaguely recognized from years ago. Did I hit my head? Or are you actually standing on my porch right now? I let out a weak laugh, but it came out more like a breath. Hey, Ezra. He blinked, looking me up and down. Then his expression shifted, his easygoing demeanor faltering just slightly. You okay? I exhaled. Not really. For a second, he didn't say anything. Just looked at me, taking in whatever mess was probably all over my face. Then he sighed and stepped aside. Come in. I hesitated, glancing back toward my car, but the idea of driving around aimlessly again made my stomach churn. So I nodded and stepped inside. The house smelled like something slightly burnt, probably whatever late-night snack Ezra had been making before I showed up at his door. The living room was the same as I remembered it, cluttered but comfortable. A half-empty mug sat on the coffee table, and a game controller was tossed onto the couch like he had abandoned it mid-session. He closed the door behind me, crossing his arms as he studied my face. All right, he said, voice quieter now. What happened? I hesitated, suddenly unsure how to explain all of it. But then, before I could even stop myself, the words started spilling out. Ezra didn't interrupt me once. I sat on his couch, hands gripping my knees, and just let it all out. The call from my mom, how I actually thought, for once, that maybe she was happy to see me. The drive home, the weird feeling when I walked in. The moment I saw my room, my things gone like I had never existed there. I expected him to react right away, to say something sharp or sarcastic. But instead, he just sat there, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, listening. By the time I finished, my throat felt tight, my hands still tense in my lap. Ezra exhaled slowly. Wow, he finally said. He shook his head. That's messed up. I scoffed. Yeah, little bit. He sat back, rubbing his jaw. They didn't even tell you beforehand? Nope. I leaned back into the couch, pressing my palms over my face. They acted like it was just a natural next step. Like, oh, of course, my room should go to Zach. Of course, I wouldn't mind. I don't live there anymore, so why would I care? Ezra was quiet for a second, and when I looked at him, his jaw was tight. That's not how normal parents treat their kid, you know. I let out a humorless laugh. Yeah, well, my parents never really followed the parenting manual. He shook his head, muttering something under his breath before looking back at me. What's their deal with Zach, anyway? I mean, I remember him being kind of a loser, but this is next level. That was the question, wasn't it? I shrugged, but the truth was, I knew. I had always known. They've always babied him, I admitted. I don't know why. I guess because he's just helpless. He messed up, and they swoop in to fix it. He wastes money, and they cover for him. He loses a job, and they understand. I paused, staring down at my hands. They've never done that for me. Ezra frowned. Because you don't need them to. I let out a short breath. Exactly. That was the heart of it, wasn't it? I had never needed them, not the way Zach did. I had always taken care of myself. Worked for my own money, solved my own problems. When I told them I wanted to go to college, they laughed and said, good luck with that. When I got in, they barely reacted. And when I left, it was almost like they just forgot about me. Ezra leaned back, tapping his fingers against his knee. So, what now? That was the real question. I had nowhere to go, not long term anyway. I could crash at a motel, but that felt like admitting defeat. I could try to stay with another friend, but most of them had moved on, scattered across different cities, different lives. I exhaled. I don't know. Ezra was quiet for a second, then sighed. You can stay here. I blinked. What? He shrugged, like it wasn't a big deal. Stay here. At least until you figure things out. For a second, I didn't know what to say. It was tempting. Safer than a motel. More comfortable than bouncing from place to place. But I also knew my mom. She wasn't going to let this go. As if on cue, my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen. Mom. Ezra must have seen my face change because he raised an eyebrow. I'm guessing that's her. I swallowed. Yeah. Gonna answer? I hesitated, staring at the screen, the vibration buzzing against my palm. I already knew what she was going to say. That I was overreacting. That I was being selfish. That I was embarrassing them by making a big deal out of nothing. But I didn't owe her an explanation. I silenced the call and set the phone face down on the table. Ezra smirked. Nice. I let out a slow breath. She's not done, though. And I was right. Because 20 minutes later, the calls started coming in waves. First my mom. Then my dad. Then, of all people, Zach. I ignored them all. I wasn't surprised when I heard the knock on the door the next morning. I was sitting at Ezra's kitchen table, sipping a cup of coffee and scrolling through my phone, fully expecting this. Ezra was still half asleep, sitting across from me in the hoodie he'd thrown on last night, eyes barely open as he poked at a bowl of cereal. The knock came again. Ezra raised an eyebrow. That them? I sighed, setting my coffee down. Who else? I got up and went to the door. Sure enough, when I peeked through the peephole, I saw my mom standing on the porch, arms crossed, looking like she had been waiting for hours. I opened the door just enough to step into the doorway, blocking her view inside. She didn't even wait for a greeting. What do you think you're doing? She hissed. I blinked. Good morning to you too. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Enough with the attitude. You didn't come home last night. I folded my arms. Yeah, I figured since you gave away my room, I didn't have to check in like a child. Her jaw clenched, and I saw the exact moment she realized I wasn't going to back down. That threw her off. She was used to me keeping my head down, avoiding confrontation. Well, she said, voice tight, you could have at least stayed to talk about it instead of storming off. I let out a short laugh. Talk about what? You made the decision without me. What was there to discuss? Mom huffed, shifting her weight. You don't even live there anymore. It just made sense. Zach needed a place to stay, and you're off at college. I come home. I cut in. Or at least, I used to. But clearly, you didn't care about that. She exhaled sharply through her nose, like she was barely holding on to her patience. You're being dramatic. There it was. The classic dismissal. I clenched my jaw, keeping my voice calm. No, I'm not. You didn't even tell me. You just erased me like I was never there. Mom threw her hands up. It's a room. Don't be so selfish. Zach needed a place, and we did what was best for the family. The family. The phrase hit me harder than I expected. Because that's what it always came down to, didn't it? The family. The one I apparently wasn't a part of. I stared at her for a long moment. Then I shook my head. Well, what? I let out a breath, stepping back slightly. You really don't see it, do you? You have been over backwards for Zach his entire life, and you've never done the same for me. You gave him my room because he's your priority. Not me. Mom's face darkened. That's not true, isn't it? I gave her a pointed look. Name one time you've helped me the way you help him. She opened her mouth, then closed it. No answer. I scoffed. Exactly. Her frustration turned to anger. This isn't about favoritism. Zach needed a home, and we gave it to him. At my expense. You're gone for most of the year. What do you expect us to do? Leave it empty? I expect you to respect me enough to tell me before throwing my stuff in storage. She rolled her eyes. We didn't throw it away. Oh, thank you so much for that, I said dryly. Her jaw tightened. Look, I came here to bring you home. Enough with this tantrum. I let out a short laugh, shaking my head. I'm not coming back. That made her freeze. She blinked. What? I'm done. My voice was steady. You made it clear where I stand in this family. And I finally get it. So no, I'm not coming back. Keep the room. Keep Zach. I'll figure out my own life. Mom looked stunned. Like she had expected me to yell, to break down, to lash out. But I was just done. You're overreacting. She tried again, but her voice wasn't as confident now. I smiled faintly. No, I'm just finally seeing things for what they are. I turned to step back inside, but she grabbed my arm. You can't just leave, she said, her voice lower now, almost panicked. We're your family. I pulled my arm away. Yeah? You should have acted like it. And with that, I stepped back inside and shut the door in her face. So, here's where I'm at now. I'm staying at Ezra's place. My mom keeps calling, but I'm not answering. She showed up this morning, and we had a long conversation about everything, but it was clear that she still doesn't get it. She thinks I'm overreacting, that I should just suck it up and come back home. But I've had enough. I've been the one who worked hard to get where I am. I've been the one who made sacrifices, who made sure I didn't rely on anyone to take care of me. Meanwhile, Zach keeps getting a free pass, and I'm just supposed to be okay with it. I'm not going back to that house. But I'm starting to wonder, am I the a-hole for leaving? Should I just swallow my pride and let things go? My mom is convinced that I'm making this a bigger deal than it really is, but I feel like I've been pushed to my limit. Let me know your thoughts. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe for more content. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. What would you have done in this situation? I'd love to hear your take. My dad joked that I was the mistake during his speech at our family gathering. Everyone laughed, except me. So while they were all having fun, I packed my things and left without a word. Now they're blowing up my phone saying. So, I've been debating whether to share this for a while, but I think I need some outside perspective on what happened. This isn't going to be an easy one, but here it goes. I'm 26, and this happened a few months ago at a family gathering. It's been on my mind a lot, and I still can't quite figure out how I feel about it. Let me set the scene for you. It was a Sunday afternoon, and we were all gathering at my parents' house to celebrate my younger sister, Emily, getting engaged. Emily is the baby of the family, and I'll admit, I've always felt like the odd one out. I'm the middle child, so you can imagine how that goes. I've always had to work twice as hard for any kind of attention or validation. Travis, my older brother, has always been the perfect son, and Emily? Well, she's the golden child, at least in my dad's eyes. I don't want to make this sound like a pity party, but my relationship with my dad, Rick, has always been complicated. He's not a terrible person, but he's very focused on appearances and success. And when it comes to me, it's like he's always had these subtle, and not so subtle, jabs about how I'm not as good as Travis or Emily. I've spent years internalizing it, trying to convince myself it didn't bother me. But there's only so much a person can take, you know? Anyway, we're all at the house for the engagement party. The usual family stuff, snacks, people mingling, small talk. I wasn't expecting anything crazy. It's just another family event, right? At some point during the gathering, Rick stands up to make a toast. I knew what was coming. He's the type of person who loves to be the center of attention at any event. So, he gets up, clears his throat, and starts going on about how proud he is of Emily, how she's turned out to be such a great person, how he's looking forward to her wedding, all that typical dad stuff. And then he says something like, and of course, we can't forget Olivia. My middle child, my oops baby. I honestly thought I misheard him at first. The room got quiet for a split second, and then I realized what he had just said. Oops baby. That's how he just described me. In front of everyone. Now, I don't know if Rick was trying to be funny, but there was a moment of silence before a few people awkwardly chuckled. Emily and Travis were laughing along with everyone else, and my mom was smiling politely, like this was just some regular family joke. But inside, I felt like I was drowning. I could feel my chest tighten, my breath getting shallow. It wasn't just the joke, it was the casual way he said it, like it was a well-known fact, like it was something I was supposed to accept and laugh off. He continued, saying, yeah, Olivia, she came a little too early. A bit of a surprise, but hey, she turned out all right. She's here now, right? I could feel my face getting hot, my hands trembling. It wasn't even the first time he'd made some remark about me being a mistake. He'd done it before, but it was always under his breath, or just between him and my mom. This time, he did it in front of everyone, and everyone laughed. I don't know why it hit me so hard this time, but it did. It was like he was treating me like a joke, like I wasn't even worth a second thought. And no one seemed to care. I looked around at the people I'd known my whole life, and I felt like an outsider. My dad, the man who was supposed to have my back, was up there in front of everyone, casually humiliating me. I don't know how long I stood there before I snapped out of it, but I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't be the punchline. Without saying a word, I grabbed my purse, stood up, and walked out of the room. The last thing I heard was my dad still talking, trying to get a laugh out of something else. I'm not sure if anyone noticed I was leaving at first, but I didn't care. I didn't tell anyone I was leaving. I didn't feel the need to explain myself. I just wanted to get out of there. The drive home was a blur. I remember gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I didn't even turn on the radio, just drove in silence, trying to calm myself down. But I couldn't stop thinking about what happened, about how easy it was for my dad to make me the butt of his joke, about how everyone just went along with it. It felt like everything I'd been feeling for years had just come to a head in that moment. When I got home, I didn't even bother calling anyone. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to hear what they had to say about it. The only thing I did was text Emily and tell her I was sorry, but I couldn't stay. She tried calling me immediately, but I ignored it. I didn't want to hear her excuses or her telling me I was being too sensitive. I didn't want to hear any of it. For the next few hours, my phone was blowing up. I could see the texts coming in, first from Emily, then from Travis, and finally from Rick. They were all asking where I went, why I left, what was wrong. I didn't respond. I couldn't. That night, I just sat in my room, scrolling through social media, trying to distract myself from everything that had happened. But I couldn't stop thinking about it, about how my dad had turned something that should have been a celebration into something that felt like an insult, and about how, even after everything, I didn't know how to face them. The next few days felt like a blur, but not in the way that makes you forget things. It was more like my life had been turned into this endless loop of messages, calls, and voices in my head telling me I was the problem. My phone didn't stop buzzing. Rick was calling every few hours, leaving angry voicemails. Emily and Travis texted constantly, asking what was going on, telling me I was being dramatic. I couldn't handle it. It was like they were all trying to gaslight me into believing I was overreacting. I didn't respond. I couldn't. But that didn't stop them. On the third day after the party, my mom, Karen, finally sent me a text. It was short and to the point. Olivia, I don't know what's going on with you, but Rick is upset. You need to call him. We're all really disappointed in how you handled things. Don't make this worse. I stared at her message for a long time. I wasn't sure what hurt more, the fact that she was siding with Rick, or that she couldn't even see why I was upset. I had spent years trying to win her approval, trying to be the daughter she wanted me to be. But here she was, defending Rick, as if everything was fine and I was the one who'd caused all the chaos. But it wasn't just that. I had this sinking feeling that she was trying to make me feel guilty for leaving. It was like they all wanted me to apologize for being hurt. They all wanted me to pretend like it didn't matter when Rick called me a mistake in front of everyone. I couldn't believe it was happening. That night, Rick left me another voicemail. This one was different. There was less anger in his voice, but more condescension. He spoke in that tone I'd heard so many times growing up, the one that always made me feel small, like I was some kind of inconvenience. Olivia, I've been thinking about everything. I know you've got a lot of emotions right now, but you need to understand something. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was just a joke, and everyone laughed. Maybe you need to lighten up a little bit. You've got to stop being so sensitive. It's been years, and I'm still waiting for you to grow up. I sat there, holding my phone, the words echoing in my mind. Still waiting for you to grow up. That's what he'd said. And I realized something. My dad had always thought I was the one who needed to change. He had always thought I was the problem. I wasn't the one who needed to grow up. I was the one who had been treated like a child my entire life. No matter how old I got, no matter how hard I worked, no matter how much I achieved, it was never enough. I couldn't even bring myself to listen to the rest of the message. I deleted it immediately. It wasn't just Rick. Emily was calling me nonstop, and each time I ignored her, the messages got worse. At first, she was trying to be understanding, asking if I was okay. But by the third day, she was sending texts like, "Come on, Liv. It's been long enough. This is ridiculous. You can't just stay mad forever. And then there was this one. I get that you're hurt, but this is family. You're being selfish right now. You're hurting all of us, not just yourself. That hit hard. It was the same thing Rick had always done, turning the situation around and making it about how my actions were the problem, not what they had done to me. Emily, who had always been a bit of a people pleaser, was now parroting everything Rick had ever said. She was siding with him, telling me to let it go. At first, I thought maybe she just didn't understand how much that comment had stung. I thought maybe she didn't know what it was like, growing up under the shadow of Rick's perfect expectations, always being the one to fall short. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized something. Emily wasn't just ignorant. She was complicit. She had seen how Rick treated me over the years, and instead of standing up for me, she had always laughed along with him. She had always turned a blind eye, because it was easier that way. Now, she was doing the same thing, telling me to just get over it. And then there was Travis. I hadn't heard from him for a while, and I guess I'd been hoping he would be the one to call me out of the blue, the one who would see how messed up this was. But no. He sent me a text, and it was almost exactly like Emily's. You've really gone too far this time. Liv. You're just making everything harder for all of us. Stop being so dramatic. It stung, but not as much as Rick's words. Travis had always been Rick's golden child. He could do no wrong in Rick's eyes. And I guess that had rubbed off on him because now he was defending Rick too. It was like everyone had taken sides, and I was the one left alone on the outside, with no one even trying to understand why I felt the way I did. I don't know how long I sat there staring at my phone, but I finally reached a breaking point. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't be the one to keep holding this family together when no one else cared enough to do the same for me. I couldn't be the one who always made the sacrifices, who always tried to make peace, only to be ignored, belittled, or even worse, made the joke of the entire family. That's when I made my decision. I was done. I wasn't going to let them treat me like this anymore. I wasn't going to beg for their approval, and I wasn't going to sit around waiting for them to change their minds about me. But what I didn't expect was how quickly things escalated after that. The phone calls didn't stop, and the messages kept pouring in. But this time, there was a different tone. Now they were starting to get angry. Rick was demanding an explanation. Emily was accusing me of ruining everything. And Travis, well, Travis was the worst of all. He called me a drama queen and said I was going to destroy the family if I didn't come back. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to stay strong, but I felt the weight of everything bearing down on me. The pressure was building, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold out. But just as I was about to buckle under the pressure, something happened that made me realize I couldn't back down. I got a text from Rick. It was short, but it was the final straw. He wrote, "You really are the problem here, Olivia. Maybe if you stopped being so selfish and childish, you could be part of this family again." The message from Rick hit me harder than any of the others. Maybe if you stopped being so selfish and childish, you could be part of this family again. His words burned in a way that was different from the others. This wasn't just a call for me to apologize, it was a dismissal. It was Rick finally putting it all out there. I wasn't good enough for him, and I never had been. He wasn't just upset about the situation anymore. He was making it clear that I was the one who needed to change if I wanted to fit in with the family. I stared at the screen for a long time. I could feel my hands shaking, but not from fear. No, this was anger. Pure, seething anger. It wasn't just what he'd said, it was everything. All the years of feeling like I had to prove myself, to win his approval, only for him to dismiss me as a mistake. All the moments I'd spent feeling invisible, always in the background while Travis and Emily got the praise. All the times I'd stayed silent, trying to keep the peace, trying to be the good daughter, the good sister, because that's what was expected of me. Well, no more. I put my phone down and walked to the small desk I had in the corner of my room. There, in a drawer, I had a notebook where I'd written down a lot of the things I'd been thinking about over the years. A lot of it was just scribbled thoughts, things I didn't dare say aloud to anyone, especially not to Rick. But in that moment, I knew it was time to start putting everything into motion. I couldn't keep being quiet, and I wasn't going to let them think I was the one in the wrong anymore. I grabbed a pen and began to write. I wasn't going to take it anymore. This wasn't about just walking away from a family event. It was about standing up for myself, showing them all that I was done letting them trample on me. I wasn't the one who needed to apologize. I wasn't the one who'd made a mistake. The first step was getting my finances in order. My job was steady enough that I could afford to live independently. I've been slowly building up a savings account over the last few years, just in case. I'd always known that at some point, I might have to leave. And now it felt like that time had come. I spent the next few days carefully planning. I wasn't going to confront them head on. No, that wouldn't be satisfying enough. I needed to make them feel what I'd been feeling all these years, the pain of being invisible, of always having to prove my worth. I started with Rick's business. He had this small but moderately successful construction company. It wasn't huge, but he was proud of it. In fact, the company had been his identity for years. The only thing he ever seemed to care about was making it grow, and he loved bragging about it at family gatherings. It was the only time he ever seemed remotely happy with himself. But it also made him insufferable. For weeks, I'd been gathering little details. Things I knew would hurt his pride. Things I knew would hit him where it hurt the most. His company wasn't as solid as he thought. There were cracks in the foundation, his employees weren't as loyal as he believed, and some of his business dealings were a bit more questionable than he cared to admit. I didn't want to destroy his business, but I did want to make him feel what I'd felt. The slow realization that everything he'd built might not be as stable as he thought. So, I contacted a few people. It wasn't illegal, not exactly. But I did gather enough information to make things uncomfortable for him. A couple of calls, a few rumors spread to the right people, and suddenly, his reputation was starting to fray at the edges. Nothing too obvious, just enough to make him second-guess everything. Meanwhile, Emily and Travis continued to text me. They were relentless. They didn't understand why I wouldn't just come back, why I was making everything so complicated. The texts were getting harsher now. Emily accused me of ruining the family and acting like a child. Travis sent me long messages about how I needed to get over myself and stop dragging everyone down with my drama. I didn't respond. I didn't even feel tempted to. But Rick? He was a different story. I could feel the pressure building with every call and text. He wasn't just angry anymore. He was desperate. I could tell from his messages that something was starting to go wrong with his business. The rumors were getting louder, and he didn't like it. But instead of admitting that things were starting to slip, he was blaming me for everything. It was like he thought I had somehow orchestrated all of it. He even said in one message, "If you don't come back, you'll be responsible for ruining everything I've worked for." It was hard not to laugh. The way he could twist everything. The way he still thought he could make me feel guilty. It was almost comical, but there was a part of me that felt a little sick to my stomach. I wasn't the one who had destroyed anything. He had done that himself. I had just stepped back and let it all fall apart. A week passed, and things started to escalate. Rick's business began to experience problems. There were complaints about delayed projects, and some of his clients were starting to back out of deals. It was nothing major, but it was enough to make Rick nervous. He had never been good at handling stress, and the pressure was getting to him. I could tell. He was sending me messages more often now, demanding I talk to him. He even threatened to come to my apartment if I didn't respond. At that point, I knew it was time. I wasn't going to just leave quietly. This was my revenge, and I had to make sure he understood exactly why I'd done it. I wasn't going to let him keep pretending like I was the problem, like I was the mistake in his life. I wanted him to see that I was done. So one evening, when I knew he would be home, I did something I knew would hit him hard. I sent him a message. Short, to the point. Enjoy the fallout. I'm done pretending I'm your punching bag. Then, I blocked his number. The day I blocked Rick's number, I felt a strange mixture of relief and empowerment. The chaos had been building for so long that it was almost like I'd been holding my breath, just waiting for the right moment to finally exhale. I wasn't just taking a step back from my family. I was taking control of my life, of my happiness. It wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about me. The aftermath was as intense as I expected. I don't think anyone could have predicted just how much everything would unravel after I stepped away. I thought the worst of it was over, but honestly, that was when the storm really started. Rick was furious. I could feel it even before I heard from him. Every couple of hours, my phone buzzed with messages from him, demanding I explain myself. At first, it was the typical, "You're being ridiculous" messages. Then it started getting personal. "You really think this is the answer?" he wrote. "You think I don't care about you? You think I'm some monster? You're wrong, Olivia. You've always been wrong." I didn't respond. Not once. It was hard, but every time I even thought about giving in, I reminded myself of that night, how he had made that joke in front of everyone, how he had embarrassed me without even a second thought. I wasn't the one who needed to apologize. He was. Meanwhile, the pressure on his business continued to mount. It wasn't just the rumors now, people were starting to talk openly about his failed projects. He had contractors pulling out of jobs, suppliers backing out of deals, and worst of all, his clients were questioning his credibility. It wasn't a full-on collapse, but it was enough to make him panic. And panic, he did. I kept my distance, but I could hear the whispers through the grapevine. Emily and Travis were calling him, trying to get him to calm down. They were frustrated with me too, but they didn't quite understand what was happening. To them, this was just a family feud. To Rick, this was a threat to everything he had built. I was an inconvenience to him, sure, but more than that, I was the reason everything was falling apart. I wasn't just his daughter anymore. I was his enemy, and in a way, that was exactly what I wanted. It wasn't about tearing him down completely. It was about showing him that the foundation of his so-called perfect life wasn't as solid as he thought. The cracks had always been there. I just made sure they were exposed. As the weeks went by, I stayed in my apartment, sticking to my plan. I was working full-time, keeping busy, and honestly, feeling freer than I had in years. I made new friends, started volunteering on weekends, and began putting energy into things that actually made me feel good about myself. I wasn't constantly waiting for Rick or my mom to give me their approval. I was me, and for the first time in a long time, that was enough. But Rick wasn't giving up that easily. One afternoon, I got an unexpected knock on my door. When I opened it, there he was, standing in front of me, looking more disheveled than I'd ever seen him. He hadn't shaved, his shirt was wrinkled, and he just looked like a man who had lost his grip on everything. "Olivia," he said, his voice surprisingly low. "Can we talk?" I didn't let him in right away. I stood there for a moment, just looking at him. I had to admit, I hadn't been expecting this. I wasn't sure what I expected, but seeing him like this, vulnerable, maybe even desperate, wasn't part of the plan. But I didn't let that soften me. I couldn't. "No, Rick," I replied, my voice steady. "There's nothing left to talk about." His expression shifted, surprise, confusion, then anger. "You don't even care anymore, do you? You think this is the way things should be? Me begging for you to come back to the family." I didn't flinch. "You're the one who made me leave, remember? I didn't choose this. You made it clear that I was never good enough. And now, you're upset because I'm not playing along anymore." He looked like he might say something else, but he didn't. Instead, he just stood there, his shoulders slumped, defeated. It almost felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. I could see the reality setting in for him. His business wasn't recovering as quickly as he thought it would. Emily and Travis were growing impatient with him. His perfect little family was unraveling, and I was the symbol of that unraveling. "Look," I said, after a moment, "I'm not here to ruin your life. I'm not here to destroy your business. But I am done being your punching bag. I've spent my whole life waiting for you to love me, and I'm done. You've made it clear how you feel, and I can't keep pretending like I don't see it anymore." For a long time, he didn't say anything. He just stood there, his jaw tight. And then, finally, he nodded. It wasn't a big gesture, but it was enough for me to understand that he knew exactly what I was saying. "You've made your point," he said quietly. And then he left. It wasn't the dramatic confrontation I had imagined, but it was enough. I had taken back control, and somehow, that felt more satisfying than any explosion of anger or revenge ever could. I didn't need his apology. and I certainly didn't need his approval. Over the next few months, things slowly began to settle. Rick's business never fully recovered, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Emily and Travis eventually stopped calling. They had their own lives to deal with, and I think they realized that I wasn't coming back, no matter how much they tried to guilt-trip me. My mom sent a few half-hearted texts, but nothing too personal. It was as though they had all finally accepted that I wasn't part of the game anymore. I still haven't heard from Rick. I'm sure he's still bitter, but at this point, I'm just glad to be free of it all. I've learned that I don't need them. I never did. I don't regret walking away, even if it was hard. I've created a life for myself that's mine, and I'm finally living on my terms. And that, in the end, is the best revenge I could have asked for. They told me Thanksgiving was canceled due to family issues. We'll make it up to you next year. My dad texted. Then I saw their photos online. Best Thanksgiving ever. They posted. When they called me the next day. Hi Reddit. I'm Amara, 29F, and I never thought I'd post something like this. Not because I haven't had family drama before, believe me, I have, but because this particular moment made something inside me shift. Like the final click in a lock that had been waiting to turn for years. I want to explain this slowly, because stories like this don't just happen out of nowhere. They build up over time, quietly, until one day you look around and realize the ground you were standing on isn't there anymore. So here's some background. I'm the oldest of three. My parents, Clara and Ron, had me when they were young, barely out of college. Money was tight, and time was tighter. From an early age, I was the helper. When Mom had to work late at the office, I made dinner for Levi and Kinsey, my younger siblings. When Dad picked up weekend shifts, I handled the laundry, cleaned the house, made sure homework got done. I wasn't asked. It was just expected. Now, I'm not trying to make myself sound like a martyr. I wasn't a perfect kid. I got into my share of arguments, slammed my bedroom door a little too hard during my teenage years, skipped a few chores here and there. But I always showed up for my family. Always. I didn't go away for college because Mom said she couldn't manage the household without me. I commuted instead, working part-time to help with bills. When Kinsey had her meltdown over algebra in high school, I was the one who stayed up with her until midnight going over equations. When Levi broke his wrist during football, I drove him to every single appointment while Mom was too swamped at work, and Dad couldn't afford another day off. I say all this not to brag, but because it's important to understand where I stood. I wasn't just a daughter. I was the glue, the third parent they never acknowledged. When I finally moved out at 22, it wasn't dramatic. There wasn't some big blow-up. It just happened. I had saved enough to get a tiny one-bedroom apartment about 20 minutes from home. I thought I'd still be a big part of their lives. I figured I'd be over there every weekend, still helping with family dinners, still hosting movie nights, still the go-to person for advice or backup. But the shift was almost immediate. The texts got shorter, the calls fewer. Suddenly, I wasn't included in the small things: Kinsey's art showcase, Levi's weekend barbecue with his friends, family board game night. It was like once I wasn't under their roof, I became less real to them. An afterthought. But Thanksgiving? That was sacred. My grandmother, Mom's mother, used to host a beautiful Thanksgiving dinner every year. Nothing fancy, just warm, homemade food, mismatched plates, and laughter that filled every room. After she passed, the tradition moved to my parents' house. And for a while, it felt like the one thing that stayed consistent. No matter how distant things got, I was always invited. I always came early to help cook, stayed late to clean up. I brought homemade bread one year and got so many compliments that it became my permanent contribution. Thanksgiving was ours. So you can probably imagine how surprised I was when, about 2 weeks before the holiday, I got a text from my dad. Not a phone call, not a group chat with the family. Just a single, short message. Hey, sweetheart. Just a heads up, we're not doing Thanksgiving this year. A lot of family issues going on. We'll make it up to you next year. Love you. I read it 3 times before it sank in. Family issues? What kind of issues? No one had mentioned anything recently. If something serious was going on, illness, conflict, financial trouble, I felt like I would have known. or at least should have. I called my mom right away. No answer. I left a voicemail asking if everything was okay. I even texted her a little later saying, just checking in, saw Dad's message. Hope everything's all right. Let me know if you need anything. Nothing. I waited a day and called Levi. He picked up, but he sounded distracted, like he didn't really want to talk. Hey. Yeah, he mumbled when I asked about Thanksgiving. Things have been tense. I guess Mom and Dad just didn't feel up for it. Tense how? I pressed. He hesitated. Just family stuff. You know. That's the thing. I didn't know, but I didn't want to push. Levi's never been the best communicator, and I figured maybe there really was something serious going on. Maybe someone was upset or overwhelmed. I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. Kinsey didn't respond to my message at all. Not even a read receipt. I told myself not to take it personally. I made plans with two of my close friends for a quiet little friendsgiving at my apartment. We kept it simple: rotisserie chicken, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce from a can. We watched a couple of old comedies, lit some candles, and played cards afterward. I even laughed a little, but the whole night, I felt like something was off. Like I was missing something I didn't understand. The next morning, I woke up early and instinctively checked my phone. And that's when I saw it. A post from my cousin Drew. A photo of a beautifully decorated dining table, filled with dishes I recognized: Mom's stuffing, Kinsey's sweet potato casserole, the patterned plates Grandma used to use. There, smiling in the center of it all, were my parents. Mom was wearing her favorite rust-colored sweater. Dad looked relaxed. Levi was grinning next to Kinsey, who was holding a dish I knew had to be my bread recipe. The caption? Grateful for the best Thanksgiving yet. Family is everything. I stared at that photo for a long time. My phone screen dimmed twice before I realized I hadn't moved. My thumb hovered over the image like I needed to press something that would explain what I was seeing. It didn't feel real at first. I actually convinced myself, for a moment, that maybe it was from last year and Drew had just posted it late. People do that, right? But then I noticed the small centerpiece on the table. A handmade fall decoration that Kinsey had mentioned making just a few days before. She'd even posted a close-up on her story: tiny pumpkins made of cinnamon sticks and felt leaves. It was unmistakable, and it was sitting right in the middle of the table in Drew's photo. So no, it wasn't old. It wasn't some memory post. It was this Thanksgiving, the one I had been told was not happening this year. I kept scrolling. Drew had posted a few more shots to his story. There was one of everyone gathered in the kitchen: Mom and Kinsey laughing at the counter, Dad carving a turkey, Levi tossing a football in the backyard with Drew and another cousin. A group photo in front of the fireplace, where my name used to be written on a little paper leaf that said, "Thankful for Amara." Except this time, it wasn't there. And neither was I. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Not anger, not yet. Just a kind of quiet disbelief. Like I'd walked into a room and everyone had forgotten I existed. I didn't say anything at first. I sat there with my untouched breakfast growing cold in front of me and stared at the screen like it might suddenly change. I opened the photo again, zoomed in, counted the chairs. They hadn't just decided last minute to throw something together. This was planned. Carefully, intentionally. The table had been set for 12. There were name cards, matching napkins. Kinsey had even made one of those little menu boards she loves putting together for holidays. They had gone all out. I wasn't just excluded. I had been erased. My friends noticed something was off. I told them I wasn't feeling great, blamed it on too much dessert the night before, but they knew better. I could feel the concerned looks they gave me. I tried to smile, to make jokes, to pretend the whole thing wasn't gnawing a hole through my stomach. But the more I thought about it, the more the small things started connecting in my head. The way Levi had sounded uncomfortable on the phone. The way Kinsey had ghosted my message. The short, vague text from Dad. It wasn't sudden. This wasn't a spontaneous gathering. It had been planned around me. And the worst part? I didn't know why. I kept checking my phone the rest of the day, thinking maybe someone would reach out. Maybe Mom would call, apologize, say it had been a miscommunication. Maybe Kinsey would text a sheepish, "Sorry, it all happened so fast." Anything. But nothing came. Not even a single like on the photo I had posted the night before of our little friend giving. Just silence. That night, I lay in bed, wide awake, replaying every family moment from the last year. I kept asking myself, had I done something? Said something? Missed something? Was it because I hadn't loaned them money last spring when Dad hinted at needing help with a car payment? Or maybe because I couldn't dog sit over the summer when they went to the lake. I had told them I had a work deadline, and Mom had sounded annoyed, but she hadn't brought it up again. At least, not to me. I tried not to spiral. I told myself there had to be an explanation. There had to be. But then, the next morning, my phone rang. It was my dad. I stared at his name on the screen, my thumb hovering over the green button. I let it ring twice. 3 times. Part of me wanted to send it straight to voicemail, but curiosity won. Maybe this was the moment I'd get answers. I answered. "Hey, sweetheart," he said, cheerful like nothing had happened. "Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving." That's when I realized he wasn't calling to explain. He was calling to pretend everything was normal. I sat there holding the phone to my ear, stunned into silence. My dad's voice was light, almost upbeat, like he hadn't just cut me out of something sacred, like I hadn't spent the last 24 hours staring at photos of a dinner I wasn't invited to. "Yeah," I finally said, my voice low and even. "I had a nice Thanksgiving." He hummed in approval, as if we were just checking off a box. "That's good. That's good. We were thinking we could all get together sometime next week. Maybe grab dinner. Make up for the change in plans." Change in plans. I felt a tightness in my chest, but I didn't let it show. I learned long ago not to give my parents the satisfaction of seeing my hurt. That only led to patronizing comments like, "You're too sensitive," or "You always take things the wrong way." So I took a breath and asked, as casually as I could, "Everything okay at home? You mentioned family issues." There was a pause, just a beat too long. "Ah, you know," Dad said with a little chuckle, "just some tension with your aunt and her boys. Didn't want to deal with any drama, so we decided to keep it simple. Just the immediate family." The words hung there like smoke. "Immediate family," I repeated softly. "Exactly," he said, with not even a flicker of hesitation. "We figured it was for the best. It was all a bit last minute." I could hear voices in the background, laughter, someone opening a cabinet. Mom's voice calling out something about leftovers. It was the sound of a home that was warm, fed, and full. And I wasn't in it. I nodded slowly, even though he couldn't see me. "Got it. I'll talk to your mom about dinner next week," he went on, like this was just a scheduling call. "We'll find a time that works. Don't be a stranger, okay?" "Sure," I said, and hung up before he could say anything else. And I just sat there. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't about my aunt. This was about me. They had intentionally cut me out, and now they were trying to smooth it over with dinner at some casual chain restaurant, like that would undo it. The thing is, my parents had always been a little transactional. If I did something for them, helped with taxes, watched their dog, picked up groceries, they were warm, generous even. But if I said no, or set a boundary, or prioritized something else, the warmth evaporated. I became distant, cold, ungrateful, and I had tolerated it for years. But this was different. This wasn't just thoughtless. It was deliberate, calculated. I wasn't just excluded, I was replaced. And not a single person thought I was worth an explanation. So I started thinking, not about yelling or confronting them or begging for answers. No, I was done chasing clarity from people who benefited from my confusion. I thought about something else. My parents, especially my mom, had built this image of our family over the years, something polished and pristine. She loved hosting. She had this little tradition of posting holiday albums on Facebook with overly cheerful captions like "Family is everything" or "Blessed beyond words." She treated every gathering like a photo op, and every photo like proof that we were all exactly as perfect as she wanted people to believe. But here's the thing, she had a blind spot. Me. She never really considered what I knew, what I had seen. The things I'd done for them behind the scenes. The years of receipts I'd kept, not literal ones, but memories, stories, screenshots, the things they'd rather forget. And maybe, just maybe, it was time they remembered. Not by yelling, not by sulking, but by turning their carefully crafted image against them. I opened my laptop. I had an idea, one that had been simmering quietly in the back of my mind for years, waiting for a reason to come to life. Now, I had one. I clicked through old emails, pulled up a folder I hadn't touched in a while. It was something I had started casually, back when I was still in school, during a period where I thought I might become a writer. Just personal essays, reflections, stories about growing up in my family, about being the third parent, about being taken for granted. I had never shared them, but I had always known I might, one day. I started reading through them again. And as I did, something strange happened. I stopped feeling small. The sadness, the ache of being forgotten, began to fade. What replaced it was clarity. I wasn't just left out of Thanksgiving. I had been dismissed, minimized, underestimated for years. They thought they could cut me out quietly and no one would notice. They were wrong, because I was going to make sure they were seen for who they really were. Not with a fight, but with the truth. Over the next few days, I didn't respond to any of my mom's texts. She finally messaged me on Sunday night. Nothing direct, of course, just a breezy, thinking of doing Christmas cookie tins again this year. Any flavor requests? It was classic mom. Cheerful, oblivious, polished on the outside, just like always. No mention of Thanksgiving. No hint of apology. She was testing the waters, trying to see if I'd fall back into line without a fuss. If I'd play my usual part, the reliable daughter who always came back, no matter how many times she was sidelined. But I wasn't interested in playing anymore. Instead of replying, I kept working on something that had been growing quietly in the background, my own kind of holiday project. The personal essays I'd once written had given me a foundation, but this time, I wanted to go deeper, more specific. I started documenting everything I remembered. The patterns, the gaslighting, the way my parents used me when it was convenient and disappeared when it wasn't. The way they played favorites and rewrote history to make themselves feel better. Each entry came easier than the last. There was the year I spent all night helping them prepare Thanksgiving dinner after mom threw out her back, only to be cropped out of every single photo. The time they forgot my college graduation gift, then blamed me for not sending a reminder. And the countless holidays I spent helping Levi cover for missed chores, missed rent, missed everything because he's just going through a rough patch, and you've always been the strong one. I had written all of it down, at first just for myself, but now I had a purpose. Kinsey had recently started a small blog, very aesthetic, very curated, mostly about home decor, baking, seasonal things. She had promoted it heavily in our family group chat and gotten a surprising amount of attention online. She even posted affiliate links and sponsored content from time to time. And just last week, she'd emailed me asking for help editing a few drafts. She said I was so good with words, and she trusted my judgment. I hadn't replied then, but now I had a different idea. You see, she had sent me her blog's backend login information so I could leave notes directly on her drafts. And she never changed the password. It wasn't illegal. I didn't break into anything. She had given me access. And I didn't touch her sponsored posts or her brand partnerships. I didn't want to ruin her business. But I did upload one of my essays to a hidden page on the site. I titled it, "When Family First Means Everyone But You." And I shared a story. Not angry, not spiteful, just honest. I didn't use names. I didn't point fingers. But anyone who knew me and knew them would recognize the details. I described a holiday where a daughter was told plans were canceled due to family issues, only to discover later that the issue was her. That the family had gathered without her, smiling for photos, pretending she didn't exist. I described what it feels like to sit with that kind of silence. To realize that your presence was never essential, just optional. And I made sure the tone stayed calm, even thoughtful. It wasn't a rant. It was a reflection. Something people could read and feel. Not a call-out, but a mirror. Then I left the post unpublished. For now, because I wasn't done yet. Over the next week, I started gathering other stories, small, quiet moments that chipped away at me over the years. Not just about my parents, but how Levi always got a pass. How Kinsey played innocent while stirring the pot. How I was always told to be understanding, while no one ever returned the favor. I started rewriting those memories. Not to wallow, but to reclaim them. And once I had enough, I planned to publish them one at a time. Scheduled, consistent, carefully worded. On Kinsey's blog. She could delete them, sure. Eventually. But not before people saw. And not before the perfect reader did. My parents. Because Mom read every word Kinsey posted. She liked to comment on them with little emojis and phrases like, "So proud of my girl," and such wisdom. She even shared the posts on Facebook to show off to her friends from church. I wanted her to read my words for once. Not because I wanted her validation, but because I wanted her to see me. And I knew she wouldn't be able to ignore it. Of course, I didn't stop there. There was something else I had up my sleeve, something I'd been working on for months before Thanksgiving even happened. Something that would make all of this sting a little bit more once it came to light. But that part? That would have to wait. Because 2 days later, Kinsey called me. And she didn't sound sweet anymore. She sounded panicked. Kinsey's voice came through the phone like a siren. Sharp, breathless, no trace of her usual polished tone. "Did you post something on my blog?" I paused, keeping my voice even. "Why do you ask?" "Don't play games with me, Emery." Her voice cracked slightly. "People are messaging me, asking if I'm okay. My subscriber count dropped overnight. And my mom just called me in tears because some church friends sent her a link to this post and asked if it was about us." I let that sit for a moment. Then I said, "You mean the one about being excluded from Thanksgiving? About being told there were family issues only to find out the real issue was me?" Silence. "Kinsey, I didn't know they weren't inviting you," she snapped, her defensiveness creeping in. I thought you'd changed your mind about coming." "No, you didn't," I replied quietly. "You saw my name disappear from the group chat plans and you didn't ask why. Because it didn't bother you. It never does." "That's not fair, but it's true." I could hear her breathing on the other end, unsteady and shallow. "You had no right to post that. You humiliated Mom. She's saying she can't go to church this week. Dad's furious. He thinks you've turned people against us." "They turn people against themselves," I said. "I just told the truth." Kinsey was silent again, but I could tell she didn't hang up because part of her wanted to know what came next. She always did prefer being prepared for fallout instead of surprised by it. "I didn't publish the rest," I said. "But I could. You're trying to destroy this family." "No. I'm trying to stop pretending like this family hasn't been destroying me for years." Another pause. Then her voice dropped lower. "What do you want?" There it was, the question they'd never bothered to ask me before. I didn't hesitate. "I want you to tell them, all of you, that I know exactly what happened. That I was cut out of Thanksgiving on purpose. That no one even had the courage to admit it. I want a real apology, not a fake text, not a dinner invite, not a cookie tin." Kinsey scoffed slightly. "You think they'll actually do that?" "No," I said. "But now they know what happens if they don't." I didn't hear from her again that night. But I did get a call the next morning from my dad. Not a casual one this time. His voice was flat, like he was choosing his words carefully. "Your mother is very upset." "I bet she is." "We didn't mean to hurt you," he said. "It just seemed easier this way. We didn't think you'd mind." I waited for more. For a sorry. For any recognition of what they'd actually done. It never came. So I said, "Then I guess you can't be too surprised that I did what I did." He didn't argue. Just sighed. "We'd like to talk. In person. Clear the air." That's when I realized the real shift had already happened. They weren't calling because they regretted it. They were calling because I disrupted the image. The tidy, respectable, smiling image of a perfect family. And now they were scared someone might look too closely. I agreed to meet, on my terms, at a neutral cafe with no surprises. When we sat down a few days later, I didn't raise my voice. I didn't cry. I let them talk first. Mom fidgeted with her sleeve. I want you to know we didn't mean to exclude you. We didn't think you'd want to be around all the tension. You've always been more sensitive to that kind of thing. I looked her in the eye. You didn't even ask. She didn't deny it. I'm not interested in rewriting history, I said. And I'm not interested in being the scapegoat for keeping the peace anymore. If I'm part of this family, then I'm treated like it. If not, then we stop pretending. Dad looked away, jaw tight. And for the first time in years, they didn't push back. They didn't grovel either. That's not who they are. But they listened. They sat in that discomfort, forced to see the version of me they had ignored for so long. Not the obedient one, not the fixer, just someone who finally had enough. We agreed on a few things that day. Boundaries. Clarity. No more pretending everything was fine while ignoring the rot underneath. I didn't go to Christmas. I didn't want another staged apology or gift bag or forced group photo. Instead, I spent it with people who had shown up for me without being asked. Friends who knew what it meant to be chosen family. And my blog posts? I eventually moved them to my own space. They're still up, still anonymous. But they found an audience. People who knew exactly what it felt like to be the forgotten one at the table. These days, my relationship with my parents is cautious. We talk sometimes. Short calls. Occasional texts. But they know now I'm not afraid to walk away if the cost of staying is silence. I didn't destroy the family. I just stopped letting it destroy me.